Chapter 111. Yes. Everyone nodded involuntarily, their faces lit with anticipation. Even delicacies from land and sea would become tiresome if eaten every day, let alone instant noodles. A packet of instant noodles for every meal was barely enough to keep them alive, just enough to keep them from starving to death. Who wouldn't want to eat better if they could? Now I'm giving you this opportunity. Suchin smiled faintly. From today on, you can leave the hotel and go out hunting zombies. As long as you can bring back a zombie corpse, you can come to me to redeem it for a reward. Whether it's delicious food, cigarettes, alcohol, or other supplies, it's all fine. As soon as these words were spoken, the survivors fell silent. Although they were tired of instant noodles, fighting zombies outside for a bite of food still seemed unprofitable. You've been given the opportunity. Whether you can enjoy the good life depends on yourselves. Suchin turned and instructed Sun Yuan beside him. No more than 5 people can go out each day. Upon returning, they must strip naked for inspection. He limited the number of people. Firstly, he wanted to create a hunger marketing campaign, encouraging survivors to rush out to hunt zombies. Secondly, it was for the safety of the team. With only 5 people going out, even if they were infected, it wouldn't pose a significant threat, as expected. After hearing that there were only 5 spots available, several hesitant survivors immediately stepped forward. Boss Su, Captain Sun, I'm willing to go out and hunt zombies. And me too. With the first person stepping forward, the others quickly expressed their willingness, fearing there wouldn't be enough spots. In a matter of moments, today's 5 spots were confirmed. The others who hadn't had time to sign up were immediately frustrated. Although they hadn't personally fought zombies, they knew with a grain of salt that they were extremely difficult to deal with. Otherwise, the enemies besieging the Yulton Hotel wouldn't have been utterly annihilated. Thus, the few who volunteered were all strong, brave, and careful. Due to the zombie infestation, Suchin had He Wang and Sun Yuan renovate the hotel. Although the original entrances and exits were covered in snow, the survivors had boarded them up and blocked them with debris as a precaution. The only way in and out of the hotel was via a rope ladder, descending from a height. While this was extremely inconvenient, it guaranteed safety. If these survivors returned with a large number of zombies following them, they would never be able to enter again. After gathering their equipment, the registered survivors descended the rope ladder to the ground. After they all left, the rope ladder was raised. Suchin stood by the window, watching the 5 survivors walk away, a satisfied smile on his face. Rather than hunting zombies himself, letting these survivors do it was undoubtedly the most appropriate option. It only required a few supplies, and there was no risk, so why not? Just as Suchin was about to return, a thought struck him. He asked Sun Yuan, "How's the situation with a Biao?" "From what I observed yesterday, it seems that only a Biao and his men are in the hotel. There's been no activity." Suchin's expression was thoughtful. According to Sun Yuan, a Biao's subordinates either have no infected people, or very few. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any noise at all. In that case, I could definitely cooperate with him. As long as he could provide me with zombie corpses and some supplies in exchange, it wouldn't be a problem. Thinking this, Suchin picked up the walkie-talkie. "Hello, hey, Buzi, are you there?" Elsewhere, inside a Biao's camp. A Biao was busy with work with Xiaomei, when the sudden ringing of his walkie-talkie frightened him so much that he almost collapsed on his bed. He quickly jumped off the bed, grabbed the walkie-talkie, and turned the volume down. "Suchin, you bastard, what are you trying to do?" A Biao asked through gritted teeth. To avoid being discovered by the zombies, he had ordered his men to remain silent. Even when they were making love, he had Xiaomei hold on to the edge of the quilt. "I'm just trying to make a deal with you," Suchin said with a grin. "Fuck your deal." A Biao cursed, his voice low. He suffered so many times at Suchin's hands, making another deal with him was sheer utter foolishness. "Don't be so quick to refuse. Let me hear it out," Suchin said slowly. "As long as you can kill a zombie and send its corpse over, I can trade it with all sorts of supplies." Hearing this, a Biao instinctively felt that Suchin was scheming him again. After all, trading supplies for a zombie corpse. How crazy would that be? Seeing a Biao remain silent, Suchin sighed. "Forget it. Since you don't want to trade, Buzi, I can't force you." "Hang up." "Wait." A Biao quickly stopped Suchin and asked, "Do you have any specific requests?" "No, just a zombie corpse will do." "Then, how can I trust you?" A Biao hesitated. "You can send one over first. If I offer supplies in exchange, our deal can continue. If I deceive you, your efforts will be wasted." A Biao remained silent, lost in thought. As Suchin had said, if he deceived him, his efforts would be wasted. But if it was true, he could trade all sorts of supplies with Su Chen. Forget it. Biao, a heavy smoker, hadn't smoked in days since finishing the cigarette Gao Xiangjuan gave him, which was quite choking. Not to mention, the team's food supply was dwindling. In a few days, Biao and the others would be out of food, so, even though he was worried about Su Chen deceiving him, Biao decided to give it a try. Okay, I contact you after I kill the zombie. It's a deal. Su Chen and Biao reached a deal under the table. It wasn't until the sky gradually darkened that the 5 survivors, who had gone out to hunt zombies, finally returned. Their progress wasn't smooth. They encountered a similar situation to Su Chen's. Most zombies were in groups. Even if a few strayed, these men didn't dare act rashly without absolute certainty of not alerting the surrounding zombies. But fortunately, they finally seized the opportunity and successfully hunted down 2 zombies. After ensuring that no zombies were following them, Sun Yuan lowered the rope. The 5 survivors tied the zombie bodies with ropes and signaled Sun Yuan and his men to pull them up. Then they climbed back up the rope ladder into the hotel. Looking at the 2 zombies, their heads blown off by crossbow bolts, Su Chen was quite satisfied. After all, he toiled all night, nearly risking his life, to only have hunted down 3 zombies. Chapter 112. These 5 survivors knew they couldn't fight the zombies head-on. They learned Su Chen's fighting style without a teacher, becoming timid and hunkering down. Until they spotted 2 lone zombies, they shot them with crossbows. For safety's sake, the 5 survivors went into isolation. Su Chen instructed the others to take the 2 zombies to the warehouse in Area B. When he was the only one left, Su Chen expertly split the zombies' heads open. To his surprise, both zombies contained energy crystals. Absorb. Su Chen muttered to himself. His palms felt warm, and the 2 energy crystals dissipated into dust, dissipating into the air. The Doomsday Fortress system's energy points also reached 4. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could upgrade his RV. Su Chen couldn't help but smile. The next morning, after a night of isolation, the 5 survivors showed no symptoms of infection and were released. When they arrived at the common room, Su Chen and the other survivors had already been waiting. Thank you for your hard work. Su Chen chuckled. Tell me, what reward do you want? The 5 survivors exchanged glances, and one of the leaders stepped forward and said respectfully, Boss Su, we like to trade 1 zombie's body for a pack of cigarettes and a case of beer. Is that okay with you? The request wasn't unreasonable, especially since the zombie's brain still contained energy crystals. Sure. What about the other one? Su Chen asked. We like to exchange for some other food. Boss Su, do you have any suggestions? How about this? I give you a ham. What do you think? Su Chen thought for a moment and suggested. At the mention of ham, the survivors' eyes widened. It had been so long since the apocalypse, and they hadn't eaten meat much. The most recent time was when Su Chen prepared a whole roasted lamb. But there were so many survivors, and they barely managed to eat more than 2 bites. Okay. Several people nodded hurriedly. Su Chen stood up and left, returning to the RV. He retrieved a case of beer, a pack of cigarettes, and a roll of premium Spanish ham. When these prizes were placed in the room, the survivors' faces lit up with envy and jealousy. If they had known the rewards were so generous, they would have gone out to hunt zombies too. Noticing their expressions, Su Chen couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. The reason he rewarded these 5 people in front of everyone was to motivate the others. Tell them, if they can hunt down these zombies, they get a reward. Thank you, Boss Su. The 5 men thanked Su Chen and happily left with their rewards. After they left, the remaining survivors, like a nest of riders, surrounded Sun Yuan with a roar. Brother Sun, I want to go out and hunt zombies. And me too. Little brother, please stand back a bit. With your size, you're probably not going out to feed the zombies, are you? What do you care about me? Seeing this, Sun Yuan shouted, Everyone, be quiet and listen to Boss Su. Everyone immediately quieted down, looking at Su Chen in unison. Su Chen paused for a moment before speaking. I understand everyone's desire to hunt zombies and earn their rewards. But this is extremely risky. The elderly, the weak, and the disabled shouldn't take the risk. Hearing this, the weaker survivors couldn't help but reveal disappointment. Su Chen continued, as for the others, let's line up and take turns going out. Naturally, no one objected to Su Chen's arrangement. They quickly lined up and registered with Sun Yuan. Huh? Biao held Xiaomei in his arms, breathing lightly. Satisfied, yet with a touch of regret. If only we could have a cigarette at this moment. Speaking of cigarettes, Biao suddenly remembered his agreement with Su Chen. Tell me, Is that Suchin kid sincere? If you ask me, we might as well give it a try. Xiao Mei embraced A Biao and said softly, even if he's not sincere, it'd just be a little effort, and we won't suffer any major losses. Okay, I do as you say. A Biao finally made up his mind. Wait inside while I take the men out to hunt zombies. He got out of bed, threw on some thick clothes, and went to the other room. Zhao Xiong and the others were huddled together for warmth. Seeing A Biao come out, they all greeted him. Brother Biao. Hello, boss. A Biao nodded slightly in response, then said in a deep voice, I plan to go out and hunt zombies and exchange supplies with Su Chen. What do you think? Everyone looked at each other, no one saying a word. They all knew that the team's supplies were dwindling. Rather than sit and wait for death, it would be better to take the initiative and hunt the zombies. What if Su Chen wasn't deceiving them? Okay, get your stuff ready and come with me. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Although A Biao had inherited Gao Qiqiang's power, Gao Qiqiang didn't possess any useful weapons. Besides a pistol and a dozen rounds of ammunition, all he had were machetes, daggers, and other cold weapons. While they were much shabbier than the compound crossbows in Su Chen's team, A Biao and his men were fortunately strong and robust. After preparing their weapons, A Biao led a dozen men and quietly slipped out of their hiding place. A Biao had actually considered attacking at night. But he lacked night vision goggles, and the visibility was poor at night, making the risk too great. In the end, A Biao chose to attack during the day. After leaving the hotel, not far from home, A Biao spotted 7 or 8 zombies roaming ahead. He thought to himself, I have nearly 20 men. 2 men against 1 zombie shouldn't be a problem. For safety's sake, A Biao didn't attack in an open area. He found a narrow spot and ambushed his men there. Then he sent another underling forward to lure out the zombies. Not long after, A Biao and his group heard the roars of zombies. The underling appeared before them, and behind him, the zombies. Brothers, attack! A Biao growled, then rushed out with his fire axe. He and Zhao Xiong worked together, Zhao Xiong drawing the zombies' attention from the front, while he attacked from the side. Bang! A Biao's fire axe struck the zombie's head hard. The force of the blow sent the zombie sprawling to the ground. Zhao Xiong took the opportunity to step forward and, with a small hammer in his hand, smashed the zombie's brains into pieces. With the 2 of them working together, they easily eliminated a zombie. However, unlike A Biao and Zhao Xiong's nonchalant approach, the others encountered difficulties. Chapter 113. Regardless of one's physical condition before death, after being infected by the zombie virus, their physical fitness will dramatically increase. Not to mention, these zombies know no pain or fear. As long as they can't be completely defeated, they will cling to you. Soon, one of the men, unable to dodge, was pinned down by the zombies. The others rushed to save them, but it was too late. The zombie bit down hard on the man's neck. That wasn't the worst of it. The most troublesome thing was that, in their efforts to rescue their companions, their formation became disrupted. The remaining zombies seized the opportunity, and pounced on 2 or 3 of A Biao's men. A Biao's face darkened, and he quickly called out to Zhao Xiong, turning back to rescue them. With the 2 of them joining the fray, they prevented the others from being bitten or scratched by the zombies. After dispatching all the zombies, A Biao was panting with exhaustion. Brother Biao, be careful. Suddenly, one of his men hurriedly warned. Feeling the wind behind him, A Biao instinctively dodged. Looking closely, he saw that the man whose neck had been bitten by a zombie earlier had transformed into a zombie. Luckily, he dodged quickly. Still terrified, A Biao watched the zombie charging at him again, and couldn't help but lash out with rage. With one blow of his axe, he struck the zombie's head, killing it. After a final count, including this infected man, A Biao and his men had hunted a total of 9 zombies. A Biao feared that other zombies would hear the noise or smell the blood and rush over. Without a moment's rest, he instructed his men to carry the zombies and rush to the hotel. However, after only a few steps, Zhao Xiong suddenly cried out, You were all bitten by zombies? Everyone was startled, and following his gaze, they noticed 2 people with evasive eyes and expressions of panic. It turned out that during the earlier fight with the zombies, they had been tackled to the ground by the zombies. Although they weren't bitten on the neck, their palms were bleeding from the zombie bites. Brother Biao. Zhao Xiong looked at A Biao, his expression extremely serious. If A Biao spoke, he would immediately attack and kill these 2 people. The other brothers nearby were also quite nervous. Everyone knew that after being bitten by a zombie, they would eventually become infected, but A Biao pondered for a moment before saying calmly, Let's go back first. Brother Biao. Zhao Xiong was stunned for a moment, then suddenly became anxious. These two were like ticking time bombs. Wouldn't taking them back only increase the risk? Biao ignored Zhao Xiong and said to the two men, "We're brothers. I don't want to kill you. But for everyone's safety, I'm going to tie you up first. If you don't transform, I let you go later. But if you become zombies, I'm sorry. Do you two have any objections?" Biao's argument was impeccable. The two bitten men hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded in agreement. Biao had his men fetch ropes and tie the two men up. Then, carrying the zombie bodies, they rushed back to their hideout. "Brother Biao, why are we taking them back?" Zhao Xiong leaned over to Biao and whispered. He truly couldn't understand why Biao was doing this. Biao glanced at his men and smiled sinisterly. "Let me ask you, what good would it do if we killed them now? Benefit? None." Zhao Xiong shook his head. "Then why not wait until they transform into zombies before killing them? That way, we have 2 more zombie corpses." Hearing this, Zhao Xiong was stunned. It turned out that Biao's display of brotherly love had been all a facade. He was so sinister, he was waiting for his brothers to transform into zombies, and then trade them with Su Chen. Zhao Xiong felt a chill running down his spine, filled with fear and dread of Biao. After immense effort, Biao and the others finally managed to move all the zombies back into the hotel. At that moment, the 2 men who had been bitten earlier also transformed into zombies. "Brother, rest in peace." Biao, his face filled with grief, raised his fire axe and ended the 2 men's lives. If Zhao Xiong hadn't already known Biao's plan, he would have truly believed that Biao was a loyal and good brother. After a short rest, Biao returned to his room, picked up the intercom, and began to contact Su Chen. "Hello, Su Chen. What's wrong, busy? I already hunted the zombie. How do we make a deal? Just deliver the zombie outside my hotel." "What? I have to deliver it to your door? Do you think I may want takeout or Huala?" Biao laughed in anger. "You don't have to deliver it." Su Chen shrugged. He wasn't worried that Biao would refuse. Aside from him, no one wanted a zombie corpse. "Okay." Biao pinched his nose and agreed. "Then what do you want in exchange?" "1 zombie for 10 packs of instant noodles." "No." Biao refused without a second thought. In order to hunt 8 zombies, he had sacrificed the lives of 3 of his men. If he followed Su Chen's terms, he could only get a little over 100 packs of instant noodles. On average, each member of his team would only get 1 pack. 1 zombie for 1 box of instant noodles. "What are you dreaming of?" Su Chen sneered. Although he had only a lot of instant noodles in his warehouse, he couldn't trade with Biao indefinitely. Even though the 2 sides were collaborating for profit, they were still sworn enemies, each eager to kill the other. "Half a box of instant noodles. If it works, we trade. If not, forget it." Biao offered his terms. Su Chen thought for a moment and nodded, "Okay." Biao beckoned 2 of his men over and instructed, "Send these 2 zombie bodies to Su Chen." Naturally, he didn't want to completely trust Su Chen, so he planned to send the 2 zombies first. If Su Chen kept his word, he would continue the deal. "Yes, boss." The 2 men hurriedly left the hotel carrying the zombie bodies. A short while later, they returned with a box of instant noodles. "Brother Biao," Su Chen kept his promise. Looking at the box of pickled cabbage beef noodles, Biao felt relieved. He picked up the intercom and said with a smile, "You're a man of your word. I deliver the remaining zombies to you right now. But I have one request, braised or spicy instant noodles. This pickled cabbage and beef noodles tastes like stinky feet." As the corpses of the 11 zombies were delivered to the Yulton Hotel, Biao also received 5.5 boxes of instant noodles. Although these 5 boxes wouldn't last the entire team long, at least they gave Biao and the others a chance to survive. As long as they hunted zombies, they could obtain supplies. Chapter 114. Like the ecstatic Biao and the others, back at the Yulton Hotel. Looking at the 11 zombie corpses that had been delivered, Su Chen's heart was filled with joy. If he was lucky, he could upgrade the system today. Without hesitation, he directed his men to move the 11 zombies to the warehouse. After everyone else left, Su Chen began his own blind box opening. He was lucky, finding energy crystals in the heads of the first 2 zombies. But with the next 2 zombies, he found nothing. Finally, after opening the heads of all the zombies, Su Chen successfully obtained 7 energy crystals. Including the 4 points he had obtained previously, this was enough to upgrade the RV system. He suppressed his excitement and returned to the car with the energy crystals. After instructing the 2 women to stay in the bedroom and not come out, Suchin leaned back on the sofa and called out the Doomsday Fortress system. Absorb energy crystals. With a thought, Suchin absorbed the 7 energy crystals. We detected sufficient energy points for the upgrade. Would you like to upgrade? The system popped up a prompt. Upgrade. Suchin confirmed without hesitation. He had expected a significant reaction from the system upgrade. But to his surprise, a few seconds after his confirmation, a ding sounded. System upgrade successful. Huh? That's it. Suchin was stunned for a moment, then, once he realized what was happening, he quickly checked the system. Doomsday Fortress RV system. RV level 2. Energy points required for upgrade 50. Current energy points 1. Vehicle durability 100%. When durability reaches 0, the RV is scrapped. It can be repaired using energy points. Storage space. Energy store. Enhancement options. Compared to before the upgrade, the current system has not only been reduced to level 2, but durability has also been restored to 100%. Looks like there's no need to worry about Normadison overusing it and causing retaliation. Suchin thought to himself, looking down. The storage space has also been increased. From the original 9,999 slots, it has now been increased to 99,999. A tenfold increase. The original storage space can hold a vast amount of supplies. After this upgrade, it's equivalent to infinite space. A truly amazing deal. Suchin looked at the energy store again. After the upgrade, in addition to the original gasoline and water, the energy store now has 2 new options: instant noodles and compressed biscuits. You can choose the instant noodles yourself, choosing braised or spicy. It's quite user-friendly. They can be exchanged for energy just like gasoline and water. 1 energy point can be exchanged for a box of instant noodles or a serving of compressed biscuits. Even if Suchin used up all the food in his storage space, but with the energy store alone, he could survive the apocalypse by hunting zombies and obtaining energy crystals. Suchin nodded with satisfaction, his eyes falling on the last row. Options. The previous few items were all there before. After the upgrade, there were just a few more changes. But only this enhancement option appeared out of nowhere after the upgrade. Suchin used his consciousness to select the enhancement option, and 2 more options popped up. RV enhancement, host enhancement. According to the order, Suchin chose RV enhancement first. However, the system ruthlessly prompted, due to low level, RV enhancement is temporarily unavailable. Suchin was instantly at a loss for words. Are you kidding me? He grumbled, unhappily choosing host enhancement. He had expected to be rejected like the first option. But to his surprise, he was easily accepted. Based on the host's physical fitness, combat power rating is G. Talent, marksmanship. A screen similar to the character attribute bar in an online game appeared before Suchin's eyes. Looking at his own attributes, Suchin was momentarily confused. What the hell was this? As if sensing his confusion, the system automatically popped up a dialog box with a detailed description of host enhancement. After reading it, Suchin suddenly understood. So, as long as he had enough energy points, he could use the system to enhance his physical body. After the enhancement, his physical fitness would be improved. At the same time, his combat power rating would also increase. As for the so-called talent, it should be the skill he mastered. Just like how, as soon as he got his hands on a gun, his shooting skills surpassed those of the renowned sharpshooter He Wong. He just didn't know what level this G+ was. Sensing Suchin's thoughts, the system popped up another prompt. Based on the host's physical fitness, from high to low, they can be divided into 10 levels: SSS, SSS, FG. Each level is further divided into 3 sublevels. For example, the G level can be divided into G+, G, and G-. Suchin's face darkened. He had originally thought his physical fitness was quite good. To his surprise, it was only the lowest level G. But judging by this, ordinary people should be at the G- level. But what level would the highest level, SSS, be? Suchin pondered for a moment before glancing at the bottom of the enhancement options. Enhance, he muttered to himself. Then a warm current appeared from his crown, spreading along his spine and out to his limbs. Suchin felt a warm sensation throughout his body, as if he were soaking in a hot spring. After the feeling dissipated, Suchin stood up and stretched his body. He could vaguely feel his strength increasing, his body becoming lighter. Even his senses were much more acute. He could faintly hear Lu Linger and Lin Yinging talking in the bedroom. This was just the initial enhancement, and it had such an effect. If I could upgrade to S, SS, or SSS levels in the future, wouldn't I be? Suchin couldn't help but feel a little ecstatic. But when he looked at the upgrade options below, he was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Just like upgrading the RV, the initial energy points required were very few. The first host upgrade only required 1. But the second upgrade required 100. This was even worse than upgrading the RV. Even if I could get 1 energy crystal for every 2 zombies I killed, I have to kill 200 zombies. If I wanted to upgrade to the top level, it would take forever. Whatever. There were so many infected zombies around the world anyway. As long as I kept hunting, I would eventually become strong enough, Suchin consoled himself. But if that happened, he wouldn't be able to stay in Phoenix Mountain for long. Even if all the survivors on the mountain became zombies, with energy crystals in their brains, I'm afraid it wouldn't be enough for me to upgrade to level, right? Chapter 115. Despite his enhanced body, Suchin still didn't rush out to hunt zombies. For the rest of the time, he hid in the RV, delegating the zombie hunting mission to the survivors in his team and Biao's team. In less than a week, the 2 groups provided Suchin with 30 zombies. But relatively speaking, this came at a considerable cost. For example, 2 waves of survivors from Suchin's team were completely wiped out and never returned. After careful consideration, Suchin finally ordered that no one in his team go out to hunt zombies. These survivors had been tested by him and were reliable. Sacrificing them in vain would be a waste. Besides, Biao was helping Suchin hunt zombies. When he was unwilling to cooperate, or when all his men were dead, it wouldn't be too late to send his men out to hunt zombies again. The 30 zombies he had already harvested also provided Suchin with a dozen energy crystals. Although progress wasn't fast, it wouldn't be long before he could upgrade his RV again. That day, Suchin left the Nomadison and arrived at the hotel's common room. Wang was sitting at a table, playing poker with several survivors. It was not only freezing cold outside, but also a zombie infestation. To survive, staying inside the hotel was naturally the safest option. But being cooped up in the hotel all day was unbearable for anyone. So, Suchin pulled out a bunch of playing cards, mahjong, online novels, and other items from his storage space for the survivors to relax and entertain. "Brother He," Suchin called out. Wang looked up, saw him, and immediately dropped his cards, stood up, and said with a smile, "What's wrong, Boss Su? Are you free? I'd love to spar with you." Suchin grinned. When the survivors checked into the Yulton Hotel, Wang and Sun Yuan had trained them. Suchin also took the opportunity to spar with Wang. His combat experience and fighting skills were naturally inferior to Wang's. But Wang was older and less physically fit. As a result, the two fought evenly. Even after improving his physical fitness, Suchin had still never experienced actual combat. He had come to Wang today to see how good he was now. "Sure, no problem," Wang readily agreed. After being cooped up in the hotel for so long, he was feeling bored and wanted to take this opportunity to spar with Suchin. The two of them arrived together in the training room. After hearing about the sparring, other survivors, like Zhou Xinhong and Li Dong followed. "Hey, who do you think will win?" "I think Brother He." "Nonsense, I think Boss Su." "If you ask me, it's still a draw." They were tied just now. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. The two men stood facing each other, clasping each other. "Boss Su, here I come," Wang warned, taking a deep breath, and quickly lunged at Suchin. As a veteran, he was sparring with Suchin again. Wang, naturally, used the combat and grappling techniques he learned in the army. If it had been before, facing Wang's aggressive stance, Suchin would have chosen to evade first, then counterattack. But today, as his nerves tensed, he sensed Wang's movements were much slower than before. Suchin could clearly sense the gust of wind from Wang's incoming fist. He reached out and easily grabbed Wang's wrist. Wang was slightly stunned. He had no idea what was happening, as Suchin grabbed his wrist. Before Wang could react, Suchin had already launched a punch. This punch was even faster than Wang's. Wang didn't even have time to react before Suchin's fist landed on his chest. Bang! Suchin's punch was so powerful that it knocked Wang off his feet and sent him reeling dozens of steps backward. Luckily, Wang was wearing protective gear. Even so, Suchin's blows still left him with a tightness in his chest, and his blood was boiling. The onlookers were stunned. Despite Wang's age, as a veteran, his skills were among the best among the survivors. Aside from Sun Yuan and Suchin, virtually no one could match Wang. But even such a formidable figure was actually defeated by Suchin in a single blow today? "Oh my god, Brother Su, your skills are so amazing now. How come they're so amazing?" Wang rubbed his chest, looking at Suchin in disbelief. Before, they were evenly matched, But how come today, Suchin crushed He Wang and instantly killed him? Nothing special, just hard work. Suchin chuckled, feeling quite satisfied. He hadn't expected his strength to improve so much after being enhanced by the system. If that meant, in a one-on-one fight, whether against Ah Biao or a zombie, he should be able to easily defeat him. Let me try. Sun Yuan had heard the commotion and rushed over. After watching Suchin easily defeat He Wang, he felt an itch to give it a try. Though Sun Yuan hadn't served in the military like He Wang, he was a keen fitness enthusiast and had even practiced Sanda in his early years. However, his fate wasn't much better than He Wang's. Suchin only took the initiative for 2 or 3 rounds before Sun Yuan was forced to concede. The reason was simple. Suchin's punches and kicks were incredibly powerful, and even through protective gear, they still made Sun Yuan grimace in pain. On the other hand, Sun Yuan had virtually no chance to attack. The few counterattacks he managed were easily parried by Suchin. In this cruel apocalypse, people naturally admire the strong. The earlier survivors were in awe of Suchin simply because he was armed with a gun and was ruthless. But after Suchin's fight with He Wang and Sun Yuan today, everyone was completely awed by him. If you train hard, you reach my level one day. When you do, ordinary zombies won't be your match. Suchin offered a hearty encouragement before leaving the hotel. Back in the RV, he began packing up his gear. Master, are you going out again? Seeing this, Lin Yingying couldn't help but ask nervously. After Suchin's last risky outing, Lin Yingying, who later learned the whole story, was deeply worried. If at all possible, she didn't want Suchin to risk it again. Don't worry, I got it covered. You two just stay in the RV and wait for me to come back and pamper you. Suchin reached out, smiling, and touched Lin Yingying and Lu Linger's heads. Although his sparring with He Wang and Sun Yuan had proven his improved strength, it was still a sparring match. Suchin still wanted to see how he would fare in a life-or-death battle, hunting zombies. If possible, he could go it alone and stop working with a Biao. After all, he and a Biao had a grudge, so why should he continue to provide him with supplies? Chapter 116. Buzz buzz buzz. Accompanied by the roar of its engine, a snowmobile sped towards them from a distance. Rider on its back was, of course, Suchin. When he had initially prepared his supplies, he had also taken into account the extreme cold and blizzards. So, he had purchased several snowmobiles and loaded them into his storage space. This time, he took out his snowmobiles and left Phoenix Mountain. First, he wanted to hunt zombies and test his true strength. Second, he wanted to take the opportunity to learn about the outside world. Suchin rode his snowmobile all the way down Phoenix Mountain. He startled many zombies along the way, but the snowmobile was incredibly fast. The zombies moved extremely slowly on the snow and could not catch up with him. So, he successfully reached the foot of Phoenix Mountain. The snow at the foot of the mountain was even thicker. Suchin stopped the snowmobile, removed his snow goggles, and gazed into the distance. The sky and earth were a vast expanse of white. Aside from a few tall trees, their tops occasionally visible, nothing else could be seen. Judging from the situation, even if there were zombies, they were likely buried beneath the thick snow. If I want to find them, I still have to go to the city, Suchin thought, pulling out his phone. Although he had no signal at the moment, he still had many useful apps stored on it. Looking at the map, he found the nearest town, Shannon. Suchin shared the town's location with his GPS, donned his goggles again, and sped off. Many of the survivors, who subsequently fled to Phoenix Mountain, had escaped from Shannon City. Shannon is the closest city to Phoenix Mountain, but it's still 20 kilometers away. Thankfully, the sky and the earth were covered in snow. Suchin rode his snowmobile, navigating the snow as if it were flat ground. It didn't take him long to reach the outskirts of Shannon City. Compared to the wilderness, many buildings in the city weren't covered by the heavy snow. Suchin could still see many skyscrapers half buried in the snow, as well as various billboards. For safety's sake, he didn't drive the snowmobile into the city. After all, it was too noisy. Even if it didn't attract zombies, it would alert other survivors. In this apocalypse blanketed by blizzards and extreme cold, the allure of a snowmobile was immense. After parking the car, Suchin removed the key and headed into the city. Without a snowmobile, navigating the snow would undoubtedly be extremely strenuous. But fortunately, Suchin had been strengthened and had plenty of stamina. He walked cautiously, observing his surroundings. The snow on the ground wasn't perfectly smooth, but was dotted with scattered footprints. Judging from this, there should still be quite a few survivors in Shannon City. While Shannon's location wasn't as favorable as Phoenix Mountain, it was still a city, with ample supplies and numerous tall buildings. Just then, Su-chun, following the map and GPS, arrived at Wanda Plaza in the city. Generally speaking, Wanda Plazas are located in areas with tall buildings and are extremely prosperous. After finding the main building of Wanda, Su-chun climbed inside through a broken window. He was on the 3rd floor of the plaza. A large amount of snow piled up at the entrance, and a lot of debris was scattered on the ground. Su-chun picked up his tactical flashlight and surveyed his surroundings. Most of the shops were still open. It seemed that Wanda Plaza was still open when the apocalypse struck. Strangely, Su-chun didn't see any bodies. Logically, even if Wanda Plaza had all sorts of supplies, there should have been many survivors who couldn't survive the apocalypse. But Su-chun thought again. Perhaps their bodies had been carried away and buried by other survivors. Without giving it much thought, Su-chun began searching the mall's corridors. He started by searching the lowest floors, which housed several restaurants and supermarkets. Most of the shops were in a state of disrepair, as if they had already been visited by the survivors. However, it seemed those people hadn't looted everything, so Su-chun still found a good supply of instant noodles, biscuits, and other supplies. He even found a lot of frozen meat in the restaurant's back kitchen refrigerator. Su-chun's storage space was filled with countless fresh meats. He naturally looked down on them, but he still packed them into a bag. There were still many survivors in the Yulton Hotel. Su-chun could give them this food as a reward. After all, to them, this food was the ultimate delicacy. After packing up a bag of food, Su-chun began searching the upper floors again. Just as he reached the 5th floor and turned a corner, a machete suddenly came crashing down on him. Thankfully, after his enhancements, Su-chun's reactions were extremely swift. He dodged the blow with a sideways motion. He was about to try to communicate with the man, but he refused to give in and swung the knife at him again. Su-chun, a little furious, showed no mercy. After dodging the machete again, he unhesitatingly kicked the man away. The man flew several meters before falling heavily to the ground. Su-chun now had time to examine him carefully. He was a man. Although his hair and beard were matted, he looked to be in his 40s. He gasped in pain from Su-chun's kick. "Who are you?" Su-chun asked calmly. The man didn't speak, but struggled, trying to grab the knife. Su-chun frowned, slowly stepped forward, kicked the machete away, and stepped on the man's hand. As Su-chun exerted force, the man could no longer hold back and cried out, "It hurts, it hurts. Let me go! I tell you everything. You're not going to cry until you see the coffin." Su-chun snorted coldly, then lifted his foot. The man looked at Su-chun with some fear and told him his story in detail. The man's name was Li Chong, a security guard at Wanda Plaza. His situation was somewhat similar to that of manager Deng. When the apocalypse struck, he and his colleagues joined forces to take control of the plaza's supplies. Thus, compared to the other survivors, Li Chong's life was relatively good. "What about your colleagues?" Su-chun asked. "Well, they were either killed by the Tiger Gang or joined them." Li Chong sighed. "The Tiger Gang?" "Yes, it's a gang formed after the apocalypse." Li Chong explained to Su-chun, "Their leader is Dai Hao, a former gangster with a strong thug under his command. He's extremely ruthless. Once he sets his sights on you, there's no escape. Dai Hao demanded supplies from us, and when we refused, he repeatedly attacked us." Chapter 117. In the apocalypse, supplies are paramount. Li Chong and his men, occupying Wanda Plaza, were naturally targeted by the Tiger Gang. But Li Chong and his men refused to give up their supplies for nothing. The two sides eventually engaged in several fierce clashes. Although Li Chong and his men were security guards, they were still inferior to the Tiger Gang. In the end, he and his colleagues were killed or injured, and many were forced to join the Tiger Gang. Because he had injured Dai Hao's younger brother, Li Chong feared retaliation and did not dare to join like others. After looting Wanda Plaza, the Tiger Gang abandoned the area. Fortunately, the Tiger Gang didn't completely plunder the area, leaving behind a considerable amount of supplies. Moreover, Li Chong had accumulated considerable wealth before. So he remained in hiding in Wanda Plaza until today, when he met Su-chun. After explaining his origins, Li Chong flattered, "Brother, where are you from? Why do you care so much?" Su-chun said coldly, "Tell me more about the official affairs." Li Chong didn't dare disobey him, and honestly described the situation in Shannon. When the apocalypse first struck, the Shannon authorities, like those in Magic City, also tried hard to save themselves. But with the alternating onslaught of high temperatures and torrential rain, the authorities were completely helpless. Some troops came before, but they were forced to retreat. Because the situation was so serious, they couldn't even protect themselves. The remaining survivors in the city are roughly divided into 3 factions: the Tiger Gang, the Strong Shield Alliance, and the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Besides these, although there are other survivors, none of them can compete with them. It's true that in shallow waters, there are many turtles, and there are big brothers everywhere. Small Shannon City, surprisingly, has so many powerful forces. But this is normal. After all, the official authorities no longer exist, and the survivors will spontaneously form alliances to maintain order. Looking at Su Chen in deep thought, Li Chong said cautiously, "Brother, can you take me away with you?" Li Chong is no fool. From Su Chen's conversation, skills, and especially his equipment, Li Chong could tell that Su Chen was no ordinary man. If he could cling to Su Chen's influence, it would be a great pleasure. "You? Are you worthy?" Su Chen glanced at Li Chong and sneered. Despite Li Chong's innocent appearance, Su Chen was absolutely certain that this guy was hiding something. The moment he met Su Chen, he planned to kill him without even saying a word. How could he be a good person? And to have survived the apocalypse, Li Chong couldn't have never killed anyone before. Bringing someone like that back will only cause trouble. Li Chong's expression froze, and he smiled awkwardly but said nothing. "One last thing. Have you ever seen anything like zombies?" Su Chen asked calmly. "Zombies?" Li Chong, bewildered, shook his head. "No." Su Chen thought about it, and it made sense. Wanda Plaza was different from residential areas. It was primarily commercial. After the apocalypse, survivors instinctively retreated to their homes. Even if some died here, their bodies would be disposed of by Li Chong and his team. That way, there would be no zombies left in the plaza. "Okay, got it." Su Chen, understanding the situation, ignored Li Chong and walked out. Watching Su Chen's retreating figure, Li Chong's face lit up with resignation. He hesitated for a moment, then picked up a nearby machete and sprinted in the opposite direction. With his familiarity with the square terrain, Li Chong quickly circled in front of Su Chen. He hid behind a pillar, waiting for Su Chen to appear. A moment later, the sound of Su Chen's footsteps reached him. Li Chong took a deep breath, and just as Su Chen approached, he swung his machete with all his might. Dang! His strike was easily blocked by Su Chen's baseball bat. "You're asking for death." Su Chen sneered, then struck Li Chong's head with the bat. Bang! Li Chong's crown was shattered by the baton. Blood trickled down his head. He stared wide-eyed, his eyes filled with disbelief, and then collapsed. Before Su Chen even approached the pillar, his astonishing hearing enabled him to detect Li Chong's heavy breathing, and he naturally became wary. It seems he was too kind after all. Su Chen couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. After questioning Li Chong, he should have killed him immediately to prevent him from ambushing him again. After dispatching Li Chong, Su Chen didn't linger, grabbing his bag and leaving Wanda Plaza. Outside, a cold wind howled, and the footprints he had left on his way were now covered by the snow. Thankfully, Su Chen had a GPS in hand, and following the directions, he made his way step by step towards where the snowmobiles were parked. But when he was still a few hundred meters away, Su Chen had a thought. Amid the whistling wind, he could faintly hear someone talking not far away. He dropped the supplies he had gathered, crouched down, and crept forward. After getting closer, Su Chen could finally see 5 or 6 figures gathered around his snowmobile. "Oh my god, a snowmobile. I wonder where that guy got it. Stop talking nonsense. Find a way to get it back. Without the key, it won't start." Seeing they were so fixated on their snowmobiles, Su Chen's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He took out his compound crossbow and aimed at one of them. Swish! An arrow flew through the air, silently piercing the man's head. Without a sound, he fell headfirst into the snow. Looking at the arrow lodged in their companion's head, the others paused for a moment before realizing they had been ambushed. "Be careful, little." Before another man could finish his sentence, he was also shot through the head. Su Chen fired 4 arrows in quick succession, taking out the 4 men on the opposite side. The remaining 2, seeing the situation was dire, quickly knelt on the ground, shouting, "I surrender, I surrender." Seeing them throw their weapons aside, Su Chen stood up and slowly approached. The 2 men were somewhat bewildered by Su Chen, dressed in a white winter jacket and snow goggles. Su Chen took this opportunity to observe them. Although they were wearing thick clothing, a hat, and a scarf, it was still clear they were a man and a woman. And from the way the woman hid behind the man, it was clear they were close friends. "Who are you two?" Su Chen asked gravely. "Brother, my name is Yang Wan, and this is my wife, Shou Qing. We're both members of the Tiger Gang." Yang Wan quickly introduced himself. "What are you doing around my snowmobile?" Su Chen asked again. Yang Wan was stunned for a moment. This snowmobile belonged to Su Chen, but then he thought about it and realized it made sense. Su Chen's outfit was incredibly impressive, so it seemed reasonable that he would have a snowmobile. Chapter 118. We saw the snowmobile and became greedy. Yang Wan said cautiously. To survive, they needed to go out every day, traversing the thick snow to search for supplies. Having a snowmobile like this would undoubtedly be much more convenient. Not only could they search the entire Shannon city, they could even reach neighboring cities. Seeing Su Chen remain silent, Yang Wan grew even more frightened and quickly pulled his wife, Zhou Qing, out from behind him. Hey, big brother, I'm giving you my wife. Can you please not kill me? As he spoke, he ripped Zhou Qing's scarf off. Su Chen took one look and was instantly amused. Zhou Qing's skin was extremely dark, and her appearance was plain. Never mind that Su Chen had beauties like Lin Yingying and Lu Linger by his side. Even if he were single, he wouldn't be so desperate as to look at Zhou Qing. Alright, answer me a few questions, and I won't kill you. Su Chen waved his hand, motioning for them to stand. Upon hearing this, Yang Wan finally stood up. Zhou Qing, standing beside him, quickly lowered her head and rewrapped her scarf around her neck. You just said you were from the Tiger Gang? Yes. Our boss, Dai Hao, now controls 1/3 of Shannon City. Yang Wan honestly explained the Tiger Gang situation to Su Chen. Su Chen nodded slightly. It was similar to what Li Chong had said. It seemed neither of them had lied. What weapons do the people in your gang use? Do you have guns? Most people use cold weapons. Only the gang leader, Brother Hao, and a few of his closest associates use guns. Yang Wan introduced them. They used to be gangsters and have several hunting rifles. Shannon is a small city, after all, and its security is slightly worse than that of the bustling Magic City. It's not unusual for Dai Hao and the others to have hunting rifles. Su Chen nodded and asked, have you encountered anything unusual recently? Anything unusual? Yang Wan paused, struggling to recall. Oh, I think so. A few days ago, someone went out to forage for supplies, and came back claiming to have seen a corpse resurrected. At the time, everyone thought he was seeing things and didn't believe it. So, the zombie virus outbreak in Shannon City has also begun. However, with the city being so large, it would take at least 10 days to half a month for it to spread. After all, he arrived a little too early. Su Chen decided to leave Shannon City and return in 2 days. It's okay, let's go! Yang Wan couldn't believe it. Su Chen was going to let him go so easily. His legs went weak, and he trembled as he said, Brother, you won't shoot us in the back when we turn around and leave, will you? Stop talking nonsense. Just leave when I tell you to, Su Chen said impatiently. Yang Wan was startled and hurriedly pulled Zhou Qing away. As he walked, he kept looking back, secretly observing Su Chen, fearing he might pull out a crossbow and shoot him. Only after they had walked a long way, and Su Chen still hadn't moved, did Yang Wan feel relieved. He quickened his pace with Zhou Qing. Yang Wan and the few survivors were merely concerned about the snowmobile. Su Chen wasn't a serial killer. Killing a few as a warning was enough. Small figures like Yang Wan and Zhou Qing could be let go. The two sides might never meet again in this lifetime. Su Chen placed the supplies he had collected on his snowmobile. He then approached the bodies of the Tiger Gang members and looted them. When everything was ready, Su Chen started his snowmobile and sped away from Shannon City. Not long after he left, a large, dark group of figures suddenly appeared from the distance. At the front was a fierce-looking, large man, Dai Hao, the leader of the Tiger Gang. Next to Dai Hao were Yang Wan and Zhou Qing, who had just left. The group behind them, each armed, looked extremely formidable. When they arrived at the spot where Su Chen had parked his snowmobile, Yang Wan pointed at the bodies on the ground and said fearfully, Boss, it's right here. Dai Hao didn't examine the bodies of his men, but instead stared at the snowmobile tracks in the snow. Brother, it seems this guy wasn't lying. A young man stepped forward and whispered. He looked somewhat like Dai Hao. He was Dai Hao's younger brother, Dai Rongliang. Brothers, how could I possibly lie? Yang Wan quickly offered a flattering smile. How dare you say that? A whole bunch of people died, and you were the only one to escape with your wife. Dai Rongliang glared at Yang Wan, snarling. I was wrong, Brother Liang. It's mainly because I'm no match for him. Yang Wan, his face drooping, pulled Zhou Qing over again. Boss, why don't you let my wife come with you? Your wife is ugly, and that's why my brother wouldn't even consider her. Dai Rongliang said disdainfully, looking at Yang Wan with a look filled with contempt. After the apocalypse, many ordinary people also joined the Tiger Gang for protection. But no one was as spineless as Yang Wan. willing to sacrifice his wife at the slightest provocation. The problem was that his wife, Zhou Qing, wasn't even that good-looking. Xiao Yang. Dai Hao stopped his brother and said in a deep voice, Yang Wan, you just said that kid isn't from Shannon? Yes, brother Hao. Yang Wan nodded quickly, because he kept asking me about Shannon. He didn't dare say that Su Chen was asking him about the Tiger Gang, and he told him everything. If Dai Hao knew, he'd probably be dead. Got it. Let's go back. Dai Hao waved his hand and ordered his men to collect the bodies on the ground. Brother, what do you think of that kid's background? Dai Ronglian leaned forward and whispered. Yang Wan probably didn't lie to me. Dai Hao said calmly, we all know the situation of the Jiandun League and Tianxiang Pavilion. They can't possibly have something as valuable as a snowmobile. Besides, we haven't fought them for a long time. There's no need for them to kill so many of us. In my opinion, the other party is definitely from outside. And judging from the direction he left, he's heading towards Phoenix Mountain. I heard there seemed to be quite a few survivors on Phoenix Mountain. He might have come from there. As expected of the leader of the Tiger Gang, Dai Hao had figured out Su Chen's origins based on just a few clues. Since that kid has a snowmobile, he probably has a lot of valuables. It would be great if we could rob him, Dai Ronglian said with regret. I'm afraid there's no chance. Without a snowmobile, how can we get to Phoenix Mountain? Dai Hao shook his head. Okay, forget it. Let's go back. Chapter 119. Su Chen was unaware that Dai Hao and the others were discussing him. He sped off, quickly returning to Phoenix Mountain. However, he didn't rush back to the Yulton Hotel. Instead, he parked his snowmobile on the outskirts. After locking the snowmobile, Su Chen, carrying his gear, began to quietly infiltrate the central area. Although he had obtained a considerable amount of supplies during his trip to Shannon City, Su Chen's goal wasn't supplies, but energy crystals. No amount of supplies would be of any use to him. Not far from home, Su Chen spotted 3 zombies wandering the snow. They must have been attracted to this outlying area by the noise of the snowmobile. With his enhanced physical fitness, Su Chen wasn't the least bit nervous when he saw these zombies again. He raised his compound crossbow and unleashed an arrow. Swish! The zombie in front was shot through the head and fell to the ground. The 2 companions beside him froze for a moment, then looked up and around. When they saw Su Chen, they roared and charged forward frantically. Su Chen dropped his compound crossbow, grabbed the Nepalese machete he purchased before the apocalypse, and charged forward fearlessly. The zombie in the lead stretched out its arms, attempting to tackle Su Chen to the ground. However, Su Chen was much more agile than before. He ducked, dodging the zombie's attack, and raised his hand to strike. The sharp Nepalese machete, without a sound, smoothly severed the zombie's arms. At the same time, a second zombie also charged in front of Su Chen with great momentum. He calmly dodged the zombie again, slashing his sword directly across its throat. Crack! The zombie's head flew high, then fell to the ground. His body collapsed into the snow with a thud. Su Chen turned and faced the remaining zombie, now armless, and slashed its skull with his sword. Crack! The zombie, severely injured in the brain, also fell to the ground. The entire process took less than 30 seconds. Su Chen had dispatched 2 zombies with remarkable ease. Looking at the zombies on the ground, he felt quite satisfied. The last time he fought zombies, he could only shoot them from a distance with a compound crossbow. He was careless and nearly lost his life when the zombie Li Jiawei got close to him. But today, he was able to confront the zombies head-on, finishing off both of them head-on. What a huge improvement this system truly is amazing. Su Chen sighed as he expertly dissected the zombie's skull and extracted an energy crystal. He then walked over to the severed zombie's head. Though its body was gone, its brain was intact. The zombie continued to open its mouth, attempting to bite Su Chen. Su Chen stepped on it, crushing its skull. Including the one he had shot earlier, Su Chen had killed 3 in total and obtained 2 energy crystals, a considerable harvest. After a brief rest, Su Chen resumed his zombie search. Unfortunately, the zombies he encountered next were in groups, at least 7 or 8 in number. Seeing that it was getting late, Su Chen gave up the idea of continuing his zombie hunt and decided to return. He didn't go straight back to the hotel, but instead circled the resort on his snowmobile. Su Chen floored the accelerator, and the engine emitted a piercing roar. For a moment, most of the zombies were attracted by the sound of the snowmobile and frantically pursued Su Chen. The commotion also attracted quite a few survivors. A Biao stood on the upper floor of the hotel, watching the situation outside, his heart brimming with envy. How could Su Chen have such a wonderful thing as a snowmobile, If he had one, he could leave Phoenix Mountain. Su Chen circled several times, watching the zombies being drawn away by him. He stepped on the accelerator and sped off. The zombies had great difficulty navigating the thick snow, and they had no chance of catching up with Su Chen. After Su Chen had lured them away, he rode his snowmobile back to the Yulton Hotel. "Brother Su, how's the situation out there?" He Wang asked with concern upon seeing Su Chen. "Not very optimistic." Su Chen briefly explained the situation in Shannon City to He Wang. From this perspective, the authorities must be completely out of control. He Wang sighed deeply. Before Su Chen returned, he still held out a glimmer of hope. If things had returned to normal outside, even if the authorities were trying to control the situation, that would be good news, but the reality was cruel. The tiny city of Shannon was occupied by several groups of survivors, with no sign of the authorities at all. "Alright, don't overthink it." Sun Yuan patted He Wang and soothed him. "With Brother Su's care, we're at least not starving now." As the three of them were talking, Zhou Xinhong suddenly ran over. "Boss Su, a Biao has sent over a lot more zombie corpses." Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. "Come on, come with me." They all reached the balcony outside the window. Standing below were many of a Biao's men, led by Zhao Xiong. In addition, there were about 10 zombie corpses lying on the ground. This was the only way in and out of the Yulton Hotel. Su Chen's men exchanged zombies and supplies with a Biao's men through this balcony. Sun Yuan and the others lowered the ropes first. Zhao Xiong, below, directed his men to tie the ropes to the zombie corpses. Then Sun Yuan and the others pulled up the ropes and brought the zombies up. After all the zombie corpses were brought up, Zhou Xinhong counted them. 1, 2, 11, 12. "Boss Su, there are 12 corpses in total. We should give them 6 boxes of instant noodles." After hearing this, Su Chen showed no sign of moving. He looked at Zhao Xiong below and sneered. "Go back and tell a Biao that I've taken the zombies, but I won't give you the stuff." Now that Su Chen's abilities have been enhanced, he can easily hunt zombies on his own. There's no need to cooperate with a Biao anymore. Why not just turn against him and take these zombies for free? "What? You? Su Chen, you bastard, you wait." Zhao Xiong's face turned livid, but he didn't dare say anything more. It was already dark. If he stayed outside any longer, he'd likely become zombie food. He called out to his men and quickly disappeared into the night. Su Chen sneered and turned back to the hotel. In the warehouse, he ripped open all the zombies a Biao had sent him, obtaining 6 energy crystals from them. Including what he saved, Su Chen now had 25 energy points. While that wasn't enough to strengthen his body again, it wasn't far off enough to upgrade his RV to level 3. Chapter 120. Su Chen, that bastard, is such a jerk. After learning that Su Chen had defaulted on his promise, Ah Biao was furious. The previous times he sent bodies to Su Chen had always kept his word. So this time, Ah Biao didn't think twice and sent over a dozen bodies to Su Chen. But he never expected that this time, Su Chen would actually turn his back on him. "Damn it! I chop his head off if I get the chance." Zhao Xiong was furious. These zombies were all hunted painstakingly by him and his men. Not only had he nearly been mauled to death by the zombies himself, but he also lost several lives. How could he not be furious that his efforts had all been in vain? Ah Biao's face was gloomy, and he remained silent. The supplies he accumulated from Gao Qiqiang were almost completely depleted. That's why Zhao Xiong led his men to hunt more zombies, so they could trade them for instant noodles with Su Chen. But with Su Chen's tantrum, there would be no more supplies. It wouldn't be long before the previously accumulated instant noodles would be completely devoured. What would they do when they ran out of food? Would they have to eat their own men like before? "Brother Biao, why don't we fight Su Chen?" Xiaomei gritted her teeth. She knew the team would soon run out of supplies. When that happened, they would have to resort to cannibalism again. She had enough of that and didn't want to continue. The question is, how do we fight them? A Biao sighed, a look of helplessness on his face. Although he had about 100 men, the Yulton Hotel, after Su Chen's renovations, was now easily defended and difficult to attack. Not to mention Su Chen was armed with a rifle, and there were zombies lurking outside. If a real fight broke out, they'd probably be eaten by zombies or shot dead before they even reached the hotel. "I have an idea." Xiaomei smiled sinisterly, leaning close to a Biao's ear and whispering something. A Biao's eyes lit up. "That's a good idea. Mayor, you're really smart. Brother Biao, I have another suggestion." Xiaomei smoothed her hair and said with a hint of smugness, "Aren't Gao Xiongjuan and his men still dead? Call them over, and we work together. Although the survivors suffered heavy losses during the zombie outbreak, people like Gao Xiangyuan and Xia Bowen sensed something was wrong and went into hiding. Recently, Biao and Zhao Xiong had encountered some of their men while out hunting zombies. Your suggestion is a good one. Biao thought for a moment and nodded. Alright, then I send someone to invite them over, and we try to start tonight. Phoenix Mountain was now overrun by zombies. Gao Xiangyuan, Xia Bowen, and the others were hiding in abandoned buildings like rats crossing the street. Biao had to work hard to find them. After learning of Biao's intentions, Gao Xiangyuan and the others agreed without hesitation. Brother Biao, is there anything to eat? Gao Xiangyuan, Xia Bowen, and the other survivors weakly greeted Biao. When the zombie wave broke out, the survivors had all stayed in their respective quarters. They were so focused on escaping that they had no time to gather supplies. As a result, they had been starving for a while. Bring up all the instant noodles, plenty. Biao was incredibly generous, waving his hand. In a matter of moments, the cooked noodles were served. The hungry crowd, their eyes green with hunger, quickly grabbed their chopsticks and began slurping down the noodles. Hungry for so long, they even drank up the noodle soup. Though still not full, they looked noticeably better. Gao Xiangyuan put down his chopsticks and gratefully said, "Thank you, Brother Biao." Of course not. In this apocalyptic world, we should help each other. Biao chuckled. Brother Biao, you called us here to continue dealing with Su Chen? Xia Bowen, having also finished his instant noodles, asked. Yes, I'm running low on food. If we don't think of a solution, I'm afraid we all starve to death, Biao said gravely. But we only have so few people now. How can we deal with Su Chen? Gao Xiangyuan's face was filled with frustration as he spoke. They weren't as foresight as Biao. When the zombie outbreak occurred, their respective teams suffered heavy losses. Now combined, they only had about 50 people. Before, hundreds of them couldn't take down Su Chen, so how could they be a match for him now? Don't worry, I have a plan. Biao smiled confidently. I invited you here because I want everyone to join forces. If it had been before, everyone might have hesitated. But now, they were starving, so naturally, they didn't think too much. Gao Xiangyuan and Xia Bowen exchanged glances and nodded. Brother Biao, we do it. Yes, Brother Biao, go ahead. As the two of them took the lead, the other survivors nodded in agreement. Biao nodded with satisfaction and whispered, my method is. Crack! Su Chen swung his Nepalese machete and decapitated a zombie. Several zombies lay scattered around him. Ever since his falling out with Biao a few days ago, Su Chen hadn't been idle. He'd come out every day to hunt zombies. With his enhanced physique, 1 or 2 zombies were no match for him. Over the past few days, not only had his agility and fighting skills improved, but he also acquired over 20 energy crystals. Bang! Su Chen stomped down hard, crushing the zombie's head. He then scraped at it for a while. When he discovered the grayish-white energy crystals, a satisfied smile spread across his face. With this energy crystal, he had accumulated 50 energy points, ready to upgrade his RV. Satisfied, Su Chen put away his weapons and began to head towards the hotel. As he passed the hotel where Biao and the others were staying, he took a moment to observe. The hotel was unusually quiet, devoid of movement. Su Chen's brows furrowed slightly, thinking to himself, Biao is a vindictive man who won't tolerate any loss. After suffering such a huge loss, he didn't react. Perhaps he's planning something big. After returning to the Yulton Hotel, Su Chen summoned He Wang and Sun Yuan and shared his concerns. Don't worry, Brother Su. Our place is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Even if Biao had twice as many men, it wouldn't be that easy to attack. He Wang smiled nonchalantly. Yes, don't worry. I arranged 4 sentries, both visible and covert. If he comes, he'd definitely be able to detect us. Sun Yuan patted his chest with assurance. Chapter 121. Su Chen felt a little relieved, but he still warned, that being said, don't be careless. Don't worry, Brother Su. Don't worry about us doing things. The two nodded with a smile. After chatting with them for a while, Su Chen left the hotel and returned to the RV. After asking the 2 women not to disturb him, he went into the bedroom and called up the system. Absorb energy crystals. The several energy crystals in Su Chen's pocket warmed slightly. Then the system's energy points reached 50. Upgrade system. The white screen trembled slightly, and the RV's level went from 2 to 3. Su Chen hurriedly checked the updated RV system. Doomsday Fortress RV system. RV level 3. Energy points required for upgrade 100. Current energy points, 0. Vehicle durability, 100%. When the durability reaches 0, the RV will be scrapped. It can be repaired using energy points. Storage space. Energy store. Enhancement options. Compared to the previous system, the upgraded system didn't seem any different. Su Chen first clicked on the storage space and found that the capacity had increased tenfold, but whether it was 99,999 or 999,999, it made no difference to Su Chen. After all, the items in the warehouse could be stacked indefinitely. Su Chen then clicked on the energy store. There were no new redemption options. The RV option in the enhancement options was now clickable. Su Chen clicked on it and took a look, only finding one option available. Increase space. Consume 10 energy points to increase the space inside the RV. Besides that, there was nothing else. That's it? Su Chen couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He toiled for days to collect 50 energy points. And yet, the upgraded RV system had no practical features. Just then, as if sensing Su Chen's thoughts, the system popped up a notification. After the system upgrade, the portable storage function will be unlocked. Portable storage function? Su Chen was startled, then immediately looked up the feature. After learning about it, his excitement instantly returned. Previously, whether Su Chen was putting items into the storage space or taking them out, he had to be near Nomadison. But with the portable storage function unlocked, Su Chen could store or retrieve items at will, even from a distance of 1,000,000 miles. This feature was incredibly practical. For example, when Su Chen went to Shannon City again, he could simply store his snowmobile in the storage space. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about being targeted by other survivors. For example, he could store all his guns in the storage space. When the enemy approaches, he can strike them by surprise. In short, this feature is extremely practical. That's right, it's worth all the energy crystals he put so much effort into accumulating. Su Chen's mood suddenly brightened. He pushed open the door and walked out briskly. Lin Yingying and Lu Linger were busy at the stove, and an enticing aroma filled the air. "Master, you're out." Lu Linger smiled and said to Su Chen, "Wait a moment, we have the meal ready soon." A moment later, the two women brought the prepared meal up. Su Chen tasted a few bites and said with a smile, "You two's cooking skills are really getting better and better." "Of course. Our mission is to take good care of our master." Lin Yingying giggled. "Very good." Su Chen nodded with satisfaction, a sly smile on his face. That night, Su Chen and the others in the RV slept peacefully. The other survivors of the Yulton Hotel also drifted off to sleep. Only Zhou Xinhong, Li Dong, and the others assigned by Sun Yuan remained at their respective posts, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Unbeknownst to them, outside the Yulton Hotel, beneath the thick ice, a group of survivors were busy at work. It turned out that the method Xiaomei had suggested to a Biao was to dig a tunnel under the snow to break into the Yulton Hotel. Due to the extremely low temperatures and the heavy snow, the snow at the bottom was almost as thick as ice, making digging quite a hassle, but compared to a frontal assault, it was much safer. They didn't have to worry about the zombie threat or Su Chen's gunfire. "Xia Bowen, how's it going?" A Biao, who was guarding the passage outside, asked immediately upon seeing Xia Bowen emerge. "We dug to the intersection. We should be able to get through tonight," Xia Bowen replied, shaking off the snow. "That's fine." A Biao breathed a sigh of relief and gave a solemn order, "Tell them to speed up. They must reach the Yulton Hotel before dawn. Otherwise, we'd be too late." Xia Bowen nodded, turned, and returned to the tunnel. A Biao waved to Zhao Xiong and ordered, "Brothers, get ready. As soon as the tunnel is dug through, we start." "Yes." Zhao Xiong followed his orders and left. Time ticked by, and just as daylight began to break, one of the survivors in charge of excavating the ice in the tunnel struck with his pickaxe, only to find it was incredibly solid. He raised his weak flashlight, took a closer look, and a look of surprise crossed his face. Because the ground ahead was no longer covered in snow, but a wall. From the decorations on the wall, it was clear that they had reached the main structure of the Yulton Hotel. When this news reached the rear, a Biao and the others were instantly cheered up. After all this time, they could finally confront Su Chen face to face and seek revenge. A Biao immediately led his men into the tunnel, quickly reaching its end. But then, they encountered a new challenge. It turned out that Su Chen had long anticipated the possibility of someone digging a tunnel beneath the ice to attack the Yulton Hotel. The windows of the ground floor rooms, buried in the snow, had been sealed shut by Sun Yuan and his men. Su Chen had also ordered people to bring in miscellaneous items to block the windows tightly. A Biao and his men tried for a long time, but couldn't get the windows open. Brother Biao, what should we do? Gao Xiangjuan was sweating profusely with anxiety. The sky outside was gradually brightening, and the air in the tunnel was growing thinner. Biao frowned, his mind determined. He shouted to Zhao Xiong, bring the bombs. Gao Xiangjuan and Xia Bowen exchanged a look of bewilderment. Biao actually had bombs? A moment later, Zhao Xiong brought over a few beverage bottles. Ever since learning that Su Chen had a rifle, Biao hadn't been idle. He had his men scoop up urea, bleach, and other materials to make a few simple bombs. Chapter 122. Biao, after all, was a retired Special Forces soldier. With his skills, making a few improvised bombs was a piece of cake. He had originally planned to use bombs to deal with Su Chen. But in this situation, he had no choice. Even if it would alert the survivors in the hotel, he had to use them. Biao first had everyone retreat to the back of the hallway. Then he stuffed improvised bombs made from plastic bottles into the windows. These homemade bombs weren't very powerful. Expecting them to blow through the hotel walls was impossible. Biao's plan was to blow away the debris behind the windows, clearing a path. After igniting the bombs, Biao quickly retreated. Bang! With a loud bang, the hallway where Biao and the other survivors were located shook. Large flakes of snow fell. When the situation calmed down, Biao was the first to rush forward. The previously blocked window had been blown open to reveal a passageway. Brothers, it's done! Biao called out, and the survivors behind him, howling, rushed into the Yulton Hotel. The explosion was truly resounding. He Wang, Sun Yuan, and the others, who were sleeping, were all awakened. Sensing something was amiss, they quickly dressed and headed to the common room. The remaining survivors were also awakened by the explosion. Brother Sun, what's going on? Was it an earthquake? Everyone asked, bewildered. He Wang shook his head, indicating he had no idea. Sun Yuan picked up the intercom and asked gravely, what happened just now? Brother Sun, there was an explosion downstairs at the hotel. Zhou Xinhong, on the other end of the intercom, hurriedly reported. Explosion? He Wang and Sun Yuan exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of foreboding. Everyone get ready. I go notify Boss Su. He Wang ordered gravely, pulling out the intercom he used to contact Su Chen. Hello, Boss Su. Su Chen, sound asleep with his arms around Ermiai, was disturbed by the sudden blaring of the intercom. He opened his sleepy eyes and took the intercom. Who is this? So annoying. Lu Linger couldn't help but murmur softly. You guys go back to sleep. Su Chen knew that He Wang contacting him at this hour must mean something serious. He stood up and walked out, asking what happened, brother He? There was an explosion just now. He Wang briefly recounted what had happened. Because the soundproofing of the nomadison was so excellent, Su Chen, who was sleeping, was unaware of this. An explosion? Su Chen frowned slightly. Before he could say anything, shouts of killing rang out from the intercom. It turned out that Biao and his men had already rushed up the stairs from the lower floors. Thankfully, Sun Yuan had prepared in advance. Facing the aggressive enemy, he and his men bravely charged forward. Biao and his men are attacking, Boss Su. He Wang raised his machete, slashed down an enemy, and shouted into the intercom. Su Chen's heart trembled. He pondered for a moment, then donned his stab-proof underwear and winter clothing. He then grabbed his nearby weapon and pushed open the car door. Not long after, Su Chen arrived at the hotel ahead. The battle between the two sides had reached a fever pitch. Biao's men were not only numerous, but also exceptionally skilled fighters, overwhelming He Wang, Sun Yuan, and the others. If it weren't for their superior equipment and loyalty to Su Chen, they would have been routed long ago. As soon as Su Chen ascended the stairs, several enemies charged at him. Looking for death. A murderous glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes, and the Nepalese machete in his hand slashed through the air with a cold gleam. The man in the lead had his hand chopped off. The survivor following closely behind hadn't reacted when Su Chen raised his pistol. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the man was instantly riddled with bullets. In the blink of an eye, one man's hand was chopped off, and he fell to the ground, wailing. Another was shot dead. Su Chen's brutal attack stunned the others. It's Su Chen! Someone suddenly recognized Su Chen and shouted. The morale of He Wang and Sun Yuan's group rose sharply upon learning of Su Chen's arrival. The survivors on Biao's side, however, were a little nervous. Because they all knew Su Chen was holding a rifle. Where's Su Chen? Zhao Xiong roared, his eyes widening. Gao Qiqiang's murder was inextricably linked to Su Chen. Although he couldn't kill Gao Xiangjuan and avenge Gao Qiqiang, Zhao Xiong bore a grudge against Su Chen. Additionally, he had previously hunted zombies and traded with Su Chen, only to be devoured by him. Zhao Xiong had long been eager to kill Su Chen to vent his hatred. Bang, bang, bang. Su Chen fired a few more shots, killing several of the surrounding survivors. Just then, Zhao Xiong charged in. Su Chen had no time to reload, so he simply grabbed his Nepalese machete and confronted Zhao Xiong. Zhao Xiong was a burly figure, about the size of a black iron tower. Although Su Chen was tall, he still looked much smaller compared to him. The two of them exchanged few words before Zhao Xiong swung a fire axe and struck Su Chen. In the narrow hotel hallway, Su Chen had little room to dodge. But thanks to his enhanced body, Zhao Xiong's movements looked like a slow-motion movie to him. He dodged slightly, avoiding the axe, and with a backhanded strike, slashed at Zhao Xiong's throat. Unlike Su Chen's feeling, Zhao Xiong felt that Su Chen's strike was like lightning, incredibly fast. He barely dodged the blow by instinct. Looking at Su Chen before him, Zhao Xiong instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Isn't this kid too terrifying? He gritted his teeth, raised his axe again, and attacked Su Chen again, but this time, he wasn't so lucky. Before his axe could fall, Su Chen leaped forward. The sharp Nepali machete sliced through Zhao Xiong's chest with ease, like cutting tofu. His eyes widened, his hands limp, and the fire axe in his hands fell to the ground with a thud. With a thud, he fell to the ground. Seeing the normally brave Zhao Xiong being dispatched so easily by Su Chen, the others present were stunned. If you don't want to die, lay down your weapons. Su Chen shouted in a deep voice, his piercing gaze fixed on the enemies present. The survivors who had followed Zhao Xiong into the fray dared not meet his gaze. Their hearts trembled, and they instinctively considered dropping their weapons. But at that moment, Su Chen's heart rang with alarm, and the hairs on his back stood on end. Chapter 123. Su Chen suddenly rolled over and hid in a nearby room. At the same time, a crisp gunshot rang out not far away. Bang! Yes, it was Ah Biao who fired the shot. The pistol he held was the one he had inherited from Gao Qiqiang. Seeing Su Chen dodge his shot, Ah Biao was stunned. How could this guy react so quickly? Recovering from his wits, he shouted, "We're many in number. There's no need to fear Su Chen. Kill Su Chen, and we can divide his supplies." At his command, the fearful survivors regained their spirits. They brandished their weapons once more, engaging He Wang, Sun Yuan, and the others. "Su Chen, get out here. Today is your death." Ah Biao shouted, his pistol raised, grinning. If Su Chen showed his face, he would shoot him dead. In the room, a sneer played on Su Chen's face. "All right, since you let me out, I come out." As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled a rifle from the storage space like magic. He didn't stick his head out, but instead raised the rifle like an African uncle. Duh. As Su Chen pulled the trigger, a stream of flames erupted from the rifle. Ah Biao's men instantly fell to the ground. Luckily, Ah Biao was far away, and seeing the situation was dire, he also lay down, thus avoiding the shot. No! Didn't that Su Chen have nothing in his hands? Where did he get the rifle from? After successfully suppressing the enemy, Su Chen quickly stood up and ran to the other room. After they checked into the Yulton Hotel, Su Chen ordered renovations. Most of the rooms were connected, allowing for free access. Su Chen defeated 5 or 6 enemies in a row and reached the common room. Seeing Su Chen, He Wang and the others were overjoyed and quickly welcomed him in. "What's the situation?" Su Chen asked gravely. "Not very optimistic. We already lost 7 or 8 people." Sun Yuan's expression was quite angry as he spoke of this. Including Lin Yingying, Wu Li, and others who joined later, there were less than 60 of them in total. Ah Biao, on the other hand, had a full 150 or 60 men. With such a huge disparity in numbers, even if Sun Yuan and his men fought desperately, they would still suffer heavy losses. On the other side, knowing that Su Chen had reunited with He Wang, Sun Yuan, and the others, Ah Biao did not rush in. He called Gao Xiangjuan and Xia Bowen over and said fiercely, "Su Chen only has 1 gun, and we have so many people. We're charging, and even if it means sacrificing our lives. Take your own time. Do you want to starve to death, or do you want to fight?" Gao Xiangjuan and the others shouted without hesitation, "Of course we want to fight." "That's good." Ah Biao nodded heavily. They had regrouped and were about to storm the common room where Su Chen and the others were. The door suddenly opened, followed by a gunshot. Bang! The survivor in front was shot in the head. It turned out that He Wang had turned an iron table over and used it as cover. Holding a sniper rifle, he hid behind cover, firing continuously at the enemies in the corridor. Under He Wang's suppressive fire, even the fearless survivors were unable to break in. Biao gripped his gun, peering over to observe the situation. But after a moment's hesitation, he didn't fire. Although he was a battle-hardened Special Forces soldier with exceptional marksmanship, he couldn't guarantee a hit at a distance of 20 or 30 meters from He Wang. Not to mention that Gao Qiqiang's pistol wasn't an official one, but a homemade one. It was powerful, but its accuracy was terrible. From a distance of more than 10 meters, it was basically a matter of luck. Helpless, Biao could only constantly encourage the other survivors to charge forward and use up He Wang's ammunition, but what neither Biao, Gao Xiangjuan, nor Xia Bowen knew was that Su Chen had already left the common room. Even when renovating the hotel, Su Chen, He Wang, and the others had considered safety issues. They had opened a door outside the common room. Through this door, they could reach the hotel's external emergency staircase. By this time, Su Chen had already reached the upper floor of the hotel via the emergency staircase, since He Wang, Sun Yuan, and the others were already in the common room. The enemy had merely come up to search briefly, and after confirming that this floor was clear, they retreated. Relying on his familiarity with the terrain, Su Chen moved briskly through the corridor. He slowly descended the stairs. As he turned the corner, Su Chen saw Biao, Gao Xiangjuan, Xia Bowen, and the others, hiding behind the wall, peering in. Su Chen's eyes grew icy cold. He raised his rifle, and the next moment, he pulled the trigger, but perhaps Biao wasn't destined to die. At that moment, a subordinate suddenly approached and blocked the bullet for Biao. Bang! Biao and the others were startled by the sudden sound of gunfire. Seeing Su Chen around the corner, Biao instinctively dodged to the side. Su Chen didn't hesitate, pulling the trigger without stopping. Bang, bang, bang. A bullet struck Biao, sending blood splattering everywhere. Intense pain instantly washed over Biao, and he even dropped the gun in his hand. But to stay alive, he had to endure the pain and stumble towards the stairs to the next floor. Su Chen had no intention of pursuing Biao. His gun was already pointed at Gao Xiangjuan and Xia Bowen. Gao Xiangjuan, Xia Bowen, and several other bosses were also killed in the hail of gunfire. In just a few moments, Su Chen had wiped out all the surviving team leaders. The nearby underlings were so frightened that they quickly dropped their weapons and begged for mercy from Su Chen. Su Chen stepped forward and picked up the pistol that Biao had dropped, finally feeling relieved. Your boss is dead. If you want to survive, surrender quickly. Su Chen shouted to the underlings in the corridor. Kill him and avenge the bosses. A few loyal young men, weapons raised, charged at Su Chen. You're asking for your own death. Su Chen snorted coldly, raised his rifle, and fired a few shots. The men fell to the ground. That's the good thing about being young. You can fall asleep the moment you lie down. Su Chen shook his head, looked at the others, and shouted, Who else? Ding ding ding. The remaining survivors dropped their weapons. You're kidding. In terms of skill, Su Chen could kill Zhao Xiong with a few strikes. In terms of equipment, Su Chen was armed with a rifle and a pistol strapped to his waist. Biao's life or death was unknown, and Gao Xiangjuan, Xia Bowen, and the others were all dead. How desperate were they to refuse to surrender and fight Su Chen head-on? Chapter 124. In a short while, the weapons of the survivors were confiscated. They were also tied up with ropes by Sun Yuan and He Wang and locked in a nearby room. Just then, Zhou Xinhong, from the rooftop, reported over the intercom, Boss Su, bad news. A large number of zombies are charging this way. Just then, the two sides engaged in a fierce battle, with explosions, shouts, and gunfire. How could such a commotion not attract zombies? Thankfully, the Yulton Hotel's defenses hadn't completely collapsed. Brother Sun, take your men to the first floor of the hotel, and quickly seal the broken windows. Don't let the zombies in. Su Chen commanded in a deep voice. Yes, Boss Su. Sun Yuan called a few of his men to follow him downstairs. Su Chen looked at He Wang again. Brother He, take a few people and clean up the battlefield. Yes. He Wang nodded in agreement and had his woman, Wu Li, and several others help clean up the room. Not long after, the blown-out windows on the first floor were sealed again by Sun Yuan and his men. He Wang, Wu Li, and the others also cleaned up the battlefield upstairs. Next, it was time to deal with the prisoners. The original enemy attack had numbered about 150 to 60 men. After a fierce battle, fewer than 100 remained. Most of the survivors who died were killed by Su Chen alone. Even so, the remaining survivors, squatting in the corner, filled the common room to the brim. Under their awed gazes, Su Chen slowly approached them. Li Dong was very considerate. He pulled a chair over and asked Su Chen to sit down. Who among you is the leader? Su Chen lit a cigarette and took a drag. His tired body, stimulated by the nicotine, felt much more relaxed. Everyone greedily inhaled Su Chen's second-hand smoke. Then their eyes turned to the several large men in the crowd. Su Chen frowned. Drag them out. Yes. Li Dong and a few others rushed forward like wolves and tigers, pulling the men out. Aside from them, are there anyone else? Su Chen asked again. Everyone's eyes turned to the other few people. Slowly, a total of about 10 people were pulled out. They were all close associates of leaders like Biao, Gao Xiangjuan, and Xia Bowen. Su Chen then questioned them again and pulled out the survivors, who had good relationships with these people. Whether it was the people who had been caught or the remaining survivors, they were all terrified, unsure how Su Chen would deal with them. Kill them all, Su Chen said coldly, pointing at the people who had been caught. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. There were over 20 people there, and Su Chen was just going to kill them. Boss Su, give us a chance. We were all forced into this. Someone quickly begged for mercy. If I lose today, will you give me a chance? Everyone was speechless. Given Su Chen's relationship with the survivors, if Biao's side had won today, Su Chen's fate would have been horrific. Li Dong, why are you still standing there? Su Chen shouted in a deep voice. Li Dong didn't hesitate either, and along with his companions, he raised his swords. Faced with the slaughter, the leader's closest associates still tried to resist, but they were bound with ropes, unable to move. A moment later, they were all dispatched by Li Dong and his men. Over 20 bodies lay scattered on the ground, and the pungent smell of blood filled the room. Looking at the bloody scene, He Wang and Sun Yuan looked with pity. But they said nothing. For they knew full well that this was a doomsday world where the strong prey on the weak. To survive, they had to become more brutal than others. According to Su Chen's instructions, Li Dong and his men stabbed the men in the heart, sparing their heads. After dispatching the closest associates, Su Chen turned his gaze to the others. Everyone shuddered, their hearts filled with fear. They wondered what Su Chen would do to them. But to their surprise, Su Chen smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Don't be afraid. I won't kill you, and I allow you to join my team." Hearing this, everyone's faces were filled with shock, a bit unable to believe their ears. In reality, most of the survivors didn't really want to fight Su Chen to death. They simply wanted to obtain supplies and survive. Without any help, they had no choice but to follow the orders of Biao, Gao Xiangjuan, and others and attack the Yulton Hotel. But now that Su Chen had allowed them to join, they wouldn't have to go hungry anymore. So was there any point in fighting? What are you standing there for? Hurry up and meet Boss Su, Li Dong said from the side. Everyone finally reacted and hurriedly said, "Greetings, Boss Su." Su Chen saw this, a satisfied smile playing on his face. Previously, he had been reluctant to accept these survivors because of ambitious bosses like Biao and Gao Xiangjuan. Now, these bosses were either dead or on the run. Their trusted associates had been rounded up and executed. The remaining survivors could still be incorporated into the team. After all, building a survivor base would require a large number of manpower. As for the food issue, Su Chen's storage space was stocked with nearly unlimited instant noodles and compressed biscuits. Since he didn't like to eat them himself, he might as well just give them to the survivors. At any rate, the only thing he needed was to prevent them from starving to death. After the extreme cold passed, he would provide farm tools and seeds, allowing them to fend for themselves. Thanks to the joint efforts of He Wang and Sun Yuan, all the survivors had been registered. There were now 113 people at the Yulton Hotel. Su Chen also re-established the rules, dividing the survivors in the team into 4 levels. New survivors were all ranked first. They had minimal rations, barely enough to ensure basic survival. The second level consisted of those who had previously joined Su Chen's team. Their treatment was slightly better than the first level. The third level consisted of those who had made significant contributions, such as Zhou Xinhong and Li Dong. They received better food, as well as winter clothing, compound crossbows, and other sophisticated equipment. The fourth level belonged to the leadership class, currently consisting of only He Wang and Sun Yuan. Compared to the survivors in the first and second levels, the leadership class's treatment was practically heaven. As for Su Chen, as the one who set the rules, he naturally didn't belong to any of these classes. After finishing all this, Sun Yuan approached. "Boss Su, that kid Biao isn't dead. Should we track him down to his lair and—" A fierce look crossed his face, and he made a click gesture. Chapter 125. Yes, Boss Su. A great man once said, "It's better to pursue the enemy with your remaining courage than to seek fame by imitating the tyrant." He Wang, standing by, echoed this sentiment. Whether it was him, Sun Yuan, or veteran survivors like Zhou Xinhong, they all harbored a deep hatred for Ah Biao. Now that Ah Biao's men had been annihilated, and he himself was seriously injured, it was the perfect time to eliminate him and exact revenge. Okay, let's go together. Destroying Ah Biao sooner would give them peace of mind. So Su Chen nodded and agreed. He left He Wang behind to manage the hotel. He and Sun Yuan gathered 7 or 8 people and loaded their equipment. Thankfully, after a while, the zombies outside gradually dispersed. Su Chen and his group easily left the hotel and headed towards Ah Biao's lair. Besides his own men, Su Chen also brought along one of Ah Biao's subordinates. Led by this subordinate, the group easily reached Ah Biao's lair. Su Chen's shot landed squarely in Ah Biao's abdomen. Though it didn't hit a vital part, it left him extremely weak. He struggled to stay together and fled back to the camp. Xiao Mei was shocked to see Ah Biao in such a miserable state and rushed to treat him. After digging out the bullet, Xiao Mei used alcohol to disinfect Ah Biao. Though a tough man, Ah Biao couldn't help but growl as Xiao Mei poured alcohol on the wound. Xiao Mei didn't dare say anything more and quickly bandaged Ah Biao's wound. After everything was taken care of, Xiao Mei cautiously said, "Brother Biao, what happened?" "We lost." Ah Biao sighed and recounted the battle. Xiao Mei's face paled instantly. She had never imagined Su Chen could be so formidable. "Then, what should we do?" "Pack your things, and let's prepare to escape." Ah Biao forced himself to speak. He fled wounded, while Gao Xiangjuan, Xia Bowen, and the others were killed on the spot. None of the remaining survivors have returned yet. They were either killed by Su Chen or captured. There was no point in staying here any longer. "Ah, good." Xiao Mei quickly stood up and went to pack her things. Thankfully, Ah Biao had a sense of crisis and always kept useful supplies stored away. So, Xiao Mei had no trouble getting everything ready. Just then, a faint sound of something falling could be heard from outside. Ah Biao's heart skipped a beat, and he instantly sensed something was amiss. He glanced at Xiao Mei, who was completely oblivious, and said calmly, "Mayor, go ahead and call all my minions over." "Okay, Brother Biao." Xiao Mei didn't think twice before getting up and pushing the door open. After she left, Ah Biao, suppressing the pain, grabbed his backpack and quickly headed for another door. To capture Su Chen, Ah Biao mobilized his entire team. Besides Xiao Mei, there were only 5 or 6 survivors in the camp. When Su Chen and his men entered the hotel, they saw the survivors warming themselves by the fire. Seeing Su Chen and his men barge in, they froze for a moment, instinctively reaching for their weapons. But Sun Yuan and his men were quicker, raising their compound crossbows. Swish, swish, swish. After a volley of fire, the survivors collapsed to the ground, dead. "Check the surroundings," Su Chen ordered. "Yes." Before Sun Yuan and the others could move, they heard footsteps. A slender figure entered the hall. It was Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei was stunned for a moment, then panicked and turned to run. "Wait!" Su Chen held down Sun Yuan's compound crossbow and sneered, "Catch them alive." "Yes." Sun Yuan called his men and hurried after Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei hadn't expected Su Chen to come to her door. She trotted back to the room. "Brother Biao, this isn't good." Before Xiao Mei could finish her words, she froze. The room was empty. Not only was Ah Biao gone, but even the backpack she had just packed, filled with supplies, was gone. Even if Xiao Mei was dumb, she realized at this point that Ah Biao had abandoned her and fled on his own. "Ah Biao, you bastard!" Xiao Mei cursed, and just as she was about to turn and run, Sun Yuan and his men caught up and pinned her to the ground. "Xiao Mei, long time no see." Su Chen slowly walked in, smiling. Su Chen, I was wrong. Please forgive me. You can ask me to do anything. I be your dog, woof woof woof." Without Ah Biao's protection, Xiao Mei panicked and fell to the ground, begging Su Chen for mercy. But Su Chen didn't bother to waste time talking. He said in a deep voice, "Where's Ah Biao?" I don't know. That scumbag just ran away." The mention of Ah Biao infuriated Xiao Mei, who erupted in curses. Su Chen didn't believe her and ordered Sun Yuan to lead a thorough search. Only after ensuring Ah Biao had truly escaped did he feel relieved. "You two take her back first, and the rest of you gather the remaining supplies." "Yes, Boss Su." When Su Chen returned to the Yulton Hotel, the 2 women from Normadison had already emerged. Lin Yingying was treating the injured survivors. Seeing Su Chen return, Lu Linger hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. "Ah Chun." I know my limits, Su Chen said calmly. He naturally understood that Lu Linger was referring to Xiao Mei. Hearing Su Chen's words, Lu Linger didn't dare to say anything. They arrived in the next room, where Xiao Mei lay bound and tied up on the floor. Seeing Lu Linger, her eyes instantly brightened. Linger, we're good sisters. Please help me, begged Su Chen. Hearing this, Lu Linger's face showed reluctance. Thankfully, she remembered Su Chen's training and simply bit her lip, remaining silent. Su Chen was quite satisfied with Lu Linger's performance. It seemed his previous training had paid off. Xiao Mei, did you ever imagine you end up like this? Thinking back to her past life, Xiao Mei had nearly killed herself in a desperate attempt to save her own life. Thinking back to this life, Xiao Mei had colluded with a Biao and tried to kill him multiple times. At that moment, Su Chen felt an indescribable sense of relief. Xiao Mei was speechless, her gaze fixed on Lu Linger beside her. They had come to Phoenix Mountain together. Yet at this moment, their situations were worlds apart. Although A Biao hadn't treated Xiao Mei unfairly, how much better could Xiao Mei's treatment be in the apocalypse? Her appearance was haggard, her skin rough, and her clothes tattered. Lu Linger, on the other hand, grew increasingly radiant and beautiful under Su Chen's care. Chapter 126. Xiao Mei felt ashamed of herself, and hatred for Su Chen and Lu Linger welled up in her heart. They had clearly come from the same place, so why was Lu Linger living such a peaceful life? It was all Su Chen's fault. She had stripped naked and come to him, yet Su Chen still refused her, but Xiao Mei's life was still in Su Chen's hands. She didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction, instead adopting a humble and fawning expression. Su Chen, I was wrong. No, you don't know you were wrong, you just know you're going to die. Su Chen took out a dagger and handed it to Lu Linger. Lu Linger was slightly stunned, confused by what Su Chen meant. She and A Biao have conspired many times to kill me. Now you kill her to prove your loyalty to me, Su Chen said calmly. Lu Linger's eyes widened at this. As a weak woman, she wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken, let alone a person. Now, asking her to kill her former best friend, Xiao Mei, was a difficult decision for her to make, but Su Chen's attitude was resolute. For a moment, Lu Linger was at a loss as to what to do. Su Chen sneered, hugged Lu Linger from behind, and then, holding her hand, slowly approached Xiao Mei with a knife in hand. Seeing the situation was hopeless, Xiao Mei suddenly lost hope. Su Chen, you stinking man, you filthy bastard. And Lu Linger, you stinking bitch. Lu Linger, who had initially been reluctant, was immediately enraged by Xiao Mei's angry curses. No longer hesitating, she allowed Su Chen to hold her hand and plunged the dagger into Xiao Mei's chest. Xiao Mei's curses gradually faded and finally died away. Seeing her best friend die at her hands, Lu Linger couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Luckily, she hadn't gotten too close to Xiao Mei back then, which allowed her to return to Su Chen's side. Otherwise, she'd probably die here today too. From now on, you must obey me. Do you understand? Su Chen stroked Lu Linger's hair and whispered in her ear. That's for sure. From now on, I belong to you, inside and out. Lu Linger quickly hugged Su Chen tightly, expressing her loyalty. Very good. Su Chen smiled faintly, turned around, and led Lu Linger out of the room. He asked Li Dong to clean the room and temporarily store Xiao Mei's body in the warehouse, awaiting further mutations. This resounding victory naturally necessitated a reward for the survivors. Su Chen called everyone over, including the newly joined survivors. Li Dong fought hard today, so you be rewarded with a piece of frozen meat. Qin Yu, for your outstanding performance, you be rewarded with a pack of cigarettes. Su Chen had previously looted a large amount of supplies during his trip to Shannon City. In addition, he had just seized a considerable amount from A Biao's lair. So, he distributed the supplies to his men based on their performance as rewards. Watching Li Dong and the others gloating over their rewards, the other survivors in the audience were envious. After rewarding them, Su Chen waved his hand, signaling for silence. Newcomers, rest assured. As long as you abide by the rules and work diligently, and if you make contributions in the future, you will not only receive rewards, but also be promoted to a higher rank. As soon as these words were spoken, the newly joined survivors were suddenly excited. They had some complaints about their treatment, which was not comparable to that of the veterans, but they dared not express it. Now that Su Chen had offered such conditions, it was also giving them a chance for advancement. How could they not be excited? Long live Boss Su. Brother Su is wise. The crowd cheered. Seeing this, Su Chen's eyes flickered with a hint of pride. He knew it well. If he didn't give these newcomers opportunities for advancement, they would eventually become resentful. In that time, dissatisfaction would surely grow, leading to rebellion. But if he set the rules for advancement, no matter how harsh the conditions, these people would only sharpen their minds and find ways to climb up. Such is the inherent weakness of human nature. The lively atmosphere at the Yulton Hotel was different. At this moment, Ah Biao was in a state of extreme hardship. After escaping the camp, he hurried through the snow, foot deep and foot shallow. The situation on Phoenix Mountain was now settled, and Su Chen could be said to have united all the survivors. Staying on the mountain would not only put him in danger from Su Chen, but also put him at risk of being killed by zombies. Forced with no other options, Ah Biao could only consider leaving Phoenix Mountain. Although his supplies would protect him from freezing or starving to death, the nearest city was still 10 to 20 kilometers away. The roads were covered in snow, and with his gunshot wound, it was uncertain whether he could make it out alive. Thankfully, the zombies on Phoenix Mountain had been drawn away by the morning's battle. Ah Biao found no zombies on the road down the mountain. After walking for a while, Ah Biao felt breathless and had to stop to rest. Just then, a low growl suddenly emanated from the corner ahead. Followed by a hideous-looking zombie, it slowly emerged. When the two suddenly collided, Ah Biao was stunned. He had almost left the resort. How could he encounter a zombie? But zombies are thoughtless and don't overthink things. With a roar, it charged towards Ah Biao. Startled, Ah Biao quickly grabbed a nearby fire axe. Thankfully, the road was slippery due to the heavy snow. As the zombie rushed in front of Ah Biao, it slipped and fell. Ah Biao, overjoyed, raised his axe and struck the zombie's head hard. Crack! The zombie's head instantly shattered, its brain tissue spilling onto the ground. After killing the zombie, Ah Biao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he pulled out his fire axe, he suddenly noticed a grayish-white stone in the zombie's head. What was that? Ah Biao frowned and took out the grayish-white stone. He examined it carefully for a while, but couldn't make out anything. When Ah Biao and Zhao Xiong had previously helped Su Chen hunt zombies, Su Chen had specifically instructed them to keep the zombies as intact as possible. So, while they were killing the zombies through the head, they also tried not to damage their brain tissue. Despite having hunted so many zombies, Ah Biao had no idea that zombies contained energy crystals. Suddenly, Ah Biao felt a warm sensation in his lower abdomen. He reached in and felt it, and it was immediately covered in blood. The wound Xiao Mei had sutured when they had just killed the zombie had come undone. I'm done for. Ah Biao, already weak, was now panting even more. He sat down and leaned against a tree, feeling that this was the place where he would die today. Just then, the blood from Ah Biao's hand accidentally stained the energy crystal. Chapter 127. Next, something astonished Ah Biao. After the energy crystal came into contact with Ah Biao's blood, it suddenly heated up slightly. Before Ah Biao could react, it turned into tiny particles of powder and sank into his body. Huh? Ah Biao jumped up with a start, instinctively looking down at his body. But after looking over and over for a long time, he couldn't find anything wrong. At this moment, Ah Biao suddenly felt something was wrong. Just a moment ago, his wound had been excruciatingly painful, but now he felt nothing at all. Ah Biao quickly reached into his pants and touched the wound. To his surprise, the original wound had vanished without a trace. What was going on? Ah Biao ignored the cold and instinctively lifted his clothes. His injured abdomen was now perfectly flat, as if he hadn't been hit by the bullet. If it weren't for the bloodstains still staining his clothes, Ah Biao would have thought he was dreaming. He stretched his body and felt no discomfort. In fact, he felt that both his strength and speed had improved slightly compared to before. Could it be because of that off-white stone? Ah Biao fell into deep thought. He had previously been curious about what Su Chen needed the zombie corpses for. What exactly was it that he needed to break up? He had discussed this with Xiao Mei, Zhao Xiong, and the others, and they had all assumed that Su Chen was probably conducting some shady biochemical experiment. But today, it seemed very likely that Su Chen was after the off-white stone in the zombie's head. This Lao Lu is truly insidious. Let us risk our lives while you reap the benefits. Ah Biao cursed inwardly. He dressed himself again, glanced at Phoenix Mountain behind him, and continued down the mountain. After Su Chen united the remaining survivors, Phoenix Mountain finally fell into a rare tranquility. Of course, Su Chen wasn't idle during this time. On the one hand, he had He Wang and Sun Yuan continuously brainwash the newly joined survivors. On the other hand, he kept a close eye on the warehouse in Area B. The bodies of people like Gao Xiangyuan and Xia Bowen were still piled up in the warehouse. Su Chen was not only interested in the energy crystals in their heads, but also in studying the transformation of corpses into zombies. Based on his observations during this period, he was certain that what the scientists of his previous life had said was true. Any survivors who were still alive before the rainstorm had essentially been infected with the zombie virus. The zombie virus at this stage should be suppressed by the human immune system and not immediately activated. But after death, the zombie virus would take over the body. Under normal circumstances, it takes approximately 12 to 24 hours for a person to transform into a zombie. Under low temperatures, this process is significantly prolonged. Zombies transformed after natural death seem to carry a more virulent zombie virus. A human bitten by one of these will transform into a zombie within 1 to 6 hours. This means that as the zombie virus continues to infect, the transformation speeds up. In the end, even after being bitten, it won't take even 5 minutes for a person to transform into a zombie. Suchin carefully stored away the recorded results. Regardless, these were rare resources. After completing his observations, Suchin mercilessly ripped open every zombie. This time was a pity. From over 80 corpses, Suchin only harvested a dozen or so energy crystals. He still had a long way to go before he could upgrade his RV and strengthen his body. Also, during this process, Suchin keenly noticed that corpses that had been stronger in life had a higher chance of yielding energy crystals. So, in the future, he should hunt more zombies that looked stronger. Suchin pondered thoughtfully. Over the next few days, Suchin began arranging his men to go out and hunt zombies. Previously, he had felt that this was too dangerous, and it was unwise to let his men die in vain. But now, with so many new survivors in the team, Suchin had no problem sending them off to die. Besides, these people were eager to receive missions from Suchin and advance their ranks. Thus, a vigorous zombie extermination campaign unfolded on Phoenix Mountain. The zombies, who had previously held the advantage in numbers, were instantly decimated. Although they were fearless and physically superior to humans, they were still no match for humans, who knew how to use tools and traps. In less than 2 weeks, the zombies on Phoenix Mountain were nearly completely wiped out. Of course, there were also many survivors who, due to their carelessness, were bitten by zombies, which gave Suchin a lot of energy points. Finally, this day came. When the survivors left, they couldn't find a single zombie, effectively declaring the mountain's zombies completely wiped out. Including the ones he previously acquired, Suchin had a total of 136 energy crystals. That's 136 energy points. This time, Suchin didn't choose to upgrade his RV. Because no matter how much it upgraded, it wouldn't significantly improve his own strength. Strengthening his body, however, was different. It was a real improvement. Strengthen my body, Suchin muttered to himself. After consuming 100 energy points, the familiar feeling returned. A warm current flowed from his crown, spreading to his limbs. Unlike last time, this time, the warmth lasted a bit longer. After the warmth dissipated, Suchin stretched his body. Although he hadn't yet put it into actual combat, he was already certain that his strength had increased significantly. Ding, after system testing, the host's current physical fitness and combat power rating are G+. Wow, after 2 enhancements, it's gone up a small level. From this perspective, it seems that his goal of upgrading to S level isn't too far off. But Suchin soon realized that his vision was too short-sighted. The energy points required for the next enhancement had jumped to 300. Suchin was speechless. He had killed so many zombies on Phoenix Mountain, and had only accumulated less than 300 energy points. Now, for the next enhancement, he needed 300 points. How long would it take him to accumulate that energy? Suchin sighed. Well, it seems he should prepare early and leave Phoenix Mountain. After all, the zombies here have been completely wiped out. Only by going to the big cities can he find more zombies and obtain energy crystals. Thinking of this, Suchin's gaze grew firm. Chapter 128. Suchin slowly opened his eyes and saw Lin Yingying and Lu Linger sleeping beside him. A satisfied smile crossed his face. It had to be said. After his physical fitness had been enhanced, it wasn't just his combat prowess that was enhanced. At his current level, even if he fought until dawn, he could still remain energetic and not feel the slightest bit sleepy. This was a pleasant surprise. It was a pity that this method couldn't be passed on to Yiwang, or else he would have thanked him. Suchin got up, washed up, and slowly opened the car door, stepping out. Although it was still icy and snowy outside, the view was a pristine white. But what was remarkable was that the sun was out today. From this point of view, the temperature should gradually rise. Suchin pondered as he arrived at the hotel in front. Since the rainstorm, the survivors hadn't seen the sun. Today, the sun finally broke out. Although the temperature was still very cold, everyone gathered at the window, chatting excitedly. Seeing Suchin arrive, they quickly stopped talking and greeted him. Boss Su. Good morning, Brother Su. Suchin nodded in response. He entered the conference room, where He Wang, Sun Yuan, Zhou Xinhong, and others were discussing something. After exchanging pleasantries, Suchin took a seat. He Wang smiled and asked, Brother Su, the sun is out now. Are the extreme cold and blizzards soon to be over? The others nearby looked at Suchin expectantly. If the extreme cold was over, everyone would be able to grow crops and their living conditions would improve. Not to mention, they would be able to leave Phoenix Mountain and see what was happening outside. But Suchin's words poured cold water on them. The extreme cold is still a long way off. Of all the apocalyptic weather types, the extreme cold lasted the longest. The high temperatures and heavy rain combined lasted less than 4 months. The extreme cold apocalypse, however, lasted for over 6 months. Even when Suchin was killed in his previous life, the extreme cold hadn't completely ended. And Suchin had no idea what other apocalyptic weather conditions would follow the extreme cold. Okay. Everyone couldn't help but look disappointed upon hearing this. Brother He, I plan to leave Phoenix Mountain today, Suchin said softly. Ah? How long do you plan to be gone? He Wang asked, slightly startled. I don't know, at least a month or more. Suchin wasn't sure how long he would need, either. He needed to hunt zombies to further upgrade his RV and strengthen his combat capabilities. Hearing this, He Wang and the others felt a pang of anxiety. They survived until now thanks to the supplies Suchin provided. If Suchin leaves, what will they do next? Don't worry, Brother He. I leave you enough supplies before I leave. Suchin noticed the worry in He Wang and the others' faces and chuckled. Besides that, I also leave you some farm tools and crop seeds. When the weather is right, you organize a team to reclaim the land and achieve self-sufficiency. Originally, Suchin's plan was to establish a survivor base with He Wang and the others. But plans can't keep up with changes. Now that he needs to upgrade his systems, he naturally can't stay in Phoenix Mountain any longer. He had left enough supplies for He Wang and the other survivors, which was considered his utmost kindness. As for the future of the survivors of Phoenix Mountain, that depended entirely on their own luck. He Wang, Sun Yuan, and the others exchanged glances, feeling a sense of heaviness in their hearts. For some time now, they had grown accustomed to Suchin's leadership. Now that Suchin was leaving, what would they do? But Suchin didn't care what He Wang and the others thought. While their friendship remained acceptable, for Suchin, improving his own strength was paramount. He gave a few more instructions, nodded to He Wang, and motioned for him to leave with him. Brother Su, why so sudden? He Wang followed Suchin out of the meeting room, unable to resist a sigh. Suchin didn't answer, but instead smiled and patted his shoulder. Brother He, from now on, you and Brother Sun will lead this place. Don't let me down. He paused, then whispered, but don't worry, I leave you the pistol for self-defense. In addition to the pistol, Suchin also had a rifle, a sniper rifle, and a pistol. Given their friendship, he planned to give the pistol to He Wang to ensure his leadership position within the team. He Wang knew how important a gun was in the apocalypse. He nodded heavily and said solemnly, Okay, thank you, Brother Su. Brother Su, don't worry. No matter when you come back, you will always be the leader of our team. Suchin simply smiled. After parting ways with He Wang, he found an empty warehouse and, on a whim, opened the storage space. Suchin took out a large pile of instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and self-heating hot pots from the space. This food almost filled the entire warehouse, enough for He Wang and his men to use for 6 months. In addition, Suchin also kept other important supplies, such as solar generators and walkie-talkies. Having done this, Suchin felt that it was sufficient. If it weren't for the bond he had with He Wang and his men during their past battles together, he would have driven away long ago. After completing all preparations, Suchin returned to Normadison. Lu Linger and Lin Yingying had been informed in advance that they would be leaving Phoenix Mountain today. So they got up early and packed up the car to prevent anything from slipping while driving. Master, are we ready to go? Lu Linger asked. Yes, we are. Suchin smiled, pushed open the door connecting the front and the body of the car, and entered the driver's seat. As he started the RV, the engine roared. In the hotel, the survivors who had heard the noise gathered at the windows. They watched the Nomadison disappear into the distance. Long before setting off, Suchin had the Nomadison's tires replaced with crawler tires specifically for snow. So, while driving on the snow, there was no sign of slipping. The Nomadison's cab was also quite spacious. Suchin sat in the driver's seat driving. Lu Linger sat behind him, constantly feeding him fruit and snacks. Lin Yingying was in the passenger seat, operating the drone. Her job was to use the drone to observe the surrounding situation. If he spotted any zombies, Suchin would stop and eliminate them. However, the zombies on Phoenix Mountain had been completely eliminated. Throughout the journey, Lin Yingying hadn't spotted any zombies. Because the snow was too dangerous, Suchin didn't dare drive too fast. It was not until noon that Medicine arrived at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 129. After enjoying a sumptuous lunch prepared by Lu Linger, Suchin took out a map and began to study it. According to the map, Shannon City was the closest city to Phoenix Mountain. But the road to Shannon City also stretched to several counties and towns. Suchin pondered for a moment and decided to visit these counties first. So he restarted the Medicine and drove across the vast snowy landscape. Due to the heavy snow, the original roads and signposts had disappeared. Thankfully, Suchin had GPS to guide him, so he didn't get lost. Soon, they arrived at a small county town called Tangchung. According to the data on the computer, Tangchung was a medium-sized county town with an urban population of approximately 500,000. In normal times, this would be considered a large population. Yet, from a distance, Tangchung looked as quiet as a ghost town. Most of the urban area was covered in thick snow. Only the newly built tall residential buildings could be seen. Suchin didn't rush in, but instead found a safer spot outside the city. After parking the Medicine, he retrieved his DJI drone. Before the apocalypse, Suchin had purchased a large number of drones, all top-of-the-line models. With a few minor modifications, they could be used on the battlefield. Suchin remotely controlled the drone, flying it toward Tang City. From the air, Tang City looked deserted and empty, with no sign of human activity. Strange. This place has a population of hundreds of thousands. Even if the majority of the population perished in the apocalypse, there wouldn't be any survivors, right? Suchin thought this as he piloted the drone around again. But he still found nothing, whether survivors or zombies. Suchin couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. While he was controlling the drone, on his way back, he suddenly spotted a group of about 20 zombies gathered in a residential area. Against the white snow, these hideous-looking zombies stood out. Suchin's heart raced with joy. He quickly pressed a button, lowering the drone's altitude while making a series of noises. At the sound, the zombies below instantly became agitated, like hornets whose nest had been disturbed. They glared at the drone fiercely and chased it frantically. Thankfully, Suchin had kept the drone's altitude reasonably high. The zombies couldn't reach it, so they could only follow it in vain. After a while, Suchin had lured the zombie horde outside the county town. "Wait for me in the car. Do not leave until you hear from me," Suchin instructed. The two girls nodded obediently. Suchin, fully equipped, slowly pushed open the car door, emerging into the icy world outside. A drone hovered in midair, emitting a constant rumble. The zombies below were furious, leaping and hopping, trying to catch the drone. Seeing their attention riveted by it, they were all captivated by it. Suchin raised his compound crossbow and pulled the trigger. Swish! 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 Suchin unleashed a barrage of arrows, instantly knocking down several zombies. Seeing their companions fall, some zombies instinctively searched for their comrades. When they spotted Suchin, they immediately let out a howling roar and charged at him recklessly. Although there were only a dozen or so zombies in total, their charge was as powerful as that of a mighty army. Even though Suchin had hunted many zombies before, seeing the scene still made him nervous. As he watched the zombies approach, he subconsciously tightened his grip on his Nepali machete. Suchin's adrenaline surged. Here it comes! The first zombie opened its arms and lunged at him. In that instant, time seemed to slow down several times. Suchin could clearly see the zombie's tattered face. He could smell the stench of its mouth. He instinctively dodged the attack, and the Nepali machete slashed across the zombie's neck. Crack! The zombie's head fell to the ground, rolling several times. Suchin had no time to deal with it, because the second zombie lunged at him. He raised his head and feet, and kicked it hard. The zombie was kicked in the chest by Suchin, sending it flying back several meters. At the same time, the zombie horde behind them also rushed over. Surrounded by so many zombies, Suchin's fear vanished. He felt his blood boiling, and his fighting spirit ignited within him. Suchin seemed to be taking in everything around him. He could even feel the movements of the zombies behind him. Under such circumstances, with his astonishing agility, Suchin maneuvered through the narrow space like a loach. Those zombies attacking instinctively couldn't touch Suchin at all. Instead, every time he swung his sword, a head fell, chopped off. The entire battle lasted less than 10 minutes. Suchin dispatched over 20 zombies with ease. Suchin showed no signs of fatigue. though his breathing became heavier. Looking at the zombies scattered across the ground, he couldn't help but feel a sense of surprise. Is this the power he's gained after strengthening? Truly terrifying. After waiting for his excitement to subside, Suchin placed his Nepali machete into his storage compartment and retrieved a fire axe. He slowly walked forward, cracking the fallen zombie heads one by one. In the end, the zombies brought Suchin a total of 11 energy crystals. Including the remaining energy, Suchin now had a total of 49 energy points. While he still had a long way to go before strengthening his body again, the system upgrades were comparable. Suchin didn't bother to clean up the battlefield and returned to the RV. The two women breathed a sigh of relief to see that he was safe and sound, and hurriedly served him tea and water, asking about his well-being. Suchin planned to rest for a while before continuing his zombie hunt. He asked Lin Yingying to control the drone and search for the zombies, while he leaned back on the sofa and enjoyed himself. Just then, Suchin suddenly remembered that after the last system upgrade, there was an option to increase the space in the RV. With a sudden thought, he called out to the system. Consume 10 energy points to increase the space in the RV. But after the energy was consumed, Suchin didn't feel any increase in space inside the RV. What was going on? He frowned slightly, as if remembering something, and went to the second floor. Sure enough, the space on the second floor had increased by almost half compared to before. I wonder what it would look like from outside with so much space added out of thin air. Suchin hurried out of the nomadison. From the outside, the nomadison didn't seem out of place due to the extra space. Chapter 130. Looking at it this way, as long as we add more space in the future, even building a grand villa wouldn't be impossible. Suchin chuckled, not taking it too seriously. After all, the space in nomadison was already more than enough for him, Lu Linger, and Lin Yingying. Even expanding it to a grand villa wouldn't make much sense to him. Does he have to keep collecting women and build a huge harem? Suchin had just returned to the RV when he heard Lin Yingying calling out, Master, look, there are a few zombies here. Suchin took the drone remote control from Lin Yingying. The screen showed a residential area with a dozen zombies wandering around. As usual, Suchin used the drone to make noise. The zombies were attracted by the noise and followed the drone, growling and chasing. Just when Suchin thought everything was about to go smoothly like last time, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, a zombie leaped out of the window of a nearby building. This zombie's physical features were clearly different from the others. Its body was more robust, and its skin was a grayish-white, unlike the other zombies' decayed appearance. When Suchin first saw it, he didn't notice anything unusual. But what happened next left him gaping in astonishment. This zombie sprinted, more than twice as fast as the others. Even more astonishingly, it managed to use a nearby tree to leap with all its might. It even captured the drone in midair. The last thing Suchin saw was the zombie tearing the drone to pieces. Is this still a zombie? Lin Yingying, who had witnessed the entire incident, stuttered. Suchin didn't respond, instead lost in thought. That thing just now was definitely a zombie, but its performance was truly terrifying. The drone was flying at an altitude of about 3 meters. Although it was using the trees for support, the fact that the zombie was able to shoot it down was enough to prove its uniqueness. In that case, there was no need to fight this zombie to the death. Suchin had bought hundreds of drones in total. The loss of one was nothing to him. That zombie had shown itself to be so formidable, a head-on confrontation with it could be dangerous. Suchin only wanted the energy crystal, there was no need to take risks. But then, a thought suddenly struck him. Since only zombies, who were physically strong in life, had energy crystals in their heads. So, could such a powerful zombie possibly contain higher-level energy crystals, potentially worth more energy points? But this was all Suchin's own conjecture. He didn't intend to verify it immediately, but rather to observe the zombie. So he sent out another drone to investigate. This time, Suchin learned his lesson. He flew the drone to a height beyond the reach of the zombies. He planned to use the high-powered camera to observe the unique zombie. After a while, Suchin piloted the drone back to the same spot. The group of zombies didn't disperse immediately, but instead swarmed around the crash site. In their midst, the unique zombie was trawling through the drone's parts. At that moment, it suddenly raised its head, as if it had heard something. A pair of silent, emotionless eyes fixed on Suchin's drone. It even roared. Even though they were far apart, Suchin was still startled by its gaze. This was definitely not an ordinary zombie. Suchin reaffirmed his thoughts. The zombie in the image seemed to sense that it couldn't touch the second drone. It growled a few times, dropped the drone parts in its hand, and staggered towards the building it had come from. The other zombies it encountered along the way seemed to be afraid of it, even giving way to it. Seeing this, Suchin's jaw dropped. You have to know, zombies have no conscious thoughts. Their only instinct was to attack humans, devour flesh, and spread the virus. Yet, those ordinary zombies actually felt a sense of superiority and inferiority towards that special zombie. This completely overturned Suchin's understanding. By the time he came to his senses, that special zombie had already retreated back into the building. Only the other ordinary zombies were left, roaming around outside. Suchin called the other zombies ordinary zombies. That special zombie, he called it a mutant zombie. Based on his previous observations, Suchin summarized the characteristics of the mutant zombies. First, the mutant zombies' physical functions were much more powerful than those of ordinary zombies. This was reflected not only in speed and jumping ability, but also in its senses. Second, it seemed to possess a certain level of intelligence. Third, in its presence, ordinary zombies would be intimidated. So, is it possible that the mutant zombie could command and direct ordinary zombies? Regardless, Suchin was certain that this mutant zombie wasn't going to be easy to deal with. Just as he was considering whether to give up on hunting the mutant zombie, Lin Yingyin, who was piloting the returning drone, suddenly said, "Master, come and see." Suchin was startled for a moment, then quickly walked over to her. The remote control screen showed several figures in a residential building, waving red cloths, as if trying to attract the drone's attention. No matter how devastating the natural disaster, no matter how rampant the zombies, Tang City has a population of hundreds of thousands. How could there be no survivors? Suchin didn't take it seriously, and was about to have Lin Yingyin continue piloting the drone back when an idea struck him. Note their location. The residential building where these survivors were located wasn't far from the mutant zombie. Perhaps he could learn some information about the mutant zombie from them. After memorizing the survivors' locations, Suchin once again fully armed himself and left Normadison. He had no idea how many zombies there were in Tang City, a city with a population of hundreds of thousands. So, he chose to walk instead of riding his snowmobile. After all, Suchin had storage space. If things went wrong, he could immediately retrieve his snowmobile and flee. It wasn't long before Suchin arrived at the residential building. The windows on the floor where the survivors had appeared had been sealed again. It seemed they had given up hope after seeing the drone fly away. Suchin pondered. He circled the building and found a window. Someone had pried a hole in the security net outside. Suchin slipped inside without a hitch. It was a bedroom, extremely messy, with no zombies or survivors. Just as Suchin was about to push the door open to leave, he discovered it had been locked from the outside. Chapter 131. Suchin frowned slightly and exerted a slight force. The door lock, which had been relatively sturdy, was easily broken by him. Suchin then pushed the door open and entered the living room from the bedroom. Compared to the bedroom, the living room was noticeably cleaner. The food packaging on the table showed signs of human activity. At that moment, the bathroom door at the entrance of the house suddenly opened. A young man with a face full of acne emerged, humming a little tune. When he saw Suchin, the uninvited guest, he was stunned. After regaining his composure, he quickly pulled a dagger from his back and asked with trembling hands, Who are you? Don't be nervous, I'm just passing by. Suchin raised his hands to indicate that he meant no harm, and explained, I saw you waving from the drone just now, so I came to check it out. Is that drone yours? Hearing this, the acne-stricken man's face lit up with surprise. Yes, it's mine. Suchin nodded and asked, How many people are there in your building? More than 30. Puffy hesitated for a moment, then tentatively said, Wait here for a moment. I go get the others. Okay, go ahead. Suchin sat down confidently on the sofa. Seeing his composure, Puffy breathed a sigh of relief and turned to walk out. But Puffy didn't completely let his guard down. Before leaving the house, he locked the door and blocked it with some debris. Suchin simply laughed it off. Not long after Puffy left, soft footsteps could be heard from outside. Although the noise wasn't loud, Suchin's keen hearing allowed him to discern that quite a few people were arriving. When the door opened, a dark-faced, large man entered. The pimpled young man from earlier, along with the other survivors, followed him. The once spacious room suddenly felt overcrowded. The survivors at the back were forced to remain in the hallway. Suchin glanced around and noticed that the survivors were mostly young and middle-aged, with no elderly, weak, or sick people to be seen. As he observed them, they too were observing him. When they noticed Suchin's winter clothing, goggles, and other gear, their eyes grew greedy. My name is Wang Xiangbin. What's your name, little brother? The dark-faced man asked tentatively. My name is Suchin, Su Chen introduced himself. So it's Brother Su. The dark-faced, burly man, Wang Xiangbin, nodded and pointed to the acne-prone young man beside him. I heard from Tang Juanqi that the drone just now was yours? Yes, it's mine. Then are you one of the official rescuers? Wang Xiangbin looked at Su Chen with hope. The other survivors also looked expectant. No, I'm just passing through. Su Chen shook his head. His answer undoubtedly poured cold water on everyone present. Wang Xiangbin couldn't hide the disappointment on his face and sighed. You're from outside? Do you know what's going on outside? Tangcheng was just a small county town, nothing compared to the developed Magic City. After the high temperature set in, the city's residents severed contact with the outside world. After so much time had passed, they knew nothing about the outside world. The situation outside isn't very optimistic. Su Chen told Wang Xiangbin and the others everything he knew. The despair on their faces grew even more pronounced after hearing this. With no official action, and the demon city submerged by the sea, this was a stark reminder that the end of the world had arrived. Wang Xiangbin took a deep breath, suppressing his despair. He added, It's freezing outside. How did you get to Tang City, Brother Su? Where are you going? As he spoke, he put his hands behind his back and gestured to Tang Juanqi and the others nearby. Although he couldn't see Wang Xiangbin's movements, Su Chen noticed what Tang Juanqi and the others were doing. Outwardly calm, they feigned indifference as they approached, subtly surrounding Su Chen. Su Chen pretended not to notice and answered Wang Xiangbin. I came from Phoenix Mountain, and I happen to have a snow-capable RV. We stopped here because we didn't have much supplies. I wonder if we could try our luck and search for some food. After hearing Su Chen mention his snow-capable RV, the survivors' eyes lit up. Is that so? Wang Xiangbin nodded and asked, Didn't you see any zombies? I did, but I was careful not to alert them, Su Chen replied. No, you misunderstood. I was talking about a different, special zombie. As Wang Xiangbin spoke, a deep fear flashed across his face. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. Wang Xiangbin must be referring to that mutant zombie. What do you mean, Brother Wang? He feigned confusion. That zombie ate at least dozens of people. Wang Xiangbin sighed deeply, lost in horrific memories. Due to inadequate urban infrastructure, shortly after the high temperatures arrived, Tang City suffered heavy casualties. The subsequent heavy rains, floods, and extreme cold also killed over half of the city's population. Although the extreme cold suppressed the zombie virus, with such a large population, many bodies still transformed into zombies. Most ordinary people never expected to encounter zombies in the real world. Caught off guard, many survivors were infected. Faced with hordes of zombies, the remaining survivors, while no match, could still hold their own. Seizing opportunities, they were able to kill isolated zombies. Unexpectedly, one of the zombies, after feasting on several humans, actually evolved. Its physical functions were far superior to those of humans and ordinary zombies. Ordinary survivors were no match for it. A dozen strongmen once tried to kill it together, but it killed more than half of them. The most terrifying thing was that it didn't wander aimlessly like other zombies. Instead, it would periodically break into residential buildings to search. Once spotted, it would devour them mercilessly. It had already devoured at least 30 or 40 people. After hearing Wang Xiangbin's words, Su Chen suddenly became interested. So that mutant zombie evolved after consuming humans? From this perspective, its evolution was somewhat similar to his own system. After all, it relied on human flesh and blood. He relied on hunting zombies to obtain the energy crystals in their brains. Chapter 132. At this moment, Tang Juanqi and the other survivors had quietly surrounded Su Chen. Brother Su, the world outside is so chaotic. Why don't you just stay? Wang Xiangbin feigned kindness and advised. That's not necessary. It's getting late. I won't bother you anymore, Su Chen said, turning to leave. Seeing this, Wang Xiangbin dropped his pretense and, with a wave of his hand, had Tang Juanqi and the others block Su Chen's path. Su Chen didn't get angry. Instead, he turned to look at Wang Xiangbin and said calmly, What do you mean by this? Nothing. Of course, I want to keep you here as a guest. Wang Xiangbin sneered. If you know what's good for you, hand over all your supplies and your snowmobile. Tang Juanqi waved the dagger in his hand, threateningly. Otherwise, I make you suffer. Interesting. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, a sneer playing at the corners of his mouth. From the moment he met Wang Xiangbin and his men, he sensed something was amiss. Because none of the survivors were old, weak, or sick, they were all strong and robust. There was a high probability that they had all been eaten by them. If you're capable, come and take him. Shame on you. Wang Xiangbin's face darkened, and he growled, capture him. Yes, boss. Tang Juanqi and the others raised their weapons, and charged at Su Chen fiercely. In such a confined space, Wang Xiangbin and his men believed there was no way Su Chen could escape. But little did they know that Su Chen was a ruthless man capable of destroying 20 zombies with one. Facing the oncoming enemy, Su Chen showed no mercy. He lifted his leg and kicked. The man in the lead was sent flying backward, knocking over several of his companions. At the same time, someone lunged at Su Chen from behind. He sidestepped slightly, avoiding the opponent's grasp, and drew his Nepalese machete from his waist. Crack! The survivor's hands were severed at the wrists, and blood spurted out instantly. Even Wang Xiangbin and the others, who had eaten human flesh to survive, were stunned by the gory scene. Su Chen seized the opportunity, pulled a pistol from his waist, and pressed it directly against Wang Xiangbin's head. No! Stop it! Stop it! Holding the black muzzle of the gun, Wang Xiangbin nearly pissed himself. He didn't have the courage to verify whether the gun in Su Chen's hand was real or fake. What? You're not coming up. Su Chen looked at Tang Juanqi with a hint of sneer. No, not going any further. Tang Juanqi, pale, waved his hands and retreated. Su Chen was such a skilled fighter, and he even had a gun in his hand. He might as well be some retired urban warrior king. He was completely out of his mind. He didn't even think about it. How could Su Chen, who could move freely in this apocalyptic world, be just an ordinary person? Brother Su, relax. Don't be nervous. Wang Xiangbin hurriedly tried to comfort Su Chen, fearing that his gun might go off and blow his head off. Get your men out first. With so many people standing here, I get nervous easily. If I get nervous and pull the trigger, you'd be dead. Su Chen said slowly. What are you still standing there for? Didn't you hear what Brother Su said? Wang Xiangbin's face turned green with fear, and he quickly growled at his men. Tang Juanqi and the others exchanged glances before finally leaving the room. Before leaving, they even picked up the two severed hands and closed the door. Brother Su, can we sit down and talk now? Wang Xiangbin asked cautiously. Su Chen then put away his pistol, crossed his legs, and sat down. Wang Xiangbin breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, We were wrong just now. We shouldn't have been greedy. Please be magnanimous. Please forgive us. If you want to leave now, go ahead. No one will stop you. But after hearing this, Su Chen simply smiled and said, Sorry, I'm not leaving. Wang Xiangbin couldn't help but groan inwardly. It's so easy to invite a deity, so hard to send it away. Brother Su, do you have any other requests? As long as you ask, we definitely fulfill your request. Come to think of it, I do have something I'd like to ask you for help with. Su Chen smiled. Wang Xiangbin was stunned for a moment, wanting to slap himself in the face. Why are you so talkative? Brother Su, what's the matter? I'm planning to hunt down that mutant zombie, and I like your help. At the mention of the word mutated zombie, Wang Xiangbin's face turned green. He quickly waved his hands, saying, It's not that I don't want to help. It's just that mutant zombie is just too strong. When we tried to deal with him before, some people had guns, but they couldn't kill him. That's because they were useless. Su Chen interrupted him bluntly, Don't worry, as long as you're willing to help me, I won't treat you unfairly. I have a lot of supplies here, and I can leave them with you when the time comes. If all else fails, I can take you away. Wang Xiangbin's eyes lit up at this. Are you serious? Really? Su Chen nodded, his expression quite sincere. But a subtle sneer played at the corner of his mouth. Can I ask, Brother Su, why did you kill that mutant zombie? Wang Xiangbin asked tentatively. Don't ask about things you shouldn't ask. It's good for you, understand? Su Chen glanced at him, his tone indifferent. Brother Su's teachings are excellent. Wang Xiangbin's heart sank, and he quickly nodded and bowed. Then I go inform them. He walked out of the room, called Tang Juanqi and the others in, and told them what he had talked about with Su Chen. Upon learning that Su Chen had asked them to help hunt the mutant zombie, fear crossed everyone's faces. They knew, of course, how powerful that mutant zombie was. But after hearing that Su Chen would provide them with supplies and take them all away, they were clearly tempted. Because of the zombies outside, they were trapped inside the building, unable to leave and search for supplies. The mutant zombie was still periodically breaking into the residential building and slaughtering the survivors. If they continued here, they would be killed by it sooner or later. Why not follow Su Chen and fight to the death and kill that mutant zombie? I'm willing to do it. I'm willing too. We follow Brother Wang and Brother Su. In a short while, a group of people responded. Seeing this, Wang Xiangbin smiled and said, Brother Su, everything is up to you. Su Chen took command without hesitation. He led Wang Xiangbin and his group to the rooftop of the residential building and observed the situation in the community. Chapter 133. The residential complex where Wang Xiangbin and the others lived was a decent size, with a total of 20 or 30 residential buildings. But according to him, the outer buildings had been completely decimated by the mutant zombies, leaving no survivors. The thick snow had buried the buildings on the ground floor, leaving only the upper floors of the residential buildings exposed. Su Chen carefully surveyed the area, but couldn't find a suitable location. After all, the snow-covered complex seemed too empty. Su Chen led Wang Xiangbin and his group back to the room below. Seeing he remained silent, Wang Xiangbin spoke cautiously. Brother Su, do you have any plans? Not yet. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Su Chen shook his head. The sky was gradually darkening. It would be unwise to confront such a powerful mutant zombie at night. Su Chen planned to return to deal with it early tomorrow morning. Seeing Su Chen leave, Wang Xiangbin and the others hesitated. They were genuinely afraid that Su Chen would just walk away and never return. But Su Chen was such a skilled fighter, and he had a gun in hand. Wang Xiangbin and the others didn't dare stop him. They could only watch him leave, feeling anxious and worried. Though they weren't afraid of Wang Xiangbin and the others, it was always better to be safe than sorry. Su Chen made a detour to ensure he wasn't being followed before returning to the RV. Master, what took you so long? Did something happen? After Su Chen returned, Lin Yingying and Lu Linger hurried over to greet him, their concerns palpable. Su Chen didn't hide anything from them, and briefly recounted his encounter with Wang Xiangbin and the others. Master, Wang Xiangbin and his men are no better than Ah Biao. Why are you cooperating with them? Upon hearing that Wang Xiangbin and the others were planning to attack Su Chen, Lu Linger couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Sister Linger, that's what you don't understand. Master is plotting against them. The more astute Lin Yingying chuckled. Yingying is right. Su Chen nodded slightly. Judging from the mutant zombie's performance, its combat power was far superior to that of ordinary zombies. Not to mention the numerous ordinary zombies surrounding it. Even if Su Chen could kill it alone, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory. To put it bluntly, the reason he sought Wang Xiangbin and the others' help was to use them as cannon fodder. First, let Wang Xiangbin and the others go up and test the mutant zombie's combat power. If it proved too powerful, Su Chen would decisively flee. If Su Chen could withstand the mutant zombie's combat power, then let Wang Xiangbin and the others consume them, and then Su Chen would hunt them down. As for the reward Su Chen offered Wang Xiangbin and the others. What a joke. Even if he changed his mind, would Wang Xiangbin and the others dare to say no? Master, you're so mean. Lu Linger held Su Chen's hand and said with a sweet smile, but I like it. And there's something you like even more. Su Chen smiled wickedly. The next morning, after Su Chen made his preparations, he returned to the apartment building where Wang Xiangbin and the others were staying. Seeing Su Chen, Wang Xiangbin and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Su, how do we proceed? Su Chen had originally planned to take advantage of the terrain. But the neighborhood was too flat, offering no geographical advantages. Then they had to engage the zombies head-on. Wang Xiangbin and the others would first attack the ordinary zombies. After attracting the mutant zombies' attention, they would quickly retreat and lure them back to the residential complex. Su Chen, on the other hand, set up his sniper rifle and, from upstairs, sniped at the mutant zombies. After hearing his plan, Wang Xiangbin's face broke into a smile uglier than tears. Brother Su, you're asking us to attack a group of zombies. Isn't that putting us in a difficult position? With their strength, they could handle a single zombie. But the group surrounding the mutant zombies numbered over a dozen. Not to mention that the mutant zombies were even more terrifying, making them simply beyond their reach. If you don't want to do it, I won't force you. But forget about the supplies, and forget about me taking you away. Su Chen shrugged nonchalantly. With these words, Wang Xiangbin and the others were caught in a dilemma. Do as Su Chen tells them. Their lives are in danger. But if they don't, Su Chen won't give them any supplies or take them away. As the saying goes, the bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. Brother Wang, if you want Su Chen to take us away, this is the only way, Tang Juanqi whispered. Have you seen too many crazy storms? Wang Xiangbin glared at Tang Juanqi unpleasantly, his own thoughts lost. He had to admit that Tang Juanqi had a point. Even in a normal society, to gain something from others, you have to give something in return. Let alone in this apocalyptic world with its twisted humanity, whatever. Even if it wasn't for Su Chen's benefit, but simply to make life easier for himself and the others, he still had to eliminate that zombie. After Wang Xiangbin figured it out, he nodded heavily. Okay, let's do as Brother Su says. Of course. Wang Xiangbin and his men weren't just blindly charging into the zombie horde. He first led his men to dig a deep pit in the open space in the center of the community. Then he laid a tarp and sprinkled snow on top, creating a simple trap. This way, the ordinary zombies chasing after them would fall into the trap. Wang Xiangbin and his men stopped fighting the zombies. Of course, this method only worked against ordinary zombies. It was useless against the mutants. After completing his preparations, Wang Xiangbin gathered all his survivors. They were armed with machetes, baseball bats, and other weapons, some even carrying kitchen knives. This showed that Wang Xiangbin and his men were fully prepared for a fierce battle with the zombies. When they saw Su Chen pull a sniper rifle from his back, they felt much more at ease. With a sniper rifle like that, wouldn't blowing that mutant zombie's head off be a piece of cake? Su Chen thought for a moment, then pulled out 2 plastic bottles and handed them to Wang Xiangbin. Here are these improvised bombs I made. You can use them against that mutant zombie. Su Chen learned this skill from Ah Biao. Although he was using Wang Xiangbin and the others as cannon fodder, his goal was to hunt down the mutant zombies first. Giving Wang Xiangbin the improvised bombs was simply to help them consume more mutant zombies. Holding the plastic bottles, Wang Xiangbin felt like he had found a treasure. Thank you, Brother Su. Alright, it's getting late. You guys should hurry up and act. Su Chen casually instructed, clutching his QBU sniper rifle, and ascended to the rooftop. Chapter 134. After Su Chen set up his sniper rifle, Wang Xiangbin and the others gritted their teeth and began their operation. The mutant zombies usually roamed in a supermarket outside the residential complex. It wasn't far from the residential building where the survivors lived. The plan Su Chen and Wang Xiangbin discussed was to lure the zombies into the complex and then take care of them. The advantage of this was that Wang Xiangbin had set a trap. And secondly, it would avoid alerting zombies further away. The only problem was who would act as bait to lure the zombies. Ordinary zombies were already fast enough, let alone mutant zombies, which were even faster. After all, everyone knew this was an extremely dangerous mission. If possible, Wang Xiangbin didn't want to go in person. But he knew that if he didn't show up, the others wouldn't obey him. In desperation, he could only take Tang Juanqi and 2 other survivors with him. Wang Xiangbin and his 3 companions carefully crossed the open area and reached the outskirts of the residential complex. Using a residential building for cover, he poked his head out. He could clearly see a dozen zombies swarming beneath a building outside the complex. Wang Xiangbin nodded to Tang Juanqi and the other 2, preparing to move. Tang Juanqi took a deep breath, casually rolled up a snowball, and threw it at the nearby swarm of zombies. This once playful act was now incredibly dangerous. When the snowball exploded next to the swarm, the zombies froze for a moment, all looking up at Tang Juanqi. Being stared at by so many zombies, Tang Juanqi felt a bit weak in the knees. Without hesitation, he ran back. The zombies all let out low growls and chased after Tang Juanqi. Seeing the zombie horde being drawn in, Wang Xiangbin and the others couldn't help but smile. If they hadn't alerted the mutant zombies and drawn the horde in, the risk would undoubtedly have been much lower. But the next moment, their smiles froze. A dull roar suddenly emanated from the broken window of the supermarket. Followed by a grayish-white figure, it shot out like lightning. If it wasn't a mutant zombie, what else could it be? Seeing it again, Wang Xiangbin and the others finally remembered the fear they had once felt at its mercy. Without another word, they ran back. At that moment, the 4 of them had only one thought. It didn't matter if they couldn't outrun the mutant zombies, as long as they could outrun their companions. And so, Wang Xiangbin and the other 3 ran in front, the horde of zombies chasing behind. Although the mutant zombie lagged behind, its speed was truly astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he had passed the zombies and caught up with the 4. Such terrifying speed, even Usain Bolt could only match it. When Wang Xiangbin turned and saw the mutated zombies chasing him, he was instantly terrified and hurriedly sped up. But no matter how fast he ran, how could he possibly outrun the mutated zombies? At this critical moment, Wang Xiangbin came up with a plan. He suddenly reached out and grabbed the nearest survivor. Before the survivor could react, Wang Xiangbin punched him, knocking him to the ground. Then, without even a moment's hesitation, Wang Xiangbin continued his run. Wang Xiangbin, you. The survivor hadn't finished his curse when the mutant zombies overtook him, and he let out a scream. Su Chen, on the rooftop, witnessed the entire incident through a telescope. He couldn't help but sneer. Wang Xiangbin sacrificed his companions without hesitation to save his own life. In the apocalypse, the selfishness and ugliness of human nature were truly exposed. Out of the corner of his eye, Wang Xiangbin saw the mutant zombie bite the man's neck, sending up a cloud of blood. The following horde also rushed forward, tearing the corpse apart frantically. After dispatching the man, the mutant zombies weren't satisfied and continued to pursue the remaining three. Tang Juanqi ran the fastest, followed by another survivor. Wang Xiangbin was the slowest, falling behind. The mutant zombies were about to catch up again, and Wang Xiangbin couldn't even reach the person in front. Just as he was feeling hopeless, it seemed as if fate was helping him. The survivor in front of him slipped on the snow and fell to the ground. Wang Xiangbin, overjoyed, quickly jumped over him and continued running. "Brother Wang, save me!" "Ah!" With a scream, the man's neck was also broken by the mutant zombie. After sacrificing 2 lives, Wang Xiangbin and Tang Juanqi finally escaped to the base of the residential building. After reuniting with the other survivors, they held their weapons, anxiously awaiting the arrival of the mutant zombies and their horde. On the pristine white snow, a gray-white mutant zombie approached. Drops of blood from its hands and mouth fell onto the snow, forming a striking pattern of plum blossoms. When it saw the survivors leaning against the residential building, the corners of its mouth curled up slightly, a hint of disdain. Wang Xiangbin and the others swallowed, their fear growing even greater. At the same time, the zombies behind them also caught up. The mutant zombie roared and charged directly at the survivors. Just then, the snow beneath its feet gave way, and it fell unconscious. It was the trap Wang Xiangbin and the others had set earlier. Seeing the mutant zombie fall into the trap, Wang Xiangbin was overjoyed. He and Tang Juanqi seized the opportunity and took out the improvised bomb Su Chen had given them. After lighting it, they threw it into the deep pit. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions echoed, followed by billowing clouds of smoke and flames. Will the mutant zombie be blown to death? Wang Xiangbin and the others gripped their weapons tightly, waiting anxiously. At that moment, a mutant zombie suddenly leaped from the pit and landed in front of Wang Xiangbin and the others. It looked much more miserable than before. While it couldn't compare to a real bomb, the power of an improvised bomb should not be underestimated. After being blasted by 2 bombs, the mutant zombie's skin had cracked and cracked, appearing even more hideous. Roar! It growled again, its voice filled with anger, as if irritated by Wang Xiangbin and the others. The next moment, it swiftly charged towards the survivors. Thankfully, Wang Xiangbin sensed something was wrong and instinctively took 2 steps back. The mutant zombie didn't grab him, but instead grabbed a survivor in front of him. Crack! The mutant zombie yanked hard, ripping the man in half, his internal organs and blood spilling onto the ground. The sight was so brutal that it nearly made the others vomit. Chapter 135. But the mutant zombie didn't give the survivors time to vomit. It grabbed another nearby survivor and twisted his neck hard, twisting it into a knot. "Brothers, fight him, or we all die!" Wang Xiangbin roared, his voice trembling. "Yeah, even if we run, where can we go?" Inspired by Wang Xiangbin's words, the other survivors mustered their last bit of courage and charged at the mutant zombies, brandishing their weapons. As the saying goes, a swarm of ants can kill an elephant. Although the mutant zombie could knock a survivor away or kill them with a single punch or kick, surrounded by so many, it was still inevitably struck by weapons. Thankfully, it protected its head, preventing the survivors from hitting its vitals. Just then, the zombie horde behind them caught up. Fighting just 1 mutant zombie was enough to give Wang Xiangbin and the others a headache. A dozen more ordinary zombies came up, and the survivors were nearly crying. In a short while, nearly half of the people were killed. Wang Xiangbin panicked, constantly looking up at the rooftop. Why the hell hasn't Su Chen taken action yet? Rooftop. Su Chen took the last puff of his cigarette, flicked the butt away, and then picked up the sniper rifle. He could have taken action earlier, but he had held off until now, simply to test the true combat power of this mutant zombie. After observing it just now, Su Chen could judge that its combat power was at least G. Su Chen no longer hesitated, aimed at the mutant zombie's head, and pulled the trigger. But then, he was surprised to see what happened. The mutant zombie was grabbing a survivor by the neck, ready to twist. At that moment, it seemed to sense something and tilted its body. The bullet that had originally hit its head instead struck its shoulder. The QBU, while not as powerful as a Barrett, was still a legitimate sniper rifle. The bullet struck the mutant zombie's shoulder, sending a ball of flesh and blood splattering, but it merely swayed, not falling. It suddenly raised its head, staring at Su Chen on the rooftop, and let out a low growl. Then, dropping the survivor in its grasp, it swiftly darted into the building. It seemed he had underestimated the mutant zombie's power. Su Chen, startled slightly, readjusted his sniper rifle, aiming it at the corridor behind him. Dong dong dong. The heavy footsteps grew louder as they approached from afar. Su Chen also knew the mutant zombies were charging. When the mutant zombie appeared before Su Chen, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Drawing on his natural shooting skills, Su Chen aimed for the mutant zombie's head. But the mutant zombie was on guard, and coupled with its speed, Su Chen's shot only hit its chest. Although it penetrated its flesh, removing a large chunk of flesh, but for the mutant zombie, it only staggered slightly, with no significant reaction. Roar! The mutant zombie roared and charged at Su Chen. Su Chen didn't have time to fire again. He grabbed the Nepalese machete beside him and charged forward. With his current combat power, once he entered combat mode, the movements of ordinary people and zombies seemed like slow motion to him. However, the mutant zombie's speed was just like that of a normal human. It raised its hands and slammed down hard at Su Chen. Thankfully, Su Chen was also quite fast and dodged the blow. Bang! The mutant zombie's hands fell to the ground, sending up countless pieces of debris. Su Chen seized the opportunity and struck the mutant zombie's shoulder with a powerful blow. It had just been shot in the shoulder by Su Chen, and now it had been struck by this blow. With a single crack, Su Chen severed the entire shoulder and right arm. Although there was no pain and no bleeding, the mutant zombie's movements became noticeably slower without a part of its body. Facing the swaying mutant zombie charging toward him again, Su Chen seized the opportunity, drew his handgun, and aimed it at its head. Bang! The mutant zombie's head was instantly shattered. Its body swayed before finally collapsing to the ground with a thud. Su Chen quickly stepped forward and ripped open the mutant zombie's head. Only after ensuring it was completely dead did he feel relieved. He rummaged around inside with his Nepalese machete and found an energy crystal. But unlike the previous ones, this energy crystal wasn't off-white, but a hazy pale blue. Su Chen was delighted and had just put it in his pocket when he heard a flurry of footsteps in the hallway. He looked up. Wang Xiangbin, Tang Juanqi, and several other survivors rushed in a panic. Although the mutant zombies were gone, the remaining ordinary zombies were no match for the heavily wounded survivors. Not to mention the many survivors who had transformed into zombies after their deaths. Forced with no other options, Wang Xiangbin and the others could only flee to the rooftop. When they saw the corpses of the mutated zombies on the ground, their faces lit up with joy. Brother Su, you're truly amazing. You actually killed such a powerful mutated zombie. Brother Su, you're incredible. Several people frantically flattered Su Chen. Just then, another sound of footsteps could be heard, mixed with the low growls of zombies. It turned out to be the zombie horde chasing them. Wang Xiangbin's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, Brother Su, let's work together and kill all these zombies. Before Su Chen could reply, the zombie horde rushed forward. Wang Xiangbin and the others grabbed their weapons and engaged the horde. But the zombies were too numerous, and they were no match. They could only pin their hopes on Su Chen. However, to their surprise, Su Chen showed no intention of attacking. Instead, he stood leisurely to the side, his arms folded across his chest. Unless the zombies lunged at him, he wouldn't attack. Brother Su, what do you mean? Wang Xiangbin frantically fought off the zombies, shouting anxiously, Didn't you promise that if we helped you kill the mutant zombies, you'd give us supplies and take us away? Yes, I did. Su Chen nodded, speaking slowly, but I didn't say I rescue you from the zombie horde. As long as you kill these zombies, I take you away. Hearing this, Wang Xiangbin and the others were disheartened. With their strength, how could they possibly be a match for so many zombies? Brother Su, please be kind. We were wrong before. You gone back on your word, and you die. No matter how Wang Xiangbin and the others begged and cursed, Su Chen remained unmoved. After a while, the few remaining survivors were all bitten to death by zombies. Chapter 136. After mauling Wang Xiangbin and the others to death, the zombies set their sights on Su Chen, charging at him in unison. But Su Chen was no weakling like Wang Xiangbin and the others. Facing the oncoming zombies, he calmly drew his Nepalese machete. Like a butterfly, he darted through the swarm. Every time he struck, a zombie's head was either slashed or chopped off. In just a few minutes, 20 zombies were dead at Su Chen's hands. Just as he had dispatched these zombies, Wang Xiangbin, Tang Juanqi, and the others who had been mauled to death earlier also transformed into zombies. With their bloody mouths wide open, they charged at Su Chen. Su Chen, naturally, would not let go of the energy crystals that came his way, easily killing them all. Afterwards, after counting, Su Chen had obtained nearly 30 energy crystals. Not to mention the special energy crystals obtained from the brains of mutant zombies. After a brief rest, Su Chen, too lazy to clean up the battlefield, stood up and headed downstairs. Although Wang Xiangbin and the others should still have a lot of supplies in the residential building, Su Chen ignored them. A short while later, Su Chen returned to Normadison. Lu Linger and Lin Yingying naturally knew that Su Chen had gone out to hunt mutant zombies today. They were extremely worried about him. Seeing that he was safe and sound, the two women finally felt relieved. As usual, after instructing the two women not to disturb him, Su Chen returned to his bedroom. He first converted the ordinary energy crystals into energy. With the energy he had accumulated, he now had 75 energy points, and upgrading his RV was not far away. Su Chen set his sights on the pale blue energy crystal again. At this moment, the system suddenly prompted, absorb the primary energy crystal? Primary energy crystal? It seemed the energy crystal obtained from the mutant zombie's head is indeed different from ordinary energy crystals. Su Chen pondered this, then with a thought, chose to absorb. Succeeded in absorbing the primary energy crystal, gaining 56 energy points. Su Chen was stunned at first, then delighted. He hadn't expected that a single primary energy crystal could be worth over 50 ordinary ones. Previously, he had been worried about the excessive energy required to upgrade and strengthen the system. Now, it seemed that if he just hunted a few more mutant zombies, wouldn't upgrading and strengthening be a piece of cake? But even so, Su Chen was very clear. His success in hunting the mutant zombie today was largely due to Wang Xiangbin and the others, who served as cannon fodder for him. With Wang Xiangbin and the others attracting the mutant zombie's attention, Su Chen first injured it with a sniper rifle, and then easily dispatched it. If Su Chen were to go head-to-head with that mutant zombie, even if he won, it would likely be at a significant cost. After all, the mutant zombie's abilities far surpassed those of ordinary zombies. It even seemed to possess self-awareness, able to discern which posed the greater threat. After being wounded by Su Chen's gunshot, it actually abandoned Wang Xiangbin and ran straight down the hallway towards Su Chen. If only one mutant zombie was this powerful, if there were more, Su Chen would have no choice but to flee. Furthermore, the only thing in its head was a rudimentary energy crystal. Who knows if there are zombies even more powerful than the mutant zombies? Su Chen's heart trembled, and he silently warned himself to be more careful in the future and not to be too careless. He glanced at the system display, which showed 132 energy points. After some thought, he decided not to upgrade the RV. After all, for him, no matter how many upgrades he made to the RV, it wouldn't be as direct as improving his physical fitness. Only with strength could one live more freely in the apocalypse. Thinking this way, Su Chen stretched and left the bedroom. The two women who were chatting hurried over to greet him when they saw Su Chen emerge. "How's the meal? Is it ready?" Su Chen asked with a delighted smile. "It be ready soon." "What's so happy today, master?" Lu Linger asked with a sweet smile. "I killed that mutant zombie." Hearing this, the two women couldn't help but look shocked. Yesterday, they had witnessed the mutant zombie leap several meters high and slap the drone away with a single blow. Such a powerful zombie, and Su Chen actually eliminated it. "Master, you're awesome." Lin Yingying praised, then wondered, just eliminating one zombie doesn't do you any good, does it? Su Chen hadn't told Lin Yingying or Lu Linger about the RV's upgradability. Since the two women were loyal to him, he decided to let them in on a little secret. "Actually, I have a superpower." Su Chen didn't tell the truth, simply explaining that he had acquired a superpower. Not only did he have unlimited storage space, but he could also obtain energy crystals by hunting zombies, allowing him to evolve. The two women were stunned upon hearing this. Previously, Su Chen would often bring out all sorts of supplies. These included 1982 Lafite, tomahawk steak, Boston lobster, and other such luxuries, even before the apocalypse. At the time, the two girls were quite puzzled and curious. However, due to Su Chen's strict teaching, they dared not say anything. Now, knowing from Su Chen that he possessed superpowers, how could they not be astonished? So that's how it is. No wonder the master is so powerful. The two girls came to their senses, marveling at the same time as feeling fortunate. With the apocalypse approaching, the weather was harsh, social order was broken, and terrifying creatures like zombies were rampant. And they were able to live comfortably in their RV with Su Chen, who possessed superpowers. How lucky they were. For the next few days, Su Chen remained in Tang City. He used drones to scout the entire city. Whenever he spotted a zombie, Su Chen would kill it without hesitation. Over the course of several days, he had slain at least 300 zombies, if not 500. Su Chen, however, never encountered a similar mutant zombie again, which was a source of regret for him. Through his tireless efforts, he finally accumulated 300 energy points. Strengthen the body. Su Chen, without hesitation, strengthened his combat power. The familiar warmth remained. Compared to the previous 2 times, this time lasted a little longer. After everything was over, Su Chen flexed his fists and stretched his body. He could clearly feel that his strength had increased by 3 times more. If he faced that mutant zombie again, even without Wang Xiangbin and the others as cannon fodder, Su Chen was confident he could defeat it without sustaining any injuries. Chapter 137. Unfortunately, Su Chen's combat power rating remained a G+, with no improvement. I wonder how big the gap is between F-level combat power and G-level. Although Su Chen was a little anxious, he took a look at the 500 energy points required for his next physical enhancement. He temporarily gave up the idea of upgrading. Just kidding. During his few days in Tang City, he had hunted hundreds of zombies. Including the mutant zombie, he only managed to accumulate 300 energy points. How long would it take him to accumulate those 500 energy points? Although Tang City had a population of hundreds of thousands, due to the extremely cold temperatures, most of the corpses had not yet activated the zombie virus. And those zombies that had already transformed had been almost completely killed by Su Chen. In the past 2 days, Su Chen had searched the entire Tang City with drones, but found no trace of zombies. So, he had to leave here and head to Shannon City. Only places with larger populations tend to have more zombies. Su Chen glanced at Tang City, towering above the snow, and then started the nomadicin. If nothing unexpected happened, he would probably never visit a place like this again in his lifetime. With the roar of the engine, the nomadicin roared away. Tang City was still some distance from Shannon City, and there were other counties and towns along the way. However, after his experience in Tang City, Su Chen had no interest in stopping. In less than half a day, the nomadicin arrived in Shannon City. As before, Su Chen did not rush into the city. He had Lin Yingying control the drone and began surveying the surrounding area. The drone flew for a while, finding no trace of zombies, but it did spot a group of survivors. Su Chen projected the drone footage onto the TV in the car. When he saw the group of survivors, he was startled, for among them, he spotted 2 familiar figures. Damn! Why are we being sent out to search for supplies in this cold weather, with the possibility of encountering zombies? A young man complained unhappily. This is all the boss's idea. Why don't you go talk to him? A large man who looked like the captain said coldly. At the mention of Dai Hao, the Tiger Gang leader, the young man shuddered and dared not say anything. Hey, Xiuqiang, there's no point in talking so much. We should just get back to work, another person said soothingly. Although he feared the captain, the young man, Xiuqiang, didn't seem to take the speaker seriously. He glared at the man and snorted, Yang Wan, who do you think you are? If your wife weren't so ugly, I have come to you with my wife. Despite such insults, Yang Wan didn't get angry. Instead, he said with a smile, if you like it, just take it. Zhou Qing, who was standing nearby, instinctively tugged at her scarf and hid behind Yang Wan. Bah! You're the only one who treats such an ugly thing like this as a treasure. Xiao Chong curled his lips in disdain, saying with disgust, you're such a wimp. In the Tiger Gang, everyone looked down on Yang Wan. Because he was timid and afraid of trouble, he was always willing to give his woman, Zhou Qing, to others. Especially last time, the Tiger Gang sent a group of survivors out to search for supplies. In the end, only Yang Wan and Zhou Qing escaped, everyone else was killed. Everyone's disdain for Yang Wan grew even stronger, but due to the gang's rule against infighting, no one paid him any attention. As they were talking, they passed a residential building when a figure in white winter clothing suddenly appeared before them. The captain, startled, quickly drew his weapon from his back and looked at the man warily. Brother, where are you from? In the apocalypse, people's hearts are unpredictable. Even in Shannon City, where so many powerful factions abound. The Tiger Gang, to which the captain belongs, has a deep feud with other factions, such as the Strong Shield Alliance and the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. The two sides have clashed repeatedly over territory and supplies. If they encounter a lone enemy, these men will show no mercy. It's you? Before Su Chen could reply, Yang Wan, standing nearby, recognized Su Chen by his white winter coat and snow goggles. Do you know him? The captain frowned and looked at Yang Wan. He's the guy on the snowmobile last time. Yang Wan hurriedly explained. A cold glint flashed in the captain's eyes. So it's you. What's the matter? I came to you today to make a deal with the Tiger Gang, Su Chen said slowly. As a city, Shannon is far larger than Tangchung. It would be quite difficult for Su Chen to hunt prey and obtain energy crystals on his own. His idea was simple: contact the Tiger Gang. By trading with them, he could exchange zombies for supplies. If we want to make a deal, we have to see if you're worthy. The captain looked at Su Chen, his eyes filled with greed. Even the cold weather suit Su Chen was wearing was enough to tempt him. With such a suit, why should he fear the cold? Even if he presented it to boss Dai Hao, he'd get a substantial reward. Not to mention, Su Chen had a snowmobile. After confirming that Su Chen was alone, the captain became even more greedy. He waved to the men behind him. A dozen or so men slowly spread out, surrounding Su Chen. Only Yang Wan, seeing the situation was dire, took Zhou Qing and hid to the side. You're really asking for your own life. Su Chen shrugged, dismissing the survivors. Seeing this, the captain felt a surge of anger. He stopped talking and rushed toward Su Chen, a machete in hand. The other men also rushed forward. Su Chen sneered and charged forward before he could be surrounded. Before the captain could react, Su Chen was right in front of him. How fast? The captain thought subconsciously. The next moment, Su Chen delivered a powerful kick to his chest. The captain's vision went black, and he flew straight out. When he landed on the ground, he was dead. The other minions, completely unaware that the captain was dead, continued to attack Su Chen frantically. Su Chen was unwavering, not even bothering to use weapons. With just his fists and feet, he utterly routed the group. Just one mutant zombie could wipe out over 30 people, including Wang Xiangbin. Not to mention that Su Chen's current skills were even more formidable than the mutant zombies. In less than 5 minutes, more than a dozen survivors were slaughtered by Su Chen's bare hands. Su Chen brushed off the dust from his body and glanced at Yang Wan and Zhou Qing. Yang Wan was so frightened that he trembled and quickly pulled Zhou Qing in front of him. Chapter 138. Brother, don't kill me. I give you my wife. Hearing Yang Wan's words, Su Chen was also amused. Don't worry. Even if I despise your wife, I won't kill you. Seeing that Su Chen really didn't intend to kill him, Yang Wan finally breathed a sigh of relief and said cautiously, they didn't recognize a great man. They really deserved to die. Alright, stop flattering me. Su Chen stopped Yang Wan and said calmly, when you get back, tell your boss what I said. If he's willing to trade with me, let's meet tomorrow morning at the place where I parked my snowmobile last time. Yang Wan nodded quickly. Okay. I'd be sure to tell our boss what you said. That's good. Get out. Su Chen waved his hand. Relieved, Yang Wan took Zhou Qing's hand and hurried away. After he left, Su Chen also got up and left, returning to the RV. That Tiger Gang doesn't look like someone to be trifled with. Master has killed so many of them twice in a row. Will their leader, Dai Hao, agree to a deal with Master? Lin Yingying, beside him, rubbed her chin and pondered. Yeah, what if he takes revenge on Master? Lu Linger was also quite worried. That Dai Hao was able to become a regional leader in the apocalypse, which shows he has some brains. Su Chen smiled faintly. If he hadn't been brainless and wanted revenge on me, I could have wiped him and the Tiger Gang out. Although his tone was extremely calm, it held a domineering air. No other reason than that, after being repeatedly strengthened by the RV system. His current physical condition is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Take Ah Biao, a retired Special Forces soldier, for example. Even if 10 of them were to face Su Chen, they would be completely slaughtered in 5 minutes at most. If Dai Hao were sensible, Su Chen wouldn't mind making a deal with him. If he's not, Su Chen can help him figure it out. Inside the Tiger Gang's lair. What? That brat's back again? And he killed over a dozen of us? After hearing Yang Wan's words, Dai Hao remained silent, but his younger brother, Dai Rongliang, beside him, was furious. He looked at Dai Hao and said angrily, Brother, we can't stand this. Tomorrow morning I bring my men and kill that bastard. Dai Hao frowned and said in a deep voice, Don't be impulsive. Since that guy wants to make a deal with us, why don't we go and see what he's up to? Brother, he's already killed so many of us. Why are you still being polite to him? Dai Rongliang simply couldn't understand his brother's thoughts. What do you know? Dai Hao glared at him and said slowly, that guy had a snowmobile and was able to kill so many of us single-handedly. All of this proves he's no ordinary person. Even if we want to deal with him, we have to find out his background first, right? After hearing this, Dai Rongliang suddenly realized what was going on and gave Dai Hao a thumbs up. "Brother, you're really cunning. How dare you talk to your brother like that?" Dai Hao replied angrily, "Alright, get your men ready. Tomorrow morning, let's go meet that guy together." The rest of the night was silent. The next morning, brothers Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang, along with nearly 100 men, including Yang Wan and Zhou Qing, left their base and headed for the location they had agreed to meet with Su Chen. In terms of gang membership, the Tiger Gang firmly holds the top spot in Shannon City. However, the majority of them are ordinary people. They joined the Tiger Gang simply to seek protection. True elite fighters numbered only a little over 100. To negotiate with Su Chen, Dai Hao also dispatched his elite troops. Even before reaching the negotiation location, Dai Hao paused. "What's wrong, brother?" Dai Rongliang asked with concern. Dai Hao glanced at the surrounding terrain and whispered, "Take half of your men and hide behind those buildings. If a fight breaks out here, bring the others out. And the rest of you, take 2 more teams, and go around the side to block the guy's escape route." To avoid alerting the enemy, Dai Hao didn't intend to reveal his strength immediately. "Then I lead the men over, brother." "Yes, boss." Dai Rongliang and several other men followed Dai Hao's instructions and left. After assuming they were all in place, Dai Hao led Yang Wan and the remaining dozen or so men to the agreed location. This area was originally a highway, on higher ground. Despite the deep snow, the road and the nearby road signs were still visible. Dai Hao and his men waited for a while, and just as he was getting impatient, the roar of a motor reached him from the distance. Instantly perked up, he looked up. He saw a snowmobile speeding towards them. As it approached, a figure wearing snow goggles and a white winter jacket dismounted from the motorcycle. Yang Wan hadn't lied. Looking at Su Chen's gear and transportation, Dai Hao practically drooled. He gathered himself and said calmly, "My name is Dai Hao, and I'm the leader of the Tiger Gang. Are you the one Yang Wan was talking about?" "I don't know your name." Su Chen removed his motorcycle helmet and said calmly, "Just call me Su Chen." "So it's Brother Su." Looking at the youthful Su Chen, Dai Hao nodded and continued, "I heard from Yang Wan that you're planning to make a deal with me. How would you like it? There are already a lot of zombies in Shannon City, right?" Su Chen asked. "That's right." Hearing Su Chen mention zombies, Dai Hao couldn't help but feel a touch of fear. He didn't know why, but suddenly, Shannon City had been filled with zombies, the kind you only see in movies and TV series. These zombies were much more physically powerful than ordinary people. They had no consciousness, no pain, only the instinct to attack and devour human flesh. Dai Hao had once been attacked by zombies and nearly lost his life. "If you help me hunt zombies and bring me their heads, I trade them for supplies." Su Chen offered his terms. Dai Hao's heart skipped a beat. Before the zombies appeared, he had sent many men out to search for supplies to stay alive. But while Shannon City was large, after enduring intense heat, torrential rain, and extreme cold, there weren't many usable supplies left. Not to mention the presence of other factions within the city, such as the Strong Shield Alliance and the Tianxiang Pavilion. Over the competition for supplies, the Tiger Gang had engaged in numerous clashes with other factions. After the zombies appeared, searching for supplies became even more difficult. This was why Dai Hao had risked his life and personally negotiated with Su Chen. Chapter 139. Su Chen was actually willing to trade supplies for zombie heads. How could this not surprise Dai Hao? "What do you want zombie heads for?" "That's none of your business." Su Chen shrugged. "Just say yes or no." Seeing his cold attitude, Dai Hao felt a tinge of anger. He said coldly, "You killed nearly 20 of my men these past 2 times. Why didn't I just take you down instead of trading with you?" Faced with Dai Hao's threats, Su Chen wasn't afraid, he actually laughed. "You want to take me down? With just the people around you, the ones in the nearby buildings, and the ones who got around to the back?" Listening to Su Chen's detailed account of his assigned personnel, Dai Hao couldn't help but be shocked. Didn't this guy just arrive not long ago? How did he discover his plans? He took a deep breath and feigned composure with a cold sneer. "I know you're a good fighter, but with so many of us, we can easily take you out." "Who told you?" "I'm only one man," Su Chen said slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, a distant gunshot rang out. One of Dai Hao's men collapsed to the snow, his blood gushing out, instantly staining the snow red. Seeing this, Dai Hao's pupils shrank sharply. Su Chen actually had a backup plan. Even worse, he actually had a gun. Although Dai Hao couldn't tell what kind of gun it was likely a sniper rifle to kill one of his men at such a distance. This guy had not only great stuff like a snowmobile and winter clothing, but also a weapon like a sniper rifle. Maybe he's from the military. He's demanding zombie heads in exchange for supplies, most likely for biochemical experiments. Thinking of this, Dai Hao couldn't help but feel wary of Su Chen. Su Chen was completely unaware that Dai Hao had mistaken him for a member of the military, otherwise, he'd be in a state of confusion. All he could say was, invisible assumptions are the most deadly. What do you think, Dai Gang leader? Are you willing to cooperate? Or are you unwilling to cooperate and let me go? Or do you want to fight me? Okay, I cooperate with you. But how exactly do you want to deal? Dai Hao weighed the pros and cons, and ultimately decided to go along with Su Chen. It's simple, 1 zombie head for 1 pound of rice. If you can hunt down a mutant zombie or provide information, the supplies will be even more generous. Su Chen laid out his terms. In his storage space, besides instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and other instant foods, rice was the largest item, at least several hundred tons. Mutated zombies? Dai Hao was a little bewildered. To survive, he'd been hiding in his lair, barely encountering even a few ordinary zombies, let alone mutants. You know if you see them. Su Chen wasn't interested in explaining too much. Well, 1 pound of rice is really too little. You know, hunting zombies is incredibly risky. Dai Hao tried to bargain with Su Chen. But Su Chen didn't bother to waste time, saying bluntly, 2 pounds of rice at most. Beyond that, you can exchange it for an equivalent amount of compressed biscuits, instant noodles, and other supplies. If that doesn't work, forget it. Dai Hao's eyes lit up, and fearing Su Chen's refusal, he quickly said, okay, it's settled. By the way, I killed so many of you before. Consider these things your compensation. Su Chen knew it was impossible to have the horse run without eating grass. So he threw a backpack over. Dai Hao picked it up, opened it, and nearly popped his eyes out. The contents were simple. Just 2 packs of cigarettes and 2 bottles of baijiu. Although they were the cheapest double happiness and erguoju, before the apocalypse, Dai Hao, a gangster, would never even glance at them. But in the apocalypse, these things are more precious than gold. Thank you, Brother Su. Dai Hao quickly unpacked a cigarette, deftly pulled one out, and lit it for himself. As the familiar feeling washed over his lungs, he nearly burst into tears. At this moment, the thought of Su Chen killing his younger brother had long been forgotten. He even wished Su Chen would kill a few more of his younger brothers, so he could have more cigarettes and bottles of liquor. Then how will we trade? Dai Hao asked hurriedly. Su Chen thought for a moment, then pointed at Yang Wan standing nearby. Every 3 days, you send him back here with the zombie heads to trade. Me? Yang Wan pointed at himself, somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Su Chen to choose him as the middleman. Dai Hao glanced at Yang Wan, thinking that since he was timid and cowardly, he'd be a good fit. Okay, then, let's do as you wish, Brother Su. After both parties agreed, Su Chen put on his helmet again, climbed onto his snowmobile, and sped off. Watching his retreating figure, Dai Hao narrowed his eyes and said nothing. He simply turned and left with Yang Wan and his group. A short while later, Dai Rongliang and several other brothers, along with their men, arrived to reunite with Dai Hao. Brother, what's going on? Why didn't you leave that guy behind? And just now, I thought I heard gunshots. Dai Rongliang couldn't help but ask. The place where he was lying in ambush was quite a distance from where Su Chen and Dai Hao were negotiating. Thus, he didn't know the content of their conversation. He only saw them talk for a while before dispersing. That guy isn't an ordinary person. He might be from the military. Dai Hao shared his suspicions with Dai Rongliang. Even if we don't want to deal with him, we can't touch him. If we offend the military, we're afraid we won't survive. Dai Rongliang took a deep breath after hearing this. Although he had been a little impulsive, he also understood that no matter who he fought, he couldn't fight the military. Especially in these apocalyptic times. The military has the guns and the people. If we offend them, the Tiger Gang will be shot to death. Brother, you're really smart. Dai Rongliang quickly flattered Dai Hao. If we strike a deal with Su Chen now, maybe we can get on the military's good side later. By then, we might be able to sweep away the Shield Alliance and the Tianxiang Pavilion and dominate all of Shannon City. Okay, stop dreaming. Dai Hao poured cold water on Dai Rongliang and sternly instructed him. When you get back, immediately organize a team and begin hunting the zombies. Understood. Dai Rongliang nodded heavily. Su Chen was completely unaware of the speculations of the Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang brothers. As soon as he returned to the car, he called Lin Yingying over. Didn't I tell you to shoot to scare them? Why did you shoot and kill someone? Chapter 140. I'm sorry, Master. It was my first time firing a gun. I didn't hold my breath. Lin Yingying also felt quite guilty. She had intended to follow Su Chen's instructions and fire a gun to scare Dai Hao's men. She hadn't expected that the gun she used daily was still quite different from a real gun. She ended up accidentally killing one of Dai Hao's men. If that man knew about this, he'd be utterly grieving. Luckily, you shot one of Dai Hao's men, not me or Dai Hao. Su Chen felt a headache. His current personal combat power was indeed extremely formidable. But sometimes, he couldn't accomplish his goals with his own strength alone. Take today's negotiation with Dai Hao for example. Su Chen hadn't intended to kill Dai Hao, only to scare him. But Lin Yingying and Lu Linger were at best supporting roles, and couldn't accomplish anything. And no other men were allowed in his RV. It seems I have to train them if I get the chance. Su Chen thought to himself. For the next few days, Su Chen waited patiently. While the Tiger Gang hunted zombies for him, he was also busy. He and Lin Yingying used drones to survey the surrounding area. Although they had killed many zombies, they still hadn't found any mutant zombies. In addition, Su Chen also observed survivors from other factions. To compete for supplies, these survivors would fight fiercely among themselves. 3 days passed in a flash, and soon it was the day Su Chen had agreed to meet with the Tiger Gang. Just like their last meeting, Su Chen also set out early, launching his drone as he neared the target. He thoroughly scouted the surrounding area. Only after ensuring the Tiger Gang hadn't set an ambush did he proceed with confidence. "Hello, Brother Su." Seeing Su Chen approaching on his snowmobile, Yangwan hurried forward, bowing and greeting him. Following Yangwan were his wife, Zhou Qing, and several other members of the Tiger Gang. They followed Yangwan not because they were worried Su Chen might harm him, but because they might encounter survivors from other factions along the way. "How many zombies did you kill?" Su Chen asked calmly. 10. Yangwan nodded to the people behind him. 2 men quickly stepped forward and dumped their bags onto the ground. Several round zombie heads rolled out. While zombies were terrifying, humans possessed intelligence and the ability to use tools. If you really wanted to hunt zombies, it wasn't that difficult. It was just risky, and the rewards were minimal. Thus, both the Tiger Gang and the other survivors generally avoided the zombies. But with Su Chen's generous offer, the Tiger Gang naturally took action. Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang specially selected personnel and formed a zombie hunting team. In just 3 days, they killed 10 zombies. Su Chen examined them and found that most of the zombie heads were intact. Only one had been smashed to pieces, exposing its brain tissue. Even if there were energy crystals inside, they would probably have been discovered. "I accept this head today. But from now on, please ensure it's intact, otherwise I refuse it," Su Chen said calmly. The fact that zombies have energy crystals in their heads couldn't be kept secret forever. Su Chen didn't know what use it would have on ordinary people. But his priority was to delay as much as possible, preventing Dai Hao and the others from finding out. Okay. Yangwan didn't dare to be negligent and nodded repeatedly. Su Chen walked back to the snowmobile and pretended to retrieve something from his backpack. In reality, he was opening the storage space and taking out the rice he had prepared in advance. A bag weighed 2 kilograms, and he took out 10 bags in total. Gazing at the white rice in the bags, the survivors, including Yangwan, all showed greedy expressions. But they didn't dare to move. Not to mention Su Chen's skills, he could easily kill more than a dozen people. Even if they killed Su Chen and stole the rice, Dai Hao wouldn't let them go when they got back. "Okay, today's deal ends here. See you in 3 days?" Su Chen didn't waste any time with Yangwan and the others. He picked up the bag containing the zombie heads and started his snowmobile. After he left, Yangwan and the others returned to the Tiger Gang camp, carrying the bags of rice. Yangwan told Dai Hao what Su Chen had said. "Why is this kid asking so much?" Dai Rongliang complained unhappily. Dai Hao was also a little annoyed. "You know, hunting zombies is extremely risky. It was already great that they could kill the zombies, but asking them to keep the heads intact? Isn't that asking too much?" However, the next moment, the Dai Hao brothers' discontent was dispelled by the white rice before them. Looking at the bags of white rice, Dai Hao, Dai Rongliang, and the others couldn't help but burst into joy. They quickly lit a fire and set up a pot. In a short while, a pot of porridge was cooked. Even though the fragrant white rice porridge was unaccompanied by other dishes, it was enough to make them cry. "Brother, this Su Chen is quite a nice guy." Dai Rongliang sipped the porridge and couldn't help but praise. Dai Hao nodded and smiled. "Didn't he say we can exchange it for other supplies? So, we still need to hunt more zombies." As a big boss in the underworld, Dai Hao's reputation today is not only due to his ruthlessness, but also because he follows the rules. His approach is similar to that of Biao back then. To gain his protection, one must hand over 30% of the supplies they forage for. Dai Hao kept 6 pounds of the rice he obtained from Su Chen. The rest was divided equally among the members who participated in the zombie hunt. After receiving the rice reward, the Tiger Gang's thugs became even more motivated. Over the next few days, Dai Hao dispatched several teams for an all-out attack. By the time of his second trade with Su Chen, they had already hunted over 20 zombies. Although they had lost a considerable number of men, it was a minor loss for the Tiger Gang as a whole. However, the Tiger Gang's high-profile zombie hunt naturally attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. To the west of Shannon City, there stood a tall building with the words Tianxiang Pavilion emblazoned on its exterior. Although half buried in snow, the exterior decoration revealed that before the apocalypse, this building had been a luxuriously decorated entertainment club. At the very top of Tianxiang Pavilion, a beautiful, alluring woman sat by the fireplace, warming herself. A large man stood beside her, reporting the situation. We noticed the Tiger Gang has been hunting down zombies these past few days. Chapter 141. Although it was freezing cold outside, this office was exceptionally luxuriously decorated, and with a roaring fireplace, it felt as warm as spring. Thus, the woman's attire was extremely thin. A simple long dress, black stockings, and high heels, making her look out of place in the apocalypse. As the large man reported the situation, his eyes fixed on the woman before him. His gaze held a mixture of greed and admiration. Strangely enough, facing such a powerless woman, he dared not move a muscle. Interesting, Dai Hao would suddenly order a zombie hunt, the woman muttered to herself. Boss, maybe the zombies are threatening their survival? The large man said nonchalantly. What do you know? The woman rolled her eyes at the large man, appearing rather charming, and sneered. Unless it's a matter of life and death, Dai Hao, with his personality, would only mess with the zombies out of sheer boredom. Indeed. The woman was Sun Yin, the leader of Tianxiang Pavilion, one of Shannon City's 3 major factions. She was originally a hostess, but she was cunning and resourceful. After hooking up with a gangster, she quickly rose to prominence. After the gangster's death in a vendetta, Sun Yin, with her own abilities, consolidated his power, becoming a renowned underworld leader. Before the apocalypse, the Tianxiang Pavilion she ran was Shannon City's most famous entertainment venue. After the apocalypse, Sun Yin, through her own abilities, developed Tianxiang Pavilion into a force capable of rivaling the Tiger Gang. The burly man beside her was named Yu Shoujing. He had previously been Sun Yin's husband's top henchman, a skilled fighter, and a loyal servant. Now completely captivated by Sun Yin, he was willing to be her bootlicker. It was with Yu Shoujing's help that Sun Yin secured her position as leader of Tianxiang Pavilion. What do you think, boss? Yu Shoujing asked respectfully. If you ask me, he must have discovered the benefits of hunting zombies. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so enthusiastic. Sun Yin narrowed her eyes, a smile playing on her charming red lips. Shoujing. Boss, please give me your orders. Take some men out, and see if you can capture a few members of the Tiger Gang so we can question them. Sun Yin sneered. If there really is any benefit, we can't let the Tiger Gang take it all. Yes, boss. Yu Shoujing nodded vigorously. A few days passed in a flash, and it was time for the Tiger Gang to trade with Su Chen. Yang Wan, Zhou Qing, and 7 or 8 other Tiger Gang members, carrying the zombie heads they had prepared, headed to the designated location for the transaction with Su Chen. But just as they passed a residential building, something unexpected happened. A group of burly men, armed with weapons, suddenly burst out from all sides, surrounding Yang Wan and the others. The captain assigned to protect Yang Wan's group, upon seeing this, his expression suddenly changed. He immediately recognized them as members of the Tianxiang Pavilion, led by none other than Yu Shoujing. Yu Shoujing, what the hell do you mean? Nothing. Our boss asked me to take everyone back to talk. Yu Shoujing said with a forced smile. The Tiger Gang and the Tianxiang Pavilion had a deep feud. If they really followed Yu Shoujing back, who knew if they would even make it back alive? With this thought, the captain winked at Yang Wan and shouted, "Run!" The entire group immediately turned and fled in the direction they had come from. However, Yu Shoujing had anticipated their flight and, with a wave of his hand, the Tianxiang Pavilion's men immediately surged forward. The leading captain, attempting a last-ditch effort, was hacked to death by the swordsman. The rest of the group also perished under the swords. Only Yang Wan and Zhou Qing, seeing the situation was dire, knelt down and raised their hands in surrender, thus avoiding certain death. Take them all away. At Yu Shoujing's command, Yang Wan and Zhou Qing were both carried aloft. A short while later, the group was led to an office on the top floor of Tianxiang Pavilion. What's your name? Sun Yan lit a cigarette, crossed her legs, and looked at Yang Wan in front of her, speaking calmly. My name is Yang Wan, and she is my wife, Shou Qing. Looking at the alluring Sun Yan before him, Yang Wan wasn't captivated by her charm. Instead, he felt a growing fear. Though this was his first time meeting Sun Yan, he had long heard of her reputation. In his eyes, Sun Yan was a ruthless, serpentine beauty. She could seduce you, but once you were captivated and tempted to kiss her, you'd be doomed. You should know who I am, so I won't waste my time. Sun Yan puffed out a puff of smoke and smiled. Can you tell me, Dai Hao, your gang leader, why has he been so busy hunting zombies lately? And what are you planning to do with all those zombie heads today? Tell me the truth, and I won't make things difficult for you. Yang Wan's face showed hesitation, still debating whether to speak. Yu Shoujing, standing nearby, stepped forward and placed his machete against Yang Wan's neck. Speak. Yang Wan shuddered with fear, but no longer able to conceal anything, he unburdened himself of Su Chen's dealings with the Tiger Gang. Interesting. Sun Yan narrowed her beautiful eyes, a glint of brilliance in them. Even though she was known for her intelligence, she hadn't imagined Dai Hao would actually trade zombie heads for supplies. Boss, do you want this person? Yu Shoujing's face gleamed fiercely, and he made a snapping gesture. Seeing this, Yang Wan nearly peed his pants. Sun Yan stretched and said lazily, I promised him I wouldn't make things difficult for him as long as he answered truthfully. Besides, don't we still need him to take us to see the guy named Su Chen? Yang Wan had just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the second half of Sun Yan's sentence and froze. Outskirts of Shannon City. Next to the highway. Su Chen glanced at his watch and frowned. He had agreed to meet the Tiger Gang at 10 a.m. But generally, Yang Wan would arrive at the meeting place an hour early to wait for Su Chen. It was almost midnight, and Su Chen still hadn't seen Yang Wan. Su Chen didn't think Dai Hao had miscalculated the time. He thought Yang Wan might have had an accident on the way. Thinking with this, Su Chen decided not to wait any longer. Just as he was about to return to his snowmobile and the RV, he suddenly heard a flurry of footsteps. After being repeatedly enhanced by the system, not only had Su Chen's strength and speed increased, but his senses had also become incredibly sharp. Su Chen raised his head slightly, and saw a group of people approaching. Leading the group was a delicate woman, with Yang Wan and Zhou Qing following behind her. Chapter 142. Hello, Mr. Su Chen. I'm Sun Yan, the owner of Tianxiang Pavilion. Sun Yan smiled charmingly, and took the initiative to introduce herself to Su Chen. Looking at Yang Wan and Zhou Qing, who were being controlled by Sun Yan and others, Su Chen narrowed his eyes, probably already guessing what was going on. So, you're planning to trade with me on behalf of the Tiger Gang? Mr. Su is indeed smart. I just like dealing with smart people. Sun Yan's red lips curled slightly, and she looked at Su Chen with a hint of admiration. Here are 23 zombie heads. Let's proceed with the deal you made with the Tiger Gang. What do you think, Mr. Su Chen? No problem. Su Chen nodded. He didn't care who provided the zombie heads, as long as the deal was honest. After Yang Wan brought the bag over, Su Chen simply counted them and confirmed that there were 23 zombie heads. He also tossed the bag of rice over with great enthusiasm. Upon seeing the white rice, a flicker of surprise flashed across Sun Yan's beautiful eyes. Yang Wan hadn't lied to her. This Su Chen was so generous, she thought for a moment, then tentatively asked, if Mr. Su doesn't mind, our Tianxiang Pavilion could also provide zombie heads in the future. What do you think? Sure. For Su Chen, the more zombie heads, the better. That way, he could level up faster. Okay then. Let's do the transaction here in 3 days, Sun Yan said quickly. After reaching an agreement, Su Chen climbed onto his snowmobile and sped away. Boss, since that guy is offering so much rice to trade with us, he must have quite a bit of supplies. Why don't we capture him and interrogate him? Yu Shoujing asked gruffly. What do you know? Sun Yan rolled her beautiful eyes at him and sneered. Yang Wan said Su Chen is incredibly skilled, and 5 or 6 strong men are no match for him. Besides, if he were so easy to capture, why would the Tiger Gang leave such a piece of meat untouched? She was no fool. Based on her understanding of Dai Hao, there was only one possibility for Dai Hao's refusal to attack Su Chen. What was Dai Hao fearing? Most likely, Su Chen's background. To be able to possess luxurious equipment like a sniper rifle, a snowmobile, winter clothing, and goggles in the apocalypse, and to casually offer rice as a bargaining chip, while still being able to come and go freely, proved that Su Chen was no ordinary man. Thinking of this, Sun Yin couldn't help but develop a strong interest in Su Chen. If I could get him to kneel before me, I have a better chance of survival in the apocalypse. Boss, what should we do with these two? Yu Shoujing pointed at Yang Wan and Zhou Qing and asked Sun Yin for instructions. Sun Yin glanced at them and waved her hand. Let them go. Yang Wan and Zhou Qing were just ordinary people, after all. Kill them or let them go, it didn't matter to Sun Yin. Thank you, Boss Sun. After being freed from their restraints, Yang Wan and Zhou Qing felt a sense of relief and quickly fled the area. Sun Yin, that bitch. In the Tiger Gang's camp, Dai Hao couldn't help but roar. He had known Sun Yin long before the apocalypse. Back then, the two had a significant feud. They simply didn't want to be caught by law enforcement, so they kept things peaceful. But after the apocalypse, social order collapsed. Over the scramble for supplies, the Tiger Gang and the Tianqiang Pavilion clashed repeatedly, resulting in numerous casualties. Until the sudden appearance of the Jiandun League, Dai Hao and Sun Yin, unwilling to let the Jiandun League take advantage, finally stopped their attacks. But Dai Hao never expected that, after all this time, Sun Yin would not only ambush his men, but also take the heads of the zombies they had hunted and trade them with Su Chen. He was furious. Brother, we can't let this go. Dai Rongyang raged. If it were you, we have to get an explanation from Sun Yin. Alright, call the master now. Let's get going. If Dai Hao allowed Sun Yin to bully him like this, he would lose all his face. So, without hesitation, he immediately agreed to Dai Rongyang's suggestion. A short while later, the Tiger Gang had assembled. Led by Dai Hao, they marched in a mighty force towards Tianqiang Pavilion. Thankfully, the temperature was extremely low, and the zombie virus hadn't yet fully erupted. The previously transformed zombies had been largely eliminated by the Tiger Gang. Dai Hao and his companions didn't encounter many zombies along the way. The few they encountered were easily dealt with, and their heads chopped off. Soon, the Tiger Gang arrived downstairs at Tianqiang Pavilion. Sun Yin had also received the news early. She stood at the third-floor window, gazing at the dense mass of Tiger Gang members below, her pretty face paling slightly. Brother Hao, we haven't seen each other in ages. Why did you bring so many people here today? Sun Yin, stop playing dumb. Dai Hao said coldly, you killed my people, and took the zombie heads we hunted to trade with Su Chen. How are we going to settle this? Sun Yan's eyes flickered, but on the surface she feigned guilt. She sighed, and said helplessly, it was all a misunderstanding. I just wanted to invite them back as guests. But they resisted fiercely, and this tragedy ultimately occurred. I figured since you already hunted the zombie heads, Brother Hao, I might as well do the trade for you. Hearing her speak so casually, Dai Hao's blood pressure suddenly rose. If you don't give me an explanation today, then I will give you one. Sun Yin rested her chin on one hand, her mind racing. She could tell Dai Hao was truly angry. In this situation, if she didn't back down, a fight was bound to break out between the two sides. My men were wrong about this. They were too impulsive. How about this? I give you half of the supplies I exchanged from Su Chen. In addition, I give you a few bottles of foreign liquor as compensation. Sun Yin smiled faintly, then her pretty face darkened. She said calmly, if you agree, that would be great. If you don't agree, at worst we both die together, letting the Shield Alliance reap the benefits. Dai Hao frowned slightly. He could see that Sun Yan's attitude was extremely tough. If he didn't agree, there would probably be a real fight. In that case, the Shield Alliance would definitely be left hanging. Might as well agree. After all, Sun Yin had already admitted his mistake and made compensation. He would have both face and substance. Okay. Dai Hao agreed. Chapter 143. Dai Hao took half the rice and received several bottles of foreign liquor as compensation. While he wasn't entirely satisfied, it was at least acceptable. And Sun Yin, as an entertainment club, had no shortage of foreign liquor. She got half the rice for free and also connected with Su Chen. It was a lucrative deal. On the way back, Dai Rongliang pointed at Yang Wan and gruffly asked, Brother, what should we do with this guy? Yang Wan shuddered with fear, nearly wetting his pants. He's useless. Keep him. Dai Hao glanced at Yang Wan with disgust. Although he didn't expect Yang Wan to keep his mouth shut, the fact that Yang Wan had told Sun Yin everything was truly awful. If Dai Hao hadn't thought he still needed Yang Wan to negotiate with Su Chen, he would have killed him with a single blow. Su Chen was unaware of the under-the-table deal between the Tiger Gang and the Tianqiang Pavilion. Even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared. For him, the most important thing was the energy crystal. Beyond that, everything else was just a passing fancy, After obtaining 23 zombie heads, Su Chen's accumulated energy had reached over 100 points. It was still a long way from strengthening his body, but it was enough for Su Chen to upgrade his system. Should he upgrade the system? Su Chen fell into deep thought. If upgrading the system could gain additional functions, he would definitely upgrade without hesitation. But the problem was, if the upgrade proved to be of no practical use, then there was no point. It would be better to save the energy for his next strengthening. Just then, Lin Yingying in front of him suddenly called out, "Master, come over and take a look." Su Chen was startled for a moment, then stood up and walked over to Lin Yingying. These past few days, Lin Yingying's mission was to use drones to detect nearby zombies. Looking through the controller screen, Su Chen understood why Lin Yingying had suddenly called him. Because she had discovered another mutant zombie. Similar to the previous mutant, this one was noticeably larger than the others. The skin on its surface had completely ulcerated, revealing the grayish-white muscle tissue underneath. Although he hadn't yet engaged it, not even in direct combat, Su Chen could tell from just looking at it that this mutant's combat power far surpassed the previous one. This meant that the energy gained from killing it would also be greater than the previous one. Su Chen stroked his chin, lost in thought. This time, there were no cannon fodder like Wang Xiangbin and Tang Juanqi. Tackling this mutant zombie alone would be quite risky. Since that's the case, I can't rush. It's better to rely on ordinary zombies first, then strengthen my own combat power. If I can break through G+ and reach F- combat power, then dealing with mutant zombies should be no problem. Su Chen noted the mutant zombie's location, instructed Lin Yingying to observe it daily, and then put the matter aside for the time being. A few days later, Su Chen arrived at the prearranged location on a snowmobile. In addition to the Tiger Gang led by Dai Hao, another group of people were present, the Tianxiang Pavilion led by Sun Yin. These prominent survivors in Shannon City were particularly enthusiastic upon meeting Su Chen. "Brother Su. Mr. Su is here." Su Chen nodded slightly in response. "Have you brought the goods?" "Yes, I guarantee you be satisfied." Dai Hao gave Sun Yin a defiant look and nodded at Yang Wan. Yang Wan walked over to Su Chen, carrying the heavy bag. When all the heads were empty from the bag, Dai Hao found he had brought 30. This surprised Su Chen. "To meet Brother Su's needs, I sent hundreds of people," Dai Hao said with a smile, slightly trying to claim credit. "So that's how it is." Su Chen nodded and asked, "Brother Hao, how do you want to exchange? Rice again?" "Half for rice, half for canned food, and preferably some vegetables." Dai Hao looked at Su Chen eagerly. Eating only rice would lead to malnutrition over time. For example, needed protein can be supplemented with cured meat and canned food. But vitamins and minerals are difficult to replenish. Take Dai Hao himself, for example. Although he never went hungry, after a while, he still developed red and swollen gums, inflammation, and constipation. Su Chen thought for a moment and nodded, "Yes, but the exchange amount for canned goods and vegetables is only half of what it is for rice." "Only half?" Dai Hao felt a little distressed, but after a moment's hesitation, he finally agreed. Su Chen returned to his snowmobile and pretended to take something from his backpack, but in reality, he pulled out an equal amount of supplies from the storage compartment. When Yang Wan placed the supplies Su Chen had traded in front of Dai Hao, his eyes widened. He had originally thought Su Chen would provide some easy-to-store dehydrated vegetables. But to his surprise, each and every one of these vegetables was incredibly juicy. Dai Hao even suspected that the tiny ice particles on the vegetables were freshly frozen. He grew in awe of Su Chen. "You must be kidding. To be able to produce such fresh vegetables under such circumstances. How profound must Su Chen's family background and connections be?" Sun Yin, standing nearby, witnessed the entire process. Her thoughts were similar to Dai Hao's. This only solidified her determination to hook up with Su Chen. After Dai Hao finished the transaction, Sun Yin, whittling her delicate body, stepped forward. "Mr. Su." Her voice was gentle, her expression charming, her eyes watery, as if to captivate anyone. But Su Chen simply glanced at her and said coldly, "Stop. Just stay where you are and trade." Sun Yan's smile froze, her expression rather awkward. "In the past, I only needed to use the slightest trick, and those men would swarm around me like flies. Why is this Su Chen so composed?" She gathered herself and coughed lightly to cover her embarrassment. "Shoujing, bring the things up." "Yes, boss." Yu Shoujing walked over to Sun Yin with a large bag and tossed it to Su Chen. Su Chen opened the bag and examined it. There were not as many zombie heads as the Tiger Gang, but there were still 20. "Very good. How do you want to trade?" Su Chen asked. "Same as him." Sun Yin pointed at Dai Hao. "Half rice, half vegetables, and canned food. Suchin didn't hesitate and brought out the same amount of supplies. The transaction was complete. Dai Hao said goodbye to Suchin and was about to leave when Suchin suddenly said, "Wait." Everyone's eyes turned to Suchin, wondering what he was going to do. Keep her. Chapter 144. As Suchin pointed his finger at Zhou Qing, who was standing beside Yang Wan, everyone present was stunned. Suchin and Zhou Qing had nothing in common. Why would he suddenly ask Zhou Qing to stay? Could he be lusting after her? That wouldn't be the case. Zhou Qing's face was truly ordinary dark. Even if Suchin was starving, he wouldn't be so picky, right? Besides, Sun Yan had just been so proactive, so why didn't he choose her? Sun Yan, standing by, widened her beautiful eyes. She had seen Zhou Qing before, when Yang Wan and Zhou Qing were abducted to Tianxiang Pavilion. She was plain-looking, with dark skin, not even as good as a country girl. I was just about to throw myself at you, and you actually chose Zhou Qing? Sun Yan gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with rage. Brother, why are you suddenly interested in my wife? Yang Wan was also taken aback and stammered. Didn't you offer your wife to me before? Suchin glanced at him and said calmly, I really have my eye on her now, so why aren't you happy? No, I'm not unhappy. Yang Wan hesitated, rubbing his hands together, but he refused to give up Zhou Qing. What are you dawdling about? Didn't you hear what Brother Su said? Hurry up. Dai Hao, standing by, growled angrily. To him, nothing was more important than gaining Suchin's favor. If possible, he would offer all his sisters to him. Reluctantly, Yang Wan stepped aside, letting Zhou Qing step forward. Just as Zhou Qing passed by him, he whispered fiercely, Watch your mouth. Don't say anything or else. A flicker of fear flashed across Zhou Qing's eyes, but she nodded gently. All right, all of you go. Suchin waved his hand and instructed Yang Wan, Come back after noon to pick up your wife. Under the disdainful and scornful gazes of the crowd, Yang Wan lowered his head and left with Dai Hao. Sun Yan gave Suchin a bitterly resentful look and also left with her men. Suchin completely ignored her. Zhang Wuji's mother once said, the more beautiful a woman, the more deceptive she is. For Sun Yan, a woman of her stature, to have risen to the rank of Tianxiang Pavilion, she was definitely no ordinary weakling. She had taken the initiative to seduce Suchin, and she definitely had no good intentions. Suchin certainly wouldn't fall for her trick. After everyone left, Suchin pointed at the snowmobile and said calmly, You get on first. After Zhou Qing climbed onto the scooter, Suchin finally sat on it. From behind, it looked as if Suchin was holding her. Even through her thick cotton coat, Zhou Qing's face still blushed. Thankfully, her skin was darker, and there weren't many people around. As Suchin turned the throttle, the snowmobile roared away. Zhou Qing wasn't wearing snow goggles like Suchin. The howling cold wind and snowflakes made it difficult for her to lift her head. A short while later, Suchin led Zhou Qing to his RV. Looking at the massive, steel-like Normadison, Zhou Qing's mouth dropped open in surprise. What are you standing there for? Get in! Suchin beckoned Zhou Qing, asking her to follow him into the RV. After entering the RV, Zhou Qing was stunned. The interior was extraordinarily luxurious, the temperature was incredibly warm, and a TV series was playing on the screen. Two beautifully dressed girls were snacking and watching a TV series. It all seemed so peaceful and tranquil, like a paradise. The master has returned. Seeing Suchin return, Lin Yingying and Lu Linger hurriedly stood to greet him. But upon seeing Zhou Qing behind him, they were slightly taken aback. After being taught so much by Suchin, the two girls had already made up their minds to have another sister. But looking at Zhou Qing, with her ordinary appearance and dark skin, they found it a little hard to understand. Pour her a cup of milk tea, I just have hot water. Suchin instructed, then casually said to Zhou Qing, Please sit down. Zhou Qing carefully sat down on the sofa, fearing to stain the interior of the RV. When the fragrant milk tea arrived, Zhou Qing took a deep breath, as if she had made a decision. Is this note from you? Suchin pulled a slip from his pocket. It read, I have something important to report. Zhou Qing. Yes, it was written by me. Suchin hadn't met Yang Wan and Zhou Qing often, nor had he heard her speak. When she suddenly spoke today, Suchin realized that her voice was smooth, delicate, and soft, a stark contrast to her appearance. Tell me, what's the matter? Before you do, I have a request. Suchin raised an eyebrow, looked at Zhou Qing and smiled. Interesting. Tell me your request first. What I'm talking about concerns your safety. You must take me away from Shannon. Zhou Qing said solemnly. Su Chen smiled noncommittally. You need to speak up first. Let me think about it, okay? Zhou Qing didn't respond immediately, but bit her lip, as if worried Su Chen might change his mind. She hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke. Yangwan has secretly contacted the Shield Alliance and is planning to attack you. Su Chen had previously learned about the situation of the survivors in Shannon City from Li Cheng, a survivor at Wanda Plaza. Although the Shield Alliance, along with the Tiger Gang and Tianxiang Pavilion, are considered one of the three major factions in Shannon, the Shield Alliance's predecessor wasn't a gang like the Tiger Gang and Tianxiang Pavilion. The Shield Alliance was originally a security company, owned by Lu Xiaoshan, a retired soldier. Thanks to its strong connections, the Shield Alliance secured a significant amount of official business. After the apocalypse, Lu Xiaoshan consolidated security forces, large and small, to become one of the three major factions. In terms of sheer numbers, the strong Shield Alliance is inferior to the Tiger Gang and the Tianxiang Pavilion. But its combat power is the strongest of the three. This is simply because, as a security company, the strong Shield Alliance possesses legal firearms. In addition, the law enforcers recruited by Lu Xiaoshan are also armed. It was precisely because of his fear of the strong Shield Alliance's threat that Dai Hao swallowed his anger and stopped fighting the Tianxiang Pavilion. A gleam flashed in Su Chen's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "Tell me more." It turns out that the Tiger Gang's zombie hunting was making quite a fuss. Not only had they been discovered by the Tianxiang Pavilion, but the strong Shield Alliance had also learned of it. Through their spies in the Tiger Gang and the Tianxiang Pavilion, they learned that they could trade supplies with Su Chen through zombie heads. But they didn't intend to trade with Su Chen. Instead, they had their sights set on him. The strong Shield Alliance's leader, Lu Xiaoshan, had someone contact Yangwan. Chapter 145. Lu Xiaoshan promised Yangwan a generous reward, asking her to find out about Su Chen. Yangwan readily agreed. Interesting. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint in him. He had previously spared Yangwan's life, and even specifically put him in charge of his dealings with the Tiger Gang. To think he would betray him, as expected? In the apocalypse, the most unpredictable thing is the human heart. You're his wife. Why did you betray him? Su Chen asked softly. He's a monster. I wanted to get away from him for a long time. Speaking of Yangwan, Zhou Qing's eyes were filled with hatred. From her mouth, Su Chen also heard about an unhappy marriage. Yangwan's family was wealthy, and Zhou Qing's parents had married her to him to curry favor with the Yang family. However, their married life was not happy. Yangwan was a master of all things, drinking, gambling, whoring, and smoking. Every time he got drunk, he liked to beat Zhou Qing. Suffering daily from domestic violence, Zhou Qing had considered leaving Yangwan. But ultimately, fearing the power of the Yang family, she chose to endure it. When the apocalypse arrived, the once high-ranking young master Yangwan suddenly fell to the dust. Zhou Qing's life, however, was relatively better. But she was also fed up with Yangwan's constant attempts to give her up to others, and considered leaving him completely. Coincidentally, at this time, Su Chen appeared in Shannon City. Although her interactions with Su Chen were limited, Zhou Qing, like Dai Hao and others, felt that the forces behind Su Chen were extremely powerful. She intended to leave Shannon City and join the forces behind Su Chen. So, after learning of Yangwan and the Shield Alliance's plan, she came up with a plan. While helping Yangwan deliver the bag containing the zombie heads to Su Chen, Zhou Qing slipped the note she had prepared into the bag. I see. Su Chen suddenly realized, and a strange smile crossed his face. Well, with all due respect, Miss Zhou, you don't seem particularly beautiful. Given Yangwan's family situation, how could he have set his sights on you? After hearing Su Chen's words, Zhou Qing didn't get angry, but smiled faintly. Mr. Su, may I use the bathroom? Please help yourself. Su Chen spread his hands. Zhou Qing stood up, removed her hat and scarf, and walked into the bathroom. There was a sound of running water, and when she emerged, not only Lin Yingying and Lu Linger, but even Su Chen was startled. Zhou Qing's face was now delicate and beautiful. Willow-shaped eyebrows, deep, beautiful eyes, a straight nose, and fair skin. Although she wore no makeup, she exuded the graceful charm of a mature young woman. Lin Yingying and Lu Linger, who were beside Su Chen, were already considered beauties, but compared to them, Zhou Qing was no less impressive, even possessing a touch of intellectual beauty. My previous appearance was actually all makeup, Zhou Qing explained. Su Chen and the others then revealed a look of sudden realization. That's right. With Zhou Qing's beauty, if she hadn't used makeup to conceal it, she would have been the target of other men in this apocalyptic world. She had deliberately made herself look ugly to protect herself. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. No wonder makeup is considered one of the 4 great evil arts of East Asia. Looking at Zhou Qing's current appearance, who could possibly associate her with that ugly woman from before? So, Yang Wan's constant attempts to offer Zhou Qing to others were likely intended to backfire. I said everything. Mr. Su, I wonder if you can agree to my request. Zhou Qing stared at Su Chen quietly, awaiting his decision. Su Chen reached out, tapping the table lightly. He pondered, I take you out of Shannon City, no problem. But I'm sorry, I don't have any power behind me. Su Chen's words were honest. His progress to this point was entirely due to his own abilities and the help of his cheating system. Although there was still a stronghold on Phoenix Mountain, Su Chen had only recently left and had no plans to return immediately. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qing was instantly filled with disappointment. If it was true as Su Chen said, how long could a weak woman like her survive even if she left Shannon City? Then, can I stay in your RV? Zhou Qing glanced at Lu Linger and Lin Yingying beside her, then suddenly gritted her teeth and said, as long as you let me stay, I'm willing to do anything. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he looked Zhou Qing up and down. Even through thick clothing, he could still tell Zhou Qing had a stunning figure. And she exuded a young womanly charm that Lin Yingying and Lu Linger lacked. Keeping her here doesn't seem like a bad idea, does it? Su Chen pondered this, then said slowly, I don't keep idle people in my RV. What are your skills? I'm a computer science major, proficient in most software design and operation. Zhou Qing's words surprised Su Chen slightly. He hadn't expected Zhou Qing to be such a top student. But on second thought, it made perfect sense. Yang Wan's family was wealthy, so naturally, he wasn't just looking for someone with good looks, but also someone with high intelligence. Okay, I promise. After some hesitation, Su Chen finally decided to keep Zhou Qing. While Zhou Qing's skills weren't going to be of much use right now, who knows what they might be in the future. Moreover, she had told him about the conspiracy between the Shield Alliance and Yang Wan in advance, which was a bit of a favor. If she showed any signs of rebellion, he could just throw her out. Zhou Qing felt a wave of relief upon hearing Su Chen's affirmative answer. If Su Chen had refused her, she really didn't know what she would do. It's getting late. Stay for dinner, and I take you back, Su Chen said. Ah? You're going to take me back? Zhou Qing was taken aback. If anything, she wouldn't return to Yang Wan's side, even if she died. I have some plans, and I need your cooperation. Su Chen gave a meaningful smile. Su Chen left Zhou Qing in the car for a hearty lunch, then rode his snowmobile back to the place where the transaction was taking place, after she had been reapplied with makeup. Yang Wan was waiting anxiously there. Seeing Su Chen and Zhou Qing return, he hurried forward. Hello, big brother. Seeing his gaze fixed on Zhou Qing, Su Chen deliberately gave a lewd smile. Don't worry, I didn't do anything to your wife. But I have to say, Yang Wan, you have good taste. Your wife is very smooth. Even though Zhou Qing was already a mature woman, she couldn't help but lower her head at these words. Seeing this, Yang Wan was furious. He didn't dare say anything, so he forced a smile and said, Brother, you're absolutely right. All right, stay with your wife. I'm leaving. Su Chen waved his hand, started his snowmobile, and sped off. Chapter 146. You gave it to him? After Su Chen left, Yang Wan stood before Zhou Qing and demanded fiercely. What else could it be? He pulled me back. He couldn't possibly want to chat with me, could he? Zhou Qing said calmly. You bitch. In front of Zhou Qing, Yang Wan, shrugging off his usual timidity, cursed harshly. He raised his hand, intending to slap Zhou Qing. However, Zhou Qing didn't dodge. Instead, she steeled her neck and thrust her face forward. Come on, hit me! Next time I see Mr. Su, I tell him about you hitting me today. When she mentioned Su Chen, Yang Wan's raised hand froze in midair. Su Chen was a man whom even the Tiger Gang and the Tianqiang Pavilion sought to curry favor with. If Zhou Qing were to get close to him, he wouldn't dare offend her. Yang Wan's face was a little awkward. After a moment, he withdrew his hand in frustration. You just slept with him, didn't you? You didn't say anything else? What else? He definitely asked me to sleep with her. Hearing Zhou Qing's nonchalant words, Yang Wan felt a pang of anger rising from his head. You slut. I slut? With Su Chen's backing, Zhou Qing seemed fearless. With a sneer, she retorted, Are you the one who keeps clamoring to give me to someone else? I only said that for our safety. Yang Wan forcefully defended himself. Really? Zhou Qing's phoenix eyes were filled with disdain. Even before the apocalypse, You wanted me to sleep with your business partner. Was that for safety? Yangwan was speechless. Before the apocalypse, he met a powerful man with whom he hoped to further enhance the Yang family's wealth and status. But the man had his eye on Zhou Qing and suggested that Yangwan bring her to him. For the future of the Yang family, Yangwan lobbied Zhou Qing with every possible means, even beating and scolding her several times. Forced, Zhou Qing agreed. But before Yangwan could contact the powerful man, the apocalypse arrived abruptly. At that moment, Yangwan, as if suddenly reminded, stared at Zhou Qing and asked, "Where did you sleep with him? Why are you so concerned about this? Are you going to watch from the sidelines and play the role of a slut?" Zhou Qing scoffed. "Bullshit." Yangwan, furious, pulled out a knife, pointed it at Zhou Qing, and threatened, "Don't think I won't touch you just because you got Su Chen's legs. You better tell me the truth." Faced with Yangwan's threats, Zhou Qing seemed a little frightened. She pursed her lips before answering, "It's in his base." "What kind of base? Where is it? What's inside? Are there other people?" Yangwan fired off a barrage of questions. "It's called a base, but it's actually just an empty residential building. It's not far from here, in the southern suburbs. I didn't see anyone else inside, but the supplies piled up like a mountain." Zhou Qing feigned recollection, answering Yangwan's questions according to Su Chen's prior arrangement. Hearing this, Yangwan's eyes widened, and he almost drooled. Wow! A base filled with supplies, occupied by only one person. What a fat piece of meat! "Come with me!" Yangwan immediately called out to Zhou Qing, and left the area. After such a long search, Yangwan was now quite familiar with Shannon City. He bypassed the territory of the Tiger Gang, the Tianxiang Pavilion, and other areas where zombies might appear, and soon arrived at the Jiandun Security Company, the headquarters of the Jiandun Alliance. After explaining his purpose, Yangwan quickly met the Jiandun Alliance's leader, Lu Zhaoshan. "Yangwan, you're so anxious to see me. Do you have any good news?" For a leader like Lu Zhaoshan, he wasn't a burly man, but rather thin. Despite his unassuming appearance, his eyes were incredibly sharp and bright, like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. "Boss Lu is right. I do have good news." Yangwan, with a flattering expression, repeated everything Zhou Qing had just said. But Lu Zhaoshan didn't seem particularly excited after hearing it. He pulled out a cigar, lit it, took a drag, and then slowly said, "That guy named Su Chen doesn't even like that bitch Sun Yin, so how could he possibly be interested in your wife?" Faced with Lu Zhaoshan's questioning, Yangwan hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth. "Boss Lu, you don't know, my wife actually wears makeup." "Wife? Why don't you take it off?" Zhou Qing's delicate body stiffened, extremely reluctant. But she was in the Strong Shield Alliance's lair, so how could she dare disobey? She had no choice but to follow Yangwan's instructions, and head to the nearby bathroom. A moment later, Zhou Qing emerged, her makeup removed. Even though Lu Zhaoshan had seen countless women, he was still stunned by Zhou Qing's beauty. "Yangwan, you're so lucky to have married such a beautiful wife. Hee, if Mr. Lu likes her, just let her stay with you after this is over," Yangwan said shamelessly. In his opinion, Zhou Qing had already slept with Su Chen, making her a complete slut. It didn't matter who she slept with, so why not let her stay with Lu Zhaoshan in exchange for a better life? Zhou Qing, standing by, stared at Yangwan with her beautiful eyes wide open in disbelief. She hadn't expected her husband, whom she had shared a bed with for over a decade, to be so brazen. "How can this be? We talk about it later." Lu Zhaoshan waved his hand with feigned reserve. Although he also felt the urge to devour Zhou Qing, the most urgent task was to eliminate Su Chen. "Everything is subject to Boss Lu's orders." Yangwan nodded and smiled. "I wonder when Boss Lu thinks we should take action against Su Chen. We can't rush this matter. We need to think long and hard." Lu Zhaoshan stroked his chin and said slowly, "Wait until next time, after you completed your transaction with Su Chen, and then we see how things go. After that's done." Yangwan looked at Lu Zhaoshan eagerly. "Don't worry, the terms I promise you will only increase, not decrease." "Thank you, Boss Lu." Yangwan nodded heavily, and happily left with Zhou Qing. After they left, Lu Zhaoshan paused for a moment and called out, "Chen Hao, Su Feng." "Here, boss, please." Two tall men walked in. They were Lu Zhaoshan's most trusted subordinates, and he often assigned them important tasks. "Tell the brothers to prepare their weapons. We're going to take on that kid named Su Chen in 2 days," Lu Zhaoshan ordered. Chen Hao was slightly taken aback and said disapprovingly, "Boss, aren't we overdoing it? That kid named Su Chen is just one person. Do we really need to go all out, including weapons?" What do you know? Lu Xiaoshan sneered. Su Chen is exchanging supplies for zombie heads. It's obvious he's after the energy crystals. Chapter 147. Otherwise, he want to use the zombie heads as balls, won't he? Boss, what you mean is that Su Chen is just like you. Su Feng was interrupted by Lu Xiaoshan before he could finish. He nodded, his face darkening. If that's the case, then we can't keep him. Chen Hao and Su Feng exchanged glances, both sensing the gravity of this matter. Taking no further delay, the two quickly obeyed orders and left. For the next few days, the Shield Alliance remained inactive. The Tiger Gang and Tianxiang Pavilion dispatched their men to hunt zombies. On the surface, Shannon City seemed peaceful. But only a few could sense the turbulent undercurrent beneath the calm. Soon enough, the day of the transaction arrived. Dai Hao of the Tiger Gang and Sun Yin of Tianxiang Pavilion arrived at the designated trading location, carrying their prepared zombie heads. After counting the items, Su Chen distributed the corresponding supplies. Just as he was about to leave, Sun Yin quickly stopped him. Mr. Su. What's going on? Su Chen turned to glance at her and said calmly. Since you need anything, why not consider me? Sun Yin smiled coquettishly. Not only is my sister prettier than Yangwan, but I also know how to serve a man. Hearing this, many present couldn't help but secretly curse Sun Yin for her shamelessness, but while despising her, they also had to admit that Sun Yin was willing to humble herself to survive. Su Chen didn't rush to answer her, but said indifferently, Sorry, I'm not interested in sharing a car with anyone else, nor am I interested in using a public vehicle for personal purposes. Sun Yin was indeed quite pretty. But Lu Linger and Lin Yingying, who were by Su Chen's side, far surpassed her in beauty. Not to mention Sun Yan's ambitions. Provoking her would only lead to death. Ha. Brother Su, what a vicious way you speak. The survivors present couldn't help but chuckle. Sun Yan's face paled instantly. She was no fool, of course she could hear Su Chen hinting at her being a bus. In the past, Sun Yan had accompanied over a dozen men to gain power. Now, she was even using her body to seduce Yu Shoujing and his men to solidify her position. These things were common knowledge. But due to Sun Yan's influence, no one dared to discuss them openly. She hadn't expected Su Chen to expose Sun Yan's scars in public. Sun Yan wanted to immediately order Yu Shoujing to lead his men to kill Su Chen, but in the end, she held back. She knew full well that if she dared attack Su Chen, Dai Hao and the Tiger Gang would definitely not stand idly by. Mr. Su is such a joke, Sun Yan said with a dry laugh. Su Chen ignored her, started his snowmobile, and sped away. Dai Hao gave Sun Yan a forced smile and left with his men. After they left, Sun Yan's face instantly turned livid. Boss. Yu Shoujing was about to say something, but Sun Yan raised her hand and slapped him. Shut up. It was strange that Yu Shoujing, a 5 feet 8 inches tall man, was slapped so hard by Sun Yan. Not only did he not get angry, but he looked completely mesmerized. Boss, if you're unhappy, you can whip me a few times tonight. Men are such scoundrels. Sun Yan cursed him and turned to leave. But just then, a slow voice suddenly rang out. Sister Yin, why are you so angry? Sun Yin looked up, and was immediately shocked to see Lu Xiaoshan emerging with a large group of members from the strong Shield Alliance. Boss Lu, what are you trying to do? Looking at Sun Yan's worried face, Lu Xiaoshan laughed heartily. Sister Yin, don't be nervous. I'm not here to deal with you. Hearing this, Sun Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Lu Xiaoshan was really coming for her, she and her men would probably have to stay here today, but she didn't completely let her guard down. Instead, she asked coldly, Who are you trying to deal with? Su Chen, of course. Lu Xiaoshan's answer surprised Sun Yin, but she was immediately relieved. The Tiger Gang and the Tianxiang Pavilion have been quite active in recent days. If the Strong Shield Alliance were interested in investigating, it would be natural for them to know about Su Chen's existence. Aren't you afraid I tell Su Chen about this? Sun Yin narrowed her eyes and looked at Lu Xiaoshan. Of course I'm not. Lu Xiaoshan said with a smile. Su Chen just insulted Sister Yin so much. Don't you want to retaliate against him? Don't you want to put your high heels on his head? If possible, Sun Yin would definitely want to. As a woman who once climbed to power through her body, after gaining power, her favorite thing to do was to make those seemingly strong men fall at her feet and be tortured to death by her. What do you want? To be honest, I already figured out Su Chen's background and where he lives. Lu Xiaoshan briefly recounted what he had learned. I'm planning to take action against her now. Are you interested? He had originally planned to deal with Su Chen alone. But while lurking in the shadows, he happened to overhear Su Chen humiliating Sun Yin. Lu Xiaoshan, knowing Sun Yan's character well, took the initiative to make an appointment. Is your information true? Sun Yan asked calmly. Of course it is. Zhou Qing said it. She's the only one of us who went back with Su Qin. Lu Zhaoshan explained. So that's how it was. Sun Yan suddenly understood. She pondered for a moment, then nodded emphatically. Okay, I go with you to deal with Su Qin. But after we're done, you have to hand him over to me. And you have to give me half of his supplies. Lu Zhaoshan shook his head mercilessly. I can give you Su Qin, but I can't give you half of the supplies. 1/3 at most. Okay, 1/3 is 1/3. More than supplies, Sun Yan wanted Su Qin to kneel down, lick her high heels, and beg for mercy. The two of them didn't hesitate. After agreeing on the details, they quickly left. In the afternoon, Sun Yan summoned all the thugs from Tianxiang Pavilion. On the other side, the Jiandun League also dispatched its elite troops. After the two groups met at the agreed location, Yang Wan and Zhou Qing arrived a short while later. When Yang Wan saw Sun Yan's men, he was startled. Boss Lu Yu, why did you even call the people from Tianxiang Pavilion? More manpower means more confidence. Lu Zhaoshan waved his hand and chuckled. Alright, stop wasting time and take us there. Yang Wan hesitated for a moment, but didn't dare disobey Lu Zhaoshan, so he nodded to Zhou Qing. Chapter 148. The Shield Alliance, along with the survivors from the Tianxiang Pavilion, numbered several hundred people. With so many people gathered together, let alone a mere Su Qin, even hundreds of zombies would be crushed. A group of people followed Yang Wan and Zhou Qing, heading towards the southern outskirts of Shannon. Yang Wan glanced at the crowd behind him, feeling a little nervous. Wife, you can't play tricks on me, or these people won't let us go. You're only now asking if I'm playing tricks on you. Don't you think it's a little too late? Zhou Qing said expressionlessly. She was already extremely disappointed with Yang Wan. After hearing that Yang Wan was offering her to Lu Zhaoshan, she completely gave up on him. Do you really think that being with Su Qin gives you the upper hand? Yang Wan clenched his fists, sneering and threatening. When Su Qin is eliminated, won't you still have to rely on me? I advise you to be smart. We're husband and wife, and I don't want to make things so awkward. Zhou Qing said nothing more, simply walking forward. Yang Wan, seeing this, assumed she was frightened by him and felt relieved. So Yang Wan and Zhou Qing led the way, with a vast army of survivors following behind them. After walking for over an hour, Zhou Qing suddenly stopped. Zhou Qing, what's going on? Are we there yet? Sun Yan, who was behind them, asked impatiently. She had always lived a life of luxury, and even in the apocalypse, she had never walked such a long distance. If Sun Yan hadn't wanted to see Su Qin kneeling down and begging for mercy, she wouldn't have followed him. It should be right there. Zhou Qing pointed ahead, somewhat uncertainly. What do you mean by should? Lu Zhaoshan frowned and shouted coldly. Before the apocalypse, I hadn't been around this area much, let alone after. Besides, I was riding a snowmobile, not walking. Zhou Qing said calmly. She glanced around, as if observing, and finally nodded. It should be up ahead. Just then, several members of the Strong Shield Alliance, who were on guard, suddenly ran over. Boss, we spotted a snowmobile up ahead. Lu Zhaoshan's eyes flashed. If the snowmobile was there, it meant Zhou Qing wasn't lying. They were currently located between several residential complexes. Thick snow covered the ground floors and streets of the complexes. According to Zhou Qing, Su Qian's lair was in the innermost residential building. Lu Zhaoshan took command without hesitation. He ordered most of his men to guard the residential building. Chen Hao, Su Feng, and Yu Shoujing, leading their elite troops, attacked the building where Su Qin was. After finalizing the details, Lu Zhaoshan waved his hand, move. The group immediately dispersed and headed towards the target building. As for Sun Yan, Yang Wan, Zhou Qing, and the few remaining survivors, they remained where they were. They would rush over after the battle on Lu Zhaoshan's side was over. Not long after the survivors set out, Zhou Qing suddenly clutched her stomach, frowning, and said, Sister Yan, I'm feeling a bit upset. Can I go to the bathroom? Although she felt a little jealous that Zhou Qing was valued by Su Qin, as a fellow woman, Sun Yan felt sympathy for Zhou Qing's fate, so she nodded and said, Alright, go ahead. Come back soon. Okay, Sister Yan. Zhou Qing responded, and headed for the snowdrifts nearby. Once she was out of sight, she immediately quickened her pace. Elsewhere, Lu Zhaoshan and his men advanced towards the residential building Zhou Qing had mentioned. Halfway along, he spotted the snowmobile his men had mentioned, parked next to a residential building. Sure enough, Lu Xiaoshan was delighted, planning to take the snowmobile away after defeating Su Chen. A moment later, they were approaching their target. But upon closer inspection, Lu Xiaoshan noticed something amiss. Because a swarm of over 30 zombies was surrounding the residential building, no matter how powerful Su Chen was, there was no way he could live in a place like this, right? Could it be that Yang Wan and Zhou Qing had tricked him? Lu Xiaoshan, enraged, shouted angrily, Su Feng, you and Yu Shoujing wait here. Chen Hao, come back with me and question that Yang Wan. Yu Shoujing, Chen Hao, and Su Feng nodded. But before Lu Xiaoshan could move, a gunshot rang out. The sound was distant, but in the vast snowy landscape, it was no less resounding than thunder. The previously tranquil swarm of zombies suddenly erupted in a commotion. The zombies all raised their heads, searching for the source of the sound. Although Lu Xiaoshan and the others tried to hide, they were too numerous, and the zombies quickly discovered their presence. Ouch! Zombies roared like mad beasts, ravenously consuming flesh and blood, as they pounced upon Lu Xiaoshan and the others. Don't use your guns, kill them all. Seeing they had been spotted by the zombies, Lu Xiaoshan simply stopped dodging. They numbered hundreds, so why should they fear a few dozen zombies? When the zombies at the front charged, the survivors easily knocked them to the ground with their weapons. Then, they stepped forward and attacked their heads with all their might. In a matter of moments, more than half of the original dozens of zombies had been destroyed. Just when the survivors thought they could easily defeat the zombies, something unexpected happened. Out of nowhere, a ferocious roar echoed. Lu Xiaoshan, Yu Shoujing, and the others were startled. A sense of foreboding washed over them. Instinctively, they raised their heads and looked towards the source of the sound. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed out from the residential building where Su Chen lived, as Zhou Qing had described it. Before anyone could get a good look at it, it charged towards the survivors at breakneck speed. It was only a few dozen seconds away, a distance of 200 or 300 meters, before the shadow reached the survivors. What the hell is this? The first survivor hadn't finished speaking when the shadow lifted him up. With a powerful yank, the shadow bisected the survivor. Blood and internal organs instantly splattered across the floor. Only then did Lu Xiaoshan and the others get a clear view of the shadow's true form. It was a massive figure, at least 2 meters tall. The skin on its surface had festered, revealing grayish-white muscle tissue. From that point on, all the survivors could sense its difference from ordinary zombies. The zombie licked the blood that had spilled on it, its eyes gleaming with a fierce glare. Chapter 149. Kill him, with a gun. Although he didn't know the origins of this mutant zombie, Lu Xiaoshan was certain. This thing was definitely not a good person. He didn't care about saving bullets, or whether it would attract more zombies. He immediately ordered to shoot. However, the only guns the Shield Alliance had were shotguns and pistols. Before they could aim at the mutant zombie, it sprang into action, charging into the crowd. Originally, the survivors had an absolute advantage against the zombies. However, now, their numerical advantage became the mutant zombies' reliance. To avoid harming their companions, the armed survivors dared not fire carelessly. In contrast, the mutant zombie, like a dragon entering the sea, moved freely through the crowd. Anytime it attacked, a survivor would fall to the ground, suffering limbs at best, or instant death at worst, and under its charge, the survivors' formation was quickly broken. The zombies behind also took the opportunity to charge into the crowd, gnawing at them wantonly. In a short while, the survivors suffered heavy losses, while the zombie horde only grew stronger. Under such circumstances, some armed survivors, disregarding the safety of their companions, decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! But in such a chaotic situation, even those with expert marksmanship would find it difficult to aim at the zombies' heads and deliver a fatal shot. In fact, their gunshots attracted the attention of the mutant zombie. It seemed to sense the immense power of the guns, a threat to its own safety. So, it abandoned the ordinary survivors and leaped towards the armed survivors. In a matter of seconds, it dispatched several gunmen. The situation spiraled further out of control. Unlike the survivors caught in the chaos, Su Chen sat on the rooftop. He lit a cigarette and leisurely smoked it. The QBU sniper rifle lay beside him. Yes! That shot just now was fired by Su Chen. And all of this was part of a carefully crafted trap for Lu Xiaoshan and the Shield Alliance. After learning from Zhou Qing that the Shield Alliance was planning to attack him, Su Chen considered how to retaliate. The Shield Alliance possessed numerous firearms, and a head-on confrontation would be extremely risky. At that moment, Su Chen had an idea. He suddenly remembered the mutant zombie he had discovered earlier. He could simply lure the Shield Alliance over, just as he had done with the previous mutant, and have them consume it for him. And so, a plan naturally formed. Su Chen had Zhou Qing cooperate with him, pretending to reveal her whereabouts, but in reality, he was luring the Shield Alliance members to the mutant zombies' location. As for the snowmobile, he had deliberately parked it there to reassure Lu Xiaoshan and the others. When Lu Xiaoshan realized something was amiss and tried to retreat, it was Su Chen who fired just in time, alerting the zombies. From his high vantage point, Su Chen surveyed the battlefield. He had to admit, this mutant zombie was significantly more powerful than the last one. It ran at such speed that it looked like it could even dodge bullets. It wasn't clear if the Shield Alliance was a match for this mutant zombie. On the ground, Lu Xiaoshan didn't share Su Chen's composure. Watching his men being mercilessly slaughtered by the mutated zombies, he suddenly became anxious. Let the brothers retreat. Yes, boss. Chen Hao and Su Feng didn't dare to delay and immediately shouted, retreat. But the members of the strong Shield Alliance were, after all, well trained. They didn't retreat blindly. Instead, Chen Hao and Su Feng, leading a few elite troops, retreated to the rear and reorganized their defenses. The others, fleeing in panic, would avoid their lines. The zombies following them, however, rushed forward without a second thought. Bang, bang. Accompanied by the sound of gunfire, the survivors swung their weapons, knocking the charging zombies to the ground. But the gunfire was so loud that it attracted more and more zombies. At the same time, the mutated zombie also noticed the survivors regrouping. Growling, it crawled across the ground on all fours, like an ape, charging forward again. At that moment, Lu Xiaoshan struck. He drew the pistol from his waist, aimed it at the mutant zombie, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The mutant zombie, sensing something, tilted its head slightly. The bullet shattered its ear and grazed its skull. Huh? Lu Xiaoshan was confident in his marksmanship. But the miss surprised him. Even more frightened was that the mutant zombie had set its sights on him. With one hand protecting its head, the mutant zombie, with the other, swatted away any survivors blocking its path, charging recklessly towards Lu Xiaoshan. Flustered, Lu Xiaoshan pulled the trigger repeatedly. But his bullets hit the mutant zombie's arm. Oddly enough, the mutant zombie's defense seemed astonishing. The bullet didn't splatter its skin, but instead embedded itself within it. Boss, be careful! Chen Hao and Su Feng were both incredibly loyal to Lu Xiaoshan. Seeing the mutant zombie charging towards him, they quickly shielded him. Lu Xiaoshan wasted no time, retreating while reloading his pistol. Just then, the mutant zombie reached them. Facing Chen Hao and Su Feng, who were trying to stop it, it slapped them. Chen Hao was also about 5 feet 4 inches tall, and had a relatively strong build. However, the mutant zombie's slap sent him flying. As he landed on the ground, Chen Hao felt as if his body had fallen apart. Blood gushed out of his mouth, and he couldn't get up again. Brother Hao. Su Feng had a good relationship with Chen Hao, and seeing him so badly injured, he was instantly enraged. He raised a fire axe and struck the mutant zombie hard. However, the mutant's massive body didn't waver at all, only suffering a single wound. It turned its head and stared at Su Feng, its lips curling slightly, as if mocking his presumption. Su Feng's heart trembled, and just as he was about to step back, the mutant grabbed him by the neck. Crack! With a crisp sound. Su Feng's neck was broken, and he died instantly. In the blink of an eye, 2 of Lu Xiaoshan's most trusted men were dispatched by the mutant. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoshan was filled with fear and anger. He panicked, and the magazine in his hand fell to the ground. Watching the mutant zombie approach him, Lu Xiaoshan's heart sank. He took a deep breath, dropped his pistol, and drew the triangular bayonet from his waist. This was his favorite combat weapon. The mutant zombie extended its palm and slapped Lu Xiaoshan at breakneck speed. But unexpectedly, Lu Xiaoshan ducked, dodging the blow, while the triangular bayonet stabbed fiercely. Huh? On the rooftop, Su Chen's expression grew serious. Chapter 150. Although Su Chen had never met Lu Xiaoshan, from Lu Xiaoshan's attitude in his conversations with Sun Yin, Yu Shoujing, and others, it was easy to determine Lu Xiaoshan's identity. According to Li Chong, Yan Wan, and others, Lu Xiaoshan was a retired soldier. No matter how strong his physical fitness was, it could not surpass that of an ordinary person. From the way Lu Xiaoshan dodged the mutant zombie, Su Chen was certain that Lu Xiaoshan was no ordinary person. He picked up the binoculars and watched the battle between Lu Xiaoshan and the mutant zombie intently. Lu Xiaoshan's triangular bayonet stabbed fiercely into the mutant zombie's head. But the mutant zombie was no fool and raised its arm. The triangular bayonet pierced deeply into the flesh, but it did no harm to the mutant zombie. He slapped Lu Xiaoshan's head with his backhand. Lu Xiaoshan didn't dare to be careless. He quickly rolled over, dodging the mutant zombie's attack again. However, this time the mutant zombie was furious, striding towards him with huge strides. While Lu Xiaoshen's speed was decent, it was no match for the mutant zombie. In just 2 or 3 steps, the mutant zombie was close to Lu Xiaoshen. This time, the mutant zombie didn't let his guard down. He slapped out with both hands simultaneously, leaving Lu Xiaoshen no room to dodge. Lu Xiaoshen barely dodged the first blow, but the second was impossible to avoid. Bang! The mutant zombie's palm slammed heavily onto Lu Xiaoshen's back. He flew backwards like a kite with its string cut. When he landed on the ground, he felt a sharp pain in his internal organs, as if they had been shattered. Wow! Lu Xiaoshen spat out mouthfuls of blood. But he couldn't catch his breath. As the mutant zombie strode towards him again, Lu Xiaoshen felt like crying, but tears were gushing out. Why are you chasing me? Bang! At that moment, a gunshot rang out. A bullet grazed the mutant zombie's head and flew out. Its massive body trembled slightly, and then it turned its head. It was Chen Hao, who had been injured earlier. Seeing his boss in danger, he reluctantly raised his gun. Unfortunately, his hands were shaking from his severe injuries, and he misfired the bullet. Roar! The mutant zombie roared, leaving Lu Xiaoshen behind and leaping towards Chen Hao. It reached out, twisted its hand, and ripped Chen Hao's head off. At the same time, the other zombies gathered around Lu Xiaoshen. They supported Lu Xiaoshen as he retreated, firing frantically. At such close range, even the mutant zombie's speed was pierced by the survivor's shotgun. Although the shotgun didn't hit the mutant zombie's head, its power was immense. After a few shots, its flesh and blood flew everywhere, even several bones were shattered. This greatly slowed the mutant zombie's speed. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Xiaoshen, protected by his subordinates, quickly retreated to the rear. Sun Yin, Yang Wan, and others, who were waiting in the rear, heard the ferocious crackling of fighting ahead and were deeply puzzled. Su Chen was just one man, so how could the fight be so intense? At this moment, Yu Shoujing, realizing the situation was not looking good, had already retreated with the Tianxiang Pavilion men. Yu Shoujing, what's going on up there? Sun Yin quickly grabbed him and asked. Boss, this is bad. Yang Wan, Zhou Qin gave us false information. Yu Shoujing, panting, told Sun Yin what had happened. Sun Yan's expression suddenly changed, and she turned to look at Yang Wan. Yang Wan's heart was pounding. From what Yu Shoujing had said, it was a trap. This has nothing to do with me, Sister Yin. My wife told me. Sun Yan's heart trembled. He realized that Zhou Qing had been in the restroom for far too long. So Zhou Qing must have been colluding with Su Chen to set this trap for them. At the same time, Lu Xiaoshen, aided by his men, escaped. Seeing his miserable state, Sun Yin, Yang Wan, and the others were stunned. Hurry, run! Lu Xiaoshen didn't bother to settle accounts with Yang Wan. He said hello to Sun Yin and continued on his way. The zombie horde wasn't large at first, but after losing so many survivors, it grew even stronger. Add to that the onslaught of the mutant zombies, and the survivors were instantly routed. Everyone, including Lu Xiaoshen, fled frantically. It didn't matter if they couldn't outrun the zombie horde. As long as they could outrun their companions, they would survive. Looking at the already disastrous situation below, Su Chen let out a grim smile. Dare to plot against me. This is the fate of you. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that the mutant zombie wasn't pursuing the survivors. It was carrying the bodies of several survivors, and slowly moving towards its lair. It looks like it's injured too. This is a perfect opportunity to take it down. Su Chen's eyes flashed. Glancing at the retreating zombies, he put his sniper rifle and other belongings into storage and headed downstairs. When Su Chen reached the surface, the battle between humans and zombies was completely over. The zombies pursued the survivors, leaving only blood and broken limbs on the ground. Following the mutant zombies' trail, Su Chen quickly reached its hiding place. Like the previous one, this mutant's home was also within a residential building. Su Chen jumped in through the broken window and was immediately hit by a strong foul odor. The ceiling and walls were covered in blood, and the ground was littered with human bones. The mutant zombie was sprawled over the body of a survivor, feasting rapturously. As it continued to gnaw on the flesh, its broken wounds healed at a visible speed. Su Chen's heart trembled. This mutant zombie was indeed far more powerful than ordinary zombies. At the sound of Su Chen's entry, the mutant zombie suddenly raised its head. Its grayish-white eyes fixed on Su Chen. It licked the flesh at the corner of its mouth, and without hesitation, with a low growl, it charged towards Su Chen. Luckily, Su Chen had already drawn his rifle. In this situation, he didn't care to conserve ammunition and immediately pulled the trigger. Duh. The muzzle of the gun spurted flames, and a barrage of bullets pelted the mutant zombie's head. But the mutant zombie had anticipated this, and raised its arms to block its head. After firing a burst of bullets, Suchin dropped his rifle, drew his Nepalese machete from his waist, and charged at it. Roar! The mutant zombie roared in anger, raising its hand and striking down at Suchin. However, Suchin didn't dodge. With a single hand, he blocked the mutant zombie's blow. Chapter 151. This mutant zombie's strength was noticeably greater than the previous one. But after undergoing further system enhancement, Suchin's physical fitness had also improved significantly. Thus, this blow only caused him to stagger and feel a slight strain, but he sustained no other damage. Although mutant zombies lack minds, they possess a rudimentary awareness. In their understanding, no human could resist their attacks. Yet, Suchin was able to easily withstand this blow. It was slightly startled. Suchin seized the opportunity and swung his sword back. The blow struck the mutant zombie's arm with immense force, severing a section of flesh and bone. Roar! The mutant zombie roared again, expressing its anger and dissatisfaction. Its remaining arm slammed down on Suchin again. Suchin jumped, easily dodging the blow, and struck the mutant zombie's head with his sword. The mutant zombie had no time to dodge, and was struck directly on the forehead. Although its skull was incredibly hard, Suchin was now as strong as an ox. Adding to that, the Nepalese machete was also quite sharp. As a result, Suchin easily bisected its head. No matter how powerful a zombie is, its head is its fatal weakness. The mutant zombie's massive body swayed a few times before finally collapsing to the ground with a thud. Suchin took a slight breath, a satisfied smile on his face. Although Lu Zhaoshan and the others had already consumed the mutant zombies, Suchin could clearly feel that this time was much easier and more comfortable than the last. He slowly stepped forward, pried open the mutant zombie's head, and discovered the energy crystal inside. The cyan color of this energy crystal became much richer. Absorb! Suchin called to the system in his mind. As his palms felt warm, the energy crystal vanished. Successfully absorbed the primary energy crystal, gaining 89 energy points. Suchin was stunned by the system's notification. The previous primary energy crystal only gave him 56 energy points. And this one, a staggering 89. It seems the more powerful the zombie, the more energy the energy crystals in its brain contain. Suchin suddenly remembered that the mutant zombie had been repairing itself by consuming flesh and blood. Could this be the ability they acquire after evolution? If so, how far could these mutant zombies ultimately evolve? As Suchin pondered, the intercom on his body suddenly chimed. Hello? Mr. Su? Zhou Qing's weak voice rang out. What's wrong? Suchin asked, regaining his composure. How's the situation over there? It's over. Meet me by the snowmobiles. Suchin glanced at the mutated zombie's corpse, wiped the blood off his Nepalese machete, and turned to walk out. A moment later, he arrived at the spot where the snowmobiles had been parked. Zhou Qing, hiding nearby, saw Suchin and hurried over. After witnessing the tragedy, Zhou Qing's face was filled with fear. Mr. Su, I have done as you instructed. Can you let me into your RV? She looked at Suchin eagerly, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. Suchin smiled, but didn't answer directly. What did you call me? Zhou Qing was stunned for a moment, a blush spreading across her dark, makeup-covered face. But as someone who had experienced this before, she naturally wasn't as shy as Lin Yingying and Lu Linger. Master. Very good. Suchin smiled with satisfaction. Get on board. He climbed onto the snowmobile, and Zhou Qing immediately sat, clinging tightly to his waist. In a short while, the two of them were back on the snowmobile. Seeing Zhou Qing following behind Suchin like a lackey, Lu Linger and Lin Yingying suddenly understood. Although they felt a little sad, the two women took the initiative to approach Zhou Qing and greet her. Sister Qing, we're sisters from now on. Yes, we must take care of each other and serve the master well. Zhou Qing, intent on building a good relationship with them, nodded quickly. Go remove your makeup, and keep it as it is from today on. Suchin casually ordered. Yes, master. Zhou Qing obeyed and left. When she emerged, she had regained her previous alluring appearance. Looking at her stunningly beautiful face, Suchin couldn't help but shake his head. This Yangwan is such a fool. He leaves such a beautiful wife alone, and not cherish her properly. Wait in the car, I have something to go out for. Suchin gave the three of them a few instructions, and left Normadison. In the previous battle, Lu Zhaoshan was seriously injured, and the Shield Alliance suffered heavy losses. But this didn't mean Suchin would give up. It's better to pursue the enemy with your remaining courage than to seek fame by imitating the tyrant. Most importantly, after watching Lu Zhaoshan fight the mutated zombies, Su Chen was absolutely certain that Lu Zhaoshan was no ordinary person. He might not have been strengthened by the system like himself, but his evolution should be similar to that of a mutant zombie. Su Chen planned to capture him alive and get the truth out of him. While the Shield Alliance had suffered heavy losses, rushing in rashly was also risky. So Su Chen planned to find the Tiger Gang first. Not long after, he arrived outside the Tiger Gang's base. Su Chen did not enter, but instead told the sentry that he wanted to see Dai Hao. Not long after, Dai Hao, having received the news, came running out with Dai Rongliang and several other men. Why are you treating Brother Su so badly? You have no sense at all. Dai Hao scolded his men, then said with an apologetic smile, my men are ignorant and neglected Brother Su. Alright, let's stop being polite. Su Chen said calmly, I came to you today because I have something good to tell you. What good news? The last time Dai Hao and Su Chen worked together, they hunted zombies to obtain supplies. Although they lost many men, they also gained a large amount of supplies. Hearing Su Chen mention another good news, Dai Hao couldn't help but feel a little impatient. Take down the Jiandun League, Tianxiang Pavilion, and unify Shannon City. What do you think? Su Chen looked at Dai Hao with a smile. Dai Hao's heart skipped a beat, but after recovering, he couldn't help but chuckle at himself. Brother Su, stop teasing me. How could I possibly defeat them with my strength? You might not be able to do it alone, but what about me? Well, I'm afraid it won't work either. Dai Hao still shook his head. If the forces behind Su Chen didn't take action, taking down the Jiandun League and Tianxiang Pavilion would be impossible. What if I told you that the Jiandun League and Tianxiang Pavilion suffered heavy losses, and Lu Zhaoshan was almost killed? Su Chen's words left Dai Hao stunned. Chapter 152. Brother Su, what exactly do you mean by that? Dai Hao couldn't help but wonder. Su Chen didn't intend to hide anything from him, so he told him everything that had just happened. What? There was such a thing? Dai Hao was both surprised and delighted after hearing this. Shocked that Yang Wan, that bastard, had betrayed him and colluded with the Shield Alliance to harm Su Chen. Delighted that the Shield Alliance and the Tianxiang Pavilion had attacked Su Chen, only to end up getting beaten instead of showing off. Well, are you willing? Su Chen glanced at Dai Hao and said calmly. Yes, of course I wouldn't. Dai Hao was filled with ecstasy, a smile harder to suppress than an AK. Of the three factions, the Tiger Gang had a large number of members, but the Shield Alliance was the strongest. After all, the Shield Alliance had over a dozen weapons. Not only had the Tiger Gang been constantly suppressed by the strong Shield Alliance, but they were also bullied by the Tianxiang Pavilion just a few days ago. Now that there was an opportunity to take down the strong Shield Alliance and the Tianxiang Pavilion, why wouldn't Dai Hao be willing? Then quickly go and gather the troops, Su Chen said calmly. Liang Yang, what are you still standing there for? Didn't you hear what Brother Su? Oh no, what Boss Su said. Dai Hao winked at Dai Rongliang. Dai Rongliang didn't hesitate, running back and began gathering the troops. At the strong Shield Alliance camp at this moment, Lu Zhaoshan slumped on the sofa, his face pale and his expression dejected. Although he had narrowly escaped death in the battle with the mutant zombies, he had also suffered serious injuries. The mutant zombies' slap had broken 2 of his bones and damaged his internal organs. If Lu Zhaoshan's body hadn't evolved, he would have perished instantly. Besides his own injuries, the Shield Alliance also suffered heavy losses. 2 thugs, Chen Hao and Su Feng, were killed in action, and another 100 or 200 were mauled to death by zombies. Most devastatingly, they lost 2/3 of their guns. The Shield Alliance's ability to outlast the Tiger Gang and the Tianxiang Pavilion was due to their vast supply of guns. If there were no survivors, they could just keep recruiting. But without guns, they were truly gone. At the thought of this, Lu Zhaoshan nearly cried out in pain. Blocking the pain, he shouted outside, "Someone come! Boss, what are your orders?" 2 underlings cautiously entered. "Where's that Yang Wan? Bring him in!" Lu Zhaoshan growled. A moment later, Yang Wan was dragged in by several of his underlings. At the sight of Lu Zhaoshan, he sank to his knees. "Boss Lu, this has nothing to do with me. It's all that bitch Shou Qing's fault." Looking at Yang Wan, who was kneeling before him like a dog, begging for mercy, Lu Zhaoshan's face darkened. "Shou Qing is your wife, and you say this has nothing to do with you? Are you kidding me? If it really had something to do with me, I would have run away long ago. How could I possibly stay?" Yang Wan's face was filled with sorrow, and he was already mentally despising his mother-in-law. Although the truth was unclear, he could guess that Zhou Qing was working with Su Chen. He could never have imagined that Zhou Qing, who had been married to him for over 10 years, had simply spent time with Su Chen once, and then changed her mind and turned around to plot against him. Stinky bitch. When I find you, I beat you to death. Yang Wan cursed Zhou Qing inwardly, yet outwardly begged frantically for mercy. But Lu Zhaoshan remained unmoved by his pleas, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Even if this incident truly had nothing to do with Yang Wan, the Shield Alliance had suffered such heavy losses that if Yang Wan wasn't killed, not only would Lu Zhaoshan be unable to vent his anger, but the rest of the Shield Alliance would also be dissatisfied. Drag Yang Wan away and execute him in public. At these words, Yang Wan's vision darkened, his legs weakened, but before his men could drag Yang Wan away, a commotion erupted outside. Then the door was thrown open, and a member of his group rushed in panic. Boss, this is bad. The Tiger Gang has us surrounded. Lu Zhaoshan, startled, didn't bother dealing with Yang Wan. He forced himself to stand, and with the help of his men, he reached the window. As expected, outside the Shield Alliance building, hundreds of survivors were scattered. Leading them were none other than Su Chen and Dai Hao. When enemies meet, jealousy reigns supreme. Dai Hao wished he had a large-caliber sniper rifle, so he could take out Su Chen with a single shot. Boss, what do we do now? A nearby younger brother asked nervously. If it had been before, the Shield Alliance wouldn't have taken the Tiger Gang seriously, let alone the Tianxiang Pavilion. But now, the Shield Alliance had just suffered a crushing defeat, decimated, and morale was low. What are you afraid of? Lu Zhaoshan glared at the younger brother and snorted coldly. We still have several guns, and the building is heavily guarded. I don't believe they dare storm it. Just then, a member of the Tiger Gang raised a loudspeaker. Everyone inside the building, listen up. We're here today solely to deal with your boss, Lu Zhaoshan. Everyone else, just lay down your weapons, and come out obediently. We won't make things difficult for you. So much nonsense. Lu Zhaoshan cursed, pulling out his pistol and pointing it at the man shouting. It must be said that Lu Zhaoshan's marksmanship was quite good. After a gunshot, the man collapsed in a pool of blood. Looking at his dead men, Dai Hao was furious. Boss Su, shall we start? Su Chen nodded slightly. With his consent, Dai Hao didn't hesitate. With a wave of his hand, he ordered his men to launch a storming attack on the Shield Alliance's building. Before the apocalypse, Lu Zhaoshan was quite wealthy. He had purchased a building to house the Shield Alliance headquarters. After the apocalypse, Lu Zhaoshan had invested heavily in renovating the building to defend against survivors and zombies. He was confident that he could keep the Tiger Gang out. But Lu Zhaoshan had no idea that Su Chen had gifted the Tiger Gang quite a few valuables. First, a dozen or so of his men, hoisting homemade Molotov cocktails high, threw them into the building with all their might. Crash! Crash! As the glass bottle shattered, a raging fire immediately engulfed the building in flames. The Shield Alliance members, who were waiting at the windows, were thrown into chaos. While they were fighting the fire, other Tiger Gang members rushed to the entrance. The original Shield Alliance building had been built with bank vault doors. It was fireproof, theft-proof, and explosion-proof, offering excellent safety. Unfortunately, the snow had accumulated so deeply that it had completely covered it. The original third floor now served as the entrance and exit. For safety reasons, Lu Zhaoshan installed a stainless steel door at the entrance. While not as sturdy as a vault door, it was still not something an ordinary person could open. This was why Lu Zhaoshan had the confidence to resist the Tiger Gang. Chapter 153. However, Lu Zhaoshan had no idea that Su Chen had provided the Tiger Gang with numerous improvised explosives. A single improvised explosive was not very powerful. But what if dozens were placed at the gate and ignited? Seeing the Tiger Gang rushing towards the entrance, Lu Zhaoshan felt a sense of foreboding. He didn't care about conserving bullets and ordered a frenzied firing. Bang, bang, bang. Although more than a dozen Tiger Gang members were killed, the improvised explosives had already been placed and successfully ignited. A moment later, boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions echoed, and even the entire building trembled slightly. Lu Zhaoshan's heart sank, and he hurriedly shouted, "Quick, check! What's going on?" Just then, a younger brother stumbled in. "Boss, the gate's blown open." "What?" Lu Zhaoshan was stunned. Where did the Tiger Gang get the explosives? At the same time, seeing the gate blown open, Dai Hao outside was also overjoyed. "Boss Su, your bomb is damn useful." The Shield Alliance's gate wasn't cast in one piece, after all, so its stability was still a bit lacking. After being blasted by dozens of improvised bombs, the surrounding walls collapsed, and the gate collapsed instantly. "What are you still standing there for?" Suchin commanded calmly. "Brothers, charge in. Whoever grabs the supplies inside gets them." With Dai Hao's raised arm and shout, the Tiger Gang rushed into the Shield Alliance building like a tiger descending from the mountain, howling and screaming. Any Shield Alliance member who didn't kneel and beg for mercy would be hacked to death. Although the strong Shield Alliance had guns, they were outnumbered. After several of their comrades were killed, the Tiger Gang, far from being intimidated, was actually emboldened to fight. Braiding a hail of bullets, they rushed in, killed the gunman on the spot, and seized his gun. It wasn't long before the Tiger Gang took control of the lower building and began advancing upwards. The Tiger Gang's progress was smooth, and their morale was high. The strong Shield Alliance, however, was terrified. More and more members, realizing the situation was hopeless, surrendered. Only a dozen or so of Lu Xiaoshen's diehard followers remained with him, hiding in the office, still holding out. After learning the situation above, Dai Hao smiled and said to Su Chen, "Boss Su, shall we go up?" Su Chen nodded. He didn't want Lu Xiaoshen to be killed by the Tiger Gang. After all, he still needed to get the details of Lu Xiaoshen's situation from him. Su Chen, Dai Hao, and Dai Rongliang slowly entered the Shield Alliance building. Everywhere they went, they saw a mess. The ground was strewn with blood, body parts, and all sorts of debris. Soon, they arrived at the top floor of the Shield Alliance, Lu Xiaoshen's office. Because Lu Xiaoshen was armed, and Dai Hao had ordered him to be captured alive, the members of the Tiger Gang waited outside the office and refrained from rushing in. "Lu Xiaoshen, stop messing around and come out." Dai Hao laughed arrogantly through the office door. "Dai Hao, if you're brave enough, come in and see if I can beat you to death." Even at his wit's end, Lu Xiaoshen remained stubborn. Su Chen stopped Dai Hao, who was about to continue his verbal attack, and said calmly, "Lu Xiaoshen, aren't you planning to attack me?" "I'm here now." "Su Chen? It's you? You bastard." Lu Xiaoshen, having guessed Su Chen's identity, gnashed his teeth in anger. If it weren't for Su Chen, how could he have fallen to this point? But he didn't even reflect on himself. If he hadn't wanted to attack Su Chen, why would Su Chen have plotted against him? "Alright, Lu Xiaoshen, I'm done with you. You can't escape even with wings. We can hold off on attacking. We wait until you're half dead of starvation, and then we go in and take care of you. I make you a promise. If you lay down your weapons, surrender, and answer my questions honestly, I won't kill you," Su Chen said slowly. Lu Xiaoshen, who was in the office, fell silent after hearing this. He also understood that there was no point in hiding in the office any longer. "I can surrender and give you everything here. But you must promise me that you give us some supplies and let me and my brothers leave." Lu Xiaoshen gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Okay, no problem." Su Chen readily agreed. Although Dai Hao felt reluctant, he knew very well that Su Chen had played a significant role in taking down the Shield Alliance today. He had no choice but to keep quiet. Lu Xiaoshen sighed and nodded to his men. After everyone laid down their weapons, he said, "You may come in." Dai Hao first sent in a few of his men to confiscate the weapons of Lu Xiaoshen and the others. After ensuring that there would be no trouble, he and Su Chen entered. This was the first time Lu Xiaoshen and Su Chen met. Looking at the rather youthful Su Chen, Lu Xiaoshen said dejectedly, "I've been considered a wise man my whole life, but I never expected to fall at your hands. Tell me, what question do you want to ask me?" Su Chen didn't ask directly, but instead instructed Dai Hao, "Take your men and leave first." "Yes." Dai Hao, with a greeting, left with his men and the captives. Su Chen and Lu Xiaoshen were the only ones left in the office. He then said, "I happened to witness your entire battle with that mutant zombie. Your physical fitness doesn't seem like that of an ordinary person. Have you undergone some kind of mutation, enhancement, or something?" Lu Xiaoshen's desire to target Su Chen wasn't just about his supplies. It was also because Su Chen had been trading supplies for zombies, and it was very likely that, like him, he needed to absorb energy crystals. Therefore, he wasn't particularly surprised when he heard Su Chen's words. "Right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also an evolver like me, right?" "Evolver?" Su Chen's heart skipped a beat, but he remained calm. "How did you evolve?" Lu Xiaoshen glanced at him with some surprise, then continued, "What a coincidence. Just a while ago, when the zombies first appeared, I killed one and found a grayish-white stone from its head. This grayish-white stone I call an energy crystal, or an energy stone. Originally, I didn't know what it was used for. But then, I happened to be injured, and blood dripped onto the stone. Then I discovered I could actually absorb the stone. After absorbing the stone, I could clearly feel that my strength, speed, thinking, and reflexes were much stronger than before. Although I don't know the specific reason, I call this evolution. Chapter 154. According to Lu Zhaoshan, he accidentally absorbed the energy from the energy crystal. This resulted in his physical abilities being enhanced, and his entire being evolving. As mentioned previously, Lu Zhaoshan attacked Su Chen. First, he coveted Su Chen's supplies. Second, Su Chen was trading supplies with the Tiger Gang and Tianxiang Pavilion, exchanging zombie heads for zombies. Originally, Lu Zhaoshan planned to secretly hunt zombies, wait for them to evolve to a certain level, and then unify Shannon City, thus becoming a local tyrant. But Su Chen's actions made Lu Zhaoshan feel threatened. So, he contacted Yangwan and Tianxiang Pavilion to jointly attack Su Chen. However, Lu Zhaoshan never expected Zhou Qing to tip him off in advance, and Su Chen's cunningness. The result was his current state. After learning the truth, Su Chen was inevitably disappointed. He also wanted to learn more about evolution and energy crystals from Lu Zhaoshan. It turned out that Lu Zhaoshan's knowledge was less than Su Chen's. For example, regarding the mutant zombies, it was Lu Zhaoshan's first time seeing one, and he was severely injured. "I've done everything you asked me to do. Now, can you let me go?" Lu Zhaoshan said gravely. "No problem." Su Chen shrugged and called Dai Hao and the others who were waiting outside in. "I promised them I wouldn't kill them. Let them go." Hearing Su Chen's deliberate emphasis on the words "I won't kill them," Dai Hao's heart stirred and he looked towards Su Chen. Su Chen blinked, a half smile on his face. Dai Hao suddenly realized what was going on. He laughed and waved his hand, saying, "Didn't you hear what Boss Su said? Why don't you let them all go?" His men dispersed to the sides, making way for Lu Zhaoshan and a dozen of his trusted followers. Seeing this, Lu Zhaoshan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "I didn't expect you to be so trustworthy." He nodded to Su Chen and, with a dozen of his trusted followers, headed outside. Just then, Dai Hao suddenly drew his weapon and attacked Lu Zhaoshan from behind. Because of his excessive trust in Su Chen, coupled with his previous serious injuries, Lu Zhaoshan had no time to react before Dai Hao slashed him in the back. He staggered forward a few steps, turned his head, and stared at Su Chen in disbelief. You unethical bastard. I said I won't kill you. But the Tiger Gang wants to kill you, and there's nothing I can do." Su Chen spread his hands, a look of helplessness on his face. Bullshit. Lu Zhaoshan wasn't a child, so he naturally understood Su Chen's playful words. But what could he do? As Dai Hao took action, the other members of the fierce Tiger Gang rushed forward, engaging Lu Zhaoshan and his group in a fierce battle. The fierce Tiger Gang was outnumbered, and Lu Zhaoshan's minions were no match. But in the blink of an eye, they were all hacked to pieces. It was just that Lu Zhaoshan, relying on his evolved body, struggled to hold on. It had to be said. An enhanced body was a complete thrashing against ordinary people. Even though he was severely injured and unarmed, Lu Zhaoshan could still hold his own against over a dozen. With every strike, a fierce Tiger Gang member was knocked to the ground. Despite surrounding Lu Zhaoshan, the Tiger Gang was temporarily unable to capture him. Bang! After Lu Zhaoshan sent a Tiger Gang member flying with a punch, the others hesitated to advance. He clutched his chest, coughing violently. "It seems I underestimated you." Su Chen smiled faintly, and slowly stepped forward. Although he could have killed Lu Zhaoshan with a single shot, he still planned to play with him. Lu Zhaoshan took a deep breath, regaining his strength. He knew that in this situation, if he wanted to escape, he had to capture Su Chen. Without further ado, Lu Zhaoshan roared and charged forward. But Su Chen simply sidestepped slightly, dodging his attack. He then reached out, grasped Lu Zhaoshan's arm, and twisted it with all his might. Crack! With a crisp crack of bone, Lu Zhaoshan's arm twisted at an odd 90-degree angle. He screamed in pain, but he remained focused, continuing his attack on Su Chen. Su Chen sneered and delivered another whip kick, landing squarely on Lu Zhaoshan's knee. Lu Zhaoshan's knees buckled, and he could no longer get up. In just 2 rounds of attack, Lu Zhaoshan, who could outmaneuver a dozen men, was crippled by Su Chen. "I promised him I wouldn't kill him, Brother Hao. Why are you still standing there? If you don't root it out, it will spring back to life." The Shield Alliance's downfall was closely tied to Su Chen. Su Chen knew full well that Lu Zhaoshan probably hated him to death. And Lu Zhaoshan could absorb energy crystals, allowing him to evolve. If he were allowed to leave, who knew how much stronger he would become in the future? What if he was stronger than him? Wouldn't he come seeking revenge? So, from the very beginning, Suchin had no intention of letting him go. Huh? Oh! Dai Hao finally came to his senses and immediately, machete in hand, walked over to Lu Zhaoshan. Seeing the once arrogant leader of the Strong Shield Alliance lying before him like a dead dog, Dai Hao couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Crack! The knife pierced Lu Zhaoshan's chest fiercely. His eyes widened, filled with regret. He should have avoided provoking Suchin earlier, but it was too late to regret now. A moment later, Lu Zhaoshan's body relaxed, and he breathed his last. With his death, the Strong Shield Alliance, one of the 3 remaining factions in Shannon City, was completely gone. We were able to take down the Strong Shield Alliance today thanks to Boss Su. From now on, Boss Su, just give me your orders. After annexing the Strong Shield Alliance, Dai Hao was beaming with joy, his words expressing exceptional respect for Suchin. It wasn't just because Suchin had provided incendiary bombs, improvised explosives, and other weapons. It was also because of the terrifying combat prowess he had displayed in the previous battle against Lu Zhaoshan. Although he didn't understand things like evolution, he instinctively sensed that Suchin and Lu Zhaoshan were definitely superior to ordinary people. This building of the Shield Alliance is quite nice. You can use it as your base. Suchin casually said, using this building as the core, we begin constructing the quarantine zone and rebuilding our homes. Dai Hao's eyes lit up at this, and he nodded quickly. Boss Su, that's right. Just then, several Tiger Gang members, tasked with cleaning up the battlefield, lifted Lu Zhaoshan's body and began to head outside. Suchin, with a sudden thought, stopped them. Wait, leave his body behind. The men were slightly stunned. Although somewhat puzzled, they followed his instructions and left Lu Zhaoshan's body behind. Brother Hao, go ahead and do your work. I need to rest for a while. After sending Dai Hao and the others away and leaving him alone, Suchin took out his knife. With one strike, he cleaved Lu Zhaoshan's head open. Chapter 155. After searching Lu Zhaoshan's brain for a while, Suchin actually found an energy crystal. However, the energy crystal in Lu Zhaoshan's head was completely different from the zombies. The zombie's energy crystal was an irregular gray-white stone. Lu Zhaoshan's, on the other hand, was a smooth, round bead with a faint pink hue. Strange, why such a difference? Suchin wiped the blood off the pink bead and toyed with it for a moment. Could this be the difference between zombies and evolvers? Without giving it much thought, he suddenly called out to the system. System absorb. Suchin's palms felt warm, and the energy crystal, or rather, energy ball, in his hand vanished into nothingness. Successfully absorbed the primary energy crystal, gaining 39 energy points, the system announced. It seemed Lu Zhaoshan's strength was still far behind the first mutant zombie. Remember, that mutant had given Suchin 56 energy points. But Suchin was already quite satisfied. 39 energy points requires at least 60 zombies to be hunted. Suchin had previously speculated that there were beings with special abilities and transcendental beings in this world. But that was just a guess. However, this incident has made Suchin alert. Since there was the first Lu Zhaoshan, it's inevitable that there will be a second and a third in the future. Their level of evolution might even surpass Lu Zhaoshan's. Besides the evolved humans, there are also mutants among the zombies. As they consume more and more humans, those mutant zombies may evolve to become even more powerful. Now that Suchin had enough to eat and drink, all he had to do was continue strengthening himself. Only then could he possibly cope with potential risks. Suchin glanced at the system. He currently had nearly 300 energy points. He was still 200 points away from his next physical strengthening. For a moment, Suchin actually missed the days of his previous life when zombies roamed the land. Back then, he could hunt zombies at will and quickly accumulate enough energy. Who knew how long it would take to accumulate those 200 energy points? Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door, and Dai Hao's voice rang out. Boss Su, are you there? Come in, Suchin said calmly. Dai Hao pushed the door open and was startled to see Lu Zhaoshan's body on the ground. He couldn't understand why Suchin would have ripped Lu Zhaoshan's brains out. But Dai Hao knew better than to ask questions. He simply looked at Suchin respectfully. According to Boss Su's instructions, tie up the dead. Okay, after they transform into zombies, chop off their heads and give them to me, Suchin ordered. Those killed in battle would transform into zombies in a matter of hours. Suchin naturally wouldn't let go of any energy crystals that might be present. Yes. Dai Hao responded, then asked, then when should we attack Lord Tianxiang? Suchin narrowed his eyes, glancing at the darkening sky outside the window. Tomorrow. Okay. Dai Hao nodded, as if remembering something, and quickly added, by the way, Boss Su, the Yangwan kid is still alive. We captured him. What do you think we should do with him? Leave him to me. It would be unacceptable not to repay such a traitor. A short while later Yangwan, tied up like a meat dumpling, was brought before Su Chen. Looking at Su Chen's expressionless face, Dai Hao's sneering smile, and Lu Zhaoshen's miserable state on the ground, Yangwan's legs went weak with fear. Mr. Su, oh no, Boss Su, Grandpa Su. I was forced into this by Lu Zhaoshen. He was the one who insisted on me dealing with you. Seeing Su Chen remain silent, Yangwan turned to Dai Hao for help again. Brother Hao, I'm your most loyal little brother. Before he could finish his words, Dai Hao kicked him in the mouth. Such nonsense. Boss Su, should I put him on your snowmobile? Okay. Su Chen nodded. Although Dai Hao appeared extremely loyal, he didn't intend to stay for long. He then left the Shield Alliance building and sped away on his snowmobile, carrying Yangwan. Not long after, Su Chen returned to Normatison's side. He kicked Yangwan to the snow, and then called out the three women from the RV. After learning of Yangwan's identity and his actions, Lin Yingying and Lu Linger's beautiful eyes were instantly filled with contempt for him. A grown man, yet he only thinks of betraying his own woman? Bah, shameless. That's right. Grandpa Su, please forgive me. I won't dare to do it again. Yangwan wept bitterly. From now on, let my wife. Oh no, let Zhou Qing serve you well. Zhou Qing's expression was complicated as she watched the spineless Yangwan. But she eventually returned to normal, saying nothing. Sorry, she already agreed to be with me. Su Chen smiled wickedly. He waved at Zhou Qing, who bit her lips, but didn't hesitate, leaning against Su Chen's shoulder. In this situation, Su Chen suddenly felt a surge of guilty pleasure, akin to being in front of his husband. No wonder everyone wanted to be a yellow-haired woman. The joy of a yellow-haired woman was truly beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Zhou Qing, for the sake of our long-standing friendship, please plead for me. Although Yangwan was filled with resentment, he could only plead with Zhou Qing to save his life. Zhou Qing ignored him, instead softly saying to Su Chen, Master, do whatever you want with him. I won't complain. Su Chen had brought Yangwan back to deal with him simply to see Zhou Qing's reaction. And Zhou Qing's response satisfied him greatly. Alright then, go on your way. I take good care of your wife. Su Chen stepped forward and whispered in Yangwan's ear. Swish. The sharp Nepalese machete easily pierced Yangwan's chest. His eyes widened, and he slowly fell to the ground. Watching Yangwan, with whom he had shared a bed for over 10 years, die before her eyes. Zhou Qing felt a touch of sadness, but more of a sense of relief. For she knew that only by following Su Chen could she avoid the hardships of the past and better survive the apocalypse. Master, let's go back. Zhou Qing took Su Chen's arm, not even glancing at Yangwan again. She said in a tender voice, My two sisters have prepared a feast for the master. Yes, tonight is a big event for the master and Sister Qing, Lu Linger said mischievously. Su Chen laughed heartily and dragged the three women back to the RV. After dinner, Lu Linger and Lin Yingying tactfully went upstairs, leaving Su Chen and Zhou Qing alone. Chapter 156. Zhou Qing dressed meticulously for tonight's gathering. Unlike Lu Linger and Lin Yingying, she didn't deliberately choose anything sexy, opting instead for something more conservative. This, however, gave Su Chen a feeling of both awe and reluctance, a sense of ambiguity. Master, please have some tea. Zhou Qing approached Su Chen, carrying a cup of tea. I had to admit, her every smile, every gesture, exuded the aura of a mature woman. This was a quality the youthful Lin Yingying and Lu Linger could never possess. There's a saying that goes, behind every goddess you yearn for, there's a man who's been so close to her that he's ready to puke. Yangwan was truly wasting a gift. Not only did he not cherish such a beautiful woman, but he actually beat and scolded her, and even gave her away. That was all. If you don't cherish it, I do it for you. Su Chen took the tea with great satisfaction and drank it in one gulp. He slowly stood up, a wicked smile on his face. Let's go! What are we waiting for? A night of passion, needless to say. The next morning, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. He let the exhausted Zhou Qing continue to sleep while he got up. After a quick bite to eat, Su Chen donned his gear, mounted his snowmobile, and arrived at the building that had once belonged to the strong Shield Alliance and was now under the control of the Tiger Gang. Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang had already gathered their survivors, and were awaiting Su Chen's arrival. Let's go! With Su Chen's command, the mighty force left the building and attacked the Tianxiang Pavilion stronghold. inside the Tianxiang Pavilion building. At this moment, Sun Yan was like an ant on a hot pan, frantic. Yesterday, under Yu Shoujing's protection, she had escaped safely. But Tianxiang Pavilion, like the Jiandun League, had also lost a significant number of men. Just as Sun Yan was instructing Yu Shoujing to check on the escapees to see if they had been bitten by zombies, one of her men arrived to report that the Minghu gang was engaging in a fierce battle with the Jiandun League. Sun Yan immediately realized that Su Qin and the Minghu gang were retaliating against the Jiandun League. If the Jiandun League was allowed to lose, Tianxiang Pavilion would be next. Just as she had organized her forces, and was about to support the Jiandun League, new news arrived. What Sun Yan hadn't expected was that the Jiandun League had been breached in such a short time. She was stunned by this news. When she came to her senses, Sun Yan was overwhelmed with regret. She knew it very well. With the Tiger Gang's capabilities, there's no way they could defeat the Shield Alliance in such a short time. It must be Su Qin. Sun Yan didn't sleep well last night. She was contemplating how to beg Su Qin for mercy. However, before Sun Yan could send out an envoy, the Tiger Gang's army descended upon them. Boss, don't be afraid. With so many of us, the worst that can happen is we just fight Su Qin and the Tiger Gang. Seeing Sun Yan's apprehension, Yu Shoujing offered solace. Hearing this, Sun Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Even the powerful Shield Alliance was no match for Su Qin and the Tiger Gang. How could their Tianxiang Pavilion possibly withstand it? Before Sun Yan could say anything, shouts and cries of battle erupted outside. Sun Yan and Yu Shoujing hurried to the window, overlooking the battle below. It was similar to the attack on the strong Shield Alliance. Members of the Tiger Gang first launched Molotov cocktails into the building to disrupt Tianxiang Pavilion's defenses. Then, over a dozen improvised bombs were placed at the main gate. The Tianxiang Pavilion's gate was far less fortified than the strong Shield Alliance's. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of explosions, the Tiger Gang successfully entered. Knowing they were no match for their opponent, the Tianxiang Pavilion members retreated in rapid succession. Soon, hundreds of them were trapped on the last rooftop. Madam, what should we do? How about we just fight them? We're outnumbered. How can we fight? The members' faces were filled with despair. Even though Sun Yan was known for her intelligence and cunning, she was powerless in the face of absolute power. Go. Send someone to tell Su Qin to guarantee our safety, and I surrender, Sun Yan said weakly. According to her instructions, a member of the Tianxiang Pavilion, holding a white flag, approached Su Qin and relayed Sun Yan's message. Interesting. You're on the verge of death, and you're still trying to negotiate terms with me? Su Qin sneered. Go back and tell Sun Yan she's in no position to negotiate. Give up resistance now, or I kill everyone in this building. Su Qin wasn't trying to scare Sun Yan. He truly intended to kill every last one of the Tianxiang Pavilion members, transforming them into zombies. That way, he almost have all the energy crystals he needed. The negotiating member had no choice but to return and report. This Su Qin is too arrogant. Yu Shoujing's face turned livid with anger, and he growled, even if he can capture us, we make him pay. Forget it, surrender. Sun Yan was relatively rational. After much deliberation, he finally chose to surrender. If Su Qin had used Molotov cocktails and bombs to attack the building, the people of Tianxiang Pavilion would have suffered a horrific death. It wasn't long before the people of Tianxiang Pavilion gave up resistance and surrendered. Su Qin, accompanied by Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang, arrived at Sun Yan's office. You have nothing to say now that you are about to die? Su Qin glanced at Sun Yan and said calmly. You dare. Yu Shoujing's eyes widened as he was about to pounce on Su Qin. However, his subordinates nearby held him down firmly. Don't you understand the principle that a bootlicker can't get a house? Su Qin glanced at Yu Shoujing, who had been brainwashed by Sun Yan, with pity, and sighed, well, I satisfy you, and let you two die together. Sun Yan's pretty face paled when she heard that Su Qin wanted to kill her, but she wasn't frightened enough to kneel down and beg for mercy. Instead, she forced herself to remain calm and said, I was wrong before, but I'm willing to share a piece of information in exchange for Mr. Su's mercy. Su Qin raised his eyebrows slightly, and looked at Sun Yan in surprise. He hadn't expected Sun Yan to negotiate terms with him. Tell me first. Have the others leave first. Sun Yan was a weak woman, and Su Qin wasn't afraid of what she might do to him. So he had Dai Hao lead the others out. You can speak now. I know there's a military base near Shannon City. It's stockpiled with guns, ammunition, and a number of heavy weapons. As Sun Yan uttered these words, a gleam of brilliance flashed in Su Qin's eyes. The importance of guns in the apocalypse goes without saying. Chapter 157. Back on Phoenix Mountain, Su Chen was able to eliminate the forces of Biao, Gao Xiangjuan, Xia Bowen, and others. It wasn't just because he was a skilled fighter. The two guns he wielded also played a significant role. Why was the Strong Shield Alliance able to become the leader of the three major factions? Isn't it because Lu Zhaoshan possessed over a dozen rifles and cannons? If Sun Yin was telling the truth, Su Chen would be genuinely interested in making a trip and taking everything from the military base. But he didn't trust Sun Yin rashly. After all, she, a mere woman, had made it to this point in the underworld. How could she be considered an ordinary person? How did you know such valuable information? Besides, you're the boss of a faction after all. Why didn't you send your men to retrieve the guns? Su Chen said calmly. One of the guests who visited our Tianxiang pavilion was a supply man for the military base. After the apocalypse, that man sought my protection and told me about this. But not long after, he fell ill and died. The heat hadn't subsided yet. I couldn't have left Shannon City to search a military base for guns, could I? By the time I had that thought, extreme cold arrived, and a blizzard blocked the roads, making it impossible for me to go. Sun Yan's explanation made sense. When the apocalypse first struck, everyone still believed it would pass. It was natural that Sun Yan didn't dare go to the military base. Later, when the government lost its effectiveness and social order completely collapsed, she no longer had the opportunity to go. Does anyone else know about this besides you? Su Chen asked again. According to that person, it's a secret military base, and ordinary people have no idea it exists. Aside from him and his staff, Yu Shoujing and I are probably the only ones who know, Sun Yin replied. Su Chen nodded, but still didn't completely believe Sun Yin. So he had Yu Shoujing taken to the next room and questioned him about the military base. Yu Shoujing's answers were largely consistent with Sun Yan's. So Sun Yin must be telling the truth. Su Chen returned to the office and pondered, where is the military base located? If I tell you, will I survive? Sun Yin said calmly. I can spare you. Su Chen was telling the truth. The main reason he wanted to kill Lu Zhaoshan was because he was an evolver. If Lu Zhaoshan were allowed to leave, he'd likely acquire enough energy crystals by hunting zombies, allowing him to evolve and become increasingly powerful. If he then sought revenge on Su Chen would be in danger. Sun Yin, on the other hand, was just an ordinary woman. After Dai Hao absorbed her power, she posed no further threat to Su Chen. No, I can't believe it. Su Chen felt a tinge of anger, but before he could react, Sun Yin hurriedly said, I can take you there. Su Chen frowned, about to refuse Sun Yin, but then a thought occurred to him, and he said in a deep voice, okay. Then we're done. Sun Yin breathed a sigh of relief. At least for a short time, her life was saved. Watching Su Chen preparing to leave, Sun Yin spoke again. Mr. Su, I have another request. Sun Yin, am I giving you a favor? Su Chen's face darkened. No, listen to me first. Sun Yin hurriedly explained. You. Can you stay with me for one night? Women are naturally attracted to strong men, and Sun Yin was no exception. But in the past, she had always treated the men she met as tools to exploit, never taking them seriously. However, Su Chen's appearance had quite moved her. He had been in Shannon City for only a few days, and both the Jiandun League and the Tianxiang Pavilion had been destroyed by him. Su Chen was slightly startled, and couldn't help but laugh. He wasn't a gentleman, but he wasn't a man obsessed with petty thoughts either. Sun Yin might be the boss of a faction, but what's the difference between him and a boss? I'm the man you can't have. You should be thankful I spared your life. Don't overthink it. Su Chen didn't bother to waste time with Sun Yin. He pushed the door open and left. Boss Su. Seeing Su Chen emerge, Dai Hao hurried forward to greet him. After taking down the Jiandun League and Tianxiang Pavilion, he had obtained countless supplies. In his eyes, Su Chen was closer than his own father. The two of them went to a nearby room. Su Chen took out a cigarette, and Dai Hao quickly took out his lighter and lit it for him. It won't be long before this blizzard and extreme cold will be over. When it's over, all those who died will transform into zombies. When that happens, how will you resist? Su Chen took a drag on his cigarette and spoke calmly. Dai Hao was immediately terrified upon hearing this. Shannon isn't a large city, its population only a few 100,000 more than the small county town of Tangcheng that Su Chen had passed through earlier. Due to the series of apocalypses, at least 200,000 or 300,000 people died, although the Tiger Gang's numbers have skyrocketed after absorbing the Tianxiang Pavilion and the Shield Alliance. Even including the scattered members on the periphery, there are only 2,000 or 3,000 total. If 100,000 zombies attack, the Tiger Gang will never be able to withstand it. Daihao swallowed hard and said cautiously, Boss Su, can you give me some pointers? Didn't I tell you to start building an isolation zone centered around the Shield Alliance building? Yes, I'm doing that. I already arranged it. Besides that, you should also take the initiative to gather the scattered survivors and unite them. Suchin said calmly. The Tiger Gang only had a few thousand members, while Shannon City had a population of hundreds of thousands. Aside from those who died in the apocalypse, most of the other survivors were in hiding, living cautiously. If they could be organized, working hard to save themselves and fight the zombies together, rebuilding their homes would definitely not be difficult. But it was too complicated, and Suchin was too lazy to do it, so he handed it over to Daihao. Yes, that's a good idea. Daihao's eyes lit up, and he nodded quickly. Okay, I leave this to you. Besides what we just did, don't forget to hunt zombies, Suchin instructed. Yes. Daihao nodded quickly. After leaving the Tianxiang Pavilion building, Suchin rode his snowmobile back to the RV. Zhou Qing, Lu Linger, and Lin Yingying had become close friends, almost like real sisters. They had cooked a table of food together, and were waiting for Suchin's return. Suchin, unfazed, enjoyed a delicious meal surrounded by the three women. After lunch, Suchin leaned back on the sofa and began to think about how to get to the military base. Chapter 158. Suchin had previously looted 2 guns and several hundred rounds of ammunition from the training ground. After so much use, his ammunition was running low, with less than 4 magazines remaining. Once the ammunition was gone, the 2 guns were no more than fire with sticks. In the military base, there would likely be ammunition aplenty and a wide variety of weapons. Rifles like the QBZ and QBU, as well as sniper rifles, would probably be the most common. Grenades, tanks, and bazookas would likely be plenty. If he had those things, wouldn't Suchin need to be afraid if he encountered mutant zombies again? He could just use bazookas, grenades, and the like to clear the way. No matter how many mutant zombies there were, they had to serve as energy points. But Suchin had no plans and immediately set off. After all, it was a military base, and there was no telling what dangers lay within. Now that the Tiger Gang had unified Shannon City, there were no more problems, and Daihao was obedient and would do his bidding. It would be better to stay here and let Daihao help him hunt zombies. After strengthening his body again, it wouldn't be too late to set off for the military base. For the next period of time, Shannon City fell into a rare period of tranquility. According to Suchin's instructions, Daihao built an isolation zone to absorb the scattered survivors. Thankfully, the Jiandun League and Tianxiang Pavilion had plenty of supplies, so he didn't have to worry about food shortages. In addition, he didn't forget to send people to hunt zombies and help Suchin collect zombie heads. Absorb. As the last pile of energy crystals was absorbed by Suchin, after staying in Shannon City for half a month, he finally accumulated enough energy crystals. Strengthen the body. Suchin thought, consuming energy points to enhance his bodily functions. The familiar warmth once again flowed through Suchin's body. However, to his surprise, this time the warmth didn't last very long. After the process was over, Suchin stretched himself a bit, feeling the condition of his body. He could feel his combat power had increased. However, compared to the last time he strengthened his body, the increase wasn't significant. Furthermore, his combat power rating hadn't changed much. Could it be that his strength had reached a certain bottleneck? Suchin pondered. However, he hadn't heard of anyone else having a system. This was all just speculation. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. Suchin shook his head, his eyes fixed on the remaining energy points. After deducting the 500 points needed to strengthen his body, there were still a little over 100 left. Looking at the 1,000 energy points required for the next strengthening, Suchin's face darkened, and he simply chose to upgrade his system. Ding! Doomsday Fortress System upgrade successful. Doomsday Fortress RV System. RV level 4, energy points required for upgrade, 300, current energy points, 25. Vehicle durability, 100%. When durability reaches 0, the RV will be scrapped. It can be repaired using energy points. Storage space. Energy store. Enhancement options. As expected, there were no new options. Suchin checked the existing options one by one, but did discover several new features for the RV upgrade. In addition to the original space increase, Suchin could now also modify the RV. For example, a new paint job feature has been added. You can change the RV's exterior paint job, switching between jungle, desert, snow, and other colors. If you switch to a snowy apocalypse, the entire vehicle will be covered in snow camouflage. This way, the Normadison will be less easily spotted when parked in the snow. This feature isn't exactly practical, but it's better than nothing. In addition, various new accessories have been added. If a radar is added, it can scan the surrounding area. Compared to the paint job, this feature is more practical. After studying it for a while, Suchin stretched, stood up, and headed outside. Lin Yingying and Lu Linger were watching TV on the sofa. Seeing Suchin come out, they hurried to greet him, one on each side. "Where's Qing?" Suchin asked, somewhat puzzled, not seeing Zhou Qing. "Sister Qinger is up ahead, learning how to drive," Lu Linger explained. Although they only recently moved into the RV, Zhou Qing already felt a sense of crisis. Lu Linger excelled at cooking and housework. Lin Yingying, as a doctor, didn't often use her medical skills, but they were essential. Conversely, Zhou Qing's expertise in computers and software programming was completely useless. Even if she possessed beauty, how long could she charm Suchin with her beauty? Zhou Qing was interested in learning new skills to maintain her position. So, she focused her attention on learning to drive the Nomadison. Suchin was quite pleased with Zhou Qing's attitude. Having someone to help him drive would be perfect. Suchin called Zhou Qing over and said to the three of them, "Get ready. I think I have to leave Shannon City." Without further questioning, the three went about their preparations. Suchin pushed open the door, exited the RV, and quickly arrived at the Tiger Gang's building on his snowmobile. "Boss Su." "Hello, Boss Su." Dai Hao, Dai Rongliang, and the others came forward to greet him. Suchin nodded casually. "Where's that woman, Sun Yin?" "She's under good care." "Don't worry." Dai Hao chuckled and had his men bring Sun Yin over. After these days of detention, Sun Yin looked noticeably haggard, but otherwise, she was fine. Suchin dismissed Dai Hao and the others, saying calmly, "It's almost time. Take me to the military base, and I set you free." Sun Yin's beautiful eyes regained a glimmer of light at this. "Okay, but you have to bring Yu Shoujing and a few of my other men with you." Suchin was about to refuse, but changed his mind. If there was any danger on this trip to the military base, Sun Yin and the others could just go and die. So he readily agreed. A short while later, Yu Shoujing and 4 or 5 of his men were released. Although he was curious about Suchin's plans, Dai Hao knew better than to ask questions. "Okay, now you can tell me how to get to the military base," Suchin said calmly. "The military base is still 20 kilometers from here. We need transportation to get there," Sun Yin explained. Suchin frowned slightly. If he went alone, he could get there on a snowmobile. But with Sun Yin and the others accompanying him, that would be a bit more complicated. Suchin didn't want to give them the snowmobile, nor did he want them to go to Normadison. He pondered for a moment, then came up with an idea. "Dai Hao." From outside, Dai Hao heard Suchin calling him and hurriedly pushed the door open and walked in. "What are your instructions, Boss Su?" Chapter 159. "Find a good car and install snow chains on it," Suchin instructed. Although Dai Hao was somewhat curious about Suchin's intentions, he understood the importance of asking questions that shouldn't be asked. So he nodded and left. Not long after, Dai Hao found a Wuling Hongguang van. It must be said that the quality of the Wuling Hongguang is still excellent. After so long since the apocalypse, the other cars were practically worthless. But with a little tinkering by the survivors of the Tiger Gang who were proficient in auto repairs, the Wuling Hongguang was actually able to start. After so much time had passed, the gas inside was almost gone. Although Suchin had plenty of gas in his storage space, and could exchange it for fuel at the energy store, he had no intention of refueling the Wuling Hongguang. What if Sun Yin and the others ran away? After installing anti-skid chains on the Wuling Hongguang, Suchin had Dai Hao send someone to drive Sun Yin and her group to the location of the previous transaction. Then he appeared in front of Sun Yin and her group in the Normadison. Looking at the steel behemoth RV, Sun Yin and the others were stunned. "You stay in the van. I tow you with the RV. You be in charge of the specific direction," Suchin instructed calmly. Sun Yin naturally wanted to stay in the RV, but seeing Suchin's cold attitude, she gave up. On the rear chassis of the Normadison was a huge winch and a disconnect. Suchin pulled the rope from the winch and connected the Normadison to the Wuling Hongguang. With everything ready, the two vehicles set off for the military base, one in front and one behind. The weather has warmed up considerably recently, but the world is still shrouded in ice and snow. Even though they were inside the Wuling Hongguang, the chilly wind still made Sun Yin and the others shiver. In contrast, in the Normadison up ahead, it was warm as spring. Lu Linger and Lin Yingying sat in the back, watching a TV series. Suchin held Zhou Qing in his arms, teaching her how to drive. The two formed a stark contrast. Not long after the group left Shannon City, it was time for lunch. Suchin wasn't particularly stingy, having Lu Linger prepare a few extra dishes and bringing them to Sun Yin and the others in the back. Sun Yin and the others almost swallowed their tongues as they devoured the delicious dishes and rice. After a short rest, the group set out again. Such as Suchin drove at full speed, he finally arrived at the location Sun Yin had mentioned before dark. According to Sun Yin, the military base was located in a mountainous area near Shannon City. But when Suchin and his companions arrived, they found no trace of the so-called military base. The reason was simple. The military base was built underground, with only a bunker-like structure protruding above ground. If they followed the highway, they could reach it directly. The problem was that the thick snow had completely obscured the road and buildings. All that lay before Suchin and his companions was a vast expanse of white, with scattered trees. Suchin frowned slightly, got out of the car, and said to Sun Yin and the others, "Search around and see if you can find the entrance to the military base." Yu Shoujing and the others didn't dare disobey his orders and dispersed. But Sun Yin remained in the van, showing no sign of moving. "Didn't you hear me?" Suchin said coldly. "What? I want to go look too." Sun Yin pointed at her nose, somewhat incredulously. "What's so special about you compared to them? If you don't move, I throw you out." If it were any other man, they might have shown some sympathy for Sun Yin. But who was Suchin? He was a Sigma man, and he wouldn't go easy on her. Looking at Suchin's icy face, Sun Yin had no doubt he would throw her out. She cursed Suchin inwardly, but she pushed open the car door helplessly and followed Yu Shoujing and the others, searching the area. Suchin wasn't idle either. Back in the car, he, Lu Linger, Lin Yingying, and Zhou Qing piloted the drone and began searching the mountains. He didn't deliberately try to make things difficult for Sun Yin, Yu Shoujing, and the others. However, the mountains were covered in snow, and drones were flying high in the sky, so their tracks on the ground were easily overlooked. Time passed by minute by minute. When the sky darkened, Suchin found nothing, so he retrieved all the drones. Meanwhile, Sun Yin and Yu Shoujing and the others also returned empty-handed. Hungry, they had hoped for a warm meal. But all Suchin threw to them were a few packets of frozen bread and a few bottles of ice-cold mineral water. "No, we've been searching for so long, and this is all you're giving us?" Sun Yan's eyes widened, unable to help but ask. "This is good enough," Suchin said calmly. "If we can't find the military base, you starve." He had spared Sun Yan's life precisely to find the military base. If the base couldn't be found due to the snow, then there was no point in keeping Sun Yin and the others alive. Sensing Suchin's indifference, Yu Shoujing quickly tugged at Sun Yin. "Boss, there's no need to be angry with him. But how do we eat this?" Sun Yin pinched the bread, which was as hard as stone, and huffed. "I have an idea." Yu Shoujing, with an idea, fetched branches from the side and used his lighter to start a bonfire. Before setting off, Yu Shoujing had prepared some simple supplies. He placed a small iron pot on the bonfire. When the water boiled, Yu Shoujing tossed the bread into the pot, and the group finally had a hot meal. Inside the RV, Lu Linger had prepared various ingredients, and Suchin and the others were enjoying hot pot. He tucked a piece of tripe covered in sesame paste and chili oil into his mouth. As he chewed, he pondered how to find the military base. The snow in the city was as high as a 3- or 4-story building. In a deep forest like this, the snow was at least 20 meters thick. Relying on drones and Sun Yin and the others to find the snow-covered military base was basically impossible. So what should he do? Should he go back and wait for the snow to melt before searching again? After coming all this way, Suchin felt a little reluctant to give up just like that. Just when he was at his wit's end, an idea struck him. He suddenly remembered that among the RV enhancement options, he could add accessories to the RV. Among those accessories, he could install a radar. This radar could scan the surroundings and report the nearby situation to the screen. Maybe it could help him. Chapter 160. Suchin quickly called up the system in his mind. After finding the RV upgrade, he added a radar without hesitation. Functions like changing the paint job and adding accessories don't require many energy points. Suchin's remaining energy points were just enough to add the radar accessory. With a thought, the radar points were redeemed. Silently, a radar appeared on the roof of the Nomadison. The radar's scanning function not only displays the scanned image on the central control panel, but also directly in Suchin's mind. Scan! After Suchin activated the radar, the rooftop radar began to slowly rotate. Invisible electromagnetic waves spread in all directions. Then, the terrain within a 1-kilometer radius of the nomadison appeared in Su Chen's mind. This terrain not only included the above-ground terrain, but also the underground conditions, which were displayed in 3D. Su Chen discovered that there were no buildings where he was. It seems the military base isn't located in this area. Thinking this way, Su Chen restarted the nomadison and picked up the intercom to notify Sun Yin and the others behind him, "I'm preparing to move. Get ready." Sun Yin, Yu Shoujing, and the others had just finished their meal and were about to rest. Hearing Su Chen's words, they were stunned. But there was nothing they could do. They quickly packed up and got back into their Wuling Hongguang. After driving over a kilometer, Su Chen stopped the RV and continued his search. But this time, the search still yielded no results. Still, Su Chen remained undeterred. After all, with the car radar, while it would take a little more effort, it was definitely possible to find it. So he rushed to the next location without stopping. After repeating this process a dozen times, the sky grew darker. There were no stars or moon, and in the desolate wilderness, there was no light except for the nomadison's headlights. Hard work pays off. With another radar scan, Su Chen finally found the location of the military base. According to the radar feed, beneath the thick snow lay a silo-like building. Most of the building was buried deep beneath the earth. Only the top floor was surrounded by snow. After confirming the location of the military base, Su Chen's spirits lifted. He stopped the nomadison, picked up the intercom, and called Sun Yin, Yu Shoujing, and the others behind him. After a long night of tossing and turning, Sun Yin and the others finally managed a nap in the cold car. They were woken up by Su Chen again, which made them feel a little unhappy. But what made them even more upset was that Su Chen threw them a few shovels and pickaxes. "Mr. Su, what do you mean by this?" Sun Yin frowned and asked unhappily. "The military base is right under our feet. You can start digging," Su Chen said calmly. Sun Yin, Yu Shoujing, and the others exchanged glances, feeling both angry and amused. With such thick snow and no reference points, how did Su Chen know the military base was right under our feet? What if it's not there? Wouldn't all our efforts have been in vain? One of the younger brothers couldn't help but complain. Bang! Su Chen pulled out his pistol and fired. The younger brother was instantly decapitated, steaming blood and brain matter splattering all over the ground. Am I giving you too much credit? Su Chen stared coldly at Sun Yin, Yu Shoujing, and the others. Next time, if you dare to talk nonsense, I start with Sun Yin. Feeling the murderous intent in Su Chen's tone, and looking at the bodies of their companions on the ground, Sun Yin and the others shuddered. They had no doubt that Su Chen would slaughter them all. At this point, they dared no longer object and quickly picked up the tools nearby. Even the delicate Sun Yin began digging through the snow. Seeing this, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Now that he had found the location of the military base, Sun Yin and the others were of no use to him. If they continued to harass him, he could just kill them and then dig deeper. The surface snow was easier to dig. But the snow below, frozen for so long, was almost as solid as permafrost. The deeper they dug, the more difficult it became. Even a strong man like Yu Shoujing, whose pickaxe was practically sparking, didn't dig very deep. They toiled until the first light of dawn, their backs aching with exhaustion, having only dug a third of the way. At this rate, it would take at least 2 more days. Su Chen rubbed his chin, pondering. Although his storage space contained many valuable items, nothing was suitable for digging. If only he had known better, he would have gotten some specialized digging machinery. Su Chen felt a sense of regret. He had never imagined that he would have to dig through snow. Just then, an idea suddenly struck Su Chen. The snow was too frozen solid to dig, so why not just melt it? He had plenty of gasoline and Molotov cocktails on hand, perfect for melting the snow. Su Chen immediately stood up, opened the car door, and called out to Yu Shoujing and the others who were digging. Amid their puzzled gazes, Su Chen tossed the gasoline and Molotov cocktails into the already dug snow pit. A fire was lit, and a raging blaze erupted in the pit. In such high temperatures, the snow began to melt rapidly. The crowd was overjoyed. This way, digging would be much easier, but amidst their joy, they felt even more resentful of Su Chen. Why hadn't he taken these things out sooner? They'd been digging all night, but their companions' bodies lay there, still silent. Sun Yin, Yu Shoujing, and the others, however disgruntled, could only silently complain. Under the continued combustion of gasoline, the once rock-hard ice quickly melted downwards. In less than an hour, a patch of cement appeared before everyone. The presence of cement in this desolate mountainous landscape meant only one thing. They had discovered a military base. Sun Yin, Yu Shoujing, and the others were startled. How did this Su Chen know the military base was right beneath their feet? Su Chen stared intently at the snow pit. Even though he had seen the top of the military base, he still felt a little worried. A heavily guarded military base like this would surely have a heavy iron gate at the entrance. What if the people inside, upon noticing something was amiss, sealed off the base? Or, even further down the line, what if everyone in the base was still alive and well? He had considered these questions before coming here. But compared to the various and powerful weapons in the military base, he decided to take a look. Chapter 161. After a while, the snow at the entrance to the military base completely melted. Su Chen even adjusted the placement of his Molotov cocktails to create a path. When the gate to the military base appeared before the group, Su Chen was pleasantly surprised. The gate was wide open, revealing several men in military uniforms lying on the ground, but something seemed amiss with these men. Judging from their deaths, as well as the scattered pistols and various digging tools, it seemed they had attempted to dig their way outside. But due to the thick ice, they ultimately shot themselves in despair. So pitiful. Trapped to death. Sun Yin sighed. Yu Shoujing and the others nearby also expressed sympathy. However, Su Chen felt no sympathy, for he had noticed something amiss. According to common sense, a military base like this one built underground. Due to its tight security and years of no contact with the outside world, the facilities inside should be fully equipped. Even if the world outside is apocalyptic, the base should be able to hold out for a long time. Within less than 3 months of an extreme cold blizzard, this military base can no longer hold out. Most importantly, Su Chen saw fear and terror on the faces of the dead. Could something have happened inside the military base? Perhaps a mutated zombie or something else terrifying? To escape, these people had to dig outwards. But after discovering that the snow had accumulated and they couldn't dig a tunnel, they had no choice but to commit suicide? Su Chen secretly speculated, but kept silent. He was still counting on Yu Shoujing and the others to scout the way for him. If he told them, they wouldn't go in even if they were killed. Su Chen rushed over to the body. He put away his pistols and searched around the body. He found no bullets or anything resembling a diary. Let's go on in. Su Chen pointed inside the military base, signaling Yu Shoujing and the others to go in first. Though reluctant, they followed his instructions and slowly entered the darkened military base. After giving a few words to Lu Linger, Zhou Qing, and Lin Yinging over the intercom, Su Chen followed Yu Shoujing, Sun Yin, and the others through the gate. It must be said that the military base's facilities were truly impressive. Even after so much time had passed, the emergency lights inside were still working. By the dim green light, Su Chen and his group discovered that they were standing before a sentry post. Next to the post stood a heavy steel door. The sentry post was naturally deserted. Su Chen directed Sun Yin, Yu Shoujing, and the others to enter through the steel gate. Behind the gate was a spacious room, housing over a dozen monitors of various sizes. Looking at the furnishings and the various banners, Su Chen realized that this was a surveillance room specifically responsible for monitoring the outside world. At this moment, the monitors were all black, revealing nothing of the outside world. After finding nothing new, Su Chen directed Sun Yin and the others to proceed beyond the sentry post. Next, there was a long, wide, downhill passageway. It was so wide that Su Chen's Normedicine wouldn't even be able to fit in it. Even 3 military trucks, parked side by side, wouldn't seem crowded. Su Chen followed Sun Yin and the others, pondering as they walked. For the Yan nation, known for its infrastructure mania, such a large project was nothing unusual. But building such a grand project in these deep mountains and ancient forests was likely more than just a military base. Perhaps it was a place where advanced weapons were being researched. They walked for an unknown amount of time before passing several more checkpoints. This showed how heavily guarded this military base had been. But as before, these checkpoints were deserted. Thankfully, they didn't walk too far before Su Chen and his group finally reached the end. There was another checkpoint here, and behind it was a large open space. There were a number of containers stacked on the ground, and several doors to the side. Looking closer, Su Chen realized they were elevator doors. Presumably, these were where the cargo was unloaded. When supplies from the outside were delivered here, they were then transported to the different floors below by the elevators nearby. At that moment, Sun Yin suddenly cried out in surprise. Su Chen, Yu Shoujing, and the others were startled and hurried over to her. They then realized that, although the sentry post was empty, the ground was covered in dried blood. There were also several rifles scattered around, along with traces of bullets. But what puzzled Su Chen and the others was that they still hadn't seen any human remains or bodies. Seeing this, Su Chen became increasingly certain that something serious had occurred within the military base. Just then, he suddenly noticed Yu Shoujing crouching down, trying to stealthily pick up the rifle from the ground. "Stop!" Su Chen called out to Yu Shoujing, the muzzle of his gun pointed at him. "Mr. Su, don't misunderstand." Yu Shoujing was startled and quickly raised his hands, defending himself. "I just felt something was amiss, and wanted to grab a gun for self-defense." At this point, even the most cautious person would have noticed something was amiss within the military base. "You're overthinking it. What could possibly be going on?" Su Chen said calmly. "All of you, stand back, and don't pick up the guns on the ground." Sun Yin and Yu Shoujing, fearing Su Chen would shoot, quickly retreated from their sentry post. While they were not paying attention, Su Chen also stored all the rifles on the ground in his storage area. Regardless of whether Yu Shoujing's words were true or not, Su Chen would not allow them to obtain weapons. How else could he control these people? Then, several of them crossed the sentry post and reached the storage container area. Most of the containers were opened, empty. There were only a few unopened containers. Su Chen had Yu Shoujing pry them open with tools, and discovered that they contained daily necessities. For example, compressed biscuits, various uniforms, bedding, and the like. Su Chen simply ignored the fact that Sun Yin, Yu Shoujing, and the others had taken some of the compressed biscuits and uniforms. After all, to him, these things were better than nothing. He could just use the storage space to take them all away when he left. After searching for a while, and confirming that there was nothing on this floor, Su Chen reached the elevator. The bad news was that the elevator was out of service. The good news was that there was a staircase nearby. Su Chen looked at Sun Yin, Yu Shoujing, and the others. They exchanged a glance and, helplessly, descended the stairs. According to radar scans, this military base was nearly 100 meters underground, at least as tall as a dozen stories. Chapter 162. Su Chen and his group were underground, surrounded by a state of absolute silence. The sound of empty footsteps echoed in the spacious stairwell. This, coupled with the luminous green emergency lights, gave Sun Yin, Yu Shoujing, and the others the illusion of being transported to the Avicii Hell. Thankfully, they soon reached the second floor. They pushed open a large door, revealing a vast open space. There was a small basketball court, a soccer field, and various recreational facilities, such as table tennis and billiards. Off to the side were various rooms, labeled computer room, screening room, and so on. Su Chen took a quick look and realized that this floor was specifically for entertainment. After all, the military base was located in a remote area, and the personnel within were not allowed to leave at will, so a variety of recreational facilities were naturally required. Su Chen instructed Sun Yin, Yu Shoujing, and the others to conduct a brief search. Finding nothing amiss, they continued their journey downwards. The third floor housed the dining room and kitchen. Rows of tables and chairs lined the central open space, surrounded by windows for serving food. Yu Shoujing and the others searched the kitchen and were pleasantly surprised to discover that the cold storage was still maintaining a low temperature. The meat, eggs, vegetables, and other food stored there hadn't rotted. So much food. If only we could take it back, Yu Shoujing said with a mixture of joy and regret. This much food is enough for one person to eat for 10 years. It's a pity they can't take it all away. Su Chen simply smiled faintly and said nothing. While Yu Shoujing and the others weren't paying attention, he suddenly had an idea and loaded all the food from the cold storage into the storage area. Although the supplies he prepared wouldn't last him a lifetime, no one ever had too much food. Su Chen could easily trade them for zombie heads with other survivors. As the group left the kitchen and were about to depart, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Mr. Su, boss, brother you, look!" Su Chen shone his tactical flashlight in the direction of their finger. He saw several corpses lying quietly in a corner. Seeing corpses wasn't scary at all. The terrifying thing was that these corpses were completely different from the ones at the door. They were all tattered and incomplete, not at all intact. In most places, even the white bones were exposed. "Hiss, are there zombies here too?" Sun Yin gasped and involuntarily hugged Yu Shoujing beside her. Yu Shoujing's embrace instantly filled him with pride. He patted his chest and said, "Boss, don't worry, I protect you." He then looked at Su Chen, carefully formulating his words. "Mr. Su, you saw it too. There's a high probability there are zombies hiding in this military base. Even if you don't give us guns, shouldn't you at least give us weapons you can use? Otherwise, if we really encounter zombies, we'd just be a drag on you." Su Chen stared intently at the corpses on the ground, seemingly oblivious to Yu Shoujing's words. Just as Sun Yin and the others were growing annoyed, Su Chen suddenly raised his head. "Well, you're right." As he spoke, he reached for his backpack, pretending to pull out a few cold weapons, like daggers, from its storage compartment. He tossed them to Yu Shoujing and the others. With weapons in hand, Yu Shoujing and the others felt much more at ease. Alright, let's continue to the next level, Suchin said calmly. With his current skills, let alone Yu Shoujing and his men, even if he had 10 times as many men, he was confident he could defeat Yu Shoujing and the others without any harm, and the reason he gave Yu Shoujing and the others weapons was because he noticed something amiss with the corpses. Normal, even after transforming into zombies, a human's mouth and teeth wouldn't change much. When biting a corpse, the marks left wouldn't be significant. But the bite marks on those corpses were very severe. They looked more like the bites of some wild beast. Suchin also remembered. In his previous life, he had heard that many wild beasts could be infected by the zombie virus and transformed into zombie beasts. These zombie beasts were even more dangerous and ferocious than ordinary zombies. It was for this reason that he proactively gave Yu Shoujing and the others some weapons. This way, if they did encounter zombie beasts, Yu Shoujing and the others could serve as cannon fodder. The group continued to advance deeper into the underground base. The 4th floor was the living area, divided into rooms of varying sizes. From the beds in the rooms, Suchin estimated that the entire military base could accommodate around 1,000 people. That was a huge number. However, upon descending from the upper floors, they didn't see many bodies at all. This was truly astonishing. The 5th floor was the logistic support area. The military base's electricity supply, drinking water, and domestic waste were all processed here. In addition, Suchin and the others discovered an arsenal here. When they pushed open a heavy door, they were pleasantly surprised to find a wide array of firearms hidden behind it. However, considering Suchin's presence, Yu Shoujing and the others, though envious, didn't dare to reach out. All of you leave first, Suchin instructed calmly. Sun Yin, Yu Shoujing, and the others exchanged glances before reluctantly getting up and leaving. After they left, Suchin, naturally and without hesitation, stored all the guns and ammunition in storage. But what puzzled him was this. While there were quite a few guns, they were commonplace items like rifles, machine guns, and grenades. Those powerful weapons were nowhere to be found. After all, this was a military base. If these were the only weapons, it would be a bit unreasonable. Furthermore, only a few military trucks were parked on the open space on the top floor. No tanks, armored vehicles, or anything like that. All these signs pointed to one thing. This base isn't specifically for military use, it probably has other purposes. Suchin collected all the guns inside, and then emerged. Watching him close the armory door, Yu Shoujing and the others were dismayed. But Suchin acted calmly, and led them to the power supply area. As a rule of thumb, a military base like this would have backup generators. Even if the power went out, the backup power source could still operate for a long time. As expected, Suchin and the others actually found a backup generator. Does anyone here know anything about this? Suchin looked at Yu Shoujing and the others. One of them raised his hand weakly. I used to be in charge of logistics, so I know a little about electricity. He volunteered because he felt that being in this dark underground base was too dangerous. If the power could be restored, it would undoubtedly increase the safety factor. Chapter 163. Okay, I leave it to you, Suchin ordered. After the man fiddled with it for a while, he turned off the switch, and the generator began to hum. Following this, white lights above everyone's heads lit up one by one. The blinding white light blinded everyone, and the entire hall became as bright as day. After the power was restored, everyone felt strangely at ease looking at the brightly lit military base. But Suchin also understood that with the restoration of power, the things in the military base would probably notice something was amiss. After a short rest, Suchin greeted Yu Shoujing and the others, and continued downstairs. Soon, they reached the 6th floor. The 6th floor also housed a monitoring room. But unlike the monitoring room on the 1st floor, this one monitored the entire interior of the base. Suchin had originally thought that once the power was restored, he could use the monitoring to check the situation inside. Unfortunately, accessing the surveillance system required a password. Suchin was instantly amused. But he remembered Zhou Qing's computer proficiency. Why not have her come down and try to crack it? Suchin thought about it, and dismissed the idea. The danger within the military base hadn't been eliminated yet. If Zhou Qing came down, she would only be a burden if danger arose. Besides, this was a military computer system. Even with her exceptional skills, cracking it quickly would be impossible. After searching the surveillance room on this floor, and confirming it was empty, Suchin led them down to the 7th floor. According to the markings on the wall, the 7th floor was the research area. As Su Chen and the others walked along, they were flanked by various laboratories, filled with documents and computers. He pushed open one of them, walked in, and casually flipped through a few pages. It was undeniable. Su Chen recognized every word, but when they were put together, he was completely lost. However, he could roughly deduce that the entire military base was built for some kind of experiment. If that were true, it would explain why the base was built so remotely and lacked any powerful weapons. After figuring it out, Su Chen pondered whether he should leave. The entire military base had at least hundreds of people, yet only a few dozen bodies had been found so far. The others likely met with similar misfortunes. Su Chen had come here specifically for the weapons in the base. By now, he had essentially looted almost all of them. Whatever experiments were going on in the lower floors was of little concern to him. Rather than risk going down to investigate, it was better to simply withdraw. Before Su Chen could comprehend what was happening, Sun Yin and Yu Shoujing, who were outside the room, suddenly let out panicked cries. "Mr. Su, you come out!" Su Chen's heart trembled, and he quickly pushed open the door and walked out. Not far away in the corridor, several dogs suddenly appeared out of nowhere. But these dogs were unlike ordinary dogs. They were sturdy, almost the size of tigers. They seemed to be covered in blood plasma, a sticky liquid dripping continuously. And each of them had a glowing red eye, and their bloody mouths were wide open, revealing sharp fangs. Their appearance was identical to the zombie dogs you see in movies. Before Su Chen and the others could react, they charged straight at them. Although Su Chen reacted quickly, pulling out his pistol and firing, 2 of the zombie dogs were shot in the head midair. But 4 more were still on their way in seconds. The first to be hit was one of Sun Yan's minions. The 4 zombie dogs zeroed in on him, throwing him to the ground and then biting him. The man was torn like rags, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Such a tragic scene frightened Sun Yan, the gang leader, and she couldn't help but scream. Bang! Bang! Su Chen, not caring if he accidentally hit the man, pulled the trigger again. 2 more shots rang out, and 2 more zombie dogs were shot in the head. The remaining 2, sensing something was wrong, charged directly at Su Chen. Even with his enhanced powers, Su Chen was startled by their speed. Without time to fire again, he drew his Nepalese machete. As the zombie dogs lunged toward him, Su Chen slid under them. While dodging their attacks, he also ripped one of them open. The 2 sides crossed paths, and Su Chen quickly stood up, weapon gripped, his gaze fixed intently on the 2 zombie dogs. His first strike missed, and the 2 zombie dogs turned and lunged at Su Chen again. Su Chen casually picked up a fire extinguisher from the corridor and smashed it against one of them. Dang! With a loud bang, the fire extinguisher struck the zombie dog's head, sending white carbon dioxide gushing out. Although no damage was done, the zombie dog was sent flying. Su Chen seized the opportunity, brandishing his Nepali machete, and charged at the other zombie dog he had disemboweled. These zombie dogs were just like ordinary zombies. Being disemboweled or having their limbs amputated would not harm them. But they would be affected, their movements becoming more inconvenient and sluggish. This zombie dog's movements were also a beat slower. Su Chen dodged its bite and struck its neck with a fierce blow. With a snap, the zombie dog's head and body were instantly severed. But the dog's head still lay open on the ground, trying to bite Su Chen. Su Chen was eager to open the dog's head and see if there was any energy crystal inside. But another zombie dog had already pounced. With his agility, Su Chen maneuvered with the zombie dog for a few moves and successfully decapitated it. Whoosh! Su Chen took a breath and crushed the dog's head, which was still trying to bite him, with a single kick. The stronger a human was in life, the stronger they became after becoming a zombie. Zombie dogs were no exception. These dogs were military dogs in life, so their ferocity goes without saying. After becoming zombie dogs, they became even more ferocious. Su Chen's combat power surpassed that of the zombie dogs. But if these zombie dogs had formed a swarm, Su Chen would have had no chance of escaping unscathed. After witnessing the entire battle, Sun Yin, Yu Shoujing, and the others were stunned. They stared at Su Chen, as if petrified. Oh my goodness, the zombie dogs were incredibly fast, and their ferocity was unbelievable. Su Chen had actually single-handedly taken them all out. His strength, wasn't it just too terrifying? Yu Shoujing even felt a little relieved. He previously wanted to attack Su Chen, to subdue him, so he could become the master. Chapter 164. But let's see now. Even if Su Chen didn't have a gun, his skills alone were enough to give Yu Shoujing and the others a hard time. You guys, search the remaining rooms, and see if you can find anything valuable, Su Chen said. No one hesitated and immediately followed Su Chen's instructions, searching the rooms on both sides of the corridor. After they left, Su Chen used his saber to pry open the zombie dog's head. As expected, he wasn't disappointed. Inside the zombie dog's head was something resembling an energy crystal. However, unlike zombies and evolved beings, the energy crystal in the zombie dog's head was dark gray. It seems that the color of the energy crystal in the brain varies depending on the species. But no matter how different the color, it should be absorbed. Su Chen held it in his hand and silently said, "Absorb." The dark gray energy crystal quickly vanished into nothingness. Successfully absorbed the primary energy crystal, gaining 26 energy points. Su Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. After all, after he killed Lu Xiaoshan had only provided him with 39 energy points. It seemed this zombie dog's strength was almost catching up to Lu Xiaoshan's. If 10 or 20 more had come, he'd probably have no choice but to flee. Su Chen no longer hesitated, stepped forward, and pried open the heads of the other zombie dogs. 6 zombie dogs had given Su Chen a total of 6 energy crystals, totaling over 150 energy points. This made Su Chen quite satisfied. He had just absorbed all the zombie dogs' energy crystals. Over there, Sun Yin, Yu Shoujing, and the others had also finished searching the room. Although they had found a considerable amount of research material, they, like Su Chen, were completely baffled, finding nothing at all. "Mr. Su, I have a few words to say." Yu Shoujing looked hesitant. "Tell me about it," Su Chen said calmly. "In my opinion, this base isn't an ordinary military base, but rather a testing ground of some kind. Aside from the weapons depot on the 5th floor, there are probably no other weapons. Going further down, there might be other dangers. Why don't we just take all the weapons up there and leave?" After the search, Yu Shoujing had reached the same conclusion as Su Chen. Originally, Sun Yan's group consisted of 7 people. But on the ground, one of them was shot in the head for disobeying Su Chen. And just now, another was devoured by zombie dogs. Including Sun Yan, there were only 5 of them left. If they continued searching further down, they might all die here. So Yu Shoujing suggested that Su Chen leave. Just now, Su Chen had really considered giving up. But after encountering the zombie dogs, he changed his mind. The appearance of zombie dogs meant that zombies had also appeared in this underground base. You have to remember that there were nearly 1,000 people in the base before. Even if many were eaten by zombies, at least half of them should have been transformed into zombies. Compared to ordinary people, the possibility of those in the base having energy crystals in their heads after becoming zombies was undoubtedly much greater. So Su Chen decided to take a closer look. Perhaps they could find more zombies and zombie dogs, thus obtaining more energy crystals. Su Chen's strength was evident, and he also had the grenades he had just looted. Ordinary zombies were no match for him. "No, let's continue searching downwards." Su Chen shook his head. Sun Yan, Yu Shoujing, and the others were stunned. They hadn't expected Su Chen to be so stubborn. "What are you standing there for? Continue searching downwards," Su Chen said calmly, his tone unwavering. Sun Yan and the others exchanged glances, then reluctantly continued forward. After searching, they determined that, in addition to the zombie dogs, this floor also contained a number of scientists in white lab coats. But they looked similar to the corpses on the 3rd floor, all torn and tattered. It seemed they had all been mauled to death by the zombie dogs. Su Chen had reached his conclusion. So he didn't linger, forcing Sun Yan and the others to continue to the next level. When they reached the 8th floor, the situation was completely different from the previous one. The space here was extremely vast, filled with a variety of large instruments. Su Chen had never seen most of these machines before. As Su Chen and his companions pushed open the door and entered, they heard several low growls. A closer look revealed that there were many zombies roaming around. Although most of the zombies had become hideous, their green uniforms confirmed their identities. After hearing the door open, they quickly approached. "Mr. Su, you should shoot." Seeing so many zombies charging at them, Sun Yan cried out in fear. "Why shoot? There are at least hundreds of zombies here." Su Chen said coldly, "If we shoot, we attract them all. Then what should we do?" "Of course, hand-to-hand combat." Su Chen sheathed his pistol and drew his Nepali machete. He aimed at the first zombie that charged at him and slashed fiercely. The blow was so powerful that it split the zombie's head in two. "Rest in peace, brother," Su Chen whispered. For official experiments, these men had concealed their identities and hidden themselves in the deep mountains and forests. In the end, they encountered an accident and ended up like this. It was only natural that Su Chen should help them rest in peace. Whether it truly heard his words or because its brain had been damaged, the zombie that had been active stopped struggling. Su Chen drew his Nepali machete and charged at another zombie. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 zombies were freed by his hands. Yu Shoujing and the others on the other side were stunned. This Su Chen, how powerful. Thankfully, they didn't remain stunned for long, as more zombies swarmed over them. With Su Chen's fierce efforts, and Yu Shoujing and the others assisting, it took nearly half an hour for Su Chen and the others to finally clear out the zombies on this floor. You guys, check the heads of these zombies for any grayish-white rocks, Su Chen ordered. If it were just 1 or 2 zombies, he could search them all by himself. But with hundreds of zombies lying around, it was a bit of a struggle. Su Chen simply asked Yu Shoujing and the others to help him search. After all, they didn't know what the energy crystals were for yet. With awe of Su Chen, Yu Shoujing and the others didn't dare to delay and rushed into action. But Su Chen walked forward slowly, and suddenly, his eyes lit up. Chapter 165. Not far from the entrance to the 8th floor, there was a 3rd floor office. Through the broken glass, Su Chen could see that there were no experimental instruments in this office. It was more like an observation point used to monitor the experiments. Perhaps he could find something valuable inside. Su Chen quickened his pace and climbed through the broken window. There were several zombies in white coats in the office. They were wandering around, and when they spotted Su Chen, they quickly pounced on him. Su Chen easily freed them. He then began searching the room. Most of the computers in the office were damaged. A large amount of data was piled on the table, but Su Chen still couldn't understand it. He continued up the stairs. The situation on the 2nd floor was no different from the first. Su Chen didn't linger for long and reached the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was extremely empty, with a conference table in the middle. Computers and various testing instruments were placed around. Standing by the window, one could overlook the entire 8th floor. At that moment, Su Chen suddenly noticed a half-open door on the wall opposite the window. He pushed it open and slowly walked in. It was an office, remarkably clean, devoid of zombies. There was only a single corpse, lying quietly on the desk. Su Chen slowly approached and examined the body. Although a long time had passed, the extremely low temperature had preserved the body in good condition. The deceased was a middle-aged man. He hadn't transformed into a zombie because he had committed suicide by shooting himself. A pistol lay quietly on the ground next to the body. Su Chen put the pistol into storage and suddenly noticed several sheets of paper beneath the dead man's hand. They were covered with densely written words, seemingly his last words. Su Chen's heart moved, and he moved the dead man's hand away and took out the papers. His guess was correct. These were indeed the dead man's last words. By the time you read this letter, I'm afraid I be dead. The zombies outside are beating against the door. I probably won't last much longer, so I be brief. My name is Lu Qingyang, and I'm an academician of the Yin Kingdom Academy of Sciences. Su Chen read Lu Qingyang's final words in full. He finally understood the purpose of building this military base and what was happening inside. Just as Su Chen and Yu Shoujing had suspected, this base wasn't for military purposes. Scientists like Lu Qingyang were summoned here to study various paranormal phenomena. Shortly after the apocalypse, the leader of the base realized something was amiss. He promptly ordered the base sealed off, temporarily severing contact with the outside world. Although officials were out of reach, experiments at the base continued normally. However, after an unintentional experiment, something astonishing occurred. Lu Qingyang was in charge of that experiment. He planned to activate dark matter to create a channel. Having failed so many times before, Lu Qingyang didn't expect success. He simply wanted to see if he could activate dark matter. But the result was beyond his expectations. Not only did the dark matter tunnel succeed, but a man also emerged from it. The man claimed to be from the future. He said that after the apocalypse, there would first be high temperatures, followed by floods, extreme cold, and blizzards, and after the blizzards, there would be fog and monsters. As for how the man had made it through, he said he had no idea. He was battling zombies when his vision went black, and he suddenly found himself at the military base. Before Lu Qingyang could ask the leaders for more information, the man suddenly transformed into a zombie. At the time, the people in the base were unaware of the zombie virus. They simply assumed the man had gone berserk and tried to subdue him. Over 20 people were bitten in the process. The traveler was eventually subdued. But after returning to the upper floors, the bitten people also spread the zombie virus. And so, the entire military base was overrun. During the period of the fall, Lu Qingyang and the base leaders briefly managed to control the situation. Afterward, the biological academicians at the base began researching zombie blood. They planned to develop a vaccine to control the zombie virus. The process was relatively successful, and a vaccine was eventually produced. But before anyone could confirm the vaccine's effectiveness, several mutant zombies appeared within the base. The situation spiraled completely out of control. Before his death, LV Qingyang hid in his office and recorded everything. The last few lines were noticeably scribbled. "They're coming in. I can't let them eat me. Goodbye." Su Chen could sense LV Qingyang's despair in his final moments. He couldn't help but feel heavy-hearted. In fact, Lu Qingyang and the others had originally had a chance to escape. But in order to control the situation and prevent the zombie virus from spreading, Lu Qingyang suggested that the military base be sealed and no one be allowed to leave. Looking at Lu Qingyang's body, Su Chen raised his right hand and gave a solemn military salute. He made up his mind to give Lu Qingyang and the others a proper burial later. After calming down a bit, Su Chen began to think. He had never imagined that this base was actually used to study paranormal phenomena. While it sounded far-fetched, upon closer consideration, it made sense. Paranormal phenomena occur all over the world. For example, corpse driving and sorcery in Yen country. UFOs in Lifeown country were abducted by aliens. Many countries, including Lifeown country and Britain, have long conducted research on paranormal phenomena. If research is thorough, it will not only explore human potential but also promote the development of scientific research. So it's not impossible for the authorities to establish such a base to study paranormal phenomena. But what shocked Su Chen the most was that Lu Qingyang and others had actually opened a passage through time and recalled a survivor from a later time. According to that survivor, he must have lived even longer than Su Chen. Su Chen died at the hands of zombies before the blizzard had even ended. And that survivor had also experienced the subsequent fog and monsters. This surprised Su Chen. He hadn't expected other crises to follow the blizzard. Since that survivor could be summoned back, could Su Chen's own time travel have been due to some similar experiment? After receiving so much information all at once, Su Chen was truly stunned. Just then, soft footsteps suddenly sounded on the stairs. Chapter 166. Su Chen finally came to his senses and tightened his grip on his Nepalese machete. Thankfully, it wasn't a zombie that came up, but Yu Shoujing. After they finished collecting the energy crystals, they didn't notice Su Chen had returned. Although Yu Shoujing wanted to abandon Su Chen and return to the surface immediately, he knew clearly that if Su Chen didn't return, the people in Normadison would never take them away. Without any help, Yu Shoujing had no choice but to approach Su Chen. "Mr. Su, this is what you asked for." Yu Shoujing handed over a bag. Su Chen pocketed Lu Qingyang's suicide note. He didn't intend to let Yu Shoujing and the others know what had happened in this base. Taking the heavy bag from Yu Shoujing, Su Chen roughly counted it. There were at least 100 energy crystals in the bag. This meant that each of the zombies he had just killed had one in their heads. The entire military base had at least 800 members, if not 1,000. If they could kill all the transformed zombies, they would gain a large amount of energy points. This would significantly reduce the amount of energy Su Chen needed to strengthen his body. "Mr. Su, shall we continue?" Yu Shoujing asked cautiously. "Of course." Su Chen's tone left no room for doubt. Yu Shoujing sighed inwardly. The 7th floor was filled with zombie dogs, the 8th floor was a horde of corpses, and who knew what monsters might be on the 9th floor. But Su Chen had given a death order, and Yu Shoujing had no way of resisting, so he had to obey obediently. The two left the observation room and returned to Sun Yin and the others. Knowing they had to continue, they all showed varying degrees of reluctance. Su Chen naturally understood their feelings. But for him, he had to go down and hunt those monsters. Before this, Su Chen had actually considered taking Lin Yingying, Lu Linger, and Zhou Qing into seclusion. The supplies in the storage space were enough for them to last a lifetime. And with Su Chen's current strength, not only ordinary zombies, but even the mutated ones were no match for him. If he could find a secluded spot like Phoenix Mountain, he and the 3 women could live a happy and fulfilling life. However, Lu Qingyang's suicide note instilled in Su Chen a strong sense of crisis. According to the survivor, after the extreme cold and snowstorm, there would be fog and monsters. Those monsters were enormous, immensely powerful, and even possessed a variety of superpowers. The defenses of the survivor base built by humans were as fragile as paper in the face of these monsters. Furthermore, the survivor mentioned that individuals with exceptional powers have emerged among humans, zombies, and zombie beasts. If Su Chen hides away and remains isolated, if he is discovered by monsters or other evolvers, his fate will be horrific. Therefore, for his own safety, Su Chen must quickly improve his strength. There are hundreds of zombies with energy crystals in the military base. Lu Qingyang also mentioned that there are several mutant zombies. If he can kill them all, Su Chen's next upgrade shouldn't be a problem. So, Su Chen must continue exploring. Although Yu Shoujing, Sun Yin, and the others lacked combat power, Su Chen still wanted to bring them along. If necessary, they could serve as cannon fodder and delay the enemy. So, Sun Yin and the others walked ahead, with Su Chen following behind. While they were not paying attention, he absorbed all the energy crystals he had collected into the system. After all the energy crystals were absorbed, Su Chen had 273 energy points. At this time, Yu Shoujing had already opened the door to the 9th floor. The others followed him, and slowly entered. According to Lu Qingyang, the entire base had 9 floors. The 9th floor was the most spacious, and experiments on paranormal phenomena, such as dark matter channels, were conducted here. When Su Chen and the others entered, they were stunned by the sight before them. The sky was so tall that it was almost invisible above, filled with all sorts of huge, sophisticated instruments. At this moment, they understood why everyone in the base had disappeared. Because most of them lay quietly on the 9th floor. Their bodies spread from the stairwell all the way inside, with an almost endless stream. The ground was littered with various guns, traces of bullets, and explosions were everywhere. Though so much time had passed, the blood on the ground had mostly dried. But the pungent smell of blood still assaulted Su Chen and the others' nostrils. This revealed how many lives had been lost. Yu Shoujing and the others standing by were speechless with shock at the scene before them, which resembled a hellish scene. Sun Yin couldn't help herself and squatted in the corner vomiting. Although Su Chen's mental defenses were stronger, they weren't much better. After all, this horrific scene of corpses and blood was simply too shocking. He suppressed his discomfort and began to examine. From the soldiers' deaths, it was easy to tell that they had all perished in battle against the zombies. But there were several hundred of them, all armed with rifles. Even if there were 4 or 5 mutant zombies, they wouldn't be a match for them. Why was this? Just as Su Chen pondered, a low roar suddenly rang out. Several of them instinctively looked up and saw 3 zombies suddenly appear out of thin air on a few containers not far away. They were on all fours, their eyes fierce and bloodthirsty, staring at Su Chen and his group. Mutated zombies. Su Chen instantly made his judgment. And compared to the 2 mutant zombies he had encountered earlier, these 3 were significantly more robust. And the degree of decay and mutation in their bodies was far greater than those 2. Su Chen's heart sank, and he slowly drew his pistol. But before he could pull the trigger, a terrifying roar suddenly erupted from the distance. Despite the distance, the roar seemed to hold immense power. The 3 mutant zombies trembled slightly in fear. Without hesitation, they leaped forward and pounced upon Su Chen and his men. Their strength was truly overwhelming. Over 20 meters away, in just 3 leaps, they were right in front of Su Chen and his men. Su Chen didn't bother concealing his strength and immediately drew his rifle. Duh. He pulled the trigger, firing frantically. The mutant zombie Su Chen had shot at, seeing the situation was dire, quickly shielded his head with both hands. But zombies were, after all, carbon-based creatures. How could they possibly withstand the force of a bullet? In a matter of moments, the rotting flesh on its arms was shattered, leaving only a white skeleton. Chapter 167. Su Chen seized the opportunity and, with his exceptional marksmanship, fired at the mutant zombie's head. Bang, bang. Although several shots hit its head, it used the bones in its arms to protect its forehead. Several bullets pierced the mutant zombie's nose and mouth. Though they left it utterly disfigured, they spared its brain, its most vulnerable area. It also seized the opportunity, bearing the bullets as it slowly approached Su Chen. After firing a volley of bullets, the mutant zombie was only a few steps away. Su Chen simply sheathed his rifle, grabbed his Nepalese machete, and charged at the mutant zombie. The mutant zombie seemed surprised that a human would be so fearless as to attack it. Before it could react, Su Chen had already reached it. Swish! The Nepali machete flashed white in the air, slashing down at the mutant zombie head-on. The mutant zombie raised its bony arm, attempting to block Su Chen's attack. However, Su Chen's strike was powerful and heavy, and the Nepali machete was incredibly sharp. The zombie's arm was instantly severed at the elbow. A normal person would have been excruciatingly painful. But for the mutant zombie, it had no effect at all. Its other, intact hand slashed horizontally at Su Chen. Su Chen ducked, dodging the attack, and struck again. This time, he aimed directly at the mutant zombie's neck. Crack! The mutant zombie's body fell to the ground with a thud. The head rolled onto the ground, still trying to bite Su Chen. Su Chen stomped down hard, crushing it to pieces, then found an energy crystal within. Judging from its color, it possessed even greater energy than the previous mutant zombie. Ding! Successfully absorbed the primary energy crystal, gaining 98 energy points. As expected, this mutant zombie was even more powerful than the previous two, but even so, it was still no match for Su Chen, who had already reached G+ strength. Mr. Su, help, help! Just then, a cry for help suddenly rang out from the side. Su Chen then remembered that there were two other mutant zombies. He looked up. He saw Yu Shoujing protecting Sun Yin, being pursued by a mutant zombie. Another mutant zombie was chasing the remaining three. How could ordinary people like Yu Shoujing withstand the power of these mutant zombies? In the blink of an eye, one of the remaining three had his neck broken. Another man was sent flying, spitting blood. Even if he wasn't dead, he was close to death. Yu Shoujing was smart enough to know he couldn't confront the mutant zombies head-on. He used the terrain to protect Sun Yin, constantly maneuvering to avoid the mutants' pursuit. Seeing Su Chen had already dispatched one, Yu Shoujing hurriedly called for help. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, slowly pulled out his rifle, and then reloaded. On the other side, Yu Shoujing, careless in his positioning, tripped over a corpse and fell to the ground. Watching the mutant zombies approach, a look of despair crossed his face. Just then, a gunshot rang out. The mutated zombie, still in midair, flew away with a bloody hole in its head. Yu Shoujing was stunned for a moment before realizing that it was Su Chen who had saved him with the shot. "Thank you, Mr. Su," Yu Shoujing said, still in shock. At the same time, another mutated zombie also dispatched Sun Yan's last subordinate, but to Su Chen's surprise, it didn't immediately devour the corpse. Instead, it glanced at Su Chen and, carrying the three corpses, hurriedly retreated. Su Chen didn't rush in pursuit. Instead, he smashed the second mutated zombie's head and extracted another energy crystal from it. Ding! Successfully absorbed the primary energy crystal, gaining 89 energy points. Including the energy he had accumulated previously, Su Chen now had 460 energy points. While this was still more than half of the 1,000 energy points required for strengthening, it was at least within reach. "Boss, how are you?" Yu Shoujing stood up and hurried over to Sun Yin, asking with concern. Thanks to his help, Sun Yin wasn't seriously injured, but she did fall onto the corpse. Covered in blood, she looked particularly distraught. But before they could recover, Su Chen's next words startled them again. "Are you okay? If you are, keep going inside." "No, so many people have died, and we still have to continue?" Yu Shoujing couldn't help but ask. "What else?" Su Chen glanced at them, and began to reload his rifle. "I'm not going. If you want to go, go by yourself." Sun Yin, still terrified, was now completely defeated. Her hair disheveled, she screamed as if she had lost her mind. "So many of us have died, why are we still going?" Su Chen didn't answer her. Instead, he reloaded and released the safety. He then pointed his gun at Yu Shoujing and Sun Yin. "If you two don't go, I kill you both and then leave on my own." In the previous battle, if Yu Shoujing and his companions hadn't drawn away the other two zombies for Su Chen alone wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed from the siege of 3 mutant zombies. Judging from the behavior of the last mutant, there might be other monsters inside. Su Chen still needed Yu Shoujing and Sun Yin as cannon fodder. Yu Shoujing's face darkened, and he quickly pulled Sun Yin behind him, whispering, "Boss, don't be impulsive." He then raised his head and forced a smile. "Mr. Su, we just go with you." Yu Shoujing hadn't lost his mind. If they stayed here and refused to leave, Su Chen would definitely shoot them dead. Rather than that, it would be better to follow Su Chen and continue exploring. Perhaps there would be a way out. Under Yu Shoujing's comfort, Sun Yin calmed down and said nothing more. So the 3 remaining people continued to move deeper into the 8th floor. However, the deeper they went, the more Su Chen felt something was amiss. The corpses on the ground had been reduced to nothing but bones. This phenomenon was extremely abnormal. You know, whether ordinary zombies or mutant zombies, they wouldn't devour humans so thoroughly. Furthermore, in the underground base, with its low temperature and poor air circulation, corpses couldn't possibly decay so quickly. This was truly bizarre. "Be careful, both of you," Su Chen instructed calmly. Throughout their journey, Su Chen had never said anything like this. Yu Shoujing's heart sank. He held Sun Yin with one hand, his other tightly gripping the dagger. Chapter 168. At the deepest point of the 9th floor, there was a metal platform. On either side of the platform were protruding colliders. According to Lu Qingyang, these were instruments specifically designed to test dark matter channels. When Su Chen, Sun Yin, and Yu Shoujing approached, they discovered that the platform was surrounded by piles of white bones. The previously disappeared mutant zombie, along with Sun Yan's 3 minions, had reappeared on the platform. However, 2 of the minions had already been nearly devoured. A massive figure, with its back to Su Chen and the others, crouched over the last minion, devouring it. The rustling sound echoed around, making it particularly eerie. At the sound of Su Chen and the others' footsteps, the massive figure paused slightly. Then it stopped gnawing, stood up, and slowly turned around. When Su Chen saw its appearance clearly, even the experienced Su Chen felt a chill down his spine. Its entire head was bald. Its pupils were grayish-white, its nose was missing, and a wisp of flesh still clung to the corner of its mouth. It wore no clothes, its bulging muscles and blood vessels exposed. It looked incredibly ferocious. Sun Yin, standing nearby, felt her legs weaken, and she sat down involuntarily. Su Chen clenched his rifle, his expression grim. He could sense that the zombie before him was far more powerful than any mutated zombie he had ever encountered. But something even more surprising happened. The bald zombie glanced at the 3 of them, then fixed his gaze on Su Chen. He slowly opened his mouth. "What is your name?" Although it seemed to be struggling to speak, it still managed to express itself clearly. Su Chen, Sun Yin, and Yu Shoujing were all bewildered. What the hell was going on? How could a zombie speak? As if sensing their shock, the bald zombie slowly said, "Don't misunderstand me. I am not actually a zombie." Su Chen finally came to his senses and said in a deep voice, "My name is Su Chen, an ordinary survivor. I wonder who you are. My name is Dang Haoran, and I'm the leader of this base." Hearing the bald zombie's self-introduction, Su Chen was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but ask, "You're not dead?" Lu Qingyang's suicide note mentioned many high-ranking members of the base, including Dang Haoran. The base's members can be roughly divided into 2 groups: scientific researchers and security and logistics personnel. The security and logistics personnel are under Dang Haoran's management, and he is responsible for matters other than scientific research. According to Lu Qingyang, it was Dang Haoran who had the situation under control. However, before they could test the vaccine, mutant zombies suddenly appeared, causing the situation to spiral out of control. But judging from the situation, the mutant zombies seemed to be following Dang Haoran's orders. How had he become this half-human, half-ghost? "Yes, I'm not dead." A hint of sadness flashed in Dang Haoran's eyes. "You all seen these zombies, so you understand their situation, right?" Seeing Su Chen nod, Dang Haoran continued, "We developed a vaccine, but the zombies broke through our defenses. I was scratched by a zombie, and out of desperation, I injected the vaccine. But the result was cruel. I become this horrible mess." Normally, vaccine development requires at least 4 steps: preclinical research, clinical application, application to a clinical trial institution, and clinical trials. The last step alone takes at least 3 to 8 years. Even after clinical trials, there are still a series of approvals, sampling inspections, and other steps. If any one step goes wrong, vaccine production will be halted. The researchers at the underground base created a zombie virus vaccine in just a month or 2, so it's unlikely to be successful. After the injection, although Dang Haoran retained self-awareness, the side effects were severe. His appearance and body became strange and enormous. And, like zombies, he was filled with a thirst for flesh and blood. However, Dang Haoran also gained terrifying power. Originally, there were 6 mutated zombies, but he managed to kill 3 of them. The remaining 3 were subjugated by him, becoming his minions, preying on the survivors in the base. After learning the full story, all 3 were shocked. They hadn't expected Dang Haoran's experience to be so bizarre. Amidst his surprise, Su Chen also felt a strong sense of crisis. Judging from Dang Haoran's horrible appearance, he must be unable to shake his thirst for zombies and flesh. Then he would definitely target the 3 of them. "What's the situation outside?" Dang Haoran asked. Su Chen didn't respond, which made Dang Haoran somewhat dissatisfied. His gaze fell on Yu Shoujing, who was standing nearby. Yu Shoujing's heart skipped a beat. He gritted his teeth and told Dang Haoran about the situation outside. After learning that the world outside was in complete chaos, Dang Haoran's face was clearly filled with disappointment. "Well, party leader, don't be too discouraged. Once you get out, you can go to the capital or another major city. There are ample supplies and good defenses there. Maybe they're still functioning normally. Once we get there, we find researchers to help us research. Maybe they can find a way to treat you," Yu Shoujing consoled. "Yes, yes. If nothing else, we leave." Sun Yin hugged Yu Shoujing's arm tightly and forced a smile. "Leave? Dang Howren's face shone with a sinister grin, his eyes, devoid of white, fixed intently on Su Chen, Yu Shoujing, and Sun Yin. Lately, all the people in the base have been eaten. I haven't had fresh flesh and blood in ages. You arrived just in time, just enough to satisfy my appetite. Yu Shoujing and Sun Yin's expressions changed drastically, and they involuntarily took a few steps back. Do you think you're worthy of the country's cultivation? Su Chen sighed softly and asked. Dang Howren was startled, a little furious. You're not the one to question me about these things. Before Su Chen could say anything else, Dang Howren roared. The only remaining mutant zombie, as if on command, leaped up and lunged at Yu Shoujing. Dang Howren himself, however, locked eyes with Su Chen. He took a step forward, charging toward Su Chen. His massive body, charging like a mountain, gave off a terrifying, earth-shattering impact. Su Chen, without hesitation, grabbed his rifle and began firing wildly at Dang Howren. Chapter 169. Dang Howren was enormous, his arm shielding his face like a massive shield. The bullets from the rifles all struck his arms. But surprisingly, Dang Howren's skin seemed incredibly tough. Although the bullets were deeply embedded in his flesh, they couldn't penetrate his body at all. After Dang Howren effortlessly freed the bullets, his body surprisingly began to heal itself. Su Chen dodged Dang Howren's attack with a lazy roll, quickly reloading his rifle. He was also filled with surprise. Although he had long expected Dang Howren's strength to be stronger than the mutant zombies, he hadn't expected him to be so abnormal. Not only could the bullets not penetrate his skin, but he also possessed such a powerful healing ability. With just these rifles, you think you can kill me? Dang Howren grinned, his tone filled with mockery toward Su Chen. There was an object resembling a robotic arm on the ground. He casually picked it up and hurled it at Su Chen. Thankfully, Su Chen was agile enough to dodge the blow while simultaneously firing back at Dang Howren with his rifle. Su Chen, a natural marksman, aimed every shot at Dang Howren's head. But Dang Howren, with his astonishing defense, blocked the bullets with one hand. With his other hand, he wielded the robotic arm with great vigor, smashing it toward Su Chen. Su Chen was forced to dodge repeatedly, appearing utterly embarrassed. Under constant passive attack, Su Chen was cornered by Dang Howren. Go to hell! Dang Howren roared, and the robotic arm came crashing down on Su Chen's head. Su Chen attempted to dodge to the side, but Dang Howren seemed to have anticipated it. The robotic arm, midair, suddenly changed direction and swept sideways toward Su Chen. Su Chen was caught off guard, unable to dodge. He could only stretch out his hands, attempting to block Dang Howren's blow. Although Su Chen had been strengthened numerous times by the system, his combat power had reached G+. But Dang Howren's massive frame was still there. The force of the blow was so overwhelming that even Su Chen exerted all his might. He was still unable to withstand it. He was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground. He felt excruciating pain all over his body, especially his hands, which felt as if they were broken. Since being strengthened, when had Su Chen ever been so miserable? But before he could recover, Dang Howren, carrying the robotic arm, charged at him again. Su Chen hadn't yet recovered from the impact. He struggled to his feet, but Dang Howren was already in front of him, raising the robotic arm high. Oh no, it's over. Su Chen's heart sank. At this critical moment, a series of gunshots suddenly rang out. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of bullets struck Dang Howren's back. A few more grazed his head. Dang Howren, startled, quickly retracted his robotic arm to protect his head. When he came to his senses, he realized it was Yu Shoujing who had fired the shots. Although his strength was far inferior to the mutant zombie, Yu Shoujing had some brains. While fighting the mutant, he spotted a rifle on the ground. He picked it up and took the opportunity to finish off the mutant. Seeing Su Chen at a disadvantage, Yu Shoujing decisively pulled the trigger and shot Dang Howren. Unfortunately, his shooting skills were mediocre. Thankfully, he managed to scare Dang Howren and successfully save Su Chen. Asshole. Although Dang Howren was far stronger than the mutant zombies, his head was still a vulnerable spot. Even though he wasn't hit, he was still a bit shaken. Enraged, he instantly lunged at Yu Shoujing. Yu Shoujing naturally knew he was no match for Dang Howren. He quickly grabbed Sun Yin and ran away, then, circling a test bench, began a Qin Wang circling the pillar with Dang Howren. With Yu Shoujing's help, Su Chen took the opportunity to recover. He knew very well that given Dang Howren's defensive prowess, unless the muzzle of the gun was directly against Dang Howren's head, even from a distance, a shot wouldn't be a complete kill. With this thought, Su Chen had an idea. He quickly loaded his rifle and fired at Dang Howren. Duh. A barrage of bullets pelted Dang Howren. Though they failed to injure him, they successfully diverted his attention away from Yu Shoujing and Sun Yin. You are truly tired of living. Dang Howren stopped chasing Yu Shoujing and turned back to chase Su Chen. But Su Chen gave up shooting and instead drew his Nepali machete. He dodged the falling mechanical arm. Before Dang Howren could raise his weapon again, Su Chen leaped onto it and sprinted forward. Dang Howren, startled, quickly let go of the arm. But it was too late. Su Chen was right in front of him. He leaped high, his Nepali machete piercing Dang Howren's chest. Dang Howren tried to slap Su Chen, but Su Chen, using inertia, slashed a deep gash in his chest with his Nepalese army knife. Su Chen then fell to the ground and dodged, quickly distancing himself from Dang Howren. Dang Howren offered a sarcastic smile. With such a minor injury, you think? Before he could finish his words, there was a loud boom. A huge cloud of blood erupted from Dang Howren's chest. Half of his body suddenly vanished, and he slammed heavily to the ground. You bastard, what did you do? Dang Howren muttered haltingly. Thanks to the vaccine, he hadn't completely transformed into a zombie. While he retained consciousness, he also retained the ability to feel pain. Suffered so severely at once, he was immediately weakened. It was just a high-explosive grenade. Su Chen shrugged. Not bad. Su Chen had just had a sudden inspiration. He could use the power of a high-explosive grenade to deal with Dang Howren. Dang Howren was enormous and incredibly strong, but his agility was far inferior to Su Chen's. So Su Chen seized the opportunity, wounding Dang Howren at close range while thrusting a grenade he had retrieved from the armory into his wound. Dang Howren, after all, hadn't yet emerged from his carbon-based state. Even if he could withstand bullets, he couldn't withstand the force of a high-explosive grenade exploding inside his body. Thus, Dang Howren was severely injured, but it had to be admitted that Dang Howren's vitality was truly tenacious. Despite the loss of half his body, he showed no signs of dying, and his horrific wound was healing at a visible rate. Su Chen naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to strike down a fallen enemy. He rushed forward quickly, dodged Dang Howren's weak attack, and threw 2 high-explosive grenades into Dang Howren's wound. Chapter 170. Boom! Boom! Accompanied by 2 explosions, Dang Howren's body was completely blasted into a cloud of blood. Aside from his head, which remained intact, everything below his neck was reduced to white bones. Dang Howren wasn't a true zombie after all. He couldn't survive without a heart like zombies. With only his head left, his gray eyes gradually returned to normal. Su Chen, thank you. Actually, I didn't want to do this, but after the vaccine, I couldn't control myself. During this time, I done many things that have let my country and my comrades down. Killing me is also giving me a sense of relief. Dang Howren spoke haltingly, tears streaming from his eyes. When a bird is about to die, its cry is mournful. When a man is about to die, his words are kind. Su Chen couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for Dang Howren, who had harmed so many and was about to die. Perhaps, as he said, he lost control of himself after the vaccine. Go peacefully, Su Chen whispered. Dang Howren glanced at him gratefully, then closed his eyes. Su Chen also sat down on the ground, breathing heavily. In previous encounters with mutated zombies, he resorted to trickery, employing various tactics to easily defeat them. But today, in his fight with Dang Howren, Su Chen had unleashed every last ounce of his might. If it weren't for Yu Shoujing's help, he might have truly perished at Dang Howren's hands. Just as Su Chen remembered Yu Shoujing, he arrived with Sun Yin. He still held the same rifle in his hand. Su Chen couldn't help but feel a flicker of alarm at this. Luckily, Yu Shoujing had just walked over and handed the rifle to Su Chen as a gesture of sincerity. Mr. Su, can I go with you? Yu Shoujing asked softly. Su Chen was slightly startled by these words. Before he could reply, Sun Yan's eyes widened. Yu Shoujing, are you crazy? Shut up. Yu Shoujing glared at her and said coldly. Su Chen was taken aback. You see, from the very beginning, Yu Shoujing had been acting as Sun Yan's bootlicker. He actually dared to yell at Sun Yan today. What was going on? As if sensing Su Chen's surprise, Yu Shoujing took the initiative to explain, Before, I was simply captivated by her beauty. But after Mr. Su scolded me last time, saying I was a bootlicker, I've been reflecting recently and feel there's really no point in continuing to be a bootlicker. Before the apocalypse, Sun Yan was able to control Yu Shoujing for a simple reason. First, she used her beauty to seduce Yu Shoujing. Second, she inherited most of her deceased husband's fortune and, with her wealth, she employed a number of thugs, including Yu Shoujing. After the apocalypse, Sun Yin maneuvered between Yu Shoujing and the 5 previously sacrificed subordinates. She relied on her unwavering tactics to maintain her position as the head of Tianqiang Pavilion. But after Su Qian's scolding, Yu Shoujing inexplicably came to his senses. The Tianqiang Pavilion's influence was now gone. With his fists and feet, Yu Shoujing thrived no matter which faction he joined. Sun Yin, however, could only rely on Yu Shoujing to survive the apocalypse. If that were the case, why did Yu Shoujing hold her in such high esteem? Sun Yan's face paled instantly after hearing Yu Shoujing's words. Su Qian smiled with relief. It seemed his insults were indeed effective. The lickspittle had finally awakened and stopped licking women. This Yu Shoujing, truly a prodigal son, turned over a new leaf. Those people were killed by me, too. Don't you hold a grudge? Su Qian asked with a chuckle. Their deaths had nothing to do with me. Yu Shoujing replied nonchalantly. Those dead were Sun Yan's lickspittles, Yu Shoujing's rivals in love. Yu Shoujing actually wished they were all dead. Su Qian paused for a moment, then nodded. Okay, I take you in. Thank you, Mr. Su. Oh no, Boss Su. Yu Shoujing was overjoyed upon hearing this. He had witnessed Su Qian dispatch the zombie dogs and wrestle monsters like Dang Haoran. To have Su Qian's support meant a better chance of surviving the apocalypse. Take Dai Hao, for example, who has now transformed himself into the leader of the Shannon City survivors. Okay, take her down first. I need to take a break. Su Qian waved his hand. Yes. Yu Shoujing beckoned Sun Yan to leave. Seeing Sun Yan's reluctance to move, his expression turned cold, and he dragged her away forcefully. Feeling Yu Shoujing's brutal behavior, Sun Yan couldn't help but lament. She also understood that she could never regain her former, lofty position as a queen. After Yu Shoujing and Sun Yan left, Su Qian rested briefly before rising and approaching Dang Haoran's body. Although he felt a bit sympathetic, Su Qian still wanted to check to see if there was an energy crystal in his brain. Crack! Su Qian swiftly cut open Dang Haoran's head. As expected, he found an energy crystal inside. This energy crystal was similar in color to Lu Zhaoshan's, though slightly darker, a deep pink. Did Dang Haoran, like Lu Zhaoshan, become an evolver after receiving the vaccine? Could it be that besides absorbing zombie energy crystals, one could also become an evolver through energy crystals? Su Qian didn't think twice and simply absorbed the energy crystal Dang Haoran had contributed. Successfully absorbed the intermediate energy crystal, gaining 356 energy points. A gleam of light flashed in Su Qian's eyes. He hadn't expected Dang Haoran to be so powerful, and the energy he provided was definitely greater than that of the mutant zombies, Lu Zhaoshan, and the others. But he hadn't expected Dang Haoran to provide such an intermediate energy crystal. And it gave him 356 points straight away, but that wasn't all. The system continued with a reminder, congratulations, host. You obtained the rapid self-healing talent. Su Qian was startled and quickly called up the system panel. Previously, Su Qian's talent column had only a single, lonely shooting talent. But now, there was a new talent, rapid self-healing. Rapid self-healing. After the host suffers a non-fatal injury, it heals at an extremely rapid rate. At that moment, Su Qian's body felt warm. He could clearly feel the internal injuries he suffered during the battle with Dang Haoran rapidly healing. In just a few minutes, Su Qian was back to normal. He suddenly remembered how Dang Haoran's body had healed so quickly after being shot. This rapid self-healing talent must be similar to Dang Haoran's. Chapter 171. With rapid self-healing, Su Qian will be able to recover quickly from injuries in the future. This talent is truly precious. Not only did he gain hundreds of energy points after killing Dang Haoran, but he also gained such a precious talent. This is a huge win. It's true that the bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. Although defeating Dang Haoran was quite risky, the result was well worth it. Su Qian set out again, found the mutant zombie killed by Yu Shoujing, and removed the energy crystal from its head. Successfully absorbed the primary energy crystal, gaining 73 energy points. It seems this last mutant zombie was the weakest, otherwise Yu Shoujing wouldn't have killed it. Just then, he suddenly discovered 3 zombie corpses with their heads smashed to pieces among the nearby corpses. In the area where their heads had once been, Su Qian saw grayish-white energy crystals. It seems these 3 zombies were the 3 mutant zombies killed by Dang Haoran. I didn't expect this would be a great deal for me. Su Qian expertly dug out 3 energy crystals and absorbed them one by one. Successfully absorbed the primary energy crystal, gaining 84 energy points. Successfully absorbed the primary energy crystal, gaining 88 energy points. Successfully absorbed the primary energy crystal, gaining 79 energy points. After absorbing several energy crystals in a row, Su Chen's energy now exceeded 1,000, reaching 140. This was more than enough for his next enhancement. He took a deep breath and opened the enhancement options. Strengthen the body. It was the same familiar warmth, spreading through his limbs. But just like last time, it didn't last long. After the warmth faded, Su Chen could feel his body strengthening, but the degree of improvement was far less than the first time, and to his disappointment, his combat power rating remained a G+. Logically, after 2 consecutive strengthenings and gaining the rapid self-healing talent, he should be able to advance to F-. But why was there no movement? Could it be that the upgrade from G to F required some other opportunity? Su Chen pondered for a long time, but couldn't come to a conclusion. Just as he was about to call Yu Shoujing and the others to leave, he suddenly noticed a silver-white suitcase on the original experimental platform. If memory served him correctly, this suitcase had been next to Dang Haoran when he first arrived. Su Chen walked over and picked up the suitcase. It was unlocked, and he opened it easily. The contents were surprisingly simple: a syringe and a transparent glass bottle. The glass bottle was sealed at both ends with metal. It contained 2 spiral tubes, while the rest of the space seemed to be a vacuum. The tubes contained a green liquid. The side of the glass bottle reminded Su Chen of the bottle containing the virus in the movie Resident Evil 1. Next to the glass bottle, there was an empty compartment. So, this glass bottle contained the prepared vaccine. The empty compartment must have been where Dang Haoran had injected himself. Su Chen closed his suitcase, planning to return to researching these. He left the test bench and headed outside. At the 9th floor staircase entrance, Yu Shoujing and Sun Yan were waiting. "Boss Su." Su Chen nodded slightly. "Let's get back to the surface first." Since the power had been restored, they no longer had to climb the stairs. They took the elevator from the 9th floor directly to the surface. Several hours had passed since Su Chen and his companions entered the underground base. Inside Nomadison, Lin Yingying, Lu Linger, and Zhou Qing had been waiting anxiously. Fearful for Su Chen's safety, they repeatedly tried to call him via the intercom. But ultimately, fearing that it might disturb him, they held back. When Su Chen returned to the RV and saw that he was safe and sound, the 3 women excitedly rushed forward. Lin Yingying and Lu Linger threw themselves into his arms, hugging him tightly. Although Zhou Qing didn't move forward, her beautiful eyes were filled with concern. She didn't want the good man she just found to be in danger. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Su Chen smiled and patted their heads. No one is without feelings. Lu Linger and the others were so loyal to Su Chen, so it was inevitable that he would develop feelings for them. "Master, what's going on down there?" Zhou Qing asked curiously. "Yes, Master, why were you gone for so long?" Lu Linger couldn't help but ask. Su Chen then briefly told the 3 women what had happened down there. To avoid worrying them, he also concealed the dangers. "I didn't expect so much to happen in the underground base." "Yes, Lu Qingyang and the others are so pitiful." After learning the whole story, the 3 women couldn't help but sigh. "By the way, if the base is empty, can we occupy it?" Lin Yingying suddenly suggested. "That's what I was thinking." Su Chen nodded slightly. Although Nomadison was enough for him, and the women to live in, this underground base was practically designed for apocalypse. Even if Su Chen couldn't live there, he could occupy it, and leave it to Yi Wang and Sun Yuan to manage. "Qinger, I need you to show your skills later." Such a massive underground base would, of course, be controlled by computers. But everyone in the base was dead, and without the password, it would be impossible to control it. Zhou Qing happened to be a computer science student, skilled in software programming and the like. "Master, don't worry, I do my best." Hearing Su Chen's words, Zhou Qing quickly patted her head and agreed. Lu Linger excelled in cooking, and Lin Yingying was an expert in medicine. Zhou Qing was the only one who had nothing to offer besides her looks. This gave her a deep sense of crisis, which was why she had to learn to drive the Nomadison. Now that she had a place to use her skills, she was quite excited. "Okay, it's almost time for dinner. Let's have hot pot today." Su Chen glanced at the time and ordered, "But we eat outside the car." Besides, Yu Shoujing saved Su Chen's life today, so Su Chen had to treat him. Lu Linger and the other 2 girls set up the table, chairs, and dishes and went outside. Yu Shoujing and Sun Yan, in their Wuling Hongguang, stared at the 3 beauties emerging from the car. Luckily, Yu Shoujing knew better than to look and quickly averted his gaze. Sun Yan, however, felt a pang of sadness. It turns out there were 3 stunning beauties hiding in Su Chen's car. No wonder they looked down on him. "Brother Yu." Su Chen called Yu Shoujing over, looked at his bewildered face, and said with a smile, "I treat you to hot pot today." Chapter 172. Huh? Yu Shoujing was stunned. At that moment, Lu Linger and the others had already set the table. The induction cooker, connected to the Nomadison's external power supply, brought the broth in the copper pot to a boil. Su Chen invited Yu Shoujing and Sun Yin to sit down around the round table. Carefully prepared beef, mutton, tripe, beef balls, and various vegetables were placed in the pot. When cooked, they were coated with sesame paste and chili oil and placed in their mouths. For a moment, Yu Shoujing and Sun Yin felt so comfortable that every pore of their bodies seemed to open. In the apocalypse, amidst the ice and snow, to be able to enjoy such a steaming hot pot was simply divine. However, Su Chen and the three women remained calm. After all, their daily meals were basically no worse than hot pot. Seeing this, Yu Shoujing couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Boss Su's life is truly comfortable, eating delicious food and drinking spicy drinks every day, and having three beautiful women by his side. Come on, brother Yu, let's go. Su Chen raised his glass, which contained Fabian Matai. The two clinked glasses and drank them both in one gulp. As soon as they finished, Lin Yingying, Lu Linger, and Zhou Qing, standing by, rushed to fill their glasses. Yu Shoujing subconsciously glanced at Sun Yin. The once powerful figure in Shannon was now busy eating. Yu Shoujing, enraged, snorted coldly and glared at Sun Yin. Sun Yin was stunned for a moment, looking at him innocently. You old woman, don't you know the slightest bit about table manners? Yu Shoujing scolded. Bringing you out to dinner is truly embarrassing for me. You? Sun Yin was about to retort when she saw Yu Shoujing raise his hand high in the air. She immediately became obedient. My husband's right. I was ignorant. She quickly picked up the food and placed it in Yu Shoujing's bowl. Yu Shoujing then smiled with satisfaction and clasped his fist toward Su Chen, saying, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, Boss Su. I only just realized one thing. Women shouldn't be spoiled. The more you spoil them, the more they become assholes. Su Chen laughed and raised his glass. It's not too late for you, brother Yu, to understand this. The two smiled at each other and drained their glasses again. And so, outdoors in the snow and ice, they ate hot pot and chatted. Although Su Chen and Yu Shoujing had previously been enemies, there's a saying, there's nothing a hot pot can't solve. If there is, then two hot pots will do. Under the influence of alcohol, the two chatted even more happily. The hot pot meal lasted until late at night. The two of them, both thoroughly tipsy, finally dispersed. Su Chen took the three women back to the RV and fell asleep. He also treated Yu Shoujing well, preparing a tent and plenty of cold weather gear for him. These items were the same ones he used to climb Mount Everest. Yu Shoujing and Sun Yin also slept comfortably that night. After being strengthened, Su Chen's combat prowess had not only increased, but his physical fitness had also reached top-tier status. Although he'd been extremely drunk the previous night, he woke up feeling no discomfort and instead, full of energy. Glancing at Zhou Qing, who was sleeping soundly beside him, Su Chen slowly rose and left the bedroom. Lin Yingying was probably still sleeping on the second floor, while Lu Linger was already busy preparing breakfast. Seeing Su Chen get up, she hurried over with a sweet smile to greet him. Su Chen patted her head in encouragement. After Lu Linger went back to her business, he suddenly had a thought and retrieved the virus vaccine from the system space. Su Chen had been pondering this yesterday. Although Dang Howren had become half human, half zombie after the vaccine, it was undeniable that he had gained immense power. Would the same effect be achieved if he himself received the vaccine? Before, Su Chen would never have considered such a thought. But now, he felt a strong sense of crisis and desperately wanted to improve his strength. Dang Howren alone was so difficult to defeat. What if he encountered those monsters that time-traveling survivor had mentioned again? But while he wanted to improve his strength, Su Chen didn't want to end up like Dang Howren. And who knows what other side effects there might be. Forget it, let's put it aside for now. Su Chen shook his head and gave up the idea of getting the virus vaccine. After Lin Yingying and Zhou Qing woke up, Lu Linger prepared breakfast and sent a portion to Yu Shoujing and Sun Yin. After breakfast, Su Chen led everyone back to the military base. The most urgent task was to gain control of the base. Although there were monitoring rooms on the first and sixth floors, the sixth floor had significantly higher authority than the first. The room next to the monitoring room was filled with computers. Except for the equipment on the lower floors, most of the base's facilities could be controlled from here. Zhou Qing held Su Chen's laptop and connected a data cable to one of the computers. Then her hands began to clatter on the keyboard. Seeing this, Su Chen suddenly remembered her appearance as a wild horse. Zhou Qing busied herself for a moment, then suddenly paused. Chinger, how's it going? Suchin asked. Don't worry, this little thing isn't too difficult for me. Zhou Qing smiled playfully, saying with a hint of pride, I can take down the system in a day at most. Really? Suchin was a little incredulous. After all, this is an official military base, and the network security should be extremely strict. Zhou Qing saw Suchin's thoughts, smiled slightly, and began to explain. If you want to attack from the outside and control the system, it's basically impossible. You have to gather the world's top hackers to have any hope. But we're now directly connected to the internet, attacking from the inside, which makes it much easier. After hearing her say this, Suchin suddenly understood. That's right. The strongest defenses are often crumble from within. Okay, I leave this to you. Suchin smiled, patted her head, and whispered, if you can successfully take it, I reward you handsomely tonight. At the word reward, Zhou Qing's face flushed, her heart filled with anticipation. Don't worry, I take care of everything. Suchin handed the computer work to Zhou Qing. He himself went to the lowest floors, as he had other work to do. Looking at the bodies reduced to skeletal remains, Suchin sighed, and said to Yu Shoujing beside him, we must find a way to let these soldiers rest in peace. Yu Shoujing hadn't expected Suchin to have such thoughts. He was slightly stunned, and a certain respect for Suchin grew in his heart. Boss Su is right. But with such a large project, it's probably a bit too much for just the few of us. Chapter 173. No, you misunderstood. Suchin shook his head and smiled. It's just the two of us. Huh? Yu Shoujing was stunned. There were well over 1,000 bodies in the base. Relying on him, and Suchin to transport the bodies up there, and then dig a grave for burial would take forever. Can you operate an excavator? Suchin asked. As they searched the base, they discovered several construction vehicles, such as excavators and forklifts. If Yu Shoujing knew how to operate an excavator, all he had to do was dig enough graves. Suchin could easily place the remains of the soldiers in the storage space, and then bring them to the surface. That shouldn't be difficult. Yu Shoujing nodded. Operating an excavator wasn't difficult. With a little practice, he quickly mastered it. Digging in the wilderness, without having to consider other factors, was relatively easy. Just dig the pit, and I take care of the rest, Suchin said. All right. Yu Shoujing agreed immediately. They first found an excavator, started it, and descended the massive cargo elevator to the surface. Suchin found a suitable open space near the military base. Based on the 3D model obtained from the radar scan, the location was nestled against mountains, with a snow-covered, yet still flowing stream in front. While not breathtakingly beautiful, it was certainly scenic, making it the perfect place to bury these soldiers. Okay, let's do it here. Suchin settled down. Before he could begin the excavation in earnest, he needed to clear the surface snow. After determining the approximate area, Suchin, following the same method he had used to clear the entrance to the military base, took out a large number of Molotov cocktails and gasoline and doused them in the snow. Suchin tossed a cigarette butt over, and with a whoosh, a vast, blazing fire erupted. Before the apocalypse, such a fire would have been enough to land Suchin in jail for life, without sparing any expense on gasoline. In just half a day, a large clearing appeared before Suchin and Yu Shoujing. But they weren't in a hurry, it was lunchtime, after all. Lu Linger and Lin Yinging prepared the food, and Suchin called Zhou Qing up. After a delicious lunch and a nap, they each returned to their respective tasks. For the rest of the day, Lu Linger and Lin Yinging were responsible for logistics and food. Suchin and Yu Shoujing were in charge of digging the pit. Zhou Qing, accompanied by Sun Yin, was in the underground base, hacking into the base's computer system. Due to limited resources, Suchin couldn't make coffins for every soldier. He and Yu Shoujing had to dig individual graves for each soldier, as much as possible. Furthermore, the graves had to be dug deep, otherwise they would be easily washed away by heavy rain. This made the project enormous. Suchin and Yu Shoujing toiled all day, completing only 1/10 of the work. Only when darkness fell did they return to their RV to rest. Thankfully, Zhou Qing had good news. After unremitting efforts, she had finally successfully penetrated the defense system and taken control of the entire base. Suchin was overjoyed upon hearing this news. Just after dinner, he couldn't wait to take Zhou Qing back to the control center. I already rebooted the computers in the monitoring room. Here's the password. From here, you can remotely control the opening and closing of the base gates. This can monitor the oxygen levels throughout the base and adjust the ventilation ducts. This place can also regulate the temperature. Zhou Qing explained the various functions of the control center to Suchin. After learning about the details of the entire base, Su Chen couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The person who could design and build such a base in such a place is truly a genius. Due to its remote location, it's impossible to draw electricity from the city. Relying solely on generators would consume too much fuel. Coincidentally, there's an underground river nearby, so when the base was built, officials dispatched personnel to open a path to the river. They installed numerous generators in the river, using the river's flow to provide power to the underground base. In addition, the base's water is pumped from the upper reaches of an underground river. Domestic sewage within the base is treated and discharged downstream. Even on the 5th floor of the base, in the logistic support area, there's a large area dedicated to growing various crops. The facilities within the base are truly comprehensive. It's no exaggeration to say that, with sufficient food, Su Chen and his team could live here forever. After Zhou Qing took control of the entire system, the base was completely under Su Chen's control. As long as he wished, no one could come or go as he pleased. Qinger, you truly are my sweetheart. Su Chen laughed heartily, embracing Zhou Qing and kissing her cheek. As long as the master is happy. Seeing his joy, Zhou Qing smiled heartily, saying with a hint of shyness, then tonight. Don't worry, tonight the master will definitely convince you. Su Chen smiled and pinched her cheek. After some practical exercises and confirming his control over the entire base, Su Chen happily took Zhou Qing back to Normadison. He always kept his word. That night, Su Chen generously rewarded Zhou Qing. The next morning, after waking up, Su Chen continued to work diligently with Yu Shoujing, digging the grave. It took them 3 full days to dig enough graves. Although Su Chen had said that Yu Shoujing wasn't responsible for anything else, but Yu Shoujing still felt obligated to help Su Chen move the soldiers' remains. However, to his surprise, the day after the pits were dug, the remains of the soldiers deep within the base appeared in various graves. When Yu Shoujing saw this, he was stunned. You have to remember, these were the remains of over 1,000 bodies. Even with the help of a forklift and an elevator, there was no way Su Chen could have finished all of this alone in a single night. Perhaps Boss Su had some other special tricks up his sleeve. Yu Shoujing felt a renewed sense of awe for Su Chen. Yes, Su Chen had cleverly utilized the storage space. He simply walked past the bodies and loaded them all in. Once he returned to the surface, he used his mind to control the placement of each body in its own grave. Forget a night. Su Chen completed this truly monumental task in just 2 or 3 hours. Chapter 174. The following time, Su Chen and Yu Shoujing busied themselves again, backfilling each grave with soil. By the time all was complete, it had already been 9 days since they left Shannon City. Su Chen found a large stone tablet and placed it in front of the graves. After a moment's thought, he finally carved these words on the tablet. Salute, the most beloved people. Su Chen slowly raised his right hand and bowed solemnly. This place is truly a picturesque place. You may rest in peace. Lu Linger, Lin Yingying, Zhou Qing, Yu Shoujing, and Sun Yan, standing behind Su Chen, also saluted. After properly settling these soldiers, Su Chen planned to temporarily leave the base. After all, while this place was safe, there were no zombies providing energy points. The base's computer system had been taken over by Zhou Qing. After the heavy iron gates slowly closed, it was impossible to enter without knowing the password. You know, the base's exterior defenses are generally resilient, unless it's hit directly by a nuclear bomb. Let's go! Su Chen turned his head to glance at the military base and ordered. Beside him, Zhou Qing expertly activated the Nomadison. Su Chen had already recorded the coordinates of the military base on the car's GPS. Even if it were covered in snow again, he would be able to find it easily the next time he came. Compared to the journey there, the return trip was undoubtedly much easier. Su Chen and his companions no longer needed to search. They followed the GPS instructions and sped along in the Nomadison. In less than a day, the group returned to Shannon City, having been away for several days. After parking his Normadison, Su Chen took a short rest before driving his Wuling Hongwang, taking Yu Shoujing and Sun Yan with him, to the Tiger Gang's building. On the way, he suddenly noticed that the snow-covered lower floors of the tall buildings on either side were now showing a lot of light. It seems the temperature has risen again, Su Chen thought to himself. It wasn't long before they arrived at the Tiger Gang's building. As soon as the Wuling Hongwang came to a stop, several Tiger Gang members surrounded them. They frowned at Su Chen and the other two and said coldly, "Hurry up, hurry up. This is Tiger Gang territory." Before Su Chen could say anything, Yu Shoujing shouted, "You're blind. Do you know who he is?" "I don't care who he is." One of the members rolled his eyes and said impatiently, "If you don't leave now, I seize all your stuff. You're blind. This is Boss Su. Yu Shoujing scolded. Who are you scolding? Are you looking for death? Several of the younger men pointed at Su Chen and the other two, cursing profusely. One of them even grabbed a wooden stick and hit Su Chen on the head. Looking for death. Yu Shoujing, however, was extremely loyal. He stepped forward first, snatched the stick, and kicked it out. The man was kicked back, landing heavily on the ground. This had stirred up a hornet's nest. Hurry up. Someone's at our door. The others, calling out to their companions, raised their weapons and charged at Su Chen and the other two. Looking for death. Su Chen's eyes turned cold, and he didn't bother with them anymore. He rushed forward with his bare hands. Yu Shoujing was still just an ordinary man, just a bit stronger. But when Su Chen attacked, his force was like thunder. Anyone set flying by his punch would either vomit blood or be beaten half to death. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen people were lying on the ground. Just then, a large number of Tiger Gang members rushed out of the building. Where are they? You dare to cause trouble in the Tiger Gang? You want to die. However, upon seeing Su Chen, the leading man subconsciously stopped. Su. Boss Su? Do you know me? Su Chen pinched his wrist and said calmly. Of course I do. How could I not recognize you? My name is Yui Xiang, and I'm Brother Hao's subordinate. During the siege of the Shield Alliance, I received the Molotov cocktails and bombs from you. The large man wore a fawning smile and yelled at the surrounding Tiger Gang members, Get out of here. You're blind. You don't even recognize Boss Su. Su Chen frowned slightly, remembering his previous dealings with Yui Xiang. Boss Su, please come inside. Yui Xiang hurriedly ushered Su Chen inside. After your brother Hao unified Shannon City, he became so arrogant that he didn't even recognize me. Su Chen said calmly, his hands behind his back as he walked into the building. Although his tone was gentle, Yui Xiang broke into a cold sweat. Yui Xiang quickly explained, Boss Su, you misunderstood? These little guys at the door were all recruited by Brother Hao. It's normal that they haven't met you, sir. Su Chen simply smiled and said nothing more. A sardonic smile flashed across Yu Shoujing's face behind him. Even if they hadn't met Su Chen, hadn't they heard of him? That only meant one thing. Dai Hao hadn't intended to tell these underlings about Su Chen's existence. Su Chen and his companions had barely reached the first few floors when they heard hurried footsteps from upstairs. Followed by Dai Hao, Dai Rongliang, and a group of high-ranking members of the Tiger Gang, they appeared before Su Chen. Boss Su, I missed you so much. Yes, we haven't seen you in a few days, and we're deeply concerned about you. Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang spoke as they stepped forward, attempting to shake Su Chen's hand. But Su Chen seemed oblivious, bypassing them and heading straight upstairs. Their hands froze in midair, their faces a mixture of surprise and embarrassment. They exchanged glances, a subtle flicker of irritation in their eyes. But in the end, he said nothing and hurriedly followed Su Chen. On the top floor of the building, the office that had originally belonged to Lu Xiaoshan had been taken over by Dai Hao as his own room. Su Chen plopped down in Dai Hao's executive chair, looking at him with a half-smile. Brother Hao is doing quite well now. Boss Su, you're too polite. It's all thanks to you. Dai Hao laughed dryly and quickly explained, my subordinates were ignorant. I apologize on their behalf. Boss Su, please don't take it personally. Su Chen said nothing, simply tapping the table lightly. Just when Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang were getting nervous, he smiled slightly. Okay, don't be so nervous. I'm not petty. I came back to Shannon City this time mainly for two things. Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang quickly pricked up their ears, listening intently. The first is for the zombie's head. Chapter 175. That's easy. Come on, bring it up. Dai Hao called out to his subordinates and said with a smile, while Boss Su was away, we didn't forget your instructions and have been hunting zombies. It's just... Dai Rongliang, standing nearby, suddenly sighed. For some reason, the number of zombies has been decreasing lately. That's why we haven't killed many zombies. As they were talking, a member of the Tiger Gang returned with a bag. When Su Chen opened the bag, his brows furrowed, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. The bag contained only a dozen or so zombie heads, but Su Chen quickly recovered. Thank you for your hard work. Seeing that he wasn't angry, Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang breathed a sigh of relief. I wonder what the second thing Boss Su will do after he returns. Dai Hao asked cautiously. Su Chen didn't answer directly, but instead said slowly, after annexing the Jiandun League and Tianxiang Pavilion, the power of the fierce Tiger Gang has expanded considerably, right? To answer Boss Su, it's like this. Dai Hao didn't understand what Su Chen meant, but he answered honestly. Managing the fierce tiger gang is really a bit of a stretch for the two of you. How about this? Let Yu Shoujing come and help you too, share the burden. Su Chen's words made Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang's hearts sink. If you ask me, there's no need for this, right? Dai Hao said with a dry laugh, although it's a bit tiring, we can still handle it. Oh, really? Su Chen's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, if you two could handle it, I wouldn't have been nearly killed by your men downstairs. His sudden outburst of anger frightened Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang, who didn't know how to respond. If I remember correctly, Brother Hao, you said before that you would obey my orders from now on. Now, I order you to separate the members of the former Jiandun League and Tianxiang Pavilion and assign them to Yu Shoujing. Okay. Su Chen's sharp eyes fixed on Dai Hao. For a moment, the air in the office seemed to grow stagnant. Yu Shoujing and Sun Yin were sweating profusely. They knew full well that if Dai Hao refused, a bloodbath would ensue. Of course. Dai Hao suddenly laughed, nodding and bowing. Without Boss Su, I wouldn't be where I am today. I do whatever Boss Su tells me. Very good. Su Chen finally smiled with satisfaction and slowly stood up. All right, it's getting late. Yu Shoujing, let's visit Brother Hao tomorrow. He led Yu Shoujing and Sun Yin out. Dai Hao, Dai Rongliang, Yu Yixiang, and the others hurriedly followed. After seeing Su Chen off, Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Upon returning to the office, Dai Rongliang slammed his hand on the table in anger. Brother, that Su Chen takes himself too seriously, doesn't he? He only provided us with Molotov cocktails and bombs. After all, wasn't it our men who took down the Jiandun League and Tianxiang Pavilion? Dai Hao didn't respond to Dai Rongliang's words. Instead, he stroked his chin, lost in thought. Brother, please say something. Dai Rongliang was getting anxious. Dai Hao glanced at him impatiently. So what do you say? Should we just kill him? What else? Dai Rongliang said viciously. Su Chen is an evolver, and so are we. Besides, we know people from the Skywalker Alliance. We could just join forces and take down Su Chen. Lian, stay calm. Don't be impulsive. Dai Hao stopped Dai Rongliang and said in a deep voice, don't forget how the Shield Alliance and the Tianxiang Pavilion were destroyed. Su Chen has so many good things, and we don't know if he has any power behind him. If we act rashly, we'd be risky. Hearing this, Dai Rongliang sat back in his chair helplessly and sighed. So what do you say? What should we do? I'm wondering why Su Chen wants to support Yu Shoujing to compete with us for power. Dai Hao pondered. Logically, Su Cheng, Sun Yin, and Yu Shoujing should have a deep hatred. When Su Chen left Shannon City this time, Dai Hao even thought it unlikely that Sun Yin and Yu Shoujing would return alive. But surprisingly, they returned intact, missing only a few of the other Tianxiang Pavilion followers. Don't worry, let's start with Yu Shoujing and see if we can uncover Su Chen's true background. Dai Hao said, his resolve firm. Meanwhile, Su Chen also drove back to Normadison with Yu Shoujing and Sun Yin. There happened to be a residential building nearby, and Yu Shoujing had cleared out a room for him and Sun Yin to temporarily live in. Su Chen opened the door and entered the RV. Master's back. Zhou Qing was the first to greet Su Chen. Seeing his expression, she furrowed her brows and asked with concern, did someone upset the master? Su Chen nodded slightly and briefly recounted what had just happened with the Tiger Gang. After listening, Zhou Qing analyzed, if I were to say so, it's definitely the Dai Hao brothers who have developed ambitions and no longer want to listen to the master. I think so too, but I just can't figure out what's behind their confidence. Su Chen toyed with a dagger, a thoughtful expression on his face. Not to mention being trapped downstairs by the Tiger Gang's minions. The sheer number of zombie heads showed that Dai Hao and his men didn't take him seriously. With the temperature rising, there would only be more and more zombies. How could there be fewer? In 10 days, they only hunted a dozen zombies. This was clearly just burning newspapers at a grave to fool the ghosts, and yet, he'd only been away for 10 days. What had happened to cause Dai Hao to turn sour so quickly? What should the master do? Lin Yingying asked softly. If a dog disobeys, the best thing to do is kill it and replace it with another. Su Chen's tone was indifferent, yet it held a fierce murderous intent. He had originally intended to support Yu Shoujing to counter Dai Hao and prevent his dominance. Dai Hao's reckless behavior had also given Su Chen the idea of killing him, but Su Chen was not in a hurry. He still wanted to see what Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang had up their sleeves. The next morning, Yu Shoujing returned to the Tiger Gang's building. Dai Hao had already, as Su Chen instructed, selected a large number of members from the Jiandun League and Tianxiang Pavilion, and prepared a large amount of supplies. He handed all of them over to Yu Shoujing. Chapter 176. In Yu Shoujing's opinion, the Dai brothers wouldn't easily spit out what they eaten. So, their straightforwardness surprised Yu Shoujing. Old Yu, wait a minute. Just as Yu Shoujing was about to leave, Dai Hao suddenly stopped him, smiling. It's been ages since we gotten together. Why don't we take this opportunity to have a couple of drinks? Before the apocalypse, whether it was Yu Shoujing, Dai Hao, or Sun Yin, they were all bigwigs in the underworld. Though they would clash fiercely over business and territory, they would often sit together for negotiations and meals, often mediated by other bigwigs. Yu Shoujing was slightly taken aback, but without giving it much thought, he nodded, okay. He told his men to wait outside for a while. Dai Hao seemed prepared. As soon as they sat down, his men brought out plates of food. Although the meal consisted primarily of canned food and cooked dishes, the alcohol served was just ergotu. But in the apocalypse, this was considered extravagant. Come on, old Yu, let's have a drink. Dai Hao raised his glass to urge him. Yu Shoujing naturally didn't refuse. After a few drinks, Dai Hao's face grew rosy. He put down his glass and suddenly sighed. To be honest, the previous attacks on the Shield Alliance and the Tianxiang Pavilion weren't really my idea. That's right, my brother was also under Boss Su's orders. Dai Rongliang chimed in, Brother Yu, don't take it personally. Yu Shoujing frowned slightly. He had no idea what the two brothers were up to, so he said calmly, Of course I don't take it personally. But after all this, our three groups have united, so there's nothing wrong with that. Dai Hao chuckled, We're old friends, so I be honest. Boss Su. Oh no, Su Chen is just an outsider with no power under his command. Why should we listen to him? That's right. Why don't we join forces and take him down? Dai Rongliang echoed. Hearing this, Yu Shoujing suddenly understood. So Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang had invited him to dinner today to win him over and help him take on Su Chen. Aren't you afraid of me snitching on Su Chen? Of course not. Dai Hao picked up his glass, filled it for both Yu Shoujing and himself, and then said slowly, What good can he give you if you snitch? Just some supplies. Yu Shoujing smiled. For example, take out the two of you and let me become the leader of the Tiger Gang. Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Su Chen? He can actually take down both of us? Dai Hao flashed a proud smile, picked up a fruit knife from the side, and twisted it into a dough. Yu Shoujing's face was filled with astonishment. These fruit knives are made of stainless steel, extremely hard. The fact that Dai Hao could twist it into a dough proves just how powerful he is. Seeing Yu Shoujing's surprise, Dai Hao smiled contentedly. To tell you the truth, Su Chen is just like us, an evolver. And I can tell you another piece of information. There's an organization behind us, and its members are all evolvers. Do you still think Su Chen can take us down? Yu Shoujing's expression shifted, as if he was digesting this incredible news. Dai Rongliang chuckled, If you're willing to side with us, after we capture Su Chen, we can split his supplies 50-50. We can also help you become an evolver. The Dai brothers' offer was quite generous. Yu Shoujing hesitated for a moment, then nodded firmly. I'm on your side. Excellent. Dai Hao clapped his hands and laughed, then raised his glass. The three of them drank again. After putting down their glasses, Yu Shoujing eagerly asked, How do you want me to help you? Actually, you don't have to do anything. You just need to answer a few questions. Dai Hao smiled confidently and asked, Where were you all going during those few days? We went to a testing base. Yu Shoujing recounted the entire situation to Dai Hao. Su Chen originally thought there were all sorts of powerful weapons inside. But I didn't expect it to be just an experimental base. Aside from some common rifles, there's nothing else. And everyone inside has turned into zombies. It took us several days to clear out the zombies. I see. Dai Hao suddenly understood and asked about the details of the base. Yu Shoujing didn't hold back and told him everything. You've been following him for so many days. Do you think there might be some kind of power behind him? Dai Hao stared intently at Yu Shoujing and asked the question that really concerned him. I don't think so. Yu Shoujing shook his head and said with certainty, If there were some power behind him, we wouldn't be the only ones exploring the test base. Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang thought about it carefully and felt that it made sense. Thank you, old Yu. Dai Hao patted Yu Shoujing's shoulder and said with a smile, You should stay hidden near Su Chen for now. Report any developments to us. Once we capture Su Chen, we won't treat you unfairly. Thank you, Brother Hao. Yu Shoujing raised his glass and toasted the two of them. The three of them ate and drank for a while, before Yu Shoujing left with his men and supplies. After he left, Dai Rongliang looked at his brother. Brother, do you think that Yu Shoujing kid was telling the truth? Why not? Dai Hao, crossing his legs and sipping a cup of strong tea, sneered. If he's not a fool, he should know that choosing us is in his best interest. Then when do we start? The thought of that base made Dai Rongliang impatient. With more and more zombies appearing these days, if they could occupy a base like that, they'd be safe and sound. Don't rush. We don't know Su Qian's true strength. If we act rashly, we might end up in trouble. Dai Hao shook his head slightly. How about contacting the Skywalker Alliance? Dai Rongliang suggested. No way. Given their attitude, they might try to win over Su Qian. And if they knew about the existence of such a base, they might become greedy. Dai Rongliang thought about it carefully and felt that Dai Hao had a point. But he couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. Brother, what do you think we should do? Dai Hao rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, then looked up. Do you remember that mutant zombie? Chapter 177. Dai Rongliang was stunned for a moment, as if remembering something. Brother, are you talking about the one at the wholesale market? Right. Dai Hao nodded and sneered. That mutant zombie is so powerful that even the two of us brothers wouldn't dare deal with it together. Originally, I planned to wait until the Skywalker Alliance arrived before hunting it down. Now that Su Qian is back, we might as well use it to set a trap and kill him. Dai Rongliang's eyes lit up, and he gave a thumbs up. Brother, you're truly cunning. Go away. How dare you talk to your brother like that? Dai Hao rolled his eyes. Meanwhile, near Normadison, a respectful Yu Shoujing recounted his recent conversation with Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang in detail. Su Qian wasn't particularly surprised by the Dai brothers' attempt to kill him. After all, people change. Both brothers were ambitious men. After annexing the Shield Alliance and the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, they became evolvers. Under these circumstances, how could they continue to allow Su Qian to manipulate them? Su Qian wasn't surprised that they had become evolvers. After all, with so many zombies, there was always the chance that someone would become an evolver. Su Qian's only interest was what the Dai brothers were talking about, the Skywalker Alliance. The name sounded full of childish aura. According to the Dai brothers, it seemed that everyone in this alliance was an evolver. That was interesting. Whether before or after his rebirth, Su Qian hadn't had a deep understanding of evolvers. The one he had the most intimate contact with was Lu Zhaoshan. Brother Yu, why did you choose to side with me instead of the Dai brothers? Su Qian asked with a chuckle. Because I think they're not as good as you, Boss Su. Although Dai Hao had demonstrated considerable strength, Yu Shoujing had witnessed Su Qian's battle with Monster Gang Howren in the underground base. He was absolutely certain that Su Qian's strength far surpassed the Dai brothers. Not to mention, Su Qian had also obtained a cache of munitions from the underground base. Yu Shoujing also doubted the character of the Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang brothers. After so many years in the underworld, he knew only too well what kind of people the brothers were. If they really wanted to kill Su Qian, even if the Dai brothers didn't kill Yu Shoujing, they would definitely break their promise. Most importantly, Yu Shoujing had an inexplicable trust in Su Qian. Very good, you didn't disappoint me. Su Qian nodded slightly. He was a man who always distinguished between gratitude and resentment. Since Yu Shoujing had told him the truth, he would naturally reward him handsomely later. Boss Su, how should we deal with these two traitors? Let's hold our ground for now. I want to see what these two traitors can do. Su Qian's eyes grew cold. Yes, Boss Su. Oh, by the way, I do have something I need you to do. Su Qian beckoned Yu Shoujing and whispered something in his ear. Yu Shoujing was slightly startled, then nodded. Okay, I do it as soon as possible. For the next 2 days, Shannon City remained peaceful. After taking over the manpower and supplies, Yu Shoujing quickly occupied a considerable territory. Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang didn't react, seemingly following Su Qian's instructions. Su Qian wasn't idle either. After several system upgrades, his storage space was practically overflowing. He simply used the RV's radar to scan the buildings beneath the snow. While collecting supplies from the thick snow, he also hunted the revived zombies. Over the course of a few days, Su Qian had accumulated over 200 energy points while collecting a large amount of supplies. However, the energy required for his next physical enhancement had skyrocketed to 2,000. This was giving him a headache. Unless he could hunt down a large number of mutant zombies or evolvers, otherwise, he would have to wait until the snow melted and the zombies revived in mass before he could enhance his energy again. Just as Su Qian was worrying about his energy shortage, Dai Hao contacted him. Calling Boss Su. Su Qian was driving the Nomad Ison around Shannon City, searching for supplies, when his intercom suddenly rang. It was Dai Hao's voice. To facilitate communication, Suchin gave Dai Hao and Yu Shoujing a walkie-talkie each. "What's up?" Suchin picked up the walkie-talkie and asked calmly. "Didn't Boss Su tell us to report any news of mutant zombies immediately?" Suchin's heart skipped a beat. "You spotted a mutant zombie?" "Yes, if I'm not mistaken, it's the mutant zombie you were talking about, Boss Su." "Where is it?" "At the wholesale market on the west side of the city. I'm right here." "Okay, wait for me there." After hanging up the walkie-talkie, Suchin paused for a moment, then said to Zhou Qing and the other two, "Wait in the car for me. I'll be back soon." "Okay, master." The three women nodded obediently. Suchin had no intention of revealing Normedicine to Dai Hao and the others. He still took out a snowmobile and roared towards the wholesale market. It wasn't long before Suchin arrived at the location Dai Hao had mentioned. From a distance, he saw Dai Hao and his group tucked away in the corner of a building. Suchin parked the snowmobile, and just as he pulled out the key, Dai Hao, Dai Rongliang, and the others came over. "Boss Su." Suchin nodded slightly in response. "Where are those mutant zombies you were talking about?" "Down there." Dai Hao pointed to a nearby underground entrance. In a post-apocalyptic world, the places survivors frequented, besides supermarkets and gas stations, were farmers' markets and wholesale markets. After all, these places had far more supplies than supermarkets. Before Suchin, beneath the thick snow, lay Shannon City's largest wholesale market. There was a vast store of supplies stored inside, including not only instant foods, snacks, and drinks, but also clothing, boots, and a variety of other daily necessities. The Tiger Gang had long since set their sights on this place. Dai Hao had even attempted to organize a manpower operation to excavate the wholesale market. But the Shield Alliance and the Tianxiang Pavilion, equally eager for this lucrative opportunity, repeatedly obstructed their efforts. As a result, the wholesale market remained covered in snow and was virtually unsearched. After defeating the other two factions, Dai Hao immediately assembled his men and began digging a snow tunnel, intending to plunder the supplies within. However, upon emerging from the tunnel, they encountered numerous zombies. If it had been ordinary zombies, it would have been fine. With so many members of the Tiger Gang, they would have been able to outlast them. But the problem was that there was a mutant among the horde. Chapter 178. The result was that the search team sent by the Tiger Gang became a Meituan takeout delivery service. In desperation, Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang approached Suchin, hoping he would intervene. Their words sounded perfectly logical. If Suchin hadn't heard from Yu Shoujing that Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang were already evolvers, he might have actually believed it. "Boss Su, I'm leaving it to you," Dai Hao said sincerely. "I heard that mutant zombie is very powerful. Boss Su, do you want us to go down with you?" Dai Rongliang's expression also seemed quite sincere. "No, you guys would only hold me back if you go down," Suchin said calmly. "I'm kidding. If the Dai brothers were to go down with him, would he then focus on dealing with the mutant zombies, or be wary of them?" Hearing Suchin call them a burden, their expressions froze. Before they could say anything more, Suchin was already walking along the tunnel, slowly making his way towards the wholesale market beneath the snow. Watching his back disappear into the tunnel, Dai Rongliang couldn't help but snort. "What are you so proud of? I have you die here." "Shut up. Stop talking." Afraid Suchin would hear, Dai Hao quickly scolded him, and turned to his younger brother, Yu Xiang, who was standing beside him. "Have you arranged everyone?" "To answer your boss, everything is done." Yu Xiang nodded quickly. "That's good. When the time is right, we take action." A sinister smile crossed Dai Hao's face, making him look even more ferocious. Following the tunnel dug by the Tiger Gang members, Suchin quickly entered the wholesale market. Before entering, he had looked at the map Dai Hao had brought out. The shops surrounding the wholesale market primarily sold clothing, hats, shoes, and the like. Shops like fast food, snacks, and beverages were all in the central area. The mutant zombie was in the very center. The roof of the wholesale market was made up of countless huge, transparent glass panels connected together. Although some areas had collapsed under the weight of the thick snow, the majority of the glass panels remained intact. As a result, there wasn't much snow in the entire wholesale market. This, however, made the market exceptionally dark. Suchin wrinkled his nose. He could smell the strong scent of blood in the stale air. Suchin pulled out the flashlight he had prepared and observed his surroundings. He was in an aisle between shops, with goods scattered on both sides. Not far away, on the ground, more than a dozen bodies lay scattered in a chaotic pattern. There were zombies, and completely devoured human remains, blood spilling everywhere. Su Chen keenly noticed that the zombies' heads had been opened. It seemed Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang were secretly absorbing energy crystals. Su Chen remained calm. After all, after killing them, he could still absorb the energy crystals from their heads. Although there were no signposts in the market, Su Chen only needed to follow the corpses. He walked slowly forward. As he followed the corpses, he stored the goods from the shops on both sides into storage. From clothes to shoes, even toothbrushes and toothpaste. He accepted everything. Storage space was practically unlimited, after all. And in the apocalypse, there were still many powerful people. Ordinary survivors might not need things like toothbrushes and toothpaste, but those people certainly did. What if there was a chance to trade with those powerful people in the future? Su Chen had walked a short distance when he suddenly heard a faint sound nearby. He was startled and raised his tactical flashlight, scanning the area. But he saw nothing, only the goods standing quietly. The light cast a shadowy, eerie look. Just as Su Chen turned around, about to continue forward, his alarm bells went off. Whoosh! A dark figure suddenly appeared from behind the pile of goods and attacked Su Chen. Thankfully, Su Chen reacted quickly, dodging the attack by sideways. But before he could launch a counterattack, 3 more figures pounced from the darkness. Su Chen, unconcerned with his embarrassment, rolled several times on the ground before finally dodging the attack. Once he had regained his balance, he immediately raised his tactical flashlight. When the light shone on the shadowy figures, allowing him to clearly see their appearance, Su Chen frowned slightly. The zombies that attacked him were just a few ordinary zombies. But compared to ordinary zombies, they were slightly different. They didn't walk upright, but crawled on all fours like reptiles, their gaze fixed on Su Chen. And their movements were much more agile. When the tactical flashlight shone on them, they seemed startled and immediately scattered, taking cover behind the containers. What was going on? Su Chen couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. The ordinary zombies he encountered before would go berserk and attack frantically the moment they saw a human. But these zombies, on the other hand, primarily crawled and knew how to hide. Interesting. But Su Chen didn't bother to dwell on it. Through the previous round of fighting, he sensed the strength of these zombies. They were just a bit faster and better at attacking from the shadows. They weren't as strong in other areas. He pondered for a moment and continued forward, deliberately showing his back. Those zombies were, after all, just ordinary zombies. While they had some intelligence, there weren't many of them. Seeing Su Chen's weakness, they didn't hesitate and attacked again. This time, however, Su Chen was prepared. As he lunged forward, dodging the zombies' attacks, he also turned around. The Nepali machete pierced the zombie's neck and continued to slice downward, completely ripping it open. The blood and organs from the zombie's body instantly splattered all over Su Chen. Though he wasn't a germaphobe, Su Chen still felt a sense of disgust. Seeing their companion's tragic death, the remaining zombies, as if spurred on by a surge of activity, all lunged at him. Duh. Su Chen pulled his rifle from his storage space and instantly pulled the trigger. 3 shots rang out, and 3 zombies were decapitated in midair, their bodies falling heavily to the ground. Generally speaking, Su Chen wouldn't consider using a gun against ordinary zombies. It wasn't that he wanted to conserve ammunition. After looting the underground base, he had at least several thousand rounds of ammunition. Even with a silencer on his rifle, it wasn't as exaggerated as in movies and TV shows, but the gunshots were still quite loud, easily alerting other zombies. It was just that these zombies were too agile and adept at hiding. Su Chen didn't want to waste time, so he took out his rifle. Chapter 179. Su Chen walked forward and examined the heads of several zombies. As expected, these zombies all had grayish-white energy crystals in their heads. Su Chen dug them out and placed them in his palm. Absorb. Ding, successfully absorbing the energy crystals, gaining 2 energy points. Ding, successfully absorbing the energy crystals, gaining 2 energy points. Ding, successfully absorbing the energy crystals, gaining 2 energy points. Ding, successfully absorbing the energy crystals, gaining 2 energy points. Ding, successfully absorbing the energy crystals, gaining 2 energy points. Su Chen was slightly stunned. These 4 energy crystals actually gave him 8 energy points? It seems these crawling zombies are slightly stronger than ordinary zombies. Then the question arises, why did these people transform into crawling zombies instead of ordinary zombies? Su Chen pondered for a moment, but couldn't come up with any ideas, so he simply put them aside. He packed up his things briefly, and continued on his way. On the following journey, Su Chen encountered several more of these crawling zombies. However, with his previous experience, Su Chen was able to handle them with ease. After about half an hour, Suchin finally reached the food area. Everywhere he looked, he saw a variety of snacks and drinks piled high. Suchin could see numerous signs of movement, and numerous corpses lay on the ground. He couldn't help but become more alert. He figured the mutated zombies the Dai brothers had mentioned might be nearby. But after observing for a while, Suchin saw no movement. Not only the mutated zombies, but even the crawling zombies that had been attacking him were nowhere to be found. Could it not be here? Suchin thought it was very likely. After all, the wholesale market was so large, it wasn't impossible for mutant zombies to visit. Looking at the mountains of supplies around him, Suchin didn't hesitate and continued to use the storage space to collect them all. As Suchin continued to search for supplies, he suddenly felt something terrifying staring at him. Suchin suddenly raised his head and saw a pair of green eyes staring at him from behind the dark shelves in front of him. An intense sense of fear washed over Suchin. Even the hairs on his back stood up. Swish! The eyes suddenly flew towards him. Suchin suddenly leaned forward, and with a gust of wind, they whistled past his head. He quickly took a few steps back, and the flashlight's light had already hit the attacker. After getting a clear look at the other person's appearance, Suchin was so shocked that he almost dropped his tactical flashlight, because the one attacking him wasn't a zombie, but a cat. Of course, this wasn't just any cat. Of all pet cats, the most famous and the most memed about are probably the orange cats. As the saying goes, big orange cats are the most important. Out of 10 orange cats, 7 are fat, 1 is incredibly fat, 1 can collapse a Kong, and the last is as big as an elephant. In front of Suchin was an orange cat. But this orange cat was ridiculously large. On all fours, it was about the size of a common pet Alaskan dog. Its once golden eyes had turned grayish-white. Its orange fur was stained with blood, and every strand stood up like steel spikes. The flash of Suchin's flashlight seemed to provoke the big orange cat. With a whoosh, it vanished into the cargo. But Suchin's frayed nerves didn't relax. For he could clearly sense that the orange cat wasn't going anywhere. Instead, it was treating him as prey and patiently preparing to hunt him. Dai Hao, Dai Rongliang. Is this the mutant zombie you were talking about? Suchin was nearly furious. After his experience with Dang Hao, Suchin felt that ordinary mutant zombies were no match for him. He hadn't expected the Dai brothers to be so ruthless, assigning him a mutant orange cat. Whoosh! Another gust of wind blew, and the big orange cat lunged out again. As Suchin dodged, he swung his Nepali saber at the big orange cat. With all his might, the Nepali saber sliced through the big orange cat's fur. Ouch! The big orange cat roared angrily, raised its massive claws, and slashed at Suchin. A claw like that would have been enough to kill him. Suchin didn't even bother drawing his sword, retreating quickly. He also pulled out his rifle from his storage compartment. Duh. Flames spurted from the muzzle. Even a zombie like Dang Howard couldn't withstand bullets, let alone a giant like that. Although the giant was agile and dodged desperately, its size was too great. After being hit by at least a dozen bullets, it finally disappeared from the shelves. Suchin hurriedly reloaded his rifle. However, the giant didn't give him time, swooping in and attacking him from behind. Unfortunately, Suchin had gained experience after the previous encounter. He knew that cats like these would at least attack from behind. Suchin immediately dropped his rifle and, as if by magic, pulled out another from his storage space. Facing the large orange cat charging at him with the force of a mountain, he slid to avoid it while frantically firing his rifle at its abdomen. Duh. Whether it was a dog or a cat, their soft abdomens were their most vulnerable spot. Suchin wasn't sure if he had hit the large orange cat's heart, but he could tell it was definitely seriously injured, as it let out a series of purring sounds. The fur on its back also stood up. Although Suchin had never owned a cat, he had seen his neighbor's cat behave like this when it felt threatened and about to become enraged. Woo-ah! The large orange cat gave up trying to dodge and lunged at Suchin like a mad vehicle. Despite Suchin's desperate attempts to dodge, his agility was still far inferior to that of a cat. Before long, the big orange had cornered Suchin and lunged at him. Faced with this desperate situation, Suchin didn't panic, but instead remained calm. At the critical moment, he suddenly leaped up, dodging the big orange's attack. After landing on the big orange, he flipped over, straddling its back, and rained down punches on its head. After being strengthened so many times, Suchin's strength had reached a terrifying level. Even the mutated big orange couldn't withstand it. It screamed and twisted its body wildly. Though Suchin clung to the big orange's fur, it still flung him flying. Bang! It knocked over a dozen shelves until it was stopped by a wall. Before the dazed Suchin could recover, the big orange was already charging at him, its maw gaping. Chapter 180. Suchin could clearly see the gleaming, cold teeth of the big orange. He could also clearly smell the rotten, fishy smell in its mouth. Ah! The big orange desperately exerted its strength, trying to bite Suchin. Suchin firmly grasped the big orange's upper and lower jaws to prevent it from biting him. After a moment's stalemate, the big orange suddenly became impatient. Its claws repeatedly tried to slap Suchin. Though Suchin dodged desperately, he was still struck. He felt only a surge of force, and was sent flying. Thankfully, the big orange's strength was still inferior to Dang Howren's. Adding to this, Suchin had been strengthened once more, so he avoided serious injury. Even so, Suchin felt his blood surging, and his steps were unsteady. Fortunately, he possessed the gift of rapid healing. In the blink of an eye, the various physical discomforts quickly dissipated, and just then, the big orange snake came charging again. This time, it used the same tactic. It opened its bloody maw wide, attempting to bite Suchin. After Suchin grasped its jaws, it swung its claws and slapped Suchin. "You beast, you're really giving me face." Suchin suddenly had an idea for how to deal with the big orange snake. He suddenly released the hand that was controlling the big orange snake's mouth and quickly retreated. While disengaging from the fight with the big orange snake, he pulled a high-explosive grenade from his storage space. Suchin pulled the ring, silently counting the time. When the big orange snake lunged for the third time, he aimed at its gaping mouth and tossed the high-explosive grenade in. For the big orange snake's bloody mouth, a high-explosive grenade was nothing. Combined with Suchin's precise throw, the grenade flew in perfectly. Boom! With a dull explosion, the big orange's head instantly deformed, then exploded into a bloody mist. Its massive body then fell heavily to the ground. Looking at the dead big orange, Suchin finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. After resting for a moment, he suddenly felt an itch in his waist. Looking down, his heart sank. As a mutant, the big orange's claws were not only powerful, but also incredibly sharp. When Suchin was struck by its claws, his winter clothing was also torn. Several bloody marks appeared on his waist. But Suchin had been completely focused on the battle. Under the influence of adrenaline, he didn't even feel the pain. Only after calming down did Suchin realize he was injured. Thanks to the rapid self-healing effect, the wound had already scabbed over and even started to peel. But Suchin was still quite nervous. He knew very well that whether it was the zombie dogs in the underground base or Big Orange, these zombie beasts were all carrying the zombie virus. If he were scratched, he would likely be infected, but he waited quietly for a long time, but nothing unusual happened. Could it be that after being strengthened, he had become immune to the zombie virus? Or could it be that the rapid self-healing effect could even clear the zombie virus? Or was it that Big Orange's claws were free of the virus? Suchin pondered for a while, but couldn't figure it out, so he decided to stop thinking about it. At any rate, not being infected with the zombie virus was good news for him. After quickly healing himself and clearing up all his physical discomfort, Suchin stood up and walked over to the corpse of the orange beast. Thank goodness. Although the orange beast's head was completely shattered, Suchin still found its energy crystal nearby. Like the zombie dogs in the underground base, the energy crystal in the orange beast's brain was also black-gray. It was just a slightly darker color. It seems that the energy crystals of zombie beasts are all primarily black-gray. Thinking this, Suchin grasped the energy crystal, successfully absorbed the intermediate energy crystal, gaining 340 energy points. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Suchin's eyes. I hadn't expected this orange beast to be on the same level as Dang Howren. No wonder it took so much effort to deal with him. But this also proved, in another way, that Suchin's strength had improved. Although both kills were achieved with high explosive grenades, when facing Dang Howren, Suchin could only flee in panic, unable to fight back. By the time he fought the Big Orange, he already been able to fight back. After defeating the Big Orange and absorbing its energy crystal, Suchin continued to scavenge the surrounding supplies. He now understood why the wholesale market was filled with crawling zombies. This Big Orange must have been raised by a certain shop. It was later infected with the zombie virus and transformed into this. Humans bitten by zombie beasts like the Big Orange become crawling zombies after their transformation. As Suchin pondered this, he suddenly heard a soft meow. Meow meow. His heart tightened. No way, another Big Orange? He became alert and followed the sound. This was a collapsed shop, transformed into a den. Scattered around it were numerous corpses. In the center of the den lay a soft mat. Suchin noticed a small orange cat lying on the mat. Frightened by the flashlight, the little orange cat quickly hid behind a nearby cabinet. But seemingly unable to suppress its curiosity, it cautiously poked its head out and observed Su Chen. Meow meow meow. Could it be the offspring of the big orange cat? Su Chen pondered for a moment, then pulled a piece of meat from his storage compartment and tossed it over from a distance. Scared by the falling meat, the little orange cat quickly retreated. After a moment, seeing no movement, it poked its head out again. Finally, unable to resist the temptation, it darted out, biting the piece of meat and retreating. Su Chen waited for a while, but when it didn't come out again, he decided to leave. After all, the Dai brothers were waiting outside for him to clean up. But just as Su Chen turned around and took a few steps, he heard another meow. It was the little orange cat, having finished its previous piece of meat, and come running out again. It seemed to sense Su Chen's kindness. This time, it wasn't as timid and fearful as before. Instead, it stood boldly outside, less than 3 meters away from Su Chen. Su Chen took out another piece of meat, and tossed it to the little orange cat. The little orange cat devoured it in no time. It licked its lips, its eyes filled with longing. No way, such a small body, and yet it can eat so much. It seems the saying big orange cats are the most important is absolutely true. Su Chen was a little amused, and simply took out several more pieces of meat, and tossed them to the little orange cat. The little orange cat, naturally, didn't hold back and devoured the entire meal. After finishing it all, it seemed full. It licked its paws gracefully, and walked straight towards Su Chen. Chapter 181. Even though it was just a small orange cat, Su Chen was still wary. After all, in the apocalypse, all sorts of bizarre monsters could appear. Thankfully, this little orange cat didn't move at all. It simply walked slowly towards him. Then rubbed against Su Chen's legs, even lying on the ground, baring its belly to him. Su Chen was instantly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Aren't cats supposed to be aloof? How come it became so welcoming after I just fed it a few pieces of meat? What should I do? Should I kill it? As soon as this thought surfaced, Su Chen rejected it. While he might be a bit cold-blooded, he wasn't cruel or bloodthirsty. He had just killed its mother, the big orange cat. Killing this cat afterward would be a bit unkind. Or just leave it to fend for itself. Thinking this way, Su Chen quickly quickened his pace and headed back the way he come. Seeing him leave, the little orange cat seemed a little anxious. It meowed and ran, chasing Su Chen. It was strange. Although the little orange cat was small, it ran quite fast. No matter how fast Su Chen quickened his pace, he couldn't shake it off. Yes! This little orange cat was a dogskin plaster. Su Chen stopped helplessly, squatted down, and observed the little orange cat. It didn't matter if he didn't observe it. He could see that it was a little different from a normal cat. Its pupils were like the 8 trigrams, half golden and half grayish-white. In the center was its pupil. Strange, why was it like this? If this little orange cat had been infected like its mother, it would never have behaved so docilely. But if it hadn't been infected, its pupils wouldn't look like this. Su Chen pondered for a moment, then, drawing on years of reading online novels, came to a conclusion. Is it possible that Big Orange was already pregnant with Little Orange when she was infected? That's why Little Orange looked like this after she was born. Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. Since Little Orange was able to survive safely in the nest, that meant Big Orange didn't attack it. Even though it had been infected and turned into a zombie beast, the power of maternal love was still great. Meow meow meow. Looking at Su Chen's inaction, Little Orange leaned its head closer and rubbed against him vigorously. It seemed to say, "Don't leave me." Even though Su Chen was a tough guy, he was moved by the cuteness of Little Orange. "Forget it, I take you back. But I have to warn you, if you make any unusual moves I kill you," Su Chen warned. Meow meow meow. Little Ju seemed to understand his intention and meowed a few times. Su Chen grabbed it by the scruff of the neck and lifted it up. Little Ju didn't resist, obediently allowing Su Chen to put it in his pocket. Next, Su Chen continued his sweep of the wholesale market. Preliminary estimates suggest he had taken at least several tons of supplies. Su Chen only stopped when the area was completely empty. He was about to take Little Ju away, but after a moment's hesitation, he returned to Big Ju's body. Su Chen took Little Ju from his pocket and placed it on the ground. After spotting his mother, Little Ju moved closer. They circled around the body of the Big Orange. Meow meow meow. Seeing that the Big Orange hadn't responded, the Little Orange seemed somewhat bewildered. It turned its head to look at Su Chen. Su Chen sighed softly, a flicker of remorse rising within him. But it was fleeting. After all, the Big Orange had attempted to kill him, and he had acted in self-defense. "From now on, you will recognize me as your master. I will take good care of you. Suchin picked up the little orange again and placed it in his pocket. Giving the big orange one last glance, he turned and walked back the way he had come. Outside the wholesale market, on the snowy ground, Dai Rongliang paced back and forth, looking quite impatient. Although Dai Hao remained seated quietly, his frequent glances toward the cave entrance betrayed a hint of anxiety. Brother, it's been hours, hasn't it? That Suchin, could he have been eaten by that cat? Dai Rongliang suddenly stopped and looked at Dai Hao. You know what? It's really possible. Dai Hao was also a little unsure. After all, that mutant cat down there was far too powerful. He and Dai Rongliang, along with a dozen elite men, were no match for it. If he hadn't acted decisively, taking Dai Rongliang and fleeing first, leaving his men behind, I'm afraid the two brothers would have become cat food for the mutant cat too. If he's dead, how are we supposed to find that military base and his supplies? Dai Rongliang asked bitterly. It's okay. Even if he's dead, we still have Yu Shoujing, right? Dai Hao smiled nonchalantly. Their original plan was to test Suchin's strength through the mutant cat down there. If Suchin could defeat the big cat, it would mean his strength was beyond the brothers' reach. The brothers could only contact the Skywalker Alliance to see what they thought. If Suchin was killed, they could force Yu Shoujing to reveal the location of Suchin's supplies and the military base. But they were afraid Yu Shoujing wouldn't know either. So, the ideal scenario was for Suchin and the big cat to fight to a draw. Not only could Dai Hao seize the opportunity to capture Suchin, extract the information he wanted from him, and ultimately kill him, he could also eliminate the mutated big cat. Such a powerful zombie beast would surely possess a wealth of energy crystals. As the brothers were talking, a younger brother suddenly called out, Brother Hao, someone's coming out. The two men were startled, then stood up and looked toward the cave entrance. A figure stumbled out of the cave. If it wasn't Suchin, who else could it be? Compared to when he entered, Suchin looked far more miserable. His face was pale, his steps weak. His winter clothing was ripped and stained with blood. Boss Su, what happened to you? Seeing Suchin in such a state of plight, Dai Hao was overjoyed. But on the surface, he wore a look of concern. He quickly stepped forward and supported Suchin. Didn't you say that there were mutant zombies down there? How could it be? A mutant beast? Suchin spoke haltingly, his face growing paler, as if he had been severely injured. Huh? Didn't I remember telling Boss Su that you were a zombie beast? Dai Hao feigned confusion. Yes, my brother was talking about the zombie beast. Boss Su, you must have misremembered it. Dai Rongliang chimed in. Boss Su, what happened to that zombie beast? Dai Hao asked impatiently. Chapter 182. I couldn't kill it, only both of us were injured. Suchin panted, commanding, hurry up and get me back. Find a doctor and treat my injuries. But Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang seemed to have ignored his words. Not only did they not help him back, but they let go of his hands and took a few steps back. Suchin was a bit caught off guard and fell heavily to the ground. He let out a cry of pain, his eyes wide, and angrily asked, Do you two want to die? Ha ha, Boss Su, are you a little confused? Dai Hao folded his arms over his chest, a playful smile on his face. You're in such a state, you can't even save your life, and you still want to deal with us? Suchin's face turned cold, and he forced himself to stand up, despite the pain. Don't look at my injuries, but taking care of you two is a piece of cake. TSK, Boss Su is truly formidable, worthy of being an evolver. Dai Rongliang sneered, but to tell you the truth, we brothers are actually evolvers too. And today's incident was a trap we set up to deal with you. Suchin's pupil shrank, a look of disbelief on his face. Why? Why? Dai Rongliang laughed heartily, of course, because we can't stand your condescending attitude. You only contributed a little, and you really think you're our boss? Bah, you're dreaming. Dai Hao raised his hand, stopping Dai Rongliang. Alright, Liang, stop talking nonsense with him. Suchin, your escape today is practically impossible. Hand over your supplies, the address and password to that military base, and I let you live. Suchin took a few deep breaths and said slowly, What if I don't? If you don't, we capture you first, and then slowly torture you. Dai Rongliang pulled out a machete, and smiled grimly. Hee hee. Suchin chuckled softly. Dai Hao frowned and said coldly, You're about to die, and you're still playing tricks. I didn't expect my acting skills were so good that I fooled both of you. Suchin suddenly blurted out. Then, under the stunned gazes of the Dai brothers, his body slowly straightened. The weakness from his injuries instantly vanished, and he returned to normal. You were actually pretending? Dai Hao was stunned, barely believing his eyes. Life is a play, it all depends on your acting. Su Chen chuckled sarcastically. If I hadn't acted you two out, how would you two have revealed your true colors? What about that mutant cat down there? Dai Rongliang asked instinctively. I already eliminated it. Su Chen shrugged and smiled. It's all thanks to you. Otherwise, how would I have obtained such abundant energy? Hearing this, the brothers' expression suddenly changed. They knew only too well how terrifying mutant orange cats could be. And yet, Su Chen managed to kill it, seemingly unharmed. This creature's level of evolution is truly terrifying. Boss Su, earlier, we brothers were ignorant. Please, have mercy and spare us this time. As expected of a gang leader. Seeing the turn of events, Dai Hao immediately lowered his stance and begged Su Chen for mercy. If I were seriously injured today, would you forgive me? Su Chen remained unmoved, coldly saying. You, don't go too far. Dai Rongliang glared at Su Chen. Su Chen found it incredibly amusing. It was you two brothers, who were secretly plotting against me, so why are you making it seem like I'm bullying you? Alright, do you two want to end yourselves, or do I do it myself? Dai Hao gritted his teeth and raised his arms, shouting, Brothers, let's take him down together. Don't underestimate the fact that these two brothers are both evolvers. But if what Su Chen said was true, their strength was simply not enough to stand up to Su Chen. If they wanted to escape, they could call their brothers to join them, and then they could take advantage of the chaos to escape. It won't be too late to return for revenge once I find the Skywalker Alliance. But something surprised Dai Hao. After his shout, his subordinates remained indifferent. Yue Xiong, what do you mean? A sinister premonition settled over Dai Hao. Before Yue Xiong could reply, Su Chen spoke with a smile. Brother Hao, if you can bribe Yu Shoujing, why wouldn't I bribe your men? Huh? Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang were startled, each glaring at Yue Xiong with furious eyes. Sorry, Brother Hao. Boss Su gave. Too much. Yue Xiong shook his head apologetically. Then he raised his weapons, and, with his subordinates around him, blocked Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang's path. Brother, let's fight him. Seeing Su Chen's ruthlessness, Dai Rongliang stopped talking and rushed towards him, knife in hand. Dai Hao, equally determined, drew a dagger and followed closely behind his brother. You're asking for death. Su Chen snorted coldly, not even attempting to dodge. He reached out and easily grasped Dai Rongliang's wrist. No matter how hard Dai Rongliang tried, he couldn't hurt Su Chen. At the same time, Dai Hao also lunged forward. But Su Chen simply raised his leg and kicked Dai Hao. Dai Hao had no time to react before he felt a tremendous force and flew backward. Brother. Seeing Dai Hao being kicked away by Su Chen, Dai Rongliang became anxious. His grip on the knife loosened, and as it fell, he caught it with his other hand and stabbed Su Chen. Despite the swiftness of the movement, Su Chen saw it like a slow-motion movie, but before Su Chen could retaliate, a yellow shadow flew out of his pocket. Dai Rongliang's vision blurred, then went black, and a sharp pain shot through him. He instinctively dropped the knife, covered his eyes, and let out a miserable cry. The yellow shadow returned, landing on Su Chen's shoulder. It was only then that Su Chen realized it was Shiju. Crack! With a slight force, Su Chen broke Dai Rongliang's arm and tossed him aside. Only then did he observe Shiju. Its claws were bloody, with Dai Rongliang's two eyeballs hanging from them. It was extremely creepy. I hadn't expected this little creature to be so loyal and protective of its master. After seeing Dai Rongliang attack Su Chen, it actually took the initiative to attack. And its attack power seemed quite high. Dai Rongliang was an evolver after all, yet he was so vulnerable before the little orange cat. Su Chen was both surprised and delighted. Chapter 183. Hurry, throw that thing away. Su Chen frowned and quickly ordered. Xiao Ju, understanding Su Chen's meaning, quickly waved his paw and flung the two eyeballs from his hand. That's good. Su Chen reached out and touched Xiao Ju's head. Xiao Ju purred at his touch, seemingly finding it extremely comfortable. Elsewhere, seeing his brother so badly injured, Dai Hao, despite the pain, came to his side. Liang. Brother, I can't see anything. Dai Rongliang cried bitterly. One of his hands had been broken by Su Chen, revealing the white bone. He covered his eyes with his other hand, his fingers soaked in blood. Seeing his brother in such a miserable state, Dai Hao was horrified and frightened. After becoming evolvers, they had sought out others to spar with. Even after joining forces, even 7 or 8 strong men from the Tiger Gang were no match for them. However, facing Su Chen, the two brothers were so vulnerable. At this moment, Dai Hao finally realized how naive and ridiculous he had been. Boss Su. He looked at Su Chen and pleaded humbly, if you can just let me go, we can talk about anything. All the supplies, gold, and beauties in my gang are all yours. Su Chen smiled and waved his hand. If I kill you, won't everything be mine too? No, no, no. If you kill me, the Skywalker Alliance will not let you go. As if grasping at a last straw, Dai Hao threatened to leave the Skywalker Alliance. Alright, stop talking nonsense. You two brothers must die here today, Su Chen said calmly. Seeing his resolute attitude, Dai Hao's face showed despair. But I have a few questions. If you tell me the truth, I can give you two a quick death. Otherwise, I make your death extremely painful. Su Chen's words were very calm, but Dai Hao's hair stood on end. He glanced at his still shrieking brother and said woodenly, ask. You two leave first. Su Chen waved his hand and waited for Yu Yixiang and the others to leave before asking, how did you two brothers become evolvers? Actually, it's all because of you, Dai Hao said slowly. Ever since Su Chen offered to trade supplies for zombie heads, the brothers had been curious. Not long after he and Yu Shoujing and the others left Shannon. During a zombie hunt, the brothers stumbled upon energy crystals in the zombies' heads. They also speculated that Su Chen wanted the zombie heads for the energy crystals. After some research, Dai Rongliang, remembering the plot in the novel about dripping blood to acknowledge the master, tried dripping his own blood on him. And so, the brothers naturally became evolvers. The energy crystals that were originally intended for Su Chen were also embezzled by them. Is that so? Su Chen nodded, then asked, then what is this Skywalker Alliance you're talking about? We don't know much about the Skywalker Alliance, actually. According to Dai Hao, a few days before Su Chen's return, they had stumbled upon several other evolvers while hunting zombies. The leader, claiming to be a member of the Skywalker Alliance, invited Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang to join. The brothers weren't interested and flatly refused. To their surprise, the group immediately turned hostile and attacked them. The two brothers had only recently become evolvers and were outmatched, quickly losing. To save their lives, they had no choice but to agree to join the organization. The Skywalker Alliance members agreed with the brothers to meet again in 2 weeks. By then, Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang would prepare 100 energy crystals as the price of joining the alliance. They would also bring the brothers to meet the Skywalker leader. Su Chen suddenly realized. No wonder the brothers hadn't offered him energy crystals, and their strength remained so weak. So, they had hidden these energy crystals, intending to give them to the Skywalker Alliance. After finding out the location of the hidden energy crystal, Su Chen said calmly, alright, get ready. Hearing this, Dai Hao's eyes were filled with fear of death. But he also knew he couldn't escape today. As a gang leader, he struggled to straighten himself, hoping to die with dignity. Remember to be smarter in your next life. Without a word, Su Chen drew his Nepali machete. Crack! As Dai Hao's head flew high into the air, Su Chen flicked his wrist, and the Nepali machete flew out, accurately striking Dai Rongliang in the heart. In the blink of an eye, both brothers were dead. Su Chen pulled out his Nepali machete and wiped the blood off Dai Rongliang's clothes. Then, he called Yu Yixiang over. Looking at the bodies of the Dai brothers on the ground, Yu Yixiang's eyes flashed with fear. He said respectfully, congratulations, Boss Su, for eliminating these two traitors. Su Chen smiled faintly, and congratulations on being able to replace them. Yu Yixiang couldn't help but feel delighted upon hearing this. A few days ago, when Su Chen had Yu Shoujing find him, he had been somewhat hesitant. After all, the Dai brothers were all evolvers, with so many under his command. But after Su Chen briefly showed off his true strength and promised Yu Yixiang the ability to inherit the Dai brothers' power, Yu Yixiang quickly chose to defect. The Dai brothers knew nothing about this. They even asked Yu Yixiang to bring men to the wholesale market, preparing to ambush Su Chen. Little did they know, he had brought only his closest confidants. Alright, take their heads, and let's go back first. Su Chen casually ordered, mounting his snowmobile. Yu Yixiang didn't dare to delay, and quickly called his men into action. Not long after, the group returned to the Tiger Gang's building. The leaders of the fierce Tiger Gang, including Yu Shoujing, were gathered in Dai Hao's office. Looking at Su Chen, sitting cross-legged in his executive chair, someone sensed something was amiss. Boss Su, where's our brother Hao? Yeah, and where's brother Liang? Su Chen didn't answer, simply stroking Shiju's head. Yu Yixiang, standing nearby, said coldly, our fierce Tiger Gang was able to annex the Strong Shield Alliance and the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion thanks to Boss Su. But Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang, those two bastards, are so ruthless and ungrateful, they're planning to harm Boss Sue. Instead, they failed to show off their power, and ended up getting screwed. Now they're as dead as can be. If you guys know what's good for you, from now on, you obey Boss Sue's orders. Do you understand? He then lifted up the heads of Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang and placed them on the table. Chapter 184. Seeing the heads of their two bosses, the leaders of the Tiger Gang couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Yu Yixiang, you actually betrayed the boss. Brothers, come together and avenge the boss. Many of the leaders were still loyal to Dai Hao. They immediately shouted, demanding revenge for the Dai brothers. Bang! With a single gunshot, the leader who had shouted the loudest was decapitated. His brains and blood splattered everywhere. Such a bloody scene truly shocked everyone else, and the office instantly fell silent. Why aren't you shouting? Su Chen blew away the smoke from his gun and looked at everyone with a half smile. Aren't you going to avenge Dai Hao? Stand out, let me see who's here. No one spoke. Although some wanted to avenge Dai Hao, they didn't want to follow in the footsteps of the corpse nearby. Excellent. Su Chen smiled with satisfaction and said to Yu Yixiang, who among these are Dai Hao's diehards? Capture them all. Yes. Yu Yixiang responded and immediately called in several of his men. Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Wu. Every leader Yu Yixiang mentioned was captured by his men. It wasn't long before nearly a third of the men were pinned to the ground. Su Chen, showing no mercy, nodded coldly. Yu Yixiang waved his hand, and his men plunged their weapons into the men's bodies. Ah! Oh! Screams echoed throughout the office. Such a brutal scene made the others' scalps tingle, and their faces turned pale, but Su Chen remained unmoved. After executing Dai Hao's loyal subordinates, Yu Yixiang instructed his men to drag the bodies out and clean the room. Once everything was done, the room was spotless and tidy. But the pungent smell of blood still lingered in everyone's mind. From now on, all gang affairs, big or small, will be handled by Yu Yixiang and Yu Shoujing. Their orders are my orders. Anyone who dares to disobey or raise objections will suffer the same fate as Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang. Su Chen said calmly. What? Didn't you hear what Boss Su said? Yu Yixiang glared at him, his eyes glaring. Understood, Boss Su. Everyone shuddered and said in unison. That's about right. Su Chen smiled with satisfaction. However, to keep his men loyal, he needed more than just punishment. He also had to offer them sweet rewards. In addition to the benefits Dai Hao offered these people, Su Chen also added a host of other benefits. For example, depending on their rank, their salaries varied, and their meals were more plentiful. They also received varying amounts of cigarettes and liquor each month. This approach quickly earned the support of the leaders. After all, when Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang were the bosses, they barely had enough to eat. How could they possibly still smoke and drink? After the leaders had left, Su Chen looked at Yu Yixiang and Yu Shoujing and smiled meaningfully. I trust you two so much. Don't let me down. Please rest assured, Boss Su. I am absolutely loyal to you. Yu Yixiang patted his chest. Me too. Yu Shoujing was completely impressed by Su Chen. Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang, the illustrious leader and second in command of the Tiger Gang, were eliminated just like that. The Tiger Gang, numbering thousands, was easily recruited by Su Chen. With such ability and skill, perhaps only Su Chen could possess such skill. Very well, you may withdraw. Su Chen waved his hand. The two men bowed respectfully, and then turned to leave. After they left, Su Chen unsheathed his dagger and unceremoniously opened Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang's heads. Their energy crystals, like Lu Xiaoshen's, were a light pink. But the color wasn't as deep as Lu Xiaoshen's. Presumably, they didn't contain nearly as much energy as Lu Xiaoshen's. Ding! Successfully absorbed the primary energy crystal, gaining 28 energy points. Ding! Successfully absorbed the primary energy crystal, gaining 26 energy points. Su Chen curled his lips. As expected. According to the Dai brothers and Lu Xiaoshen, even evolvers couldn't absorb energy crystals indefinitely. After reaching a certain level, they had to stop and slow down. Otherwise, they feel bloated. Su Chen, however, had a system that allowed him to absorb energy indefinitely, which was a bit of an advantage. Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang had only recently become evolvers, so naturally, they couldn't absorb too many energy crystals. Not to mention, they still had to prepare 100 energy crystals to donate to the Skywalker Alliance. According to Dai Hao's words, Su Chen found 100 energy crystals in his vault. In addition, there were also supplies such as cigarettes, liquor, and cold medicine. There were also a ton of gleaming gold bracelets, gold rings, and gold bricks. Su Chen fiddled with the gold, feeling both amused and confused. It's the apocalypse. Why is Dai Hao still so fond of gold? In the survivor base where Su Chen lived in his previous life, gold was sometimes used as currency for goods and supplies, but barter was the norm. After all, gold couldn't be eaten or drunk in the apocalypse. But after some thought, Su Chen decided to take all the gold. After all, his storage space was already overflowing. Just as he opened the bag, ready to absorb the energy crystals, the little orange cat in his arms suddenly jumped out and snatched one away. "Little Orange, give it back to me," Su Chen called out. But Little Orange didn't respond. Instead, it opened its mouth and forcefully swallowed an energy crystal. This startled Su Chen. He wasn't worried about the energy crystal, but was concerned if the little orange cat swallowed it. Would it be in trouble? Spit it out. Su Chen grabbed the little orange cat and forcefully pried its mouth open. But the energy crystal had already been swallowed. It licked its tongue, looking at the crystals in the bag with a hint of reluctance. Looking at the little orange cat, who appeared to be showing no abnormalities, Su Chen was slightly stunned. Could it possibly absorb energy crystals too? Tentatively, he took out a few more and placed them in front of the little orange cat. Without hesitation, the little orange cat licked them all up and swallowed them all. It devoured 7 or 8 energy crystals in one go before stopping. Leaning against Su Chen's chest, it stretched with great satisfaction. If the little orange cat could truly absorb energy crystals and evolve, it would be a great thing for Su Chen. When he fought Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang, the little orange cat's skills had astounded him. Chapter 185. The little orange cat acted so quickly that Su Chen didn't even have time to react, plucked out both eyes of the evolver Dai Rongliang. This was just a juvenile. If it could grow up to be as powerful as its mother, it would be like adding a powerful ally to Su Chen. Thinking of this, Su Chen made up his mind. As long as the little orange cat behaved well, keeping it and occasionally feeding it some energy crystals wouldn't be a problem. Thinking this way, Su Chen put it back in his pocket. He stretched. It was already getting dark. It was time to go back for dinner. Su Chen left the tiger gang, got on his snowmobile, and returned to Normadison. He had been gone for so long, and with no sign of him, the 3 women were a little worried. Seeing him return safely, they were relieved and greeted him with smiles. "Master, how are the Dai Hao brothers doing?" Zhou Qing took Su Chen's coat and asked casually. "I already taken care of them." Su Chen took the hot water from Lu Linger and drank it in one gulp. The 3 women weren't particularly surprised. In their opinion, Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang, intent on plotting against Su Chen, deserved to die. "Here are the jewelry I found in Dai Hao's vault. See if there's anything you like." Su Chen smiled faintly and took out all the gold jewelry, placing it on the table. The sight of so much glittering gold made the 3 women's eyes light up, and they quickly began to examine it carefully. It must be said, women, like dragons, naturally love shiny things. Even in a Doomsday world, they are no exception. Just then, a sudden meow sound came from Su Chen's pocket. The 3 women examining the jewelry were stunned. Their eyes all turned to Su Chen. Su Chen slapped his head, remembering that the little orange cat was still in his pocket. He took it out and placed it in his palm. Looking at the adorable little orange cat, the 3 women's hearts nearly melted. They dropped their gold jewelry and quickly gathered around Su Chen. "Master, where did you get this kitten?" "Yes, it's so cute. Can I pet it?" Su Chen quickly protected the little orange cat and shook his head at them. "You have to be careful. This is no ordinary little orange cat." He told the 3 women the little orange cat's origins. After hearing this, the 3 women's pretty faces were filled with surprise. No matter what, they couldn't believe that the cute and soft little orange cat before them could be the offspring of a zombie beast. What was even more unbelievable to them was that the little orange cat could mercilessly pluck out a person's eyes. "But it's so adorable. Master, can I pet it?" Lu Linger still couldn't resist the little orange cat's allure. A pair of beautiful, watery eyes, filled with pleading. Su Chen had no choice but to admonish, "Be careful." He placed the little orange cat on the table, and the 3 women immediately gathered around. According to Su Chen's instructions, they cautiously reached out and petted the little orange cat. But fortunately, the little orange cat didn't object to the women's touch. On the contrary, it leaned against their palms, rubbing against them vigorously. Seeing this, Su Chen felt relieved. If the little orange cat didn't allow anyone else to get close to it except him, it would be quite troublesome. "By the way, Master, have you given it a name?" Zhou Qing suddenly asked. "A name? No." Su Chen was stunned. After taking in the little orange cat, He'd been so preoccupied with dealing with the Dai brothers that he hadn't even thought about it. Such a cute kitten, we should give it a name. We can't just keep calling it Mimi, right? Lin Yingying suggested. Sister Yingying is right. How about calling her Xiaohua? Lu Linger agreed. Su Chen's face immediately turned black. Xiaohua, that's a bit too corny. I don't think it's a good idea. Zhou Qing shook her head and looked at Su Chen. Master, do you have any suggestions? If you ask me, just call it Tiger Vanguard. Su Chen shrugged. Lately, he'd been playing Black Myth Wukong, and the Tiger Vanguard was a bit too difficult to defeat. His dream of becoming a great sage had been shattered by the Tiger Vanguard in just 3 punches. What? That name is too bad. Lu Linger pouted. That's right. We can't call it Tiger Vanguard. The other 2 women also unanimously rejected Su Chen's suggestion. How about calling it Little Black? I'm yellow, so Little Yellow is better. No, your name is a bit vulgar. As the saying goes, 3 women make a scene. The 3 of them gathered together, chattering about naming the little orange cat. The little orange cat, however, was unconcerned and simply allowed them to pet it. Not only was it rolling over on its belly, it was snoring with pleasure. Alright, I get it up there and settle it down first. Su Chen waved at the little orange cat, signaling it to come back. But it was so busy getting close to the 3 women that it ignored Su Chen. So lustful at such a young age, it must be a male. Su Chen complained, lifting the little orange cat up. He decided that if it was indeed a male, he castrated it. To Su Chen's surprise, the little orange cat turned out to be female. I spare your life. Su Chen patted the little orange cat's head, then suddenly had an idea. Why not call it Mingqi? Mingqi is a hero from the mobile game Nongyao, whose original form is a Totoro, and he's incredibly adorable. But Mingqi is a male, and our little orange cat is a female. Lin Yingying bit her finger, her eyes lighting up. Why not call it Mingqi, the one with the character 4 King next to it? That's great. I think it sounds nice too. With the unanimous agreement of the 4, the little orange cat was finally named Mingqi. To prevent any accidents, Su Chen decided not to let the little orange cat roam freely for the time being. Thankfully, among the supplies he had looted, there was a closed cattery. The cattery was spacious enough to accommodate a litter box, claw tray, and other supplies. Su Chen placed the cattery on the upper level of the RV and placed Mingqi inside. It didn't seem to have any difficulty adapting. It quickly found its own nest, stretched, and began to snooze. Seeing this, Su Chen felt relieved. He returned to the lower level and began to have dinner with the 3 women. After the elimination of the Dai brothers and their cronies, a wave of unrest arose within the Tiger gang. But it quickly dissipated. After all, for most survivors, they would listen to whoever provided them with supplies and kept them alive. With Su Chen's help, Yu Yixiang and Yu Shoujing quickly took control of the Tiger gang. They, mindful of the Dai brothers' fate, maintained absolute respect for Su Chen. Meanwhile, Su Chen continued to scavenge supplies and hunt zombies. He hadn't forgotten Dai Hao's last words. In a few days, the Skywalker Alliance will come knocking on our door. Chapter 186. Amidst the vast expanse of white snow, several dazed, ragged zombies wandered slowly. Go, Mingqi! With a low shout, a yellow shadow suddenly leaped out. Before the zombies could react, the yellow shadow swiftly passed through their necks. A moment later, their heads tumbled to the ground. Well done, Mingqi. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but praise her. Meow, meow, meow. Mingqi trotted back to Su Chen's shoulder. Su Chen patted her head as a reward. Several days had passed since he adopted Mingqi. During this time, Mingqi had become part of Su Chen and the 3 women's lives. After swallowing 8 energy crystals last time, Mingqi swallowed 5 or 6 more. After swallowing them all, she displayed a unique quality. Not only had it grown slightly larger, but its movements had also become more agile, and it seemed to understand human nature more clearly. It also understood the simple words and commands Su Chen spoke to the 3 women. So, when hunting zombies, Su Chen specifically brought Mingqi with him. The purpose was to test its abilities and, at the same time, train it well, so that it could quickly become his assistant. Mingqi did not disappoint Su Chen. With its current skills, it could easily crush these ordinary zombies. Su Chen stepped forward and crushed the zombie heads one by one. He obtained a total of 3 energy crystals from them. Before Su Chen could absorb them, Mingqi meowed beside him. Its large, sparkling eyes stared at Su Chen, as if to say, I worked so hard, you shouldn't reward me. Su Chen, feeling both amused and helpless, handed the 3 energy crystals to Mingqi. Ming Qi, without even a hint of courtesy, swallowed all 3 energy crystals with a single swipe of her tongue. Looking at Ming Qi, who seemed somewhat unsatisfied, Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. Life isn't easy, Su Chen sighed. After absorbing the energy crystals from the Daiju and Dai brothers, and hunting so many zombies, Su Chen now had a total of 760 energy points. At first glance, the 2,000 points needed for the next physical strengthening didn't seem like much. But if he couldn't obtain intermediate energy crystals, relying solely on hunting ordinary zombies, and the occasional mutant zombies would likely take ages to evolve. Now, Su Chen had a 4-legged, money-eating beast like Ming Qi by his side. This made Su Chen, already struggling financially, even worse off. Fortunately, the temperature is rising daily, and more zombies are resurrecting. Su Chen takes Ming Qi out every day to scavenge for supplies. With a bit of luck, he can even obtain dozens of energy crystals. Glancing at the sky, he estimated that it was almost time. Su Chen decided to stop hunting today and go check on the Tiger Gang. Speaking of which, he hadn't been there for 2 days. I wonder how Yu Yixiong and Yu Shoujing are doing with the gang. As soon as Su Chen arrived outside the Tiger Gang building on his snowmobile, several of his men rushed to greet him. Boss Su. Hello, Boss Su. Su Chen nodded slightly in response. He had barely taken a few steps into the building when he saw Yu Yixiong and Yu Shoujing hurried down. Boss Su. Boss Su, you're finally here. Seeing Su Chen, they were as happy as if they had found a savior. What's wrong? Su Chen casually asked as he walked upstairs. The crowd followed him, like a star-studded circle. The zombie population has been growing in recent days. Forget hunting zombies. The gang members can't even go out to search for supplies. Yesterday, a large group of zombies rushed towards us. Luckily, our sentries spotted them early and made a noise, luring them away. Yu Yixiong complained to Su Chen. Although Shannon wasn't a major city, it had a population of nearly 1 million. Even if only a third of those people died in the previous apocalyptic disaster. That means there will be 300,000 zombies. Don't underestimate the fact that the Tiger Gang had helped Su Chen hunt down quite a few zombies before. That was because the zombies weren't yet a major threat. If tens of thousands of fearless zombies truly rushed over, not to mention the Tiger Gang, even an elite army would be hard-pressed to resist. Unless they were given unlimited ammunition and all sorts of heavy firepower. After hearing Yu Yixiong's words, Su Chen frowned. When he had suggested that Dai Hao occupy the Strong Shield Alliance building as the Tiger Gang's base, he hadn't given it much thought. Thinking about it now, it was a very inappropriate decision. The Strong Shield Alliance building, after all, was located in the city, making it vulnerable to a zombie swarm. Surrounded by tens of thousands of zombies, no matter how sturdy the building was, the people inside would starve to death sooner or later. Not to mention the presence of mutated zombies among the horde. With their abilities, it's not impossible for them to break into the building. Boss Su, how about? Yu Shoujing seemed to be hesitant to speak. Su Chen, however, understood what he meant. He wanted to suggest that Su Chen relocate the Tiger Gang to the military base. But Su Chen just shook his head. Seeing this, Yu Shoujing tactfully shut up. The military base is extremely secluded and strategically located. If they really needed to squeeze in, it could easily accommodate 2,000 or 3,000 people. But even with such a prime location, Su Chen didn't intend to let the Tiger Gang move in. The reason was simple. The Tiger Gang was a mixed bag, most of them just looking to take over. Few were truly grateful to Su Chen. What if they became ambitious and tried to usurp the throne? Although, with Su Chen's abilities, it would be easy to deal with them. But doing so would only create a lot of unnecessary trouble. Furthermore, if the base's equipment were damaged in the process, the cost would outweigh the gains. Su Chen planned to find a few usable cars, and pick up Yiwang Sun Yuan, and the others after this busy period. After all, Su Chen trusted the elders of Phoenix Mountain more than the Tiger Gang. How about this? For the time being, send someone outside the city to see if there's a suitable location for a new base. Su Chen thought for a moment and spoke. Yu Yixiong gave a wry smile and reluctantly nodded in agreement. Just as they entered the top floor office, they heard a knock on the door. Come in, Su Chen said solemnly. A younger brother cautiously pushed the door open, greeted Su Chen and the others, and then said respectfully, Boss Su, there are 2 people outside. They claim to be members of the Skywalker Alliance and want to see our leader. Chapter 187. The Skywalker Alliance? Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected them to arrive so early. He said calmly, let them in. Yes, Boss Su. The younger brothers turned and left. Yu Yixiong and Yu Shoujing, standing nearby, had a flicker of nervousness on their faces. They had all learned of the Skywalker Alliance from Dai Hao. They also understood that the Skywalker Alliance was filled with evolvers like Su Chen and Dai Hao. Now that the Skywalker Alliance had come knocking on their door, they were genuinely worried. But seeing Su Chen's calm expression, they felt a little relieved. A short while later, a man and woman, led by one of the younger brothers, arrived at the office. They both looked extremely young, probably around the same age as Su Chen. The man was handsome, the woman beautiful. Upon seeing Su Chen, the young man was slightly startled and frowned. "Where are Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang? My name is Su Chen, and I'm currently the leader of the Tiger Gang." Su Chen folded his hands on the table, looking at the two of them. He whispered, "May I know your names?" "Don't worry about our names. Just get Dai Hao and the others out." The girl beside him said somewhat arrogantly, "Sorry, I already taken them out. I'm afraid they won't be able to get out." Su Chen shrugged. "What?" The man looked Su Chen up and down, a little surprised. "You actually managed to take them both out? You seem quite capable, perhaps an evolver?" Su Chen smiled noncommittally. "Can you tell me your names now?" The man didn't answer directly. Instead, he pulled 2 chairs over, greeted his companions, and sat down. He crossed his legs and said with a grin, "My name is Wang Xinyu, and hers is Xiao Yu. We are both members of the Skywalker Alliance. We are here today on orders from our leader. First, to collect the surrendered energy crystals, and second, to take Dai Hao and Dai Rongliang to the Alliance. If you kill them, we won't be able to report back. How about this? You join our Skywalker Alliance on their behalf, and help them hand over the energy crystals. What do you think?" Su Chen couldn't help but laugh at this. "What if I refuse?" Xiao Yu, standing beside him, frowned and said coldly, "Although you can defeat the Dai brothers, they are only the lowest level evolvers. Our Skywalker Alliance is different from them. There are dozens of evolvers in our organization, all stronger than the Dai brothers. So I advise you not to seek trouble." Su Chen raised an eyebrow. He had originally thought the Skywalker Alliance consisted of no more than a dozen members. He hadn't expected it to number in the dozens. If every one of them were evolvers on par with the Dai brothers, the Skywalker Alliance's strength would be truly terrifying. Su Chen thought for a moment and decided to first question Wang Xinyu and Xiao Yu to get a firm grasp on the Skywalker Alliance's specifics. He said calmly, "You'd be fine if I joined, but could you please share the details of the organization with me first? You can't just say I'm supposed to join without knowing anything, right?" Wang Xinyu and Xiao Yu exchanged glances, feeling that Su Chen's words made sense. "Let them all go first, and we tell you later," Xiao Yu said arrogantly. Su Chen nodded at Yu Yixiang and Yu Shoujing, signaling them to leave. When only Su Chen and the other two were left in the office, Wang Xinyu finally spoke. "Actually, our organization's purpose is to unite all evolvers." After Wang Xinyu's introduction, Su Chen gained a preliminary understanding of the Skywalker Alliance. The founder of the Skywalker Alliance was named Su Wenwei. He too became an evolver by chance. But unlike Su Chen, Dai Hao, and others, his thinking was relatively unconventional. In Su Wenwei's view, this apocalyptic disaster was actually a test from heaven for humanity. Only by passing this test could one survive. Those who became evolvers were the best of humanity. They must unite and lead humanity to survival. "Wait a moment," I interrupt. Su Chen suddenly stopped Wang Xinyu and asked, "Your leader Su, how old is he? What's wrong?" Wang Xinyu looked at Su Chen with a puzzled expression. "Although he's only 20 years old, his strength is the strongest among us." "It's okay, keep going." After hearing that Su Wenwei was only 20, Su Chen wasn't surprised at all. 20 is the age of naivete. Suddenly gaining superhuman power, one naturally desires to fight evil and save the world. Su Wenwei recruited many young people around his age, helping them become evolvers and establishing the Skywalker Alliance. Originally, they weren't from Shannon City, but from a nearby county. However, due to the county's small population, there were few zombies. To strengthen the Skywalker Alliance and enhance its members' capabilities, Su Wenwei led them to Shannon City. Come across Dai Hao and his companions hunting zombies, Su Wenwei tried to persuade them to join him. After being rejected, he resorted to forceful suppression, forcing Dai Hao and his companions to join. After understanding the Skywalker Alliance's background, Su Chen stroked his chin and asked, "You just said that the Dai Hao brothers are only the lowest level evolvers. What do you mean by that?" "We also categorize evolvers and zombies into different levels of strength." Wang Xinyu said a little impatiently, "Brothers, like them, are entry-level evolvers, and can be called low-level evolvers. Their strength is only slightly stronger than that of ordinary zombies. After absorbing enough energy crystals, they can evolve to the next level, the primary evolvers. Those mutant zombies are called primary zombies, and are on the same level as the primary evolvers. Above that, there are intermediate evolvers and intermediate zombies. As for those above that, I don't know, as we haven't seen them yet. But according to Boss Su's naming conventions, they should be called advanced evolvers or high-level zombies. Su Chen's expression was thoughtful after hearing this. It seemed that the Skywalker Alliance's understanding of evolvers and zombies was similar to his own. According to their classification, Dai Hao, Dai Rongliang, and Lu Xiaoshan were all considered low-level evolvers. Wang Xinyu's words and actions showed that he didn't take Dai Hao seriously, suggesting he was a beginner evolver. Dang Haoran and Deja could be considered intermediate zombies. Since he was able to defeat them both, he must have the strength of an intermediate evolver. At this moment, Wang Xinyu suddenly spoke up. Even if they're at the same level, the difference in strength is quite significant. For example, beginner zombies are slightly stronger than beginner evolvers. Evolvers with special abilities are also stronger than ordinary evolvers. Chapter 188. Superpower? Su Chen was slightly startled at this novel term. What is a superpower? You don't even know that? Wang Xinyu looked at Su Chen with a hint of surprise, and patiently explained, evolvers are divided into two types. One is the most basic, with stronger physical qualities. The other is more extraordinary, possessing a variety of superpowers. There are so many types of superpowers. Before Wang Xinyu could finish his words, Zhao Yu, standing beside him, seemed to notice something. She immediately spoke up, interrupting Wang Xinyu, frowning, "These things have nothing to do with you joining our Skywalker Alliance. After all this talk, are you joining or not?" Su Chen had originally wanted to get more information from Wang Xinyu. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yu was quite cautious. Su Chen thought for a moment before slowly saying, "The Skywalker Alliance is so powerful, of course I'm willing to join." "That's good. Gather 100 energy crystals, and come with me to see Brother Su." Wang Xinyu was pleased to see Su Chen so understanding. No, you misunderstood me." Su Chen smiled, revealing his bright white teeth. "I always preferred being the boss, not the underling. If I join the Skywalker Alliance, I have to be the boss. As long as your brother Su agrees, I join immediately." Wang Xinyu was stunned by this. Beside him, Zhao Yu was the first to react. Her eyebrows raised as she snarled, "Su Chen, you're too arrogant. You look down on our Skywalker Alliance so much. Aren't you afraid of death?" Wang Xinyu was also furious. Su Chen's expression remained unchanged as he said calmly, "I only been talking to you for so long because I'm giving the Skywalker Alliance face. If I hadn't, I would have kicked you out long ago. Go back and tell Su Wenwei to keep out of each other's way and stop harassing me." According to Wang Xinyu, Su Chen needed to pay the Skywalker Alliance 100 energy crystals every month as protection money. To Su Chen, 100 energy crystals was nothing. But why should he give it to the Skywalker Alliance for free? Okay, you're really outrageous." Furious, Wang Xinyu instantly stood up and lunged at Su Chen. It had to be said. Compared to the Dai brothers, Wang Xinyu's skills were clearly much better, probably at the level of a junior evolver. Even if the Dai brothers joined forces, they probably wouldn't be his match. But unfortunately, Wang Xinyu was facing Su Chen. Su Chen didn't dodge at all. He reached out and grabbed Wang Xinyu's fist. Wang Xinyu's expression changed, and he transformed his other hand into a fist, swinging it at Su Chen again, but Su Chen reached out again and grasped his fist again. Not only that, Su Chen exerted a slight force. Wang Xinyu felt the force from his fist grow stronger and stronger. His hands felt like they were about to be crushed. Something was wrong with Su Chen. Seeing her companion at a disadvantage, Zhao Yu, standing nearby, couldn't sit still. She quickly stood up and, with a delicate shout, swung a palm toward Su Chen through the air. A scene that shocked Su Chen unfolded. A white energy pattern, like a blade, flew towards him at an incredible speed. Despite being several steps away, Su Chen could still feel the sharpness of the air blade. Not wanting to be careless, he kicked Wang Xinyu back and quickly dodged to the side. The air blade passed directly past Su Chen and pierced through the desk behind him. Without a sound, the air blade sliced the desk in two like a knife slicing tofu. After slicing through the desk, the air blade didn't pause until it struck the wall, where it vanished into thin air. A deep scar was left on the wall. Seeing this, Su Chen's expression changed. It seemed Zhao Yu was a psychic among the evolvers. No wonder Wang Xinyu has said that evolvers with psychics were stronger than those with physical strength. If Zhao Yu had been hit by that move just now, wouldn't she have been? Limbs severed. Seeing that her strike missed, Zhao Yu frowned, and her delicate white hands waved a few more times. Several more white air blades darted towards Su Chen. Su Chen didn't dare to be careless, dodging his movements repeatedly. After dodging the white air blades, he quickly pounced on Zhao Yu. As the saying goes, to capture a thief, capture the leader first. The office was so small, if Zhao Yu continued to attack, she would be injured sooner or later. Zhao Yu's pretty face changed slightly, and she retreated while trying to summon more air blades. However, Su Chen's skills were far superior to hers. Before she could retreat a few steps, Su Chen had already rushed in front of her and struck her with a palm. The palm strike accurately hit Zhao Yu's shoulder, sending her flying. Zhao Yu fell to the ground, dazed and stunned. If Su Chen hadn't shown mercy, this palm strike would have killed her on the spot. Even so, Zhao Yu screamed in pain. Su Chen had already rushed over and grabbed her by the neck. "Boss Su, please show some mercy." At this moment, Wang Xinyu, who had been kicked by Su Chen, came to his senses. Seeing this, he shouted. Su Chen frowned slightly and looked at Wang Xinyu. "Well, we were wrong today. We shouldn't have attacked you," Wang Xinyu said hurriedly. Su Chen's expression softened, and his grip loosened. Zhao Yu, who had been pinched by him, felt much better. "Zhao Yu, apologized to Boss Su," Wang Xinyu said hurriedly with a wink. "Boss Su, I was wrong." Just then, when Su Chen had pinched her neck, for a moment, Zhao Yu felt like she was going to be crushed to death by him. Having escaped death, she lost her earlier arrogance and coughed as she apologized. Su Chen then released his grip and slowly returned to his seat. Wang Xinyu and Zhao Yu also sat back in their chairs obediently. "We have no grudges, and I don't want to kill you too. Before I let you go, I have two requests," Su Chen said calmly. "Please give your instructions, Boss Su," the two said in unison. Those with strength are respected everywhere. Previously, Wang Xinyu and Zhao Yu had disregarded Su Chen, simply believing him to be inferior to them. But after their recent fight, they realized that Su Chen's strength far surpassed theirs. Even if he wasn't an intermediate evolver, he was close to it. As a result, their attitudes immediately became respectful. "First, report what I just said to Su Wenwei." "No problem." Wang Xinyu immediately agreed. "Second, tell me everything you know about evolvers. Nothing can be hidden." Chapter 189. The second request wasn't excessive. Wang Xinyu also agreed and shared everything he knew about the evolvers. According to him, the abilities possessed by evolvers can be categorized into different types. For example, Zhao Yu's ability belongs to the wind element. She can manipulate the air, condensing it into wind blades to launch attacks. There are also people in the Skywalker Alliance who can manipulate ice and snow and summon fire. Actually, Boss Su, people like us with enhanced bodies should also be considered as having abilities. But compared to them, we're far inferior. And not everyone can become an evolver, Wang Xinyu explained. Some people simply can't absorb energy crystals. That's what happened to the people Boss Su helped before. Others can only absorb a small amount of energy crystals, and then can't evolve anymore. That's why he believes evolvers are the best of humanity, chosen by heaven. Su Chen was somewhat enlightened upon hearing this. That's true. If everyone could become an evolver, he wouldn't have been completely ignorant of this in his previous life. What do you know about zombies and zombie beasts? We don't know much about them. Wang Xinyu shook his head. Throughout our journey, we mostly encountered ordinary mutant zombies, essentially beginner zombies. Only once did we encounter a pack of zombie dogs. Though we eliminated them, we also suffered numerous casualties. As he spoke of this, a gloomy look crossed Wang Xinyu's face. Who among you Skywalkers is the strongest? What kind of superpowers do they have? Su Chen pondered for a moment and continued. Well, Wang Xinyu looked embarrassed. But Su Chen just glared at him, and he quickly said, it should be our boss Su. He has a fire-type superpower. But Zhao Yu and I haven't been here long. We don't know his exact level. Su Chen stretched out his fingers and tapped the table lightly. If Wang Xinyu wasn't lying, Su Wenwei should be an intermediate evolver. Otherwise, Su Wenwei wouldn't have classified evolvers as just intermediate. So, his strength should be about the same as Su Wenyue's. But he had rifles, high explosive grenades, and other ammunition, and Ming Qi was there to help him. His overall combat power should be higher than Su Wenyue's. Watching Su Chen ponder, Wang Xinyu swallowed. Fearing Su Chen was considering whether to let them go, he quickly added, actually, I have 2 more pieces of information. Oh! Tell me. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Wang Xinyu. We discovered a metal. No, more like a material. It doesn't belong to any known element. It seems to have appeared on Earth after the apocalypse. There aren't many of them, buried under the thick ice. It's extremely light, and if made into a weapon, it could be quite sharp. If made into armor, it could not only withstand ordinary bullets, but also absorb supernatural attacks. We call it a foreign crystal. Wang Xinyu's words piqued Su Chen's interest. After his earlier battle with Dang Haoran and Deju, he had discovered that ordinary rifles and weapons were no longer effective against mid-level zombies and zombie beasts. If it weren't for the high explosive grenade, he'd have had a hard time killing Dang Haoran and Deju. If the alien crystal is as powerful as Wang Xinyu claims, using it to craft weapons and protective gear should greatly enhance his combat effectiveness. After noting down the alien crystal's characteristics, Su Chen continued, "What about the second piece of information? Boss Su is from a county town north of Shannon City. I heard that he originally planned to head to a larger city in the north. But he seems to have encountered other evolvers there. He was no match for them, and was forced to come to Shannon." Su Chen's thoughts stirred. The Skywalker Alliance has a total of 30 or 40 members. Even if most of them were recruited after Su Wenwei arrived in Shannon, he should have had 7 or 8 people around him before he arrived. And he's also an evolver with fire abilities. If he can't defeat the other party in this situation, how strong can they be? But this matter has no direct relevance to Su Chen, so he doesn't need to consider it for now. After sharing all the information he knew, Wang Xinyu looked at Su Chen eagerly. "Boss Su, I told you the truth. Can you let us go? I always keep my word. Since I said I let you go, I will." Su Chen waved his hand, signaling them to leave. Wang Xinyu and Zhao Yu were overjoyed. They quickly stood up, bowed to Su Chen, and headed out. But as they left, they remained vigilant. As they walked, they cautiously observed Su Chen from the side. They feared he might betray their martial ethics and attack them from behind. Su Chen simply smiled faintly and sat there motionless. If joining the Skywalker Alliance offered any benefits, he would certainly consider it. But according to Wang Xinyu, it only offered protection and a monthly payment of 100 energy crystals. That, in turn, left Su Chen with no interest. But that didn't mean he wanted to kill Wang Xinyu and Zhao Yu. They were only junior evolvers. Even if he killed them, he would only absorb 100 or 200 energy points at most. But it would create a mortal enemy with the Skywalker Alliance. The Skywalker Alliance consisted of dozens of members, many of whom possessed special abilities. Su Wenyue's strength was not to be underestimated. Making enemies with them would do Su Chen no good. Of course, this didn't mean Su Chen was afraid of the Skywalker Alliance. With his system, his evolutionary speed was definitely far greater than that of the Skywalker Alliance members. If Su Wenwei persisted, Su Chen could simply kill the Skywalker Alliance members and leave. When he was strong enough, he could return for revenge. "Boss Su." After Wang Xinyu and Zhao Yu left, Yu Yixiang and Yu Shoujing pushed open the door. After exchanging greetings, Yu Yixiang eagerly asked, "Boss Su, how was your conversation with the Skywalker Alliance?" While he didn't know the specifics of the Skywalker Alliance, he had heard Dai Hao mention it before. Those who knew about the Skywalker Alliance were all exceptional evolvers. If possible, he hoped Su Chen would join the Skywalker Alliance. Not very good. Su Chen shrugged and briefly recounted what had just happened. Yu Yixiang was stunned. Yu Shoujing, standing by, wasn't overly surprised. After all, Su Chen's character dictated that he wouldn't bow to the Skywalker Alliance. Chapter 190. "Then, what should we do?" Yu Yixiang said with a bitter face. "Just be prepared. If the Skywalker Alliance wants to fight, we fight," Su Chen said calmly. His attitude towards the Skywalker Alliance was already quite good. If the Skywalker Alliance continued its aggressiveness, he wouldn't be polite either. For the next few days, don't let the gang members go out hunting zombies or scavenging supplies. The real thing is to have them quickly find a suitable location outside the city to build a base. "Alright, you go first," Su Chen ordered. "Yes." After receiving the order, Yu Yixiang turned and left. Su Chen looked at Yu Shoujing again. "Send someone to maintain vigilance in case the Skywalker Alliance actually attacks. And you must be prepared. If possible, take Sun Yin with you and leave Shannon with me." Yu Shoujing was startled at Su Chen's words. "What? We're leaving Shannon? It's better to be prepared." Su Chen smiled. He didn't know the Skywalker Alliance's true strength. If there truly were an evolver more powerful than Su Chen would naturally have no choice but to flee. As for whether the Skywalker Alliance would vent their anger on the Tiger Gang, that was none of his business. The reason he brought Yu Shoujing and Sun Yin along was because they knew the location of the military base. Otherwise, Su Chen wouldn't even bother taking them with him. "Okay." Yu Shoujing nodded, feeling a sense of heaviness in his heart. After leaving the Tiger Gang's building, Wang Xinyu and Zhao Yu, not daring to pause, hurried north. The two crossed the city and arrived near the outskirts. There stood a building with a large sign reading by Hai Yun Tian. Before the apocalypse, this was a bathhouse. It was relatively well protected from the cold. Thus, upon arriving in Shannon City, the Skywalker Alliance occupied this location as their base. Seeing the by Hai Yun Tian sign, Wang Xinyu and Zhao Yu breathed a sigh of relief. They glanced behind them, making sure no one was following them, and then hurried toward the building. But they didn't notice a pair of eyes staring back at them. After greeting the members of the organization guarding the entrance, Wang Xinyu and Zhao Yu entered the building. They arrived at a large room. This had originally been a lounge, a place for guests to rest after bathing and massages. The Skywalker Alliance had cleared out the sofas in the room, creating a large open space. In the center of the open space, two men were engaged in a fierce battle. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of fists and feet clashing echoed throughout the room. Around them, a crowd gathered, watching and cheering them on. Like Wang Xinyu and Zhao Yu, these people were relatively young. Among them stood a thin, rather handsome young man. He sat there, and the others seemed to be centered around him. It was immediately clear that he held a high position. Yes, this young man was the leader of the Skywalker Alliance, Su Wenwei. Stop! Seeing Wang Xinyu and Zhao Yu return, Su Wenwei stopped the fighting and said with a smile, Xinyu, Xiaoya, you two are back. How's it going? Did it go smoothly? Wang Xinyu and Zhao Yu exchanged glances, both looking a little embarrassed. Noticing that the Dai brothers weren't following them, Su Wenwei frowned. What's going on? Brother Su, this is what happened. Zhao Yu recounted her meeting with Su Chen. When the other members heard Su Chen say he wanted to be the leader of the Skywalker, an uproar erupted. This Su Chen is so damned reckless. Brother Su, don't waste time with him. Let's just go for it. Su Wenwei remained calm and smiled. Remember, don't get angry. Anger diminishes your intelligence. Xiaoya, keep going. Zhao Yu glanced at Su Wenwei with a touch of admiration before continuing. When he heard Su Chen easily defeat Wang Xinyu and Zhao Yu, Su Wenwei smiled with interest. It seems that Su Chen is an intermediate level evolver. No way. There aren't many intermediate level evolvers in our alliance. How could he possibly be at that level? Someone expressed doubt. Even I have to put in some effort to defeat Xinyu and Xiaoya simultaneously. Su Chen can do it so easily. How could he not be an intermediate level evolver? Su Wenwei's eyes lit up with excitement, and he couldn't help but rub his hands together. Such a powerful evolver must be like me, a leader blessed by heaven. If we can recruit him as our ally, and join forces against the apocalypse, we can lead humanity to glory. Everyone couldn't help but smile as they listened to his words, but others expressed a different opinion. Brother Su, that kid is too arrogant. Shouldn't we teach him a lesson? The speaker was Zheng Hui. He was also an intermediate evolver, but unlike Su Wenwei, he had only the most basic physical enhancements. Compared to Su Wenwei, his combat effectiveness was significantly inferior. But since he was Su Wenwei's earliest follower, he held considerable prestige within the Skywalker Alliance. Young people are bound to be impulsive. Su Wenwei, assuming a mature air, said with a smile, let's put the Su Chen matter aside for now. We still need to investigate why the zombie population has suddenly decreased recently. I always felt there's some conspiracy behind this. Zheng Hui chuckled disapprovingly. What conspiracy could there be? Those zombies aren't just grown in the ground. Our alliance has killed so many zombies, so naturally, their numbers will decrease. But Su Wenwei remained adamant. I made up my mind. You don't need to say anything more. Seeing this, Zheng Hui remained silent, though a look of resentment lingered in his eyes. After everyone had dispersed, Zheng Hui suddenly called over a few of his companions. What's wrong, Brother Hui? What do you think about Su Chen's situation? Zheng Hui asked. Several people looked at each other in bewilderment for a moment before someone said, Brother Hui, didn't Brother Su already say that? I don't think Boss Su is right. Zheng Hui shook his head and sneered. How could Su Chen possibly join the Skywalker Alliance when he disregards it? Brother Su is confused. He's forgotten our original slogan. The Skywalker Alliance prospers, the Skywalker Alliance perishes. So what does Brother Hui mean? It's simple. We go find Su Chen and either kill him or force him to join. A ruthless look flashed across Zheng Hui's face. Chapter 191. This hesitation crossed the faces of several people. They had a good relationship with Zheng Hui, but they didn't want to disobey Su Wenwei's orders, and for a moment, they didn't know what to do. Since I can't count on you, I go alone. Zheng Hui snorted coldly, and turned to leave. Seeing that he seemed angry, the others hurriedly said, "Brother Hui, don't worry. We go with you." "Yes, yes, we go." On hearing this, a smile finally broke across Zheng Hui's face. "Then we need to discuss how to capture Su Chen without any further effort." Su Chen was completely unaware of the Skywalker Alliance's plot against him. After Wang Xinyu and Zhao Yu left, he didn't let down his guard. On the one hand, he had the Tiger Gang on high alert, and on the other, he launched a frenzied hunt for zombies. Swoosh! Meng Qi leaped from Su Chen's shoulder. The two zombies in front, their heads tumbling to the ground before they could react, were tumbling to the ground. Su Chen stepped forward and expertly pried open their heads. But aside from brain tissue, there was nothing inside. Seeing this, Meng Qi meowed a few times, seeming somewhat disappointed. Su Chen stroked its head and pulled out 2 energy crystals from his pocket. Meow! Meng Qi cried out with great joy, then swallowed the energy crystals with a flick of her tongue. Su Chen glanced at the zombies on the ground, then looked around. Amidst the ice and snow, a vast expanse of white lay. Aside from the snow-covered buildings, nothing else was visible. Something's wrong. Over the past 2 days, Su Chen could clearly sense that the number of zombies was dwindling dramatically. Yesterday, he only managed to kill a dozen or so. Today, 4 or 5 hours after leaving, he's seen fewer than 10. Logically, the number of zombies should be increasing. While Su Chen was pondering, Meng Qi returned to his shoulder. Still unsatisfied, she kept rubbing against Su Chen's cheek, as if begging for more. "No more. How could there be so many? You glutton." Su Chen scolded with a smile. Su Chen had barely kept any of the energy crystals he hunted recently. Most of them had gone into Meng Qi's stomach. All told, Meng Qi had devoured nearly 50. But relatively speaking, she was also quite different from before. First, her size. No longer as thin as before, she had grown much larger, about the size of a full-grown cat. But she still maintained her symmetry and grace. Next, her strength and speed had increased significantly. It charged at full speed, often leaving Su Chen unable to react even if he was prepared. Its strength was terrifying. Just like those zombies just now, all had their heads smacked off by Meng Qi, and then there's its intelligence. It was becoming increasingly human-like, understanding and responding to many of Su Chen's words. Though Su Chen felt bad for the energy crystal, he was nonetheless quite relieved. Seeing that it was getting late, he simply gave up on the zombie search and returned to Normadison. Master's back. At the sound of the door opening, the 3 women immediately came forward. After helping Su Chen remove his coat, Lin Yingying and Lu Linger took Meng Qi away, petting her non-stop. After a few days, Meng Qi had completely integrated into Su Chen and his family's lives. So, Su Chen no longer confined her, allowing her to roam freely in the car. Carefully caressed by the 2 women, Meng Qi snored with pleasure. "Master, how are things going today?" Zhou Qing brought a cup of hot water and handed it to Su Chen, asking with concern. "Not very optimistic." Su Chen took the tea, drank it in one gulp, and sat on the sofa. "The number of zombies we encountered today is even lower than yesterday." "Huh? With a warmer climate, shouldn't more zombies be resurrected?" After hearing Su Chen's words, Lin Yingying came over, holding Meng Qi, and asked with some confusion. Lu Linger followed her, and sat down next to Su Chen. After spending so much time together, Su Chen had developed almost complete trust in the 3 women. He didn't hide much information from them, but told them the truth. It's like these zombies vanished out of thin air. Something's really off. Su Chen touched the teacup in his hand, his brow furrowed slightly. He currently had 780 energy points, which was still a long way from strengthening his body. If he didn't encounter any mutant zombies, relying solely on ordinary zombies, he'd have to kill at least 2,000 to obtain enough energy crystals. Now, there were only a handful of zombies every day. Forget Su Chen, it wouldn't even be enough to feed Meng Qi. How about observing them for a few more days? Zhou Qing suggested. Forget it. You guys pack up, and we're heading back to Phoenix Mountain. Su Chen shook his head. A few days ago, he had told the 3 women that he planned to return to Phoenix Mountain to pick up Huang, Sun Yuan, and the others. Therefore, the 3 women weren't surprised and went about packing up. Su Chen, on the other hand, sat there and called up the system. Looking at the 2,000 energy points required to strengthen his body, he sighed and chose to upgrade his RV. Since that wasn't enough to strengthen his body, he might as well see what new features the RV upgrade would unlock. Ding! Doomsday Fortress System. Upgrade successful. Doomsday Fortress RV System. RV level 5. Energy points required for upgrade 500. Current energy points 480. Vehicle durability, 100%. When durability reaches 0, the RV becomes scrapped. It can be repaired using energy points. Storage space. Energy store. Enhancement options. Skin test. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes fell on the scan test. System, what function is this? After receiving Su Chen's inquiry, the system immediately popped up a pop-up window. Based on the host's combat power level, you can scan unknown objects and obtain specific information. Sounds impressive? Su Chen's gaze fell on Ming Qi, who was standing nearby. Start scanning. Ming Qi seemed to sense something and suddenly jumped up, the fur on her back standing up. Su Chen was startled by this and quickly reached out to comfort her. Ming Qi looked around, but found nothing amiss, so she lay back down. It seems that if you scan an evolved being or a zombie beast, they can sense it. Su Chen pondered, his eyes falling on the pop-up message box. Target type: zombie beast offspring, half cat, half zombie. Combat power rating, G. Su Chen was slightly startled, then delighted. I didn't expect that scanning could even reveal the target's combat power rating. This feature is quite useful. Chapter 192. Su Chen looked over at Lu Linger, Lin Yingying, and Zhou Qing, who were packing their belongings. Target type: ordinary human female. Combat power rating: weak. Target type: ordinary human female. Combat power rating: weak. Target type: ordinary human female. Combat power rating: weak. The three women also sensed something, but after a quick look, they found nothing amiss and continued their work. After studying the scan and detection, Su Chen examined the other options. Among the RV upgrade options, he discovered new accessories. Invisible armor. With this feature installed, the Nomadison can refract light, becoming invisible, avoiding detection. This feature isn't effective against zombies. After all, zombies primarily rely on hearing and smell to find prey. But it's quite useful against other humans. Once the stealth armor is activated, unless you're very close to the Nomadison, there's absolutely no way to detect you. This feature is quite practical. Upgrading the RV system once grants you two useful features. Su Chen was still quite cheerful. Elsewhere, Zhou Qing and the other two had already packed up the car. Su Chen, holding Ming Qi, entered the driver's seat and started the Nomadison. The massive steel beast roared and roared eastward toward Shannon City. After leaving Shannon City, they passed through several counties and towns along the way. Su Chen deliberately turned into one of them and, as expected, noticed something was amiss. These places were clearly different from Shannon. The zombies were practically infesting. It seemed something must have happened in Shannon. Su Chen pondered. He planned to return to Shannon to investigate after picking up He Wang and the others. After hunting down a few zombies in the county town he passed through, the sky had already darkened. Su Chen simply stopped in the wild, not planning to continue his journey tonight. After enjoying a delicious meal prepared by Lu Linger, Su Chen lay on the Simmons mattress, Zhou Qing's shallow breathing echoing beside him. Through the nearby window, he could clearly see the starry night sky outside. It had to be said. Although the apocalyptic disaster had altered the ecology of Blue Planet and caused the collapse of human society, it had also brought some positive effects. For example, the air was much fresher. Without light pollution, he could even see the bright moonlight and the stars at night. Su Chen admired the night view and began to consider his next move. Having just been reborn, his idea was simple: to use the storage space in the RV to stockpile a vast amount of supplies. Then, in the apocalypse, survive until eternity. But as time passed, and he encountered more and more things, his thoughts changed. Just the zombies he encountered now included powerful mutants and zombie beasts. If he didn't improve his strength, he would easily run into danger and lose his life. And the survivor who traveled through time had also revealed information. After the extreme cold blizzard ended, there would be other powerful monsters. In this case, Su Chen wouldn't be able to survive safely on his own. The ideal solution was to form a team and rely on their strength to survive. In the apocalypse, people's hearts were unpredictable. No one knows whether someone who greets you with a smile one moment might stab you in the back the next. Compared to Yu Shoujing, He Wang and Sun Yuan are more trustworthy. This is why Su Chen returned to Phoenix Mountain to bring them all over. He decided to build his own team with He Wang, Sun Yuan, and their team as the core. Su Chen rolled over, embraced Zhou Qing, and fell asleep. The next morning, Su Chen woke up early and washed up. After breakfast, he continued to drive the Nomadison and headed towards Phoenix Mountain. Nomadison finally arrived near noon. Before they even reached the Yulton Hotel, someone blocked Nomadison's path. "Boss Su, Boss Su. Su Chen peered through the window, and saw that it was Zhou Xinhong and Li Dong who were blocking his way. There were also several familiar survivors. Xinhong. Xiaodong. Su Chen rolled down the window, and greeted them with a smile. Boss Su, why are you back? Seeing Su Chen return, the young man Zhou Xinhong was also quite excited. Look at what you're saying. What? Don't you want to welcome me? Su Chen joked. No, I didn't mean that. Zhou Xinhong's face flushed slightly, and he quickly explained, I'm just too excited. Haha, I was just kidding. Let's go back first. Su Chen smiled. Zhou Xinhong and the others led the way, while Su Chen followed behind in the nomadison. Soon, they arrived at the Yulton Hotel. Returning to his old place, looking at the familiar hotel, and recalling the previous fights with Ah Biao, Gao Qiqiang, and others there, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. At that moment, He Wang and Sun Yuan, knowing Su Chen had returned, also ran out. A large number of other survivors followed them. Su Chen pushed open the car door and jumped out, greeting them with a smile. Brother He, brother Sun. Boss Su. He Wang shook Su Chen's hand, also quite excited. Although they had only been apart for 2 or 3 months, in this apocalyptic world, it felt like years. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, He Wang, Sun Yuan, and the others led Su Chen inside. Su Chen took the opportunity to inquire about the situation on Phoenix Mountain. Before he left, he had led the remaining survivors on the mountain to completely clear out the zombies. Although a few had slipped through the net, they were generally not a big threat. The survivors simply had nothing to do on the mountain. Fortunately, Su Chen had left them a number of playing cards and books before he left. Plus, He Wang and Sun Yuan often organized training for the survivors. Though the days were dull, they were quite comfortable. Great, brother He, you're still as sharp as ever. Sitting down in the common room, Su Chen glanced at Wu Li, whose belly was bulging beside He Wang, and couldn't help but tease. He Wang blushed and chuckled. It's a good thing you're back, Boss Su. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what I'd do in a few months. Lin Yingying, holding Wu Li's hand, chattered away. Boss Su, what have you been through while you were out there? Sun Yuan winked at Zhou Qing, who was standing behind Su Chen, and said with a grin. It's a long story. I explain it to you later when I have the chance. Su Chen smiled, then changed the subject. Actually, I came here to take you away from Phoenix Mountain. The survivors were stunned by these words. Chapter 193. Before leaving, Su Chen left He Wang, Sun Yuan, and the others with ample supplies. While not abundant, it was enough to last them for a long time. These days could be said to be the most comfortable they had lived since the apocalypse. He Wang and Sun Yuan had originally planned to follow Su Chen's instructions and cultivate farmland on the mountain after the snow and ice subsided. As long as they could be self-sufficient, Phoenix Mountain would be a paradise for them. But they had no idea that Su Chen had returned this time to take them away. Why? He Wang asked, somewhat puzzled. Su Chen glanced at the survivors, all of whom looked quite puzzled, and then slowly said, actually, the world outside is quite cruel. He briefly recounted the various zombies and zombie beasts he had encountered. As for the monsters he might encounter in the future, he made no mention. Although the zombies on the mountain have been cleared out. But what if some mutated zombies wander here one day? What will you do? After hearing Su Chen's words, the survivors' faces had varying expressions. Some looked indifferent, while others looked terrified. Those willing to leave with me, we leave this afternoon. Those who don't want to leave can stay here. Su Chen shrugged. There's no need to rush to give me an answer. We can talk after noon. The survivors looked at each other. They whispered to each other as they dispersed. After everyone else had left, Su Chen asked Zhou Qing and the other two to return to the RV. He then followed He Wang and Sun Yuan to the meeting room. Brother Su, why are you in such a hurry? Sun Yuan took the cigarette Su Chen offered him, took a puff, and couldn't help but ask. My situation in Shannon is a bit complicated. Su Chen also lit one for himself, puffing away. If you come with me, the living conditions there will be much better than here. But there will also be many dangers. So you decide for yourself. He didn't elaborate, mainly wanting to see what He Wang and Sun Yuan would decide. Don't worry, Brother Su. Since you asked, I definitely go. He Wang stated without hesitation. Not to mention that his survival was entirely thanks to Su Chen. Just think about his woman, Wu Li, who is now pregnant. If he doesn't leave with Su Chen, it will be difficult when the time comes for her to give birth. There's no one in Phoenix Mountain who knows medicine, so how can he deliver Wu Li's baby? I definitely go with you. Sun Yuan said hurriedly. That's fine. Su Chen smiled and patted their shoulders. Then let's go pack up. The two men put out their cigarettes, said goodbye to Su Chen, and quickly left. A long-awaited reunion. Su Chen had Lu Linger prepare a table of dishes. He also prepared Mouth Eye and enjoyed a delicious meal with He Wang, Sun Yuan, Zhou Xinhong, Li Dong, and the others. After noon, the survivors were gathered again. After some expressions of support, more than 80 of the 113 survivors on the mountain were willing to leave with Su Chen. As for those who were unwilling to leave, most of them belonged to the first level of the stratification Su Chen had previously classified. Su Chen didn't force them. Forcing people like them out would be pointless. They might even betray him later. Before leaving Shannon City, Su Chen had Yu Shoujing find him 2 working buses. He simply loaded them into his storage space. As they neared the resort hotel, Su Chen summoned the 2 buses and parked them on the side of the road. He had 2 survivors who knew how to drive bring them over. The buses had tire chains on their wheels, and the interiors had been modified to accommodate additional seating. 2 buses could easily accommodate around 100 people. The survivors, who didn't have much luggage, quickly boarded. At Su Chen's command, Zhou Qing started the nomadison and led the way. The 2 buses carrying He Wang, Sun Yuan, and other survivors followed closely behind. Those remaining on Phoenix Mountain watched the convoy depart, feeling a surge of elation. Although Su Chen led the survivors away, he didn't take the supplies they had left behind. With these supplies, the remaining people could live quite comfortably. But how could they have known that there would be no paradise in the apocalypse? The bus's performance wasn't as impressive as the Normadison's. Additionally, with its snow chains, it couldn't pick up speed. By the time the 3 buses lurched to the foot of Phoenix Mountain, it was already dark. Su Chen didn't want to drive all night and risk any accidents, so he ordered them to rest. To honor these people for leaving with him, he pulled out a generous amount of high-quality ingredients from his storage space and prepared a hearty dinner for them all. Su Chen sat by the campfire, drinking wine as he recounted his recent events to He Wang and Sun Yuan. The expressions on He Wang and Sun Yuan's faces after hearing his story were truly captivating. Mutated zombies, zombie beasts, viral vaccines. Wow, this all sounds like something out of a movie or a novel. To be honest, I'm hoping you can help me, too, Su Chen said softly. Since you asked, Brother Su, we won't refuse. He Yuan patted his chest. Yes, Brother Su, how do you want us to help you? Sun Yuan asked. First, select some of these people who are absolutely reliable. I plan to place them at the military base. The military base was incredibly important to Su Chen. He didn't intend to bring in unreliable people. That's no problem. People like Li Dong and Zhou Xinhong are reliable. Sun Yuan nodded. And I plan to help you 2 become evolvers. What do you think? Su Chen's idea was well thought out. It was impossible to keep the fact that one could become an evolver through the energy crystals and zombie heads a secret from everyone. After all, there would always be people, like Lu Xiaoshan and the Dai brothers, who became evolvers by accident. Since that was the case, why not proactively help those he trusted become evolvers? After all, he only needed to help the 2 of them get started. The subsequent evolution would depend on them. Really? I'm willing. Me too. He Wang and Sun Yuan were stunned for a moment, their hearts pounding with excitement. If it were true as Su Chen said, they would be eager to become evolvers. After all, in this apocalypse, only by becoming strong could one better survive. That's good. Su Chen nodded, holding out 2 energy crystals. Hold out your hand. Chapter 194. He Wang and Sun Yuan each extended a hand without hesitation. Su Chen took out his Nepalese machete and incised a wound on each of their palms. As the crimson blood slowly seeped out, Su Chen placed the energy crystal on top. Speaking of which, this was also the first time Su Chen had seen an ordinary person become an evolver. He Wang and Sun Yuan all stared intently at the energy crystal. Then, something astonished the 3 of them. First, the energy crystal in Sun Yuan's palm changed. Soiled by his blood, the grayish-white energy crystal began to tremble slightly. A moment later, it dissolved into tiny particles, all of which melted into Sun Yuan's wound. As the energy crystal disappeared, the wound on Sun Yuan's palm completely healed. Brother Sun, how are you feeling? Su Chen asked softly. I feel not bad. Sun Yuan stretched his body and picked up a nearby iron rod used for firewood. With a slight effort, he bent the rod. Although Sun Yan had previously been considered strong and could bend such a rod, he definitely couldn't do it so easily. Is this the power of an evolver? It feels so good. The usually calm Sun Yuan couldn't help but show a look of ecstasy, but He Wang, standing beside him, looked disappointed. For so long, the energy crystal in his hand hadn't reacted at all. Before the evolution ceremony began, Suchin had told him that not everyone could become an evolver. So, he probably didn't have the talent. Brother He, don't be too disappointed. Suchin patted He Wang's shoulder and soothed him. Even if you can't become an evolver, I still need you for many things in the future. Yes, Brother He, just wait until you have your child. Leave the fighting to me. Sun Yuan nodded in agreement. He Wang was already in his early 40s, several years older than Sun Yuan. His woman, Wu Li, was pregnant. For him, not being able to become an evolver was actually a good thing. Suchin was just right, letting him take the position of leader. You're right. He Wang sighed, his disappointment gone, and handed the energy crystal to Suchin. Suchin thought for a moment, then produced 10 more energy crystals, including He Wang's, and handed them to Sun Yuan. Brother Su, what are you doing? From now on, Brother Sun, you will be responsible for the armed protection of our team. Suchin said seriously, in that case, it's necessary to improve your strength. Although he had only just become an evolver, Sun Yuan could already sense the preciousness of energy crystals. Suchin not only helped him become an evolver, but also gave him so many energy crystals. How could Sun Yuan not be moved by this friendship and trust? Brother Su, don't worry. If I betray you in the future, I will definitely not have a good death. Sun Yuan patted his chest. Suchin smiled and said nothing more. Treasure or not betrayal isn't determined by words, but by actions. But Suchin had the utmost trust in Sun Yuan. Besides, with his current strength, even if Sun Yuan did betray him, he could easily deal with him. Okay, let's finish this drink and get some rest. We have to continue our journey tomorrow. Suchin smiled and raised his glass. Not long after Suchin and his group left Phoenix Mountain, an uninvited guest suddenly appeared outside the Yulton Hotel. He was a burly figure, wearing a black windbreaker, his head hidden by the hood, making his features unclear. He glanced up at the hotel building, then slowly walked inside. The remaining survivors were celebrating in the common room. They figured that having escaped Suchin and his companions, and with these supplies, they would at least have enough food and drink. When the extreme cold passed, they could plant the seeds left behind. In the apocalypse, these were like heaven. Although there was no alcohol or meat, the survivors were still enjoying themselves with a self-heating hot pot, compressed biscuits, instant noodles, and plain water. Just then, the uninvited guest in black suddenly walked in. Everyone was stunned by his sudden appearance, and the room fell silent. Who are you? Someone asked, unable to resist. The visitor didn't answer, but glanced around the room and said calmly, Where are Suchin and the others? Who are you anyway? A burly man stood up and walked towards the visitor, cursing. No, those two guys at the door, how could they let you in? Before he could finish his words, the visitor threw a lightning-fast punch. The punch struck the man squarely in the chest. He froze in place as if struck by lightning, and a moment later, he fell backward. The people nearby were startled and rushed forward to help him. However, only then did they realize that the man had been killed by a single blow. This guy is looking for trouble. Kill him! Everyone suddenly stood up, weapons in hand, and surrounded the newcomer. Surrounded by them, the newcomer didn't seem afraid. He slowly reached out and removed his hood, revealing his true face. When they saw his appearance clearly, everyone present was shocked. A Biao? No, Brother Biao? Yes. This uninvited guest was none other than the long-missing A Biao. Compared to before, A Biao looked even more muscular. His head was shaved clean, leaving him without even an eyebrow, and his cheeks were covered with scars, giving him a particularly ferocious look. A Biao glanced at them, his gaze landing on a former subordinate. Tell me, where is Suchin? The subordinate hesitating whether to speak. Seeing this, A Biao frowned, then rushed to the other man's side with lightning speed. He stretched out his large hand and grasped the man's neck. Crack! The younger brother's neck had been broken on the spot by him. Everyone gasped at the sight. Tell me, where is Suchin? A Biao's cold eyes turned to the other survivor. The survivor shuddered with fear and hurriedly said, Boss Su is gone. Gone? Where did he go? No, I don't know, Brother Biao. The survivor, with a mournful face, recounted how Suchin had returned yesterday and taken most of the survivors away. However, Suchin had been particularly cautious when he returned this time. Although he recounted what had happened, he didn't say where it had happened, nor did he say where he was taking everyone. A Biao's face was filled with disappointment after hearing this. Chapter 195. Brother Biao. The survivor was about to say something, but A Biao suddenly reached out, grabbed his neck, and twisted it hard. His eyes widened, and he died instantly. Such a cruel act shocked and enraged everyone present. Ah Biao, you gone too far. Brothers, fight him. They all raised their weapons, and rushed towards Ah Biao. However, Ah Biao seemed a different person this time. Even though he was surrounded by dozens of people, he showed no sign of panic. With just his fists and legs, he beat the survivors to a pulp. In the blink of an eye, most of the survivors were dead or wounded. Ah Biao, on the other hand, remained unscathed. Soon, only one survivor remained alive. Brother Biao, we have no grudges against each other. Please spare me. Watching Ah Biao approaching him, he panicked. At this moment, he was filled with immense regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have left with Su Chen. However, there's no such thing as regret. Ah Biao had already walked up to him, reached out, grabbed his neck, and twisted it hard. With this man dead, all the remaining survivors had been wiped out by Ah Biao alone, but Ah Biao didn't rush to leave. Instead, he found a chair and slowly sat down. Not long after, the first survivor Ah Biao had taken out. His body suddenly stirred. After struggling for a moment, it suddenly sat up. Its eyes had turned gray, and it had transformed into a zombie. After climbing to its feet, the zombie glanced around, finally settling on Ah Biao. Ouch! The zombie growled and lunged straight at Ah Biao. Ah Biao remained unfazed. He snatched up a machete from the ground and ripped the zombie's head clean off. The poor zombie fell headfirst to the ground. Ah Biao searched inside its head for a moment. When he found a grayish-white energy crystal, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He reached out, grasped the energy crystal, and a moment later, absorbed it into his body. With the resurrection of the first zombie, the subsequent survivors killed by Ah Biao also transformed into zombies. Ah Biao wielded his machete relentlessly, slashing every resurrected zombie. After removing the energy crystals from their heads, Ah Biao searched the hotel again, finding a large amount of supplies. He then left the Yulton Hotel. Before leaving, Ah Biao set it on fire. Looking at the flames engulfing the Yulton Hotel, a trace of resentment crossed his face. Su Chen, you bastard. I let you escape again. But just wait. One day, I find you and repay you. Ah Biao muttered to himself fiercely before heading north towards Phoenix Mountain. Su Chen was completely unaware of what had transpired on Phoenix Mountain. After a night's rest in the wilderness, he led the convoy back on the road the next morning. Su Chen didn't plan to take Yiwang, Sun Yuan, and the others south of the mountain. Instead, he took them directly to the military base. After a morning's journey, the group finally arrived at the base. When the base gate slowly opened and the bus drove in, the survivors gaped in amazement at the vastness of the complex. Oh my goodness, Boss Su, you managed to find such an amazing military base? Boss Su, you're so awesome. After Zhou Xinhong and Li Dong got out of the car, they couldn't help but exclaim in admiration for Su Chen. Enough, stop the flattery. Su Chen cursed with a laugh and directed everyone, start moving according to the previous arrangements. Last night, he had made arrangements for the survivors. Reliable and strong young men like Sun Yuan, Zhou Xinhong, and Li Dong were assigned as guards for the base. Su Chen would equip them with rifles and have them undergo daily training. As for the others, they would be assigned as logistics personnel, primarily responsible for the base's daily operations. After Su Chen had familiarized everyone with the base, they each set out. Sun Yuan and the others found the training room and began shooting training. The others began cleaning up the underground base. Although Su Chen had properly disposed of the bodies of those who had died in the base last time, but the traces of the previous battle hadn't been properly cleaned up. This task alone would take at least some time. At noon, everyone gathered in the dining area for lunch. Su Chen was generous with his gifts to the survivors, who had followed him to the underground base. He brought out all the supplies he had gathered recently. Among them were frozen meat, vegetables, spiced rice, and other extremely precious items in apocalypse times. Boss Su, running such a large base with just a few of us is a bit difficult. Yiwang offered advice to Su Chen while slurping his noodles. Although this base was built for 1,000 people, accommodating 2,000 or 3,000 shouldn't be a problem. But right now, Yiwang and his men combined number less than 100. For such a large base, it's still a bit insufficient. I know, but this is all we can do for now. Su Chen shrugged. He felt more confident in the survivors on Phoenix Mountain. But he still couldn't trust the Tiger Gang. He could only wait and select trustworthy survivors one by one and bring them over. I go back to Shannon first. I leave this here to you too, Su Chen instructed. Don't worry, Boss Su. He Wang and Sun Yuan nodded solemnly. Without saying anything, Su Chen summoned Zhou Qing and the other two women and took the elevator to the first floor. He drove the Nomadison directly out of the military base. As he left, the gates slammed shut again. After several hours of driving, the Nomadison gradually approached Shannon City. Just then, Yu Shoujing's voice suddenly came over the intercom. "Boss Su." "Calling Boss Su." "What's going on?" Su Chen picked up the intercom and responded. Yu Shoujing was visibly surprised at his voice. "The thing you asked me to keep an eye on has been resolved." Su Chen's heart stirred, and he ordered, "I be back right away." "We talk when I get back." "Yes." Su Chen increased the engine speed, and the Nomadison roared, picking up speed even more. "Brother Hui, why are we being so cautious?" A young man named Luo Hingxing from the Skywalker Alliance asked, somewhat puzzled. "Yeah, let's just break into the Tiger Gang, find Su Chen, and kill him." The others nodded in agreement. "All right, keep your voices down," Zheng Hui shouted softly. He glanced at the Tiger Gang member leading the way, making sure he hadn't heard, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 196. After deciding to go after Su Chen without Su Wenyue's knowledge, Zheng Hui began to plan. In addition to himself, he called in 5 other members of the Skywalker Alliance. Among them, Zheng Hui, Luo Hingxing, and another named Yang Chen were all intermediate-level evolvers. Yang Chen even possessed Ice-type abilities. Although the other 3 were only beginner-level evolvers, they possessed considerable combat experience. It's no exaggeration to say that Zheng Hui's 6-man team could easily take on even 2 or 3 intermediate-level zombies. While Su Wenhua led his men to investigate the disappearance of the zombies, Zheng Hui led his team out by Hai Yin Tian. But he didn't go directly to Su Chen, but instead sought out the members of the Fierce Tiger Gang. Pretending to be survivors struggling to survive alone in the wilderness, they expressed their willingness to join the Fierce Tiger Gang. Although the Fierce Tiger Gang now boasted a force of 2,000 to 3,000 men, it was still insufficient for the vast Shannon City. Besides the Tiger Gang, there were at least tens of thousands of survivors scattered throughout Shannon City. Fearing attacks from zombies or other humans, they hid in their rooms, afraid to come out. In fact, there were also groups of survivors numbering dozens or even hundreds of people. But there were no organizations, like the Tianxiang Pavilion and the Jiandun League. Every day, new survivors sought refuge with the Tiger Gang, seeking survival. Some were as few as 1 or 2, while others numbered more than a dozen. Thus, the Tiger Gang members didn't pay much attention to Zheng Hui and his companions, and took them to the person in charge of registration. This puzzled Yang Chen and the others. In their view, their own strength was so great that there was no need to hide. "We can defeat Su Chen, but what if that guy Su Chen has a gun?" Zheng Hui snorted coldly. "Even if he doesn't have a gun, he can't beat us. Won't he run away? If he runs, wouldn't our trip be in vain?" Yang Chen and the others thought about it, and agreed that what he said made sense, so they stopped talking. Not long after, Zheng Hui and his group followed the Tiger Gang members to the Tiger Gang's building. The building was heavily guarded, with Tiger Gang thugs on guard duty all around. Seeing this, Yang Chen and the others felt somewhat relieved. It was a good thing they had listened to Zheng Hui's advice, otherwise, if they had really rushed in, they would have had a hard time finding Su Chen. After a body search, Zheng Hui and the others entered the building. In a corner of the hall, several people were already queuing. All new Tiger Gang members were required to complete registration here and, depending on the situation, submit their supplies. The Tiger Gang would then arrange accommodations for them and assign them future tasks, thereby providing them with daily sustenance. As Zheng Hui and the others lined up, patiently waiting, a large man suddenly descended from the side stairs. Just by looking at his imposing presence and the number of followers following him, it was clear he was of unusual status. "Brother Yu." "Brother Jing." The Tiger Gang members all greeted Yu Shoujing. Yu Shoujing nodded slightly in response, then his gaze fell on Zheng Hui and the others. "Are all of you here to join our Tiger Gang?" "Yes, Brother Yu," the registration officer said quickly. "Is that so?" Yu Shoujing nodded again, pointing to the dozen or so people, including Zheng Hui, and said, "Our boss Su has a mission and needs help. Come with me." Upon hearing this, the other members of the Tiger Gang looked at Zheng Hui and the others with envy. Wow, they haven't even officially joined yet, and they already been sent on a mission by Boss Su. Everyone knows Boss Su is generous. Who knows if they get some goodies after this mission? Hey, maybe even get a rank upgrade. Listening to the discussions around them, the true survivors couldn't help but beam with joy. Yang Chen and the others were also excited. They had originally thought it would take some effort to meet Su Chen. It hadn't been so smooth, only Zheng Hui frowned, sensing something was amiss. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? They just arrived, and they were assigned to work for Su Chen? But Zheng Hui pondered carefully, and felt that his group hadn't revealed any flaws. It must be a coincidence, he thought to himself, whispering to his companions, "Come on. As soon as I start, you follow." Yang Chen and the others nodded repeatedly. A group of 12 followed Yu Shoujing and his companions outside. Yu Shoujing led them directly to the back of the building. "Take out all the buckets in here." Yu Shoujing pinched his nose and ordered. Due to the extremely low temperatures and the lack of running water, the restrooms in the building were no longer usable and frequently clogged. Later, Yu Yixiang had someone renovate them. While they could still be used, they required someone to periodically handle the accumulated waste. Look! Behind the building, several large plastic barrels were piled. Even with the lid closed, the strong stench could still be smelled. Zheng Hui and the others were nearly irritated. Since becoming evolvers, when had they ever done such menial work? But Yu Shoujing's next words had them obediently taking up their responsibilities. "Boss Su will come to inspect your work shortly. Do your best." To avoid alerting the enemy, Zheng Hui and the others had no choice but to obey. "Once we defeat Su Chen, I make him kneel down and sing conquer," Yang Chen said bitterly. After a busy period, Zheng Hui and the others finally cleaned up the excrement. As they were lining up, Yu Shoujing suddenly called out, "Boss Su is here. Stand at attention." The group immediately stood in a line. Zheng Hui looked in the distance and saw a handsome young man slowly approaching. Several other large men followed him. This man must be Su Chen. Zheng Hui took a deep breath, ready to attack once Su Chen approached. "Thank you for your hard work." Su Chen walked over to the first person, offering a few words of encouragement. He then took a bag of supplies from the person behind him and handed it to him. His demeanor and posture were reminiscent of a leader visiting impoverished households in the countryside. "What a show-off!" Zheng Hui grumbled furiously. He watched Su Chen approach, step by step, until he reached Luo Hengxing, who was standing next to Zheng Hui. Zheng Hui made up his mind to leave as soon as Su Chen reached him. However, at that moment, something unexpected happened. Instead of offering his condolences to Luo Hengxing as he had previously, Su Chen suddenly smiled and said, "You must be from the Skywalker Alliance, right?" As soon as these words came out, not only Luo Hengxing, but even Zheng Hui, Yang Chen, and the others standing nearby were stunned. Before they could react, Su Chen raised his hand, the black muzzle of his gun pointed at Luo Hengxing. Chapter 197. Bang! A single gunshot rang out. Luo Hengxing, an intermediate evolver, was shot in the head without a word. His death abruptly ended. His shattered brain and blood splattered all over Zheng Hui and the others nearby. At the same time, a faint gunshot suddenly rang out in the distance. Another junior evolver in the Skywalker Alliance team had been shot in the head. Until then, Zheng Hui, Yang Chen, and the others hadn't realized what had happened. Why had Su Chen suddenly attacked? But Su Chen didn't give them a chance to react, aiming his gun at Zheng Hui again. Faced with the threat of death, Zheng Hui unleashed his potential as an intermediate evolver. He stomped his foot and quickly dodged to the side, hiding behind a nearby survivor. "Attack!" Zheng Hui roared. Yang Chen also reacted, clasping his hands in the air. The snow on the ground, as if sensing something, flew up rapidly. Accompanied by the whistling sound of the wind, the snowstorm grew stronger, threatening to obscure the sky and the sun. Even from a few meters away, Su Chen couldn't clearly see the figures of Zheng Hui, Yang Chen, and the others. Is this an ice-based ability? It seems much more powerful than Zhao Yu's. As Su Chen and Zheng Hui fought, Yu Shoujing and the ordinary survivors had already fled. Only Su Chen, Zheng Hui, Yang Chen, and two other members of the Skywalker Alliance remained on the battlefield. "Master, I can't see them." Zhou Qing's voice came through Su Chen's headset. Yes. It was Zhou Qing who had just shot and killed a junior evolver. To secure her position by Su Chen's side, she not only learned to drive the Normedicine, but also diligently practiced her gun skills in private. Before engaging Zheng Hui, Su Chen had Zhou Qing ambush atop a nearby tall building with a sniper rifle. No rush. With this heavy snow and wind, they won't be able to see us. Su Chen held his pistol in one hand and his dagger in the other. He stared intently ahead, wary of the enemy pouncing at any moment. Elsewhere, under the cover of the snow and wind, Yang Chen gathered Zheng Hui and two other companions. "Brother Hui, what's going on? How did Su Chen discover us?" The wind was so strong that Yang Chen had to shout. Zheng Hui frowned. He had no idea how Su Chen knew their identities. But the situation was already like this. 2 of our men have died. We must take down Su Chen for revenge. Keep summoning ice and snow to protect us. Let's find Su Chen and kill him, Zheng Hui said fiercely. Although Luo Hengxing was dead, he and Yang Chen were both mid-level psychics. They still had the advantage against Su Chen. Brother Hui, hurry up. I can't hold out much longer. Maintaining such a blanket of snow and wind was quite a struggle for Yang Chen. In the freezing temperatures, his forehead was already covered in beads of sweat. Zheng Hui called his 2 companions and began searching for Su Chen. The clearing was small to begin with, but within moments, Zheng Hui spotted a faint shadow not far away. The other survivors might not have had enough time to escape. Who else could be left here besides Su Chen? Zheng Hui patted his 2 companions and pointed at a nearby shadow, signaling them to follow him. The 3 of them crouched and cautiously approached. When they were less than 3 meters away, Zheng Hui didn't hesitate, dagger in hand, and rushed towards the shadow. Although he was already an intermediate evolver, his strength greatly increased. But when he hunted zombies, Zheng Hui still used weapons, which saved him a lot of effort. The other 2 companions also grasped their weapons, and followed closely behind Zheng Hui. Swish! Zheng Hui's dagger pierced the shadow with ease. But his expression changed. He could sense that the person he had stabbed was not a human. Zheng Hui looked closely, and saw that it was not Su Chen. It was just a dummy made of miscellaneous items, covered with a coat. Under normal circumstances, Zheng Hui would have recognized it at a glance. But amidst the icy snow, he couldn't tell the difference. Oh no! We've fallen into a trap. Zheng Hui's heart sank, and he instinctively dodged to the side. Then, gunshots rang out like firecrackers, bang, bang, bang. Zheng Hui's 2 companions weren't as lucky, they were instantly riddled with bullets. Without time to mourn for his companions, Zheng Hui quickly retreated into the blizzard. Despite being an intermediate evolver, he was still a carbon-based creature, and there was no way he could physically withstand rifle bullets. Su Chen climbed to his feet, shook off the snow, and a sneer crossed his face. It seemed the Skywalker Alliance wasn't very experienced in combat. I just set a trap, and they've fallen for it. Elsewhere, after Zheng Hui escaped, he found Yang Chen again. Brother Hui, what happened? Yang Chen's face had turned pale. That Su Chen. He killed our 2 brothers again. Zheng Hui said bitterly. Huh? Hearing this, Yang Chen was stunned. He had thought that with such a strong team, Su Chen would be a piece of cake. But to their surprise, they hadn't even touched Su Chen's hair before an intermediate evolver and 3 primary evolvers were killed. What a fight! Yang Chen felt a little frightened and was momentarily considering retreating. Brother Hui, how about we retreat? Zheng Hui hesitated, realizing there was no point in staying any longer. Su Chen had a rifle, and there was a sniper in the distance. They were completely at a disadvantage. Okay, let's retreat. Zheng Hui nodded. Just as the 2 of them were about to retreat under the cover of the blizzard, a yellow shadow suddenly flew out from a short distance, aiming directly at Yang Chen. Yang Chen, with his back turned, was completely unaware of this. Zheng Hui, however, reacted quickly and shouted, "Watch out!" Yang Chen was startled and instinctively dodged. The yellow shadow had originally been heading for Yang Chen's head. But as he dodged, it struck his shoulder instead. Yang Chen felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, as if his shoulder blade had shattered. His mind was in turmoil, and he could no longer maintain control of the blizzard. In a moment, the howling wind died down, and the fluttering snowflakes fell to the ground. It was only then that Zheng Hui and Yang Chen realized that their attacker was a yellow-orange cat. But the pupils of this yellow-orange cat were a strange grayish-white. It was a zombie beast. Zheng Hui was startled. However, he had forgotten that there was a sniper watching closely from afar. Chapter 198. Just as the blizzard dissipated, Zhou Qing, in the distance, found her sight unobstructed. She raised her sniper rifle and locked onto Yang Chen, who had been shot by the ginger cat. Bang! After a single shot, Yang Chen's head erupted in a shocking display of blood in the scope. Yang Chen. Zheng Hui's eyes blazed with rage as he watched his companion tragically die before his eyes again. Su Chen, however, remained unmoved and secretly began scanning. Target type, Human Evolver. Combat Power Rating, G. After knowing the opponent's combat power, Su Chen felt relieved and instructed through his headset, "Qinger, hold off on shooting." "Spare him?" "Yes, master." Zhou Qing responded obediently, but did not put away her sniper rifle. If Su Chen were ever in danger, she would immediately shoot. After helping Zhou Qing eliminate Yang Chen, Ming Qi returned and leaped onto Su Qin's shoulder. It meowed a few times at Su Qin, as if to claim credit. Su Qin patted its head, and then looked at Zheng Hui. Did Su Wenwei send you? Zheng Hui, cradling Yang Chen's body, was lost in agony. At Su Qin's words, he suddenly raised his head, his eyes red. Su Qin, you killed so many of my friends. I must kill you to avenge you. Hearing this, Su Qin smiled. I already had Wang Xin tell you that from now on, we keep our distance. You were the ones who had the audacity to come and provoke me. And now you're blaming me for killing your friends. If I don't kill you, am I going to wait for you to do it? Zheng Hui choked, unsure how to answer Su Qin. Wasn't it to capture Su Qin that they sneaked into the Tiger Gang this time? Stop talking nonsense. Today, it's either you or me. Zheng Hui simply stopped his verbal attacks and rushed towards Su Qin, dagger in hand. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Su Qin. To an ordinary person or a junior evolver, Zheng Hui's speed was incredibly fast. But to Su Qin, it seemed rather slow. Su Qin easily dodged Zheng Hui's attack. He then swung a backhanded knife, striking Zheng Hui's wrist. Where he held the knife, Zheng Hui groaned, feeling his wrist nearly shatter. He lost control of the dagger and dropped it to the snow. Before he could make another move, Su Qin kicked him in the knee. His legs gave way, and he involuntarily fell to his knees. To outsiders, it looked like a gesture of submission to Su Qin, but Su Qin had no intention of letting Zheng Hui go. He raised his knee again and delivered a powerful knee strike, striking Zheng Hui in the face. A sharp pain washed over Zheng Hui, and he blacked out, falling face down to the ground. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. Zheng Hui, an intermediate evolver, was instantly defeated by Su Qin. With such low skill, you dare to trouble me? Su Qin stepped forward, looking down at Zheng Hui. Reluctant to accept this, Zheng Hui struggled to get up and fight Su Qin to the death. However, Su Qin's previous series of attacks had been incredibly powerful. Zheng Hui's head was groggy, and his arms and knees felt crippled, making it impossible for him to stand. Fortunately, his body had been strengthened, otherwise, Su Qin would have killed him long ago. Why are you so strong? Zheng Hui asked weakly, giving up his struggle. He simply couldn't understand why. As an intermediate-level evolver, he was so vulnerable before Su Qin. Could Su Qin be the advanced evolver Su Wenwei had mentioned? The reason was simple. Su Qin had previously conducted some research. One only needed to absorb one energy crystal to become a low-level evolver. To become a primary evolver, one needed at least 50. As for an intermediate evolver, that required over 300. However, unlike Zheng Hui and other evolvers, Su Qin relied on system strengthening. Each strengthening required far more energy crystals than an ordinary evolver. This was why, despite being an intermediate evolver, Su Qin was so much stronger than Zheng Hui. Of course, Su Qin didn't explain all that to Zheng Hui. He simply replied with 4 words, if you're new, just practice more. Zheng Hui's face flushed crimson, and he nearly died from choking. You win. If you're going to fight, do it quickly. Su Qin stared at Zheng Hui for a moment, then waved to Yu Shoujing, who was standing nearby. Capture him. You won't kill me? Zheng Hui was a little surprised. But Su Qin didn't intend to waste time on him. He turned to Yu Shoujing, who was approaching, and said, capture him. Send someone to watch him. Don't let him get away. Yes, Boss Su. Yu Shoujing called over 2 of his men, and had them carry Zheng Hui to his feet. After being brutally beaten by Su Qin, Zheng Hui was now powerless to resist, and could only allow the survivors to do as they pleased. After everyone else had left, Su Qin slowly walked over to the bodies of Luo Hengxing, Yang Chen, and the others. Amidst the blood, he found 3 light pink primary energy crystals, and 2 slightly darker intermediate energy crystals. Ding! Successfully absorbing the primary energy crystals, gaining 253 energy points. Ding! Successfully absorbing the primary energy crystals, gaining 260 energy points. Ding! Successfully absorbing the primary energy crystals, gaining 243 energy points. Those chosen by Zheng Hui to fight Su Qin were no rookies. The 3 primary evolvers alone provided Su Qin with over 750 energy points. Su Qin then picked up the intermediate energy crystals. Ding! Successfully absorbed the intermediate energy crystal, gaining 309 energy points. Ding! Successfully absorbed the intermediate energy crystal, gaining 305 energy points. Su Qin couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The 5 members of the Skywalker Alliance had provided a total of 1,370 energy points. Including what Su Chen had accumulated previously, he now had 2,250 energy points, more than enough for his next upgrade. Just then, the system suddenly issued another notification. Congratulations, host, for gaining the talent for controlling ice and snow. Su Chen was stunned at first, then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. He had previously killed Dang Howren and absorbed his energy crystal, gaining the talent for rapid self-healing. At the time, Su Chen had speculated that if he could absorb the energy crystals contained by evolvers and monsters with special skills or talents, he might gain their special skills or talents. However, later on, Su Chen had only encountered the mutated Big Orange. After absorbing its energy crystal, there was no reaction. Su Chen still thought his deduction was wrong. But today, it seems his deduction was correct. Chapter 199. I must have absorbed the energy crystal of the evolver, who possessed the ice power, to gain the talent for controlling ice and snow. Su Chen didn't bother upgrading, and quickly opened his personal attribute panel. Doomsday Fortress RV System. RV Level 5. Energy points required for upgrade, 500. Current energy points, 2250. Vehicle durability, 100%. When durability reaches 0, the RV will be scrapped. It can be repaired using energy points. Storage space. Energy store. Enhancement options. Skin test. In the talent column, in addition to the marksmanship talent and rapid self-healing, there was also a new one, control of ice and snow. But what puzzled Su Chen was that control of ice and snow was grayed out. Aside from that, he didn't notice any difference. System, what's going on? Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. The talent is not activated yet and cannot be used. A pop-up window appeared. Su Chen's face darkened. Well, was all this excitement for nothing? But after a brief moment of disappointment, he regained his composure. Although he couldn't use his talent, at least he had it. As long as he activated it later, he could use it normally. By then, he'd be an evolver with superpowers. I just didn't know how to activate his talent. Su Chen shook his head, temporarily putting his talent aside, and turning on the enhancement function again. Strengthen your body. With a thought, 2,000 energy points were instantly consumed. The familiar heat flow reappeared within Su Chen's body. But compared to the previous times, this time it lasted even shorter, barely 5 or 6 seconds. After it ended, Su Chen waited for a long time, but the system didn't respond. What was going on? He opened the combat power rating, and it was still only G+. Su Chen's brows furrowed. He had only upgraded twice from G to G+. But at the G+ stage, he had already upgraded 4 times, and still hadn't advanced. What was going on? Su Chen closed his eyes, sensing the state of his body. He could sense that the energy within him was becoming exceptionally abundant. Like a shaken bottle of cola, ready to burst forth as soon as the cap was unscrewed, but even so, he hadn't improved. It seemed the conditions for advancing from G to F were extremely harsh. Su Chen sighed and accepted this fact. Meow meow meow. Meng Qi nudged Su Chen from his shoulder. It seemed to be hinting to Su Chen, you already absorbed all the energy. Shouldn't you share some energy crystals with me? Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. He took out a few and handed them to Meng Qi. In fact, he was able to defeat Zheng Hui and his group thanks to Meng Qi. When Su Chen released Wang Xinyu and Zhao Yu, he had originally planned to send someone to follow them and locate the Skywalker Alliance. But considering they were both evolvers, ordinary survivors wouldn't be able to complete the mission. So, Su Chen instructed Meng Qi to follow Wang Xinyu and Zhao Yu. To his surprise, Meng Qi completed the mission brilliantly, successfully tracking the two and discovering the Skywalker Alliance base. Although he had no intention of turning against the Skywalker Alliance, he still had to be cautious. Su Chen instructed Yu Shoujing to arrange for several men to lie in ambush outside the Skywalker Alliance building. Report anything they discover immediately. Zheng Hui and his group were heading towards the Tiger Gang, only to be spotted by the assigned spies. This led to today's scene. These 5 Skywalker Alliance members were no weaklings, like Wang Xinyu and Zhao Yu. By killing them, Su Chen would have completely severed ties with the Skywalker Alliance. What awaited him next was probably Su Wenyue's revenge. Su Chen had deliberately spared Zheng Hui's life, hoping he could use him to threaten the Skywalker Alliance. Su Wenwei, I hope you won't be so ungrateful. Su Chen stroked Meng Qi's head and gazed toward the north of Shannon City. His eyes gradually grew colder. A few days later, at the Skywalker Alliance base. As before, Wang Xinyu, Zhao Yu, and the others were watching their companions sparring. Just then, a flurry of footsteps could be heard. Everyone looked up and saw Su Wenwei, who had been away from the base for several days, returning. His face was pale, however. The several companions who had left with him also looked distressed. Not only were some injured, but several were also missing. Seeing their bewildered state, everyone was startled and hurried forward. "Brother Su, what's wrong with you?" Wang Sinyu's heart sank. Su Wenwei had left the base this time to investigate the decline in the zombie population. Those who had accompanied him were all the more powerful members of the organization. Yet the outcome was still so disastrous. What terrible danger had they encountered? Su Wenwei took the water his companion offered him and drank it all in one gulp. He didn't answer Wang Sinyu's question, but instead glanced around, then asked in confusion, "Where are Zheng Hui and the others?" Wang Sinyu exchanged glances with Zhao Yu and the others, their expressions slightly awkward. Almost everyone in the Skywalker Alliance, save for Su Wenwei and a few others, knew that Zheng Hui had led his men to cause trouble for Su Chen. "Tell me quickly, what on earth was he doing?" Su Wenwei noticed everyone's expressions and sensed something was amiss. Wang Sinyu had no choice but to tell the truth. "What? Zheng Hui is so impulsive." Su Wenwei was furious. He can't possibly defeat a formidable foe like Su Chen. If they really wanted to cause trouble for Su Chen, we should have gone together. Seeing this, Wang Sinyu wondered, Brother Hui is at least an intermediate evolver, and he's accompanied by Yang Chen, Luo Hengxing and the others. How could he not be a match for Su Chen? Because he is my destined opponent. Su Wenwei sighed deeply. Wang Sinyu, Zhao Yu, and the others were speechless. You guys should get some rest, so we can rescue Zheng Hui and the others. We can't abandon our companions. Su Wenwei said sternly. Everyone nodded in agreement. Norma Descend. With his incredible reflexes, Su Chen defeated Erlangshan Yang Jian in a single blow. As soon as he put down the game controller, Yu Shoujing's voice rang out over the intercom. Hello, Boss Su. What's going on? Su Chen picked up the intercom and asked. Aside from not finding any zombies, nothing seems amiss. Okay, I understand. Su Chen put down the intercom and fell into deep thought. For the past few days, while he was wary of retaliation from the Skywalker Alliance, he was also constantly searching for zombies. But the zombies seemed to have vanished without a trace. For several days, he hadn't encountered a single zombie. Chapter 200. Su Chen simply stayed in the car and continued making phone calls. He asked Yu Xiang, Yu Shoujing, and other members of the Tiger Gang to help him search for the zombies. But to his surprise, the Tiger Gang, with its thousands of members, hadn't found anything. This wasn't just strange, it was downright bizarre. Shannon City wasn't Phoenix Mountain. With a population of hundreds of thousands, how could there not be a single zombie? The zombies couldn't have been killed, so there was only one possibility, they were dormant. But the question was, zombies have no intelligence, no thoughts. Why would they choose to lie dormant? Is it possible? Could such a powerful mutant zombie command ordinary zombies? Su Chen thought it was possible. When he had previously explored the underground base, he had witnessed Dang Howren subdue several low-level mutant zombies. Those zombies obeyed Dang Howren's every command. Drag all captured humans to Dang Howren for him to feast on. If that's the case, why couldn't there be a mutant among the zombies? This raises a new question. If his guess is correct, then what's the purpose of that mutant gathering all the zombies? Su Chen gazed out the window at the icy snow, his eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, his heart sank. He suddenly remembered his past life, struggling to survive in the survivor base. Every once in a while, a wave of zombies would attack the base. At the time, Su Chen simply assumed that the survivors within the base had attracted the zombies' attention. But now, thinking about it, something seemed amiss. Could it be that a powerful mutant zombie was commanding the ordinary zombies to attack the base? If that were the case, then the mutant zombie in Shannon City, summoning all the zombies, was also planning to attack humans? But there didn't seem to be any large survivor bases around Shannon City. No! Su Chen's body trembled violently. He suddenly remembered that the Tiger Gang's building was a large survivor base. At Su Chen's suggestion, the Dai brothers had occupied the Shield Alliance's building as their base. To prevent zombie harassment, they had men build a perimeter wall using rebar, iron plates, and other materials. This wall enclosed the Tiger Gang's building and several nearby buildings. Most of the Tiger Gang members lived within the wall. Su Chen suddenly remembered that Yu Xiang had complained to him some time ago. He said a large group of zombies attacked the Tiger Gang base, but he had sent his men to lead them away. Combining all these signs, the truth behind the zombie disappearance was about to be revealed. A powerful mutant zombie had summoned all the ordinary zombies to launch an attack on the Tiger Gang's base. While it sounded far-fetched, it was the only plausible explanation. Sherlock Holmes once said, after eliminating the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how implausible, must be the truth. His. Suchin gasped and involuntarily stood up. He paced back and forth in the car. After the initial fear of the zombies, humans discovered that they weren't particularly scary after all. Although their physical abilities were somewhat superior to humans, humans possessed intelligence, the ability to use tools, and the ability to work as a team, resulting in a crushing defeat. Whether in Phoenix Mountain or Shannon City, many survivors relied on hunting zombies to exchange supplies with Suchin. The problem was, they were only dealing with small-scale zombies. No one knew better than Suchin the horror of a true zombie swarm. The zombies swarmed across the mountains, frantically attacking the defenses. They practically trampled on one another to scale the tens of meter-high walls. Even heavy machine gun fire couldn't wipe them out. It was only thanks to the endless tide of zombies that the zombies were able to conquer human base after human base. I hope my guess is wrong. Otherwise, if a zombie tide truly arrived, the Tiger Gang's base's crude defenses wouldn't be able to stop it. But then again, if it's true, I must be prepared. Suchin paused. Just as he was about to contact Yui Xiong, his intercom rang. Boss Su, something's wrong. The Skywalker Alliance is coming. They sent someone, saying they want to meet with you, Boss Su. Yu Shoujing's voice was tinged with nervousness. Suchin's heart skipped a beat. How many are they? At least 30. It seems the Skywalker Alliance has gone all out. Suchin had expected this day to come, so he wasn't panicked. Putting the zombie tide aside for the moment, he said in a deep voice, I understand. Keep them calm. After ending contact with Yu Shoujing, Suchin picked up another intercom and said, prepare for action. Yes. A cold glint flashed in Suchin's eyes at the sound of the intercom. If the Skywalker Alliance truly doesn't know what's good for them, then I won't be polite either. Outside the Tiger Gang's base, 30 or 40 figures stood in a large open space. They were all members of the Skywalker Alliance. At the forefront was none other than their leader, Su Wenwei. Although there were only a few dozen of them, Yui Xiong and Yu Shoujing, peering out from the building, felt a heavy weight on their hearts. They had witnessed the power of the Evolvers before. For example, just think of that Yang Chen last time, who summoned a blizzard with a wave of his hand. He was simply too powerful. The Skywalker Alliance, with so many men descending at once. Would Boss Su be a match for them? Just as the two of them were feeling uneasy, Suchin's steady voice echoed from behind. Where are they? Boss Su, they're right outside. Seeing Suchin's calm face, the two men breathed a sigh of relief and pointed out the window. Got it, I go meet them right away. Suchin nodded and prepared to head outside. Boss Su, this? Isn't it too dangerous? Yu Shoujing asked a bit worriedly. Don't worry, I'm on top of it. Suchin smiled faintly and headed downstairs. A moment later, the gate to the wall opened, and Suchin slowly walked out. You really didn't disappoint me. Although he had never met Suchin, Su Wenwei was certain it was Suchin who came out. Suchin looked him over and curled his lips. You really disappoint me. Why do you say that? Su Wenwei was stunned. I already warned you that we wouldn't interfere with each other. I didn't expect you to send someone to cause trouble. Suchin said calmly. No, Boss Su, you misunderstood. Su Wenwei waved his hands and hurriedly explained that was entirely Zheng Hui's own decision. I have no intention of becoming your enemy. Chapter 201. Why does Su Wenwei's words imply he doesn't intend to become his enemy? Suchin felt a little confused, but remained calm. Then what's your purpose in bringing so many people here today? I came here simply to clear up the misunderstanding and pick up Zheng Hui and the others, Su Wenwei said sternly. I see. I'm sorry. Except Zheng Hui, I already taken out everyone else. Suchin shrugged. Although he was apologizing, there wasn't a trace of apology in his words. Hearing his words, Su Wenwei was startled. The Skywalker Alliance members nearby were also in an uproar. Zheng Hui, Luo Hengxing, and Yang Chen were all intermediate-level evolvers. Yang Chen even possessed ice and snow abilities. Although the other three were only beginner-level evolvers, their strength should not be underestimated. Yet, such an elite team was wiped out by Suchin, leaving only Zheng Hui, Wang Xinyu, Xiao Yu, and the others even suspected Suchin of lying. Damn! Are you really my destined opponent? Su Wenwei said angrily. Suchin's face darkened. Damn it! Have you watched too much hot-blooded anime? So do you want to avenge them? Or just retreat? For a moment, everyone's eyes turned to Su Wenwei. Is there really no way? Su Wenwei stared at Suchin, his tone somewhat fanatical. You're just like me, and the other evolvers. We were all chosen by heaven to become evolvers. As the best of humanity, we should unite and lead humanity to survive the apocalypse. Help humanity preserve the flame of civilization and rebuild our homeland. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Xinyu, Xiao Yu, and the others nearby burst into thunderous applause. Su Chen almost laughed out loud. Just as Wang Xinyu had said, this Su Wenwei is truly a middle school kid. He still needs the harshness of society. If you didn't have superpowers, with your personality, you probably have died countless times. Su Chen suppressed a laugh and waved his hand. Forget it, I'm not particularly interested. Su Chen, don't be so shameless. You killed so many of us, and Brother Su still gives you this kind of respect. Why are you so arrogant? Seeing Su Chen's determination, several members of the Skywalker Alliance erupted in anger. One evolver with a useful superpower even raised his hands. In the distance, a wrecked car suddenly appeared to be floating in midair. Su Chen's heart trembled. The other person seemed to possess telekinetic powers. With a wave of his hand, the car swiftly barreled towards Su Chen. Luckily, Su Chen dodged in time, avoiding the impact. Bang! The car slammed into the wall behind Su Chen. With a roar, the wall collapsed. Looking for death. Su Chen's face darkened, and he shouted into his headset, "Everyone, come out!" With a command, 20 or 30 figures suddenly appeared from the surrounding buildings. Although they were some distance away, Su Wenwei, Wang Xinyu, and the others could clearly see that they were all holding rifles. All members of the Skywalker Alliance were being targeted by rifles. Cold sweat suddenly dripped from Su Wenwei's head. After capturing Zheng Hui and killing Yang Chen and the others, Su Chen considered the possibility of Skywalker Alliance retaliation. So he contacted the military base and had Sun Yuan and his guards rush over. Although the Skywalker Alliance members were all evolvers, they were still mortals after all. Su Wenwei and the others were in such a large open space. Any movement would result in simultaneous fire from so many rifles. If they were hit by a rifle bullet, they would either die or be crippled. Su Wenwei realized the seriousness of the situation and shouted, "Stop!" The evolver who had previously attacked Su Chen with telekinesis was startled and quickly retreated, fearing that Su Chen would impulsively order the shooting. "Boss Su, don't shoot!" Su Wenwei shouted. "Are you afraid of a gun pointed at your head?" Su Chen sneered and said slowly, "Give me a reason not to shoot. Spilling blood for unnecessary disputes isn't worth it." Su Wenwei said righteously. Su Chen was a bit amused. "Okay, I'm convinced. Promise me that from now on, we keep our distance, and I let you go. People like you wouldn't go back on their word, right?" Su Wenwei seemed insulted and instantly enraged. "You're questioning my character. I'm a man determined to save the world. How could I disregard my honor over such a trivial matter? I can promise you. As expected, when dealing with a gentleman, you should deceive him with your own methods." Su Chen chuckled inwardly. "In that case, then you can leave. A man with Su Wenwei's personality is easy to manipulate." Su Chen had no doubt he would go back on his word. Just as Su Chen turned around and prepared to return to the base, Su Wenwei called out to him. "Boss Su, wait a moment. What's wrong? You just said Zheng Hui isn't dead?" "Yes, what's wrong?" Su Wenwei hesitated, then said cautiously, "Zheng Hui is our friend. I can't abandon him. Please, return him to me." Su Chen was instantly amused upon hearing this. "Zheng Hui is now my prisoner. I can't give him back to you for nothing. According to medieval rules, you should find a way to redeem him." "You're kidding. Zheng Hui's head is worth at least 300 energy crystals. He's asking me to hand him over for nothing. That's impossible." "So what does Boss Su want in exchange?" Su Wenwei asked distressfully. "Food or gold?" "I'm not interested in either." Su Chen flatly refused. Gold was useless to him. As for food, you're kidding. In the apocalyptic world, no one probably has more food than Su Chen. "So what does Boss Su want?" "What I want is simple." Su Chen's lips curled up slightly, revealing a sinister smile. "I heard you have exotic crystals. If you hand over all the exotic crystals you collected, I let him go." Hearing this, Su Wenwei was stunned for a moment, then glared at Wang Xinyu and Xiao Yu with a hint of anger. With Zheng Hui's personality, there was no way he would tell Su Chen about something as secretive as the exotic crystals. Then only Wang Xinyu and Xiao Yu could do it. Wang Xinyu and Xiao Yu looked rather embarrassed, their heads lowered, not daring to look at Su Wenwei. Chapter 202. Su Wenwei waved his hand helplessly. "Okay, I promise." "That's good. I release Zheng Hui once you deliver the exotic crystals. I hope you won't let me down." Su Chen smiled contentedly. Su Wenwei said nothing more and left with the Skywalker Alliance. After they left, Su Chen returned to the base building. Sun Yuan and the others put away their rifles and approached. Boss Su, why did you let them go? If you don't let them go, are you really going to kill them? Su Chen asked with a smile. He wasn't a chainsaw killer. Unless Su Wenwei was absolutely determined to fight him, he was just being bored and had to kill them. Although killing them would yield a large amount of energy crystals, the energy he had now was of no use to Su Chen. After the last enhancement, the option to strengthen his body had become grayed out. Su Chen judged. Before he breaks through to have combat power, he probably won't be able to strengthen further. In that case, even more energy would be of little use to Su Chen right now. It would be better to return Zheng Hui in exchange for the exotic crystal. Most importantly, Su Chen hasn't fully investigated the disappearance of the zombies. What if, as he suspected, there's a powerful zombie threatening the Tiger Gang? It would be unwise to create a mortal feud with the Skywalker Alliance again. Sun Yuan nodded and said nothing more. Led by Yu Shoujing, Su Chen arrived at the basement of the Tiger Gang building. Zheng Hui, who had been captured alive earlier, was being held there. Considering his physical enhancement ability, Yu Shoujing, following Su Chen's instructions, kept him under close observation. He was bound with heavy iron chains, which rattled at the slightest movement. 4 or 5 men were surrounding Zheng Hui, wielding compound crossbows. If Zheng Hui made any unusual movement, they would immediately shoot. Even after several days, the internal injuries Su Chen had inflicted hadn't fully healed. Zheng Hui, pale as a pale face, gazed upon Su Chen as he entered, a look of resentment on his face. If you want to kill me, do it quickly, and don't humiliate me. No, no, no. Su Chen shook his finger, smiling. I won't kill you, don't worry. What do you mean? Zheng Hui frowned. Nothing. Your big brother Su is here. He's willing to trade you for the exotic crystal. Hearing this, Zheng Hui was stunned at first, then became agitated. Su Chen, you bastard. Kill me now. He was proud by nature, and would rather die than see Su Wenwei offer his life in exchange for his own. That's not up to you. Su Chen didn't bother to waste any more time with Zheng Hui, and instructed the Tiger Gang members to keep a close eye on him. Su Wenwei was true to his word. The very next day after his departure, he brought the Skywalker Alliance members to the Tiger Gang's base. At his instruction, Wang Xinyu approached Su Chen, holding a cardboard box. Boss Su, this is the exotic crystal you requested. Su Chen took the box from Wang Xinyu. At first, it felt light, as if it didn't hold much. He opened the box, and saw a palm-sized stone inside. It was a pale silver, with a faint sheen flowing through it. Is this the exotic crystal? Su Chen picked up the stone, and toyed with it in his palm. As Wang Xinyu had said, the exotic crystal was incredibly light. Just then, Su Chen noticed another piece of what appeared to be polished exotic crystal in the box. It seemed the Skywalker Alliance had previously conducted research on exotic crystals. Boss Su, how is it? Are you satisfied? Seeing Su Chen didn't respond, Su Wenwei couldn't help but ask. Satisfied? Very satisfied. Su Chen smiled and pretended to put the 2 exotic crystals into his pockets, but in reality, he was putting them into his storage compartment. He turned and waved to Yu Xiong and Yu Shoujing upstairs. Not long after, Zheng Hui was escorted out at gunpoint by Sun Yuan and the others. Brother Su. Looking at Su Wenwei before him, Zheng Hui's face was filled with guilt. We're friends. I won't give up on you. Su Wenwei patted Zheng Hui's shoulder, without accusing him. How touching. Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. If nothing else, please go back. Oh, and don't forget our agreement. Su Wenwei gave Su Chen a deep look before leaving the Tiger Gang base with Zheng Hui and the others. Watching the Skywalker Alliance disappear into the snow-covered city, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. If nothing unexpected happened, his feud with the Skywalker Alliance would be over for now. Su Chen instructed Yu Xiong and Yu Shoujing to continue sending out men to search for any traces of the zombies. At the same time, he also took out several drones and handed them to Sun Yuan and others, asking them to assist the Tiger Gang. He himself returned to the RV and began studying the exotic crystal. Wow, what is this? It looks so beautiful. Seeing the plump exotic crystal in Su Chen's hand, Lu Linger was immediately surprised. Hearing the commotion, Zhou Qing and Lin Yingying also leaned over. The women's eyes lit up, thinking Su Chen had brought them some jewelry. This thing is called an exotic crystal. Su Chen told the 3 women about the Skywalker Alliance's research on the exotic crystal. After hearing this, the 3 women suddenly understood. But it looks so beautiful. Does it really have any lethality? Zhou Qing asked curiously. Su Chen thought for a moment, and took out the thin piece of exotic crystal that the Skywalker Alliance had polished. He then pulled out a dagger and slammed the two together. The alien crystal silently cleaved the dagger in two, as if it were a knife slicing tofu. The shard of the dagger fell to the ground with a clang. Seeing this, everyone in the car was shocked. Although the dagger Suchin had taken out wasn't made of top-tier material, the fact that the alien crystal could cut through it so easily, without any damage to itself, was a testament to its strength. Suchin remembered what Wang Xinyu had said. The alien crystal could withstand bullets, and even absorb supernatural attacks. So he stood up, and walked out of Nomadison. He found an open space near the RV, and placed the alien crystal there. Suchin raised a rifle, and aimed at the alien crystal. Bang! With a single gunshot, the alien crystal was sent flying. Suchin quickly walked over, picked it up, and examined it carefully. As expected, the alien crystal is spotless, not even a bullet hole, not even a trace. Wow, isn't this thing incredibly powerful? If only I could use it to craft a suit of armor. With the extraordinary physique of an evolver, wouldn't it be easy to slaughter an entire army? Chapter 203. But after glancing at the mere palm-sized exotic crystal, Suchin dismissed the idea. You're kidding. With just this little exotic crystal, let alone armor, I'm afraid I can't even make a long sword. I guess the best I can make is a dagger. And the terrible thing is, how can I forge it? Suchin scratched his head. He knew nothing about blacksmithing, but thankfully, the Tiger Gang now had over 2,000 members. There should be one or two who knew blacksmithing skills, right? Hello, Yu Shoujing. Suchin picked up the intercom. Boss Su, please give me your orders. Go, and you Yixiong, and see if there's anyone in the gang who knows how to forge iron. Okay, I arrange it right away. After giving his orders, Suchin put the matter aside for the time being. Elsewhere, the Skywalker Alliance was on their way back. Supported by someone, Zheng Hui quickly caught up with Su Wenwei, his face full of guilt. Brother Su, it's all my fault. Su Wenwei said nothing, simply patting his shoulder. Brotherhood is in the heart. The alien crystal is gone. We can find it again. But Yang Chen, Luo Hingxing, and the others were killed by Su Chen. Brother Su, are we really not going to seek revenge on him? Zheng Hui said somewhat unwillingly. Ah Hui, this is ultimately your fault. Su Wenwei sighed and shook his head. And I don't want to be Su Chen's enemy. What? Brother Su, are you afraid of him? Zheng Hui's eyes widened. Yes, I am a little afraid of him. Su Wenwei sighed with some distress. Don't underestimate the Skywalker Alliance. It has 30 or 40 members. But most of the members were young. The survivors from the Tiger Gang totaled several thousand. Even without counting formidable opponents like Su Chen, they still had so many guns. If a real fight broke out, the Skywalker Alliance would likely suffer heavy losses. Su Wenwei had already lost several friends, and he didn't want to lose any more. And I promised Su Chen I wouldn't be his enemy anymore. That was your promise, not mine. Enough. Su Wenwei glared at Zheng Hui and pleaded earnestly, you don't know, I went to investigate the disappearance of the zombies a few days ago. Guess what I discovered? What did I discover? Zheng Hui asked unconsciously. I discovered they were all gathered. Tens of thousands. Hiss. Hearing Su Wenwei's words, Zheng Hui couldn't help but gasp. Don't underestimate his strength as a mid-level evolver. He could handle a dozen zombies at once with ease. But if dozens of them attacked him simultaneously, he wouldn't be in a good situation either. After all, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, and now, tens of thousands of zombies have gathered. Just imagining that scene makes Zheng Hui's scalp tingle. No, why are they gathering? Zheng Hui reacted, puzzled. Before we could investigate, we were discovered by the zombies. A look of fear crossed Su Wenwei's face. Several of our companions were also unfortunately swallowed by the zombie tide. Luckily, the others and I reacted quickly. Otherwise, you wouldn't have seen me. Zheng Hui hadn't expected Su Wenwei to have such a thrilling experience. With a formidable enemy at our doorstep, if we clash with Su Chen, wouldn't that be extinguishing the very spark of hope for humanity? Su Wenwei said righteously. Zheng Hui felt a little ashamed after hearing this. Brother Su is right. I obey you in everything. That's good. Su Wenwei smiled with relief. After your injuries heal, let's figure out how to deal with the zombie horde. If we can eliminate them, not only can we save the people of Shannon City, but we can also obtain a large amount of energy crystals. By then, not only you and I can advance to become advanced evolvers. The rest of our alliance can also advance. Zheng Hui nodded vigorously, saying nothing more. For the next few days, Shannon City remained peaceful. The personnel stationed outside the Skywalker Alliance base returned to report that Su Wenwei and the others hadn't made any unusual movements. Su Chen felt a little relieved. This Su Wenwei might be a bit of a middle school kid, but he's not a bad person. If there's a chance, we could get to know him. Meanwhile, Su Chen also found someone who knew how to forge iron. But he wasn't a member of the Tiger Gang. After all, how could someone from the city possibly know how to smelt iron? Sun Yuan had a cousin named Sun Jiancheng. He had served in the military and, after returning, became interested in cold weapons, so he studied smelting and ironworking for a while. Knowing that Su Chen needed someone in this field, he introduced his cousin to him. Jiancheng, come meet Boss Su. Sun Yuan called his cousin, Sun Jiancheng, over to greet him. Meet Boss Su. Sun Jiancheng, a burly and handsome man, spoke respectfully. Back at the Lucen Hotel, he and Sun Yuan were besieged by Ah Biao. If Su Chen hadn't intervened, they would have all been dead. I didn't expect you, Jiancheng, to know about ironwork. Su Chen smiled. A little bit, Sun Jiancheng said modestly. Here's the thing. I have a special material. I'd like you to help me forge it into a weapon. Su Chen took out a box and opened it for Sun Yuan. Sun Jiancheng saw that it contained the exotic crystal. The two were stunned upon seeing the exotic crystal inside. After all, this was unlike any other metal or jade in the world. How about it? Can it be done? Well, I'm not sure. I need to try it first. Sun Jiancheng scratched his head, unsure. If it were ordinary steel, he would only need to build a furnace and some tools, like molds, to get started. But he had never heard of this thing called the exotic crystal. He had no idea how to melt it or hammer it. No problem. Take this piece of exotic crystal and experiment with it to see if it works. Su Chen handed the small piece of exotic crystal to Sun Jiancheng. Okay, Boss Su, don't worry. I do my best. Sun Jiancheng took the exotic crystal and promised Su Chen, patting his chest. Su Chen chatted with the two of them for a few more words, and they turned and left. Yu Shoujing walked in, following Yu Xiang. Boss Su, how's the task I assigned you to going? Compared to the exotic crystal weapons, Su Chen was more concerned about the zombies' whereabouts. Still no trace of the zombies. Yu Shoujing smiled wryly. He and his men had searched nearly half the city, but still found nothing. But Boss Su asked us to find a suitable place for our new settlement, and we found one. Yu Xiang did offer some good news. Chapter 204. The location Yu Xiang mentioned is located northwest of Shannon City, several kilometers from the city center. Su Chen drove the Normadison and arrived with the three women. As soon as he got out of the car, Su Chen saw the vast expanse of white snow before him. He turned around, looking at Yu Xiang, Sun Yuan, and the others who had just emerged from an SUV with a mixture of laughter and tears. Yu Xiang, is this the place you mentioned for building a base? If a zombie horde attacked such a vast plain, they would be dead in a matter of minutes. Boss Su, you don't know the terrain here. Yu Xiang pointed to the snowy plain before him and hurriedly explained, there's a river below it, and in the center of the river is a small island called Jiangxin Island. To get to or from the island, you have to cross a bridge or take a boat. Huh? Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. Wait a moment. After this conversation, he quickly returned to the Normadison and activated the radar function. After a moment, the surrounding terrain, stretching for several kilometers, appeared before Su Chen in 3D. Just as Yu Xiang had predicted. Not far ahead lay a vast river. However, due to the freezing weather, the river was covered in snow. Su Chen could clearly see a long, narrow island in the river. The island covered an area of approximately 400 acres. Not to mention accommodating the Tiger Gang, it could easily accommodate another 10,000 people. The island was spacious enough for farming. If there was only one bridge connecting to the outside world, controlling it would be enough to prevent the zombies from entering or leaving. From that perspective, it really is a suitable location for building a base. Su Chen pushed open the car door again and stepped out, smiling. Yu Xiang, thank you for your hard work. You done a great job this time. Thank you, Boss Su, for the compliment. Yu Xiang was delighted and chuckled. This is all I should do. But the problem is, the snow hasn't cleared yet. And there are only a few buildings on the island, not enough for all our people to live in. Su Chen nodded slightly. Okay, I understand. Have your men prepare first. If the situation is right, we can move in any time. For Su Chen, not having enough buildings wasn't a big problem. After all, he had storage space, so he could bring excavators, cranes, and various construction materials from outside to the island. Then he could have the Tiger Gang build their own houses. No skyscrapers, Just a few buildings. It wouldn't take long. As for the island being covered in snow, that wasn't a big deal either. Judging from the situation, the snow will melt in a month or 2, or 3 or 4. I just wonder if there will be any danger during this period. As if sensing Su Chen's thoughts, the walkie-talkie on his way suddenly chimed. Boss Su, this is bad? Yu Shoujing's anxious voice rang out. What happened? Su Chen asked hurriedly, holding the walkie-talkie. Our people have discovered traces of zombies. They're actually hiding under the ice. And the number is terrifying, at least tens of thousands. Hearing this, not only Yu Yixiong and Sun Yuan standing nearby, but even Su Chen was shocked. It seemed his guess was correct. Su Chen didn't dare delay and hurriedly called Yu Yixiong and the others back. He slammed the accelerator and sped back to Shannon City. Boss Su, Yu Shoujing said immediately as Su Chen and his group entered the meeting room in the Tiger Gang building. He, too, realized the gravity and urgency of the situation. Aside from him and a few close associates, no one else in the Tiger Gang knew about it. Close the door. Su Chen gave a few instructions, then looked at Yu Shoujing and said in a deep voice, Tell everyone the details. Yes, Boss Su. Yu Shoujing responded and began to describe the situation. After Su Chen gave the order, Yu Yixiong and Yu Shoujing dispatched members of the Tiger Gang to search. But after searching nearly a third of the city, they found nothing. Just today, several Tiger Gang members discovered a cave leading beneath the ice near the city stadium. They followed the cave entrance all the way to the city stadium. To their surprise, they found the stadium teeming with zombies. At first glance, it seemed endless. Before they could react, they were discovered by the zombies. The endless zombies instantly overwhelmed them. Except for one person who escaped, everyone else died there. After hearing Yu Shoujing's description, the faces of those present changed drastically. Su Chen suddenly understood. No wonder they hadn't been able to find any trace of the zombies before. They had actually hidden in the stadium beneath the ice. So, his suspicions were correct. There's definitely a mutant zombie capable of gathering all the ordinary zombies. Boss Su, what should we do now? Yu Shoujing asked nervously. Although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he could imagine the horror of the zombie tide just by listening to his men's descriptions. Su Chen remained silent, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, lost in thought. If it had been discovered earlier, perhaps the zombie tide could have been prevented. But now it's already formed. No matter where the mutant zombie attacks, stopping it is nearly impossible. Yu Yixiong, Yu Shoujing. Su Chen spoke slowly. The two of them shuddered. Boss Su, please give your orders. You two, immediately organize your gang members to evacuate Shannon City. Evacuate Shannon? To where? Yu Yixiong asked instinctively. To Jiangxin Island. The military base was quite a distance from Shannon. Not to mention the lack of adequate transportation. Even if there were, Su Chen had no intention of allowing the Tiger Gang to enter the military base. The most urgent task was to get the survivors away from the city. While Jiangxin Island might be empty, it was far enough from the city that the zombie tidal wave wouldn't likely reach them. As for the lack of buildings, that wasn't a problem. The weather had warmed up considerably, so building a few simple shelters would guarantee safety. While it wasn't comfortable, it was better than dying in the zombie tidal wave. Okay. Yu Yixiong and Yu Shou nodded solemnly. Brother Sun. Su Chen looked at Sun Yuan, who was standing beside him. From now on, you will accept the Tiger Gang's protection. Someone else will keep a close eye on the stadium. If there are any unusual movements in the zombie tidal wave, notify me immediately. Understand? Understood. Sun Yuan nodded solemnly. After assigning the tasks, Su Chen looked at the sky and found that it was still early, so he went to Sun Jianqing's residence with Sun Yuan. Chapter 205. Boss Su. Brother Yuan. Sun Jianqing was tinkering around at a simple furnace. Seeing Su Chen and Sun Yuan enter, he quickly dropped his work and stepped forward. Su Chen smiled and greeted them, then asked, How's the alien crystal going? I was just about to go find Boss Su. Sun Jianqing chuckled and pulled a dagger from a nearby box. It might be called a dagger, but it was much larger, with a wider blade. It was a pale silver color, looking incredibly cool. I thought this kind of alien crystal would be difficult to process, but it's surprisingly easy. It didn't take long to forge. I based it on the prototype of the bear knife from CS GO. It's not sharpened yet. Once it's sharpened, Boss Su can use it, Sun Jianqing explained. Su Chen toyed with the dagger for a moment before returning it to Sun Jianqing, saying with a smile, Thank you for your hard work. After the three chatted for a while, Su Chen and Sun Yuan stood up and left. As they left, Sun Yuan couldn't help but ask, Brother Su, what do you think about the zombie tide? Su Chen didn't rush to answer, but smiled. What do you think? I think if there really are that many zombies, we should just run, Sun Yuan said honestly. The newly formed guard team consisted of only 30 or 40 people. Even if Su Chen provided unlimited ammunition, there was no way they could withstand that many zombies. In his opinion, the wisest course of action was to take Yishojing, Yui Xiang, and other trusted members of the Tiger Gang with them, and take them to the military base. Thanks to the military base's defenses, even a zombie horde of millions wouldn't be able to break through. To be honest, I had that thought before. Su Chen thought for a moment, and spoke frankly. If he had just arrived at Phoenix Mountain, he wouldn't have stayed much longer, and would have simply bolted. But his experiences along the way changed his mind quite a bit. With great power comes great responsibility. Including the Tiger Gang, there are at least tens of thousands of survivors in Shannon City. If the zombie tide arrives, these people will probably all die. I think, if possible, we should save the survivors. Hearing this, Sun Yuan looked at Su Chen in surprise. Brother Su, this isn't like you. When we first met, you repeatedly told us not to be naive. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh and shook his head. What do you mean by naive? Being overly kind, when faced with difficulties or enemies, often disregarding facts and reality, disregarding one's own normal psychology, and simply seizing the moral high ground. This kind of behavior. That's what a saintly heart is. I was just trying to save as many people as possible, based on the situation, without putting myself in harm's way. If there's any danger, I certainly won't sacrifice myself. Sun Yuan nodded in agreement. You're right. No matter what you do, I support you, brother. Su Chen smiled faintly. I'm planning to go to the stadium. Sun Yuan was stunned, almost thinking he misheard. There are tens of thousands of zombies at the stadium. Why are you going there, Brother Su? Didn't you just say you wouldn't sacrifice yourself? Don't get excited, brother Sun. Su Chen hurriedly tried to reassure Sun Yuan, chuckling, I'm just going over there to take a look. I won't take any risks. Sun Yuan hesitated, then sighed, Alright, I do as you say. Su Chen's strength far surpassed Sun Yuan's. Besides, he was the boss, so Sun Yuan naturally had no say. Su Chen had gone to the stadium to observe for himself. First, to assess the scale of the zombie horde. Second, to see if there was any chance of finding the leading mutant zombie. According to film and television conventions, if the leading mutant zombie is killed, the zombie horde should collapse on its own. Third, to hunt more zombies and obtain more energy crystals. Although Su Chen couldn't advance yet, Meng Qi and Sun Yuan still needed to improve their strength. The next morning, Sun Jiansheng contacted Su Chen and delivered the forged bear knife. Because they lacked the appropriate materials and machinery to forge the handle. So Sun Jiansheng simply found a sturdy nylon rope and wrapped it around the bottom. This not only increased friction, preventing it from slipping, but also added aesthetic appeal. Su Chen grasped it in his hand and slashed at the corner of a nearby desk. Without a sound, the exotic crystal bear knife effortlessly cut a piece of the thick desk corner. Seeing this, Su Chen was extremely pleased. The properties of this exotic crystal truly surpass any metal or jade material in the world today. Sun Jiansheng sighed, handing Su Chen the specially crafted scabbard. After he left, Su Chen returned to the Normedicine. The three women had already gotten up and were washing up. Su Chen told them he was going to the stadium. Master, please don't go to such a dangerous place, okay? Zhou Qing's heart tightened, and she gripped Su Chen's hand, worried. Ever since she left Yangwan and fell into Su Chen's arms, she had truly experienced the joy of being a woman. Having finally found such a happy life, she sincerely didn't want him to take any risks. Don't worry, I protect myself. You three just wait in the car for me. Su Chen stroked Zhou Qing's smooth face, and said with a reassuring smile, Okay. Then master, please be careful. The three women looked at Su Chen with tears in their eyes, watching him push the door open and leave. Of course. Su Chen wasn't alone, Meng Qi was still following him. He pulled a snowmobile from his storage space and hopped on it. Meng Qi, get on! Su Chen called out, and Meng Qi jumped in front of him. With the roar of his snowmobile, Su Chen drove towards the Shannon City Stadium. Generally speaking, every city stadium is located far from the city center. This stadium in Shannon City was no exception. It and the Tiger Gang's building were located at opposite ends of the city. This was why the Tiger Gang members hadn't noticed the zombies hiding there. As he got closer to the stadium, Su Chen began to sense something was amiss. In the past, when he rode his snowmobile through the city, he always spotted signs of survivors. Sometimes, he even sees survivors peeking out from residential buildings. After all, Shannon City was so large, and besides the Tiger Gang members, there were tens of thousands of survivors scattered throughout the city. But the area around the stadium was completely different. He saw no signs of human activity, nor could he sense any living creatures. Chapter 206. Suchin didn't dare be careless. He stopped some distance from the stadium. After putting his snowmobile back into storage, he began to cautiously approach the stadium. He had originally thought it would take some effort. Unexpectedly, the underground entrance Yushojing mentioned was located near several buildings. But what surprised Suchin was a little. There was a flurry of footsteps on the snow at the entrance. From the footprints, Suchin could tell there were at least 4 or 5 of them, and they couldn't have been there for more than half an hour. Who would voluntarily enter a cave like this? Suchin frowned, his guard raised. He didn't rush into the cave entrance. Who knew what might be waiting for him? Mingchi, go in first and take a look. Suchin patted Mingchi's head and instructed. After devouring hundreds of energy crystals, Mingchi had become quite savvy with human nature. After hearing Suchin's words, it leaped out of his pocket without hesitation. In a flash, it vanished into the darkness. 1,000 days of training are enough to deploy in a single moment. Mingchi had been fed so many goodies on a daily basis, and now was the time to use them. It was agile and quick-witted. If danger truly arose, it could escape in time. Suchin stood outside the cave entrance, patiently waiting. After a while, Mingchi staggered out again. It meowed twice at Suchin, and Suchin understood its meaning. The cave was safe, there was no danger. Reassured, Suchin led Mingchi into the underground entrance. To avoid alerting the enemy, he opted for a night vision goggles instead of a tactical flashlight. Man and cat walked along the dark passage for an indeterminate amount of time. Suddenly, the area ahead seemed much brighter. Suchin walked quickly and found himself in a vast underground space. It wasn't as dark as the passage, instead, it emitted a faint glow. He could clearly see the massive stadium beneath the snow. And the surrounding snow, dug into various tunnels. If he was right, all this must have been done by the zombies. Such a massive undertaking, even before the apocalypse, would have required considerable effort using machinery. Suchin couldn't help but be shocked. Just then, he noticed several bodies lying on the ground nearby. Suchin walked over, squatting down to examine them more closely. He discovered they were all zombie corpses, and their heads had been ripped open. Suchin's heart skipped a beat. It seems those who just entered are all evolvers. They're most likely members of the Skywalker Alliance. After all, in all of Shannon City, besides the Skywalker Alliance, Suchin couldn't think of any other evolvers who could form a team and come to such a dangerous place. Su Wenwei and the others came here. Are they simply hunting zombies, or are they, like himself, aware of the large zombie gathering here and wanting to kill the leader? Whatever the reason, Suchin had no intention of engaging them. Even if Su Wenwei truly let go of their previous grudge, for safety's sake, Suchin still wanted to remain in the shadows and wait for his opportunity. He stood up and continued walking forward. Suchin had initially worried he'd get lost. Thankfully, Su Wenwei and the others ahead had been clearing out zombies along the way, effectively guiding Suchin. Following the corpses on the ground, Suchin quickly arrived near the stadium. At the original gate, a vast swarm of zombies filled the area, a conservative estimate of at least 100. Suchin was startled and quickly retreated. If he disturbed these zombies, the zombies inside the stadium would likely burst out too. Since the Skywalker Alliance hadn't cleared out the zombies at the gate, it meant they entered from somewhere else. Strange. So where had they gone? Suchin hid behind a building and carefully observed the stadium. However, after a long while, he found nothing. Just as Suchin was considering whether to approach the stadium and search for the entrance, the zombies at the gate suddenly became agitated. He was startled, thinking he'd been exposed. But thankfully, the zombies didn't charge him. Instead, they turned and rushed into the stadium. Suchin could faintly hear the roars of zombies, and the sounds of fighting coming from within the stadium. Could it be that the Skywalker Alliance had been discovered by the zombies? It was very likely. Otherwise, wouldn't all the zombies outside have rushed in? This was a godsend. Suchin didn't hesitate, immediately leading Mingchi and sprinting towards the entrance. The passage leading to the stadium was empty, not a single zombie in sight. The further in, the clearer the zombie roars became. From the sound alone, it was easy to tell there were at least tens of thousands of zombies. Suchin's scalp tingled, and he even had the urge to turn around and leave. But he didn't give up and continued walking inside. Just then, from around the corner ahead, a series of zombie roars rang out, interspersed with a few gasps. Someone? Suchin didn't rush out. Instead, he cautiously poked his head out, observing carefully. In the corridor ahead, he saw a slender figure being besieged by a dense swarm of zombies. She retreated, waving her delicate white hands. Several pale white air blades flew out rapidly with her swings. The zombies chasing her were cleaved in two by the air blades. Su Chen immediately recognized the petite figure as Zhao Yu. Each air blade could easily cleave several zombies in two. But the zombies chasing Zhao Yu were endless. Her face quickly turned pale, and her steps became unsteady. Am I going to die here? Zhao Yu struggled hard and ran backwards. Just as she turned the corner, a large hand suddenly reached out. Before she could react, she was dragged into a small, dark room. You? Zhao Yu was about to scream when someone covered her mouth. It's me, Su Chen. Don't say a word. Su Chen quickly closed the door again. Ah. The zombies chased around the corner, but didn't see Zhao Yu. Unintelligent, they let out low growls and began to wander around. Hearing the sounds of the zombies outside, Zhao Yu felt a sense of relief. Only then did she realize that Su Chen was holding her in his arms. Feeling Su Chen's generous embrace, Zhao Yu's face flushed. She didn't know if it was because she was worried about being discovered by the zombies outside, or because she felt Su Chen's embrace was too warm and safe. For a moment, she couldn't bear to push him away. Chapter 207. Fortunately, the zombies didn't stay for long. It seemed the intense battle in the stadium had drawn their attention. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief only after the zombies' footsteps faded. He lowered his head and whispered to Zhao Yu, "What's going on? Why are you here?" Su Chen's hot breath brushed against Zhao Yu's ear. Not only did it make her ears itch, but her body also felt a little weak. We came here with Brother Su. Zhao Yu suppressed her discomfort and explained to Su Chen. It must be said, Su Yingwen might be a bit immature, but he was definitely a passionate young man. After discovering that the zombies had gathered and formed a zombie tide, he didn't want to see the survivors of Shannon City be engulfed by the zombie tide. So, he discussed with Zheng Hui and the others how to resolve this problem. After some discussion, Su Yingwen, Zheng Hui, and the others came to the same conclusion as Su Chen. That meant a mutant zombie was gathering the regular zombies. They had made the same decision as Su Chen. They would assemble an elite squad and decapitate the leading mutant zombie. Zhao Yu was one of the chosen members. Everything was going smoothly. Su Yingwen and his group approached the stadium and entered through a side door. But the zombies inside were simply too numerous. Eventually, Su Yingwen and his group alerted the zombie horde. In the chaos, Zhao Yu was separated from the main group and chased into the passageway by the zombies. Thankfully, Su Chen rescued her, otherwise, she would have been devoured by the zombies. Boss Su, you must help Brother Su and the others. Otherwise, they're doomed. Zhao Yu grabbed Su Chen's hand, pleading desperately. Su Chen was suddenly at a loss for words. Although he was a bit stronger, he wasn't invincible. There were so many zombies out there. Even if they stood still and left to me to kill, I'd probably have to kill them all until my hands were tired. I do my best. You escape first. Su Chen patted Zhao Yu's hand and whispered. He carefully opened the door and poked his head out. The zombies in the hallway had indeed disappeared. Su Chen pointed Zhao Yu the way they had come. Zhao Yu also understood that she had no fighting power left. Staying would only be a burden to Su Chen. She hesitated for a moment, then suddenly leaned forward and kissed Su Chen on the cheek. Boss Su, thank you. I'm counting on you. After kissing Su Chen, her face flushed. Not daring to look at Su Chen again, he turned and hurried away, leaving Su Chen alone, disheveled in the wind. A moment later, he came to his senses, stroking his cheek, where Zhao Yu had just kissed him, and sighed helplessly. Little girl, how dare you take advantage of me, ah. Damn my uncontrollable charm. He shook his head, temporarily putting everything else aside, and walked quickly into the stadium. The battle inside seemed to have attracted all the zombies. Su Chen didn't see a single zombie along the way. Soon he reached the players' tunnel. From here, he walked to the vast grassy infield. He could clearly hear the deafening roars of the zombies outside. Just hearing it makes one's legs go weak. Su Chen took a deep breath, calmed himself, and then poked his head out. When he saw the scene outside, Su Chen was completely stunned. The Shannon City Stadium, while not as large as Kyoto's Bird's Nest, could still accommodate 30 or 40,000 people. But even such a large stadium was now crammed with a swarm of zombies. From the stands to the lawn in the middle, there were frantic zombies. From afar, it looked like a sea of corpses. All the zombies, with bloody mouths agape, roared and rushed towards the north stands. Su Chen looked closely. On the north stands, a dozen or so people were huddled together. desperately fending off the zombies. Although he couldn't see their faces clearly, Su Chen could tell from the flying flames that they were Su Wenwei and his group. Su Chen didn't rush out rashly. You're kidding. With so many zombies, forget saving Su Wenwei? It would be a blessing if I didn't get myself killed. Su Chen's gaze wandered to other parts of the stadium. He hadn't forgotten the purpose of his trip. If he could find that mutant zombie and eliminate it, not only would he complete his mission, he might even be able to save Su Wenwei. But the stadium was too vast, and the lighting was dim. Su Chen looked for a long time. All he could see was a dense mass of zombies. It was impossible to tell which were the mutants. However, on the other side, the Skywalker Alliance was struggling. Whether they possessed superpowers or evolved beings with enhanced bodies, their energy was ultimately limited, but the zombies before them were practically limitless. Boss Su, we have to break out. Wang Xinyu smashed a zombie's head with a punch. After dodging attacks from several other zombies, he quickly retreated to Su Wenyue's side. I know. Su Wenyue's face had paled considerably. Although using supernatural powers didn't require physical energy, the mental strain was immense. Sure, Jin Yuan, clear the way for us. Su Wenwei shouted. It was Sure Jin Yuan who had previously used telekinesis to move a car and attack Su Chen outside the Tiger Gang base. Although his face had also turned pale, Sure Jin Yuan gritted his teeth after hearing Su Wenyue's words. With his telekinesis activated, the zombies before him flew forward, knocking over a large number of them. Seeing his opportunity, Su Wenyue suppressed his physical discomfort and waved his hand. A ferocious fire dragon, emitting blazing flames, appeared out of thin air. It rushed forward, burning zombies to charcoal wherever it passed. Su Wenyue and his group seized this opportunity, following the fire dragon and swiftly fleeing towards the players' tunnel. Just as they were about to succeed, a sharp cry suddenly erupted from the stadium. The sound was so loud that it drowned out the low roars of the zombies. Su Wenyue's heart sank, a vague sense of foreboding, and sure enough, following the sharp cry, a dozen figures rushed over from the other end of the stadium. They leaped high among the zombies, then landed heavily. Even if they had to crush their companions, they didn't stop. A moment later, these figures rushed to Su Wenyue and his group, blocking their path. Su Wenyue and his group took a closer look, their faces turning even paler, because these figures were all mutant zombies, although it was unclear whether they were at the beginner or intermediate level, but no matter which level, for the already exhausted Skywalker Alliance, it was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Chapter 208. A dozen mutant zombies, leading the ordinary zombies, once again surged towards the Skywalker Alliance like a tide. Ah! Sure Jin Yuan gritted his teeth and summoned his telekinesis. But this time, his telekinesis could only lift a handful of ordinary zombies and fling them away. Furthermore, he couldn't move the mutant zombies at all. On the other side, Su Wenyue waved his palm again, summoning a fireball. But compared to the previous fireball, this one was noticeably smaller. After flying out, it knocked over a few zombies before dissipating into nothingness. The zombie horde, on the other hand, continued to charge fearlessly. It wasn't long before some Skywalker Alliance member could hold on. A physically enhanced evolver, exhausted from his strength, was a moment too slow to react, and was tackled to the ground by a zombie. He had just punched the zombie in the head. Before he could even get up, countless more zombies pounced on him, pinning him down. Ah! He let out a shrill scream. But in the blink of an eye, the maddening horde had devoured him, leaving him with only a skeleton. Seeing their companion suffer such a tragic fate, Su Wenyue and the others were horrified and terrified. Some even looked despairing. They thought they were doomed to die here today. I'm such a strong man, am I going to perish here today? Am I not the chosen one? Despite facing imminent death, Su Wenyue still let out a sigh of naivete. Standing by, Wang Xinyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just as the Skywalker Alliance members were being crushed into a corner by the zombie swarm, the same piercing scream suddenly rang out from the arena again. The zombie horde attacking the Skywalker Alliance suddenly paused. Before Su Wenyue and the others could figure out what was happening, the zombies turned around and rushed madly in the other direction. What is going on? Wang Xinyu, Sure Jin Yuan, and the others exchanged glances in bewilderment. Su Wenyue, however, revealed a look of ecstasy, laughing heartily. I am truly a man blessed by the gods. The gods will not let me fall like this. Wang Xinyu's face darkened. Just then, Sure Jin Yuan suddenly pointed toward the players' tunnel and shouted, Look! Everyone looked closely, and spotted a familiar figure standing there. Who else could it be but Su Chen? Time rewinds 5 minutes. As soon as the first scream rang out, Suchin sensed something was amiss. Although he couldn't pinpoint the source of the scream, he did notice where the mutant zombies were emerging. It was at the very top of the stands, where there was a glass room specifically designed for commentators. Suchin immediately took out his binoculars and observed the area. He clearly saw several massive mutant zombies within the glass room. On the neck of one of them, a smaller zombie was riding. It looked like a dwarf, extremely ugly. But the other zombies surrounding it surrounded it, as if it were their leader. Eureka! Suchin, overjoyed, quickly retrieved his sniper rifle from his storage compartment. He cocked the rifle, adjusted it, and aimed. Every movement was seamless. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! Bullets flew out of the muzzle. Suchin was confident that this shot would blow the dwarf zombie's head off. However, fate played tricks on him. It seemed that the men he had sent out weren't strong enough, and he wanted to take down the Skywalker Alliance as soon as possible. The dwarf zombie jumped and leaped on the mutant zombie's back. It growled at the mutant zombies beside it, as if urging them to charge forward. Just then, Suchin's bullet blasted in. Originally aimed at the dwarf zombie's head, it ended up breaking its arm. The dwarf zombie jumped off its back in shock. The surrounding mutant zombies also rushed forward, surrounding it. Suchin cursed and pulled the trigger repeatedly, but apart from hitting the surrounding mutant zombies, there was no sign of the dwarf zombie. This series of attacks seemed to have frightened the dwarf zombie. It let out a sharp roar. The ordinary zombies in the stadium paused as they heard that scream. They paused for a moment, then looked towards Suchin in the hallway before charging in unison. What would you feel when a tidal wave of zombies surges toward you? In any case, Suchin could only think of 4 words. Monkey thunder, huh? Such a spectacular scene sent his adrenaline surging, his mouth dry. Thankfully, he wasn't frightened. Instead, he looked up and toward the Skywalker Alliance. Suchin exchanged a glance with Su Wenwei, then nodded strongly. He pulled out 2 high-explosive grenades, pulled the safety pins, and threw them toward the Skywalker Alliance. 2 loud booms rang out, and a large number of zombies were blown to the ground. At the same time, a large hole was blown open in the stands. Suchin had observed earlier that the emergency passage lay just below the stands where Su Wenwei and the others were standing. He had also deliberately thrown a high-explosive grenade to help them blast an escape route. Su Wenwei instantly understood Suchin's intention. He nodded vigorously at Suchin and called out to his companions, fleeing towards the large hole. Seeing that he understood his intention, Suchin didn't hesitate any longer. You must be kidding. The nearest zombie was already 3 meters away. He threw another high-explosive grenade and turned to flee towards the passage behind him. Boom! More than a dozen zombies were shattered by the explosion, their flesh and blood flying everywhere. But more zombies swarmed after him. Suchin didn't dare to pause for a moment, and fled at full speed. Thankfully, his body had been strengthened, making it far stronger than that of ordinary zombies. As long as he wasn't surrounded by the zombies, he would be safe. Before long, he rushed to the stadium entrance. Brother Suyu. Xiaoyu didn't leave, but hid at the doorway. Hearing footsteps, she poked her head out. Seeing Suchin, she was pleasantly surprised and wanted to say a few words. But Suchin couldn't stop, let alone say a single word. He grabbed Xiaoyu, held her in his arms, and continued running. Xiaoyu was slightly startled. Just as she was about to say something, she saw a dense swarm of corpses behind her. She immediately understood what was happening and quickly hugged Suchin. After the 2 of them rushed out of the stadium, they hadn't run far when they heard footsteps nearby. Suchin was startled, but when he looked closely and saw that it was Su Wenwei and his group, he breathed a sigh of relief. Hurry! Without further ado, Suchin called out to them and ran back the way they had come. Chapter 209. Su Wenwei and his group were also closely following Suchin. They passed through the winding passageway, and soon their eyes lit up. The cave entrance appeared before them. After ensuring everyone had emerged, Suchin immediately pulled out a high-explosive grenade and threw it into the cave. Boom! After a loud explosion, the ice quickly collapsed, and the original cave entrance was covered by snow. But Suchin and his companions still didn't dare to be careless. After they were several kilometers away from the stadium and confirmed that there were no zombies chasing them, Suchin and his companions took refuge in a residential building. Huh? Suchin put Xiaoyu down from his arms and leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. Even though he was strong, he was exhausted after the thrilling escape. Xiaoyu's face flushed slightly. She pulled a bottle of water from her pocket and handed it to Suchin. Brother Su, have some water. Suchin didn't refuse. He took the bottle and gulped down the water. So yeah, Why didn't you give us water? Wang Xinyu panted sourly. Brothers who saved my life, it's only right. Zhao Yu rolled her eyes at him and snorted. Boss Su, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid all of us would have died in this battle today. The Skywalker Alliance. I'm afraid it would cease to exist. After a break, Su Wenwei came over and offered Su Chen his hand. The Skywalker Alliance members nearby looked at Su Chen with a hint of gratitude. In that situation, if Su Chen hadn't intervened, they would have been torn to pieces by the zombies. You're welcome. I just did it for the sake of convenience. Su Chen shook his hand. With their handshake, the previous animosity between the two sides was finally put to rest. Chief Su, your purpose for coming here today is to find the zombie leader, right? Su Chen asked. How did you know? Su Wenwei nodded, somewhat surprised, and told Su Chen about his previous investigation. What a pity. I almost killed him. Su Chen sighed, a look of regret on his face. It's okay, there should be another chance later, Su Wenwei consoled him. I'm afraid it's gone. Su Chen gave a wry smile. From the previous battle, he could tell that the dwarf zombie's awareness far surpassed that of the mutant zombie. Perhaps it even possessed intelligence. If that were the case, after such a shock, it wouldn't be so careless again. After resting for a while, everyone had almost recovered their strength. Boss Su, we're going back first. Su Wenwei stood up, his expression heavy. He had assembled an elite team of over a dozen to eliminate the dwarf zombie. But before they even saw the enemy, 4 or 5 of them were already dead, including Yang Chen and the others killed by Su Chen earlier. The Skywalker Alliance's elite members had suffered heavy losses. Su Chen nodded. Boss Su, goodbye. Boss Su, we're leaving. The Skywalker Alliance members came forward one after another to bid Su Chen farewell. After everyone else had left, Zhao Yu stepped forward, somewhat shyly saying, Brother Su, thank you for saving me today. It's okay, it was just a piece of cake. Su Chen smiled. Zhao Yu wanted to say something, but hesitated for a moment before finally saying nothing. She simply gave Su Chen a deep look and left, blushing. Judging from the situation, this little girl was interested in him. No wonder. Not only was he handsome, but he had saved her twice in a row. It was only natural for her to develop feelings for him. Su Chen felt a little amused. Since he was young, his parents had hoped that he would grow up to be an outstanding person. Now, he had achieved 4/5 of his goal. After the Skywalker Alliance had left, Su Chen patted Ming Qi's head in his arms. During the previous battle, it was truly inappropriate for Ming Qi to participate. So Su Chen had kept her hidden in his arms the entire time. Su Chen took out his snowmobile and sped away with Ming Qi. After reporting his safety to Zhou Qing and the other two via the intercom, Su Chen arrived at the Tiger Gang. He told Sun Yuan and the others what had just happened. Holy crap. Was it that dangerous? Sun Yuan, Yu Shoujing, and the others all paled. What a shame we couldn't get rid of it. Su Chen felt a pang of regret when he thought of this. After all, once the dwarf zombies were dead, there was no need to worry about the zombie tide. Now, we still have to be on guard. Let's stay alert. While being careful of the zombie tide, we should also evacuate as quickly as possible. Su Chen ordered. By the way, Boss Su, a lot of houses have been built on Lake Heart Island. Yu Yixiang reported the progress on Lake Heart Island to Su Chen. Since Su Chen gave the order, he had dispatched many members of the Tiger Gang to the area around Lake Heart Island to build shelters. Su Chen provided them with various tools and helped melt the surface snow. As a result, in just 2 days, over 30 makeshift houses were built. Only over 30? Still not enough. Su Chen rubbed his forehead. Even if a house could accommodate 10 people, it could only hold 400 at most. But the entire Tiger Gang had 3,000 to 4,000 members. Forget it, organize the gang members first. Su Chen also understood that rushing would be pointless. After some further discussion, Su Chen stood up and left. He returned to Normadison and leaned back on the sofa, feeling somewhat exhausted. Seeing this, Zhou Qing, without saying anything, came over and massaged his shoulders. Master, don't worry so much. You done a great job. Even if we can't save the Tiger Gang, it's none of your business. Zhou Qing leaned over to Su Chen's ear, her breath soft and sweet. Although she was the last to arrive at Su Chen's side, she was his favorite. After all, as a young woman, Zhou Qing knew how to read a man's mind, and was willing to be humble. Su Chen smiled and said nothing more, simply holding her in his arms. His initially depressed mood instantly improved. He began to ponder how to improve his strength. He had repeatedly strengthened his body, but hadn't advanced, and even couldn't strengthen it further. According to the patterns in film and television dramas and online novels, he must need an opportunity. But the question was, how could he find that opportunity? As Su Chen pondered this, he suddenly remembered. After defeating Dang Howren, he had obtained a bottle of virus vaccine. At the time, not knowing what the vaccine was for, Su Chen had kept it in his storage space. An idea struck him, and he took out the glass bottle of green liquid. Dang Howren had been injected with this stuff to gain the abilities of a mid-level zombie. If he took the injection, he might actually achieve a breakthrough. Chapter 210. But Su Chen was also extremely conflicted. After all, he had seen Dang Howren's monstrous form before. If he were to transform into Dang Howren's form in pursuit of power, that was absolutely impossible. Although there was still a slight gap compared to Peng Yuyan and Wu Yanzu, Su Chen was definitely considered a handsome man. He was also surrounded by 3 beautiful women, Lu Linger, Lin Yingying and Zhou Qing. Furthermore, after receiving the viral vaccine, Dang Howren not only changed his form, but also began to consume human flesh. This, too, was unacceptable to Su Chen. At this moment, Su Chen's mind suddenly moved. He suddenly remembered that his system had a scanning function. This thing could identify unknown objects. Determined to give it a try, Su Chen activated the scanning function. The system quickly responded. Ding! Object properties, S-virus vaccine, unstable version. Effects, injection significantly enhances bodily functions. However, due to its unstable properties, injection may cause the host to be infected with the zombie virus, becoming half human, half zombie. Since the host possesses the ability to rapidly heal, side effects can be avoided. After reading the first few lines, Su Chen suddenly understood. No wonder Dang Howren looked so horrible. So this thing is an unstable version. But after reading the last sentence, he couldn't help but smile. This rapid healing ability is truly amazing. The last time he fought Big Orange, he was scratched by it, but he didn't contract the zombie virus. I guess the rapid healing ability must have worked. There's no time to lose. Since the S-virus vaccine has no side effects, what's there to wait for? Su Chen didn't hesitate and immediately pulled the syringe from the box. Looking at the green liquid in the syringe, Su Chen still felt uneasy. But after thinking it over, he decided the system wouldn't deceive him. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't be alive today. Su Chen told the women not to disturb him, then went upstairs and locked the door. He took a deep breath and plunged the syringe into his arm. Watching the green S-virus vaccine disappear into his veins, Su Chen's heart sank. The effect was swift. In less than a minute, a burning sensation spread from Su Chen's arm. It was as if magma had entered his veins. The burning sensation immediately spread from his arm to his heart, brain, torso, and other parts of his body. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen's body temperature rose rapidly. He felt as if he had fallen into magma, radiating heat from the inside out. Not only was his skin flushed red, like a cooked lobster, but even his nostrils and ears were emitting steam. Under such intense heat, Su Chen's consciousness began to blur. He involuntarily fell to his knees, his body convulsing violently. Just as Su Chen felt, he was about to collapse and pass out. A chill suddenly filled his brain. It then spread along his spine, spreading to every part of his body. Wherever it touched, his scorching body immediately became cooler. Not long after, Su Chen's body returned to normal. But he couldn't recover for a while. He lay on the ground, sweating profusely, gasping for breath. It wasn't until a long while later that Su Chen recovered. He struggled to sit up, and found the floor beneath him drenched in sweat. Although drenched in sweat, there was nothing else on his body except sweat. Strange. According to the tropes of fantasy novels, he should be covered in all sorts of dirt. Su Chen took a deep breath, and suddenly felt something different. Compared to before, his senses had become sharper. For example, the 3 girls downstairs, Lu Linger. Su Chen could not only hear their voices, but even sense their expressions and movements. As he concentrated and sensed, a picture formed in his mind. It was as if he were right downstairs at that very moment. Moreover, his body had become stronger, and his spirit even more powerful. Su Chen quickly called out to the system. In the combat power rating section, the G+ had disappeared, replaced by F-. I had finally advanced. Su Chen's mood grew incredibly excited. No wonder advancing from G to F was so difficult. Su Chen could clearly sense that with his current strength, he could easily crush Dang Howren or Daiju. Even without external assistance, he suddenly remembered that he possessed the talent to control ice and snow. So he opened the talent section again. Sure enough, the previously grayed out control ice and snow now highlighted, with a line of small text underneath. Gives the host the power to control ice and snow. The specific power depends on the host's mental strength. Su Chen's spirits lifted. He didn't bother to go to the bathroom to shower, but pushed open the door and headed downstairs. Master! Zhou Qing had just called out when Su Chen nodded at them. Come out with me. The three women were slightly startled, but without further thought, they put on their down jackets and followed Su Chen out. Ming Qi, of course, wasn't left behind. Zhou Qing carried her outside. Su Chen stood in the open space, his mind calming down. Before coming out, he had been wondering how to control ice and snow. But when he actually stood in the snow, an inexplicable yet familiar feeling came over him. Su Chen waved his hand gently. The ice and snow on the ground seemed to sense something, gathering and whistling, forming a small ice storm. Looking at the ice storm before him, Su Chen's face was filled with amazement. This feeling, like walking with his hands raised, was completely instinctive. As long as he's willing, he can do it. Su Chen's mind raced again. The ice storm before him quickly vanished, followed by countless ice crystals gathering again. Sharp ice spikes floated before Su Chen. Following his will, the icicles flew out with a whizzing sound, striking a large tree not far away. The force was so great that it pierced the tree's trunk with several holes. Wow, Master, you're amazing. Master, when did you learn this ability? The three women nearby couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. I mastered it after absorbing the energy crystals from the Skywalker Alliance last time, but I wasn't very proficient, so I never used it. Su Chen smiled and explained casually. I have to say, this talent for controlling ice and snow is truly impressive. From now on, he is also an evolved being with superpowers, but this ability isn't unlimited. Su Chen could clearly sense it. After using his talent twice in a row, he was noticeably exhausted. If he used it for a long time, he would become exhausted. Chapter 211. But this also makes sense. After all, if superpowers could be used without limits, that would be too perverse. It's like a mage in an online game, who must rest before using their abilities again after their mana bar is depleted. Based on the spells in movies, TV shows, and online novels, Su Chen also developed several new techniques on his own. Until he felt somewhat exhausted, he returned to the car with the three women, feeling satisfied. After dinner, Su Chen took a nice hot bath and went to bed. Because he was so tired, he for once didn't ask the three women to stay with him. After all, the previous night, Su Chen had chosen at least one woman to accompany him. The night passed in silence. The next morning, Su Chen, waking from his sleep, slowly opened his eyes. A gleam of light flashed across his eyes. Another energetic day. Su Chen touched Ming Qi, who was sleeping beside him. The latter impatiently pushed his hand away, yawned, and rolled over to go back to sleep. After the three women woke up, the four of them gathered around the dining table, chatting and laughing as they ate breakfast. But Yu Shoujing's voice shattered the peaceful atmosphere. Boss Su, something's wrong. Yu Shoujing's panicked voice came over the intercom. Su Chen put down his chopsticks, picked up the intercom, and said gravely, What's going on? A wave of zombies is coming from the stadium. What? Su Chen's heart sank. He quickly stood up, changing his gear as he ordered, Stay here. Don't go out. The three women also realized the seriousness of the situation. They didn't say much, simply helping Su Chen get dressed. As Su Chen was about to leave, they all shouted, Master, be careful. Don't worry. Mingqi, let's go. Su Chen waved to Mingqi. Mingqi didn't hesitate, immediately leaping over and diving into Su Chen's pocket. After Su Chen arrived at the Tiger Gang, Yu Shoujing, Yu Yixiang, Sun Yuan, Sun Jiancheng, and the others gathered in the conference room. Boss Su. They all shouted in unison upon seeing Su Chen enter. Su Chen didn't hesitate and asked directly, What's the specific situation? Sun Yuan took out a drone controller and showed Su Chen the footage. The hole that Su Chen had blown down yesterday had been redug. Countless zombies were scrambling to emerge from the ground. According to Boss Su's instructions yesterday, we assigned people to monitor the stadium day and night. Just half an hour ago, these zombies suddenly dug a new hole and poured out like crazy. The direction they're heading is right here. Sun Yuan's face was grim. How long will it take for them to reach here? Su Chen asked. At most half an hour. Yu Shoujing said from the side. Half an hour? Su Chen stroked his chin and pondered. How's the evacuation going in the base? Most of the elderly, weak, and sick have already left, and those left are mostly young and strong. Yu Yixiang asked nervously, Boss Su, what should we do? Should we flee? Escape? Su Chen sneered and asked, Where should we flee to? Yu Yixiang was speechless. At least 1,000 or 2,000 members of the Tiger Gang still remained. With so many people and no transportation, they'd be overtaken by the zombie horde sooner or later. You know, this zombie horde is heading for the tiger gang. What a shame it wasn't able to kill that dwarf zombie yesterday. This **** turned around and came for revenge. Suchin cursed inwardly, trying to calm himself down. He pondered for a moment, then said to Yu Shoujing, "Send someone to contact the Skywalker Alliance immediately and tell them what's going on." "Huh? Will they come?" Yu Shoujing was stunned. "I think so." Suchin wasn't entirely sure. Although Su Wingwei was a passionate young man. Although he had saved his life yesterday. But there was still a grudge between the two sides. And the zombie horde was coming, it was no joke. But in this situation, he had no choice but to try his best. Gather everyone in the gang, and have them organize a defense. Suchin pulled out all the Molotov cocktails and homemade bombs he had made. Yu Shoujing and Yu Yixiang were responsible for organizing the Tiger Gang and providing the primary defense. Sun Yuan and his guards, armed with rifles, patrolled the area. If they found a location vulnerable or a mutated zombie appeared, they would immediately rush in to provide support. After Suchin gave all the instructions, everyone began to move. But just then, Yu Shoujing didn't leave. Instead, he waited until everyone else had left before approaching Suchin. "Boss Su, if I die in battle, could you please take care of Sun Yin for me?" Suchin was instantly at a loss for words. I hadn't expected that Yu Shoujing would still be thinking about women even in the face of such a disaster. "Don't worry, I won't let you die." Seeing Yu Shoujing's bewildered expression, Suchin thought for a moment and decided to be honest with him. He whispered, "I already arranged an escape route. If things go wrong, go find Sun Yuan." Although Suchin had the good intention of saving the Tiger Gang, that didn't mean he was so foolish as to risk his life. Even when he suspected a zombie apocalypse, Suchin contacted Yu Yixiang and asked him to secretly arrange an escape route. There was an underground parking lot beneath the Tiger Gang's building. Although the exits were covered in snow, Yu Yixiang had his men secretly break through the wall, connecting to the underground parking lots of several neighboring buildings. If necessary, they could use these underground parking lots to escape to the buildings a few hundred meters away. 2 buses were parked at the building's exit. While they couldn't accommodate the entire Tiger Gang, they could easily accommodate 100 or so people. Yu Shoujing and Yu Yixiang were quite loyal to Suchin and were extremely reliable. Suchin intended to protect them. Besides, he had also informed Sun Yuan in advance. If he realized something was wrong, he would immediately take Sun Jiancheng, Zhou Xinhong, Li Dong, and the others and flee. Thank you, Boss Su." Yu Shoujing came back to his senses, feeling instantly at ease. "Don't make a big fuss about this, understand?" Suchin lowered his voice and said seriously, "Unless it's truly irreversible, don't even think about running away." Yu Shoujing naturally understood and nodded heavily. If the Tiger Gang knew there was such an escape route, no one would have the intention of fighting to the death. Watching Yu Shoujing walk away, Suchin breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't see anything wrong with this arrangement. After all, his abilities were limited. If there was hope, he would save everyone. But if there wasn't, he wouldn't be so naive. Chapter 212. "Please let us in. The zombie horde will be here soon, and they eat us." A large crowd gathered at the entrance to the Tiger Gang's base. They were all survivors of Shannon City. They were simply afraid of being robbed of their supplies by other survivors, including the Tiger Gang. Therefore, they were surviving alone, or in small groups, like families, in the city. Today, the zombie horde was out in full force, and those threatened had no choice but to turn to the Tiger Gang for help. "Brother Yu, don't let these people in." Looking at the people outside, Yu Yixiang's face was filled with disgust. He had previously sent his men to recruit these survivors. But these people took his kindness for granted, suspecting the Tiger Gang of wanting their supplies. In the end, several clashes broke out between the two sides. They're facing imminent death, and yet these people are trying to hide here. We can't make the decision. We have to ask Boss Su. Yu Shoujing shrugged and was about to pick up the intercom when he saw Suchin approaching. Everywhere he went, the Tiger Gang members saluted. "Boss Su." Suchin nodded slightly in response. After approaching Yu Shoujing and the others, Suchin frowned at the noisy crowd outside the base. "What's going on?" "Boss Su, you don't know." Yu Shoujing briefly explained the situation to Suchin. "Boss Su, why don't we let them in?" He, Yu Yixiang, and the others believed that given Suchin's personality, he would never let these people in. To his surprise, Suchin smiled and said, "These people are lives. Why not let them in?" Seeing the bewildered expressions of Yu Shoujing and the others, Suchin's face flickered with a sinister smile. "Leaving them outside will only increase the zombie population. Why not let them in?" Let them be on the front lines, fighting the zombies. Yu Shoujing and Yu Yixiang suddenly realized what was going on, and gave Su Chen a thumbs up. Boss Su is indeed insidious. Oh no, farsighted. As the gates of the base opened, dozens of people outside swarmed in. Yu Shoujing led his men over, first checking them for any scratches or bites from the zombies. Then, they confiscated all their belongings. After that, Yu Shoujing dispatched them all to the front lines. But to prevent them from collapsing when danger struck, Yu Shoujing dispersed them and gave instructions to the Tiger Gang members standing nearby. If these people dared to flee or show any other signs of cowardice, they'd be hacked to death on the spot. While Yu Shoujing was arranging his men, Su Chen slowly approached the wall. Looking at the defensive wall piled with debris below, he shook his head. How could such crude defenses possibly stop the zombie horde from yesterday? Boss Su, we reinforced it several times. Yu Yixiang explained from the side. Su Chen said nothing more, staring at the snow outside the wall. His gaze fixed, and then he raised his hands. What happened next left everyone present dumbfounded. Boom! A wall of ice, clinging to the base, slowly rose from the ground. It stopped only when it reached the same height as the wall. Aside from Yu Yixiang, Yu Shoujing, and other high-ranking members of the fierce Tiger Gang, very few survivors knew about the evolvers. Suddenly witnessing Su Chen's miraculous operation, their jaws dropped, some unable to believe their eyes. After completing the operation, Su Chen's face paled slightly. But he didn't stop until he had raised ice walls around the other walls. At this point, his face was as pale as paper, even with a hint of a blush. Boss Su, let me help you get some rest. Yu Yixiang hurriedly supported Su Chen and walked downstairs. All the way, the fierce Tiger Gang members on either side looked at Su Chen with awe. It had to be said. Using supernatural powers on such a large scale took a heavy toll on the body. Su Chen returned to the building and sat down to rest for a while, feeling much better. But he was still mentally exhausted. It's like having 100 mana points, but now only 80. A night's rest is necessary to fully recover. Just then, a gong suddenly sounded outside. Su Chen's heart trembled, and he knew the zombie tide was approaching. He immediately stood up and went to the window. From here, he could clearly see a dark mass of zombies appearing in the distance. Each one of them, their skin festering, their maws gaping, they rushed towards him in a torrential downpour. Although many people have seen similar scenes on television, that was only a movie after all. How could one not be terrified when faced with tens of thousands of zombies intent on tearing you apart and devouring you? Even for those who had fought zombies countless times, like Sun Yuan and Sun Jiancheng, their scalps tingled at the sight of such a scene. Hold still. No action without my order. Yu Shoujing suppressed his fear, gripped his rifle tightly, and shouted loudly. The survivors seemed to be infected by his calmness and were less panicked. To cope with the zombie tide, the Tiger Gang had made numerous preparations. For example, they dug a trench around the base. The trench was 1 meter wide and 4 or 5 meters deep. Flammable materials were already piled inside, and gasoline was poured on top. The zombies had no intelligence. They didn't consider whether they were facing a trench or a river. Driven by instinct, they plunged into the pit one after another. The zombies that fell in front of them were pinned down by their companions, who fell in behind them before they could even climb out. This first line of defense did serve to slow the zombie advance. The sheer number of zombies was simply too great. In just a few minutes, the ravine was completely filled with them. The following zombies trampled over their comrades, crossed the ravine, and continued their charge towards the Tiger Gang's base. Seeing this, Yu Shoujing didn't hesitate. He immediately took out a Molotov cocktail, lit it, and threw it forcefully into the ravine. As the Molotov exploded, the flammable materials within the ravine ignited with a whoosh, instantly forming a fire belt stretching dozens of meters. The intense heat melted the zombies in the pit, leaving them no room for the following zombies to step over them and cross the ravine. The zombies that had previously made it through the ravine, having reached the ice wall, desperately tried to climb up, but the ice wall was too slippery, leaving no room for scrambling. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't reach the survivors on the ice wall. The survivors above, however, seized the opportunity and fiercely stabbed the zombies with their specially crafted spears. Chapter 213. In a short while, the zombies beneath the ice wall were completely wiped out. The following zombies, however, couldn't keep up and almost all fell into the ravine, being roasted until they were charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Yeah! Long live Boss Su. Haha, this zombie doesn't look that bad. Most of the survivors hadn't actually fought zombies much before. Seeing their first victory, they couldn't help but cheer, and their fear dissipated a lot. But neither Su Chen, Yu Shoujing, Yu Xiang, Sun Yuan, nor the others were so excited. Because they knew very well that this was just an appetizer before the fierce battle. Not even a single mutant zombie had appeared in the zombie tide. Once the flammable materials in the ravine were completely burned out, that was when the bloody battle began, as expected. In less than 10 minutes, as the ravine filled up again, the flames grew fainter and finally extinguished. Unimpeded, the dense swarm of zombies easily rushed under the ice wall. But the ice wall was several meters high and incredibly smooth. No matter how the zombies roared or howled, they could not harm the humans. But as their numbers grew, the zombies in the back grabbed their comrades in the front, trampled them underfoot, and struggled to climb up. In a short while, a dense human wall had formed. The zombies at the top were almost touching the top of the wall. "What are you still standing there for? Attack!" Yu Shoujing roared. At his command, the survivors also took action. They used their weapons to frantically hit the zombies' heads. When the number of zombies in a certain area became too great, Yu Shoujing's prearranged personnel would throw Molotov cocktails and improvise bombs. That's how it was. Thanks to the advantageous terrain and everyone's united efforts, the zombies were temporarily unable to advance. Just then, a series of thump, thump, thump footsteps suddenly rang out from the distance. All the survivors froze, their heads instinctively raised. From the horde, a gigantic zombie rushed forward. It was at least 2 meters tall, its exposed body incredibly muscular. Wherever it passed, ordinary zombies were either sent flying or crushed into a pile of pulp. Watching it charging towards the ice wall, like a dump truck, Yu Shoujing was startled and shouted, "Quick, stop it!" Besides Yu Shoujing, Sun Yuan, standing nearby, also realized something was amiss. He immediately directed Sun Jiancheng, Zhou Xinhong, and the others to fire at the giant zombie. Duh. Dozens of rifles simultaneously spewed flames. Countless bullets pelted the giant zombie, but it simply lowered its head, shielding it with its hands, its steps unwavering. And just like that, the giant zombie easily approached the ice wall. It didn't stop, slamming headfirst into it. Bang! With a dull thud, the ice wall vibrated violently from the giant zombie's impact, even cracking. It took a step back, then slammed headfirst into the ice wall again. Even though the ice wall was incredibly solid, after 2 consecutive hits from the giant zombie, large chunks of it crumbled. Sun Yuan and the others fired frantically, finally blasting the giant zombie's head off. Its massive body collapsed to the ground with a crash. Although the giant zombie was dead, it had already breached the ice wall by 2 or 3 meters. At this moment, the ordinary zombies finally found a breakthrough and swarmed frantically into the base. Su Chen's prediction was correct. The original base wall was no match for the ordinary zombies. In just a few seconds, they were pushed to the ground. Seeing this, Sun Yuan asked Yu Shoujing to continue guarding the ice wall while he led his guards to seal the breach. When they reached the wall, their legs weakened at the sight of the zombies charging frantically. But to survive, they couldn't retreat. There were so many zombies that they didn't even need to aim, they could hit them all. But Sun Yuan and his men only had 30 or 40 guns, and they couldn't suppress the zombies with firepower. It wasn't long before they could stop the zombies' charge. Several zombies broke through the encirclement and attacked the survivors. After being scratched and bitten, the survivors quickly transformed into zombies and attacked their companions. For a moment, the scene was inevitably chaotic. At this critical moment, a yellow shadow flew through the air. Wherever it passed, it decapitated several zombies. Sun Yuan and the others looked closely. Only then did they realize it was Ming Qi, the orange cat Su Chen had brought with him. "Boss Su, you're here." Sun Yuan turned and saw Su Chen not far behind him, feeling relieved. "Boss Su is here, everyone hold steady." Without further ado, Su Chen, armed with 2 rifles, relying on his formidable shooting talent and extremely accurate marksmanship, he dispatched the zombies within the base. Duh. Every time he fired, a zombie would be headshot and fall to the ground. In a short moment, Su Chen halted the zombies' charge. "Hold them down," Su Chen said gravely. "Yes." Sun Yuan immediately called out to the guards, suppressing the zombies with firepower to prevent them from breaking through. Su Chen seized the opportunity, and once again activated his supernatural power. A thick ice wall slowly rose, successfully blocking the original breach. For a moment, the base was safe again. "Boss Su, you're amazing." "Boss Su, That's the zombie leader's cry. Su Chen said gravely, "I'm afraid the zombie horde is about to launch a general attack. Hurry, follow me up the ice wall." Seeing his serious expression, Sun Yuan, Sun Jiancheng, and the others didn't hesitate. They quickly followed him up the ice wall. Once there, Su Chen realized the severity of the situation. Not only had the zombie horde doubled in size, but with his exceptional vision, he could clearly see a group of mutant zombies in the distance, completely different from the ordinary zombies. A preliminary estimate put the number at least at over 20. Damn dwarf zombies! How could you be so awesome? Not only could you gather tens of thousands of ordinary zombies, but you could also summon so many mutant zombies. Su Chen couldn't help but curse inwardly. Although he was powerful, with so many mutant zombies, if they attacked separately, they would be enough to overwhelm the Tiger Gang's base. Chapter 214. Another scream echoed through the heavens and earth. The horde of mutant zombies, seemingly on command, began charging toward the Tiger Gang's base. Target those mutant zombies. Don't let them get close. Su Chen shouted in a deep voice. Sun Yuan, Sun Jiancheng, and the others raised their rifles and fired at the mutant zombies. The mutant zombies, however, had already developed some initial awareness. They knew how to shield their heads with their arms and dodge bullets by maneuvering like snakes. Additionally, Sun Yuan and the others' marksmanship was truly abysmal. They fired haphazardly, but besides killing many ordinary zombies, they failed to kill a single mutant zombie. Su Chen, on the other hand, calmly fired in bursts, effectively dispatching 2 mutant zombies, but that wasn't enough. The mutant zombies had already reached the ice wall. The several-meter-high ice wall was nothing to them. They either leaped up or leaped onto it. Or use your fists to smash small holes in the ice wall and climb up through them. Most of these mutant zombies are incredibly strong. Once they reach the wall, they can knock the survivors down with a single swing of their fists. In addition, there are several special types of mutant zombies. For example, there's a fat, chubby zombie covered in pustules. It opens its mouth and spews out a foul-smelling green liquid. This liquid seems to be similar to sulfuric acid. Ah! The survivors who were sprayed screamed in agony. Their skin was rapidly corroded, accompanied by a sizzling sound and a white mist. Several more crawling zombies appeared. They were similar to the zombies previously infected by the orange-haired creature, all crawling on all fours. But their tongues were incredibly powerful. With a sudden spurt, they could even decapitate a survivor 10 meters away. With the addition of these powerful mutant zombies, the tide of battle began to turn. The survivors were steadily losing ground. The zombies below the wall also took the opportunity to trample and climb onto the ice wall. For a moment, the survivors' defenses were on the verge of collapse. Su Chen didn't dare to delay. With his rifle in one hand and his crystal-forged dagger in the other, he charged into the horde. Duh. He slashed at zombies in the distance, while using his dagger to slash at nearby enemies. Swish! A whistling sound reached Su Chen's ears. He shifted his body slightly, dodging the attack. Looking closely, he saw it was a crawling zombie with an extremely long tongue. Seeing its strike miss, it swung its tongue, attempting to wrap around Su Chen's neck. But how could it possibly match Su Chen's skill? Su Chen sneered, swung the strange crystal dagger in his hand, and easily severed its tongue. Before it could react, Su Chen raised his rifle again. Bang! With the blast of gunfire, the crawling zombie's head exploded. At the same time, Meng-Chi also displayed her true strength. She transformed into a yellow shadow, weaving back and forth among the zombies. Where she went, zombie heads fell like ripe apples. Though Su Chen and Meng-Chi fought tooth and nail, they were simply too numerous. Before long, the perimeter wall was completely engulfed in bloodshed. Zombies scrambled forward, charging into the base. The surviving survivors, terrified, dared no longer fight the zombies, and turned to flee. Seeing the situation irreversible, Su Chen sighed helplessly. He called to Sun Yuan, Sun Jiancheng, Yu Shoujing, and the others around him, intending to retreat back inside the building. Leave through the underground parking lot's escape passage. At that moment, a fireball suddenly descended from the sky, landing among the zombies. Boom! As the fireball exploded, countless zombies were blown away. Before Su Chen and the others could react, another car plummeted from the sky, slamming heavily into the swarm of zombies. Then the car soared again, then crashed again. This cycle repeated several times. As the car fell apart, countless zombies were reduced to pulp. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of invisible wind blades slashed horizontally. Dozens more zombies, their heads chopped off in unison. Boss Su, we're late. A familiar voice boomed from behind Su Chen. He turned and saw Su Wenwei emerging from the building. Following Su Wenwei were familiar faces like Shi Jinyuan, Wang Xinyu, and Zhao Yu. You are here? Su Chen looked at Su Wenwei in surprise. What else? Su Wenwei chuckled. Boss Su, Don't underestimate the bond between us. Upon receiving the message, Su Wenwei summoned all members of the Skywalker Alliance without hesitation. However, the zombie tide was too large. To avoid it, Su Wenwei and his team had to make a detour and enter the base through the escape route Su Chen had arranged. Sure enough, it was a familiar smell. Su Chen's lips twitched. No time for nonsense. Let's fight these zombies off first. Okay. Su Wenwei clenched his fists and shouted, "Comrades, it's time to let these pitiful zombies feel our power." With a fierce swing of his fists, another massive fireball appeared in midair and flew straight out. Zombies along the way were knocked back. Charge! For our friendship! Wang Xinyu and other Skywalker Alliance members also shouted slogans about friendship, bonds, and passion as they charged forward. With the addition of these evolvers, the previously crumbling defense line was miraculously stabilized. Su Chen assigned Yu Shoujing, Sun Yuan, and others to reorganize the defeated survivors. He stayed behind to fight the zombie horde with Su Wenwei and the others. Just as Su Wenwei was continuously using his fire powers to slay the zombies, a massive, fat zombie staggered closer. It suddenly opened its mouth, and a flood of thick juice gushed out. Su Wenwei's heart sank. Just as he thought he was about to be sprayed with the juice, a pure white, transparent ice shield suddenly appeared in front of him. The ice shield completely blocked the thick juice spewed out by the fat zombie. This is... Su Wenwei was stunned for a moment, then looked up. Seeing Su Chen not far away, his hand slightly raised, his pupils narrowed, and he muttered, "Boss Su, you actually have superpowers?" Su Wenwei's shock was not without reason. The Skywalker Alliance's many evolvers fall into two categories. Either Zheng Hui, Wang Xinyu, or those with enhanced physical strength. Or they could be Su Wenwei, Zhao Yu, and other evolvers with special abilities. Chapter 215. No evolver had ever possessed both physical enhancement and superpowers. However, today, Su Wenwei witnessed with his own eyes that Su Chen could actually summon ice and snow. This completely overturned his understanding. Su Chen smiled, not bothering to explain to Su Wenwei, and continued to kill the zombies. The base's walls had been completely breached. Even with the Skywalker Alliance joining the fray, there were still many mutated zombies among the zombie horde. Thus, the survivors were unable to recapture the walls. Su Chen simply abandoned the base's perimeter, and had Yu Shoujing and the others lead the survivors back to the Tiger Gang's building. After all, this building had previously belonged to the Strong Shield Alliance. The Strong Shield Alliance had renovated the building to be incredibly sturdy, making it the perfect second line of defense. After the survivors retreated into the building, Su Chen signaled Su Wenwei and the others to retreat as well. The two bank vault doors slammed shut. The surging tide of zombies was successfully blocked outside. Dong dong dong. The door thudded with dull thuds, and the zombies' growls could be heard. After the fierce battle, the survivors who had managed to survive finally sat on the ground, gasping for breath. But Yu Shoujing and Yu Yixiang didn't stop. They were going to take their men and check each of the survivors who had escaped. If they found any infected, they would immediately isolate them. "Boss Su, what's going on with you?" Su Wenwei didn't rest, but moved closer to Su Chen, his eyes filled with longing. "I don't know. Anyway, I suddenly gained supernatural powers." Su Chen didn't want to tell him the truth, but was afraid he'd keep harassing him, so he made up an excuse. Su Wenwei stared at Su Chen in silence for a moment before adding with resentment, "So, Boss Su, you're the chosen one. Then what's the meaning of my existence? Or am I also chosen by heaven to assist you, Boss Su, and lead humanity towards reconstruction?" Su Chen immediately dismissed the boy's rhetoric. "We're trapped by zombies now. What can you do?" Although the building's vault door could keep out ordinary zombies, there were still mutant zombies outside. Many members of the Skywalker Alliance had already gone to the upstairs windows, on guard against the mutants' intrusion. If we keep holding on like this, we're doomed. I don't have much else to do. Su Wenwei scratched his head and suggested, "Why don't we retreat?" "I'm afraid not." Su Chen shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to retreat, but there were still thousands of people inside the building. The bus parked outside could only carry a small number. The rest had to walk. Such a large-scale retreat would undoubtedly attract the zombies' attention. By then, there would be no buildings to shelter them. These survivors would be delicious flesh and blood to the zombie horde. Boss Su is truly a man of high moral character. Only someone like you could become the leader of my Su Wenwei. Su Wenwei nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with admiration for Su Chen. Su Chen remained silent. This wasn't the most critical moment yet. Otherwise, he would have retreated with Yu Shoujing and the others long ago. "By the way, Brother Su, I do have a suggestion. Zhao Yu, standing by, suddenly said weakly. Since entering the building, she had been following Su Chen, silent the entire time, her eyes fixed on him. Oh! Celia, tell me about it. Su Chen said with a smile. Brother Su, didn't you go to the stadium yesterday to kill that dwarf zombie? Zhao Yu pursed her red lips and said tenderly, the cry just now proves it's already left the stadium. Isn't this a perfect time for you, Brother Su, to kill it? Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up at that. Yes, why hadn't he thought of that? But the problem is, there are so many zombies out there. How can we find him? Su Wenwei frowned, distressed. Leave it to me. Su Chen slowly stood up. He planned to find that dwarf zombie and finish it off. Let's go with you, Brother Su. Zhao Yu said hurriedly. You stay here. We can't leave you here. Besides, if I go alone, I'd be less visible and less likely to be spotted by the zombies. Seeing Su Wenwei and Zhao Yu about to say something, Su Chen shook his head firmly. Seeing this, they had no choice but to give up the idea. Then, Brother Su, you must be careful. Don't worry, Boss Su is the chosen one. He be fine. Su Wenwei said with a smile. Su Chen found Yu Shoujing, Sun Yuan, and the others and told them his plan. Sun Yuan was surprised to hear this. Boss Su, this is too risky, isn't it? This is the only way. Otherwise, we have to abandon these survivors. Hey. Okay, be sure to stay safe. Su Chen glanced at the survivors not far away and whispered, again, something's wrong. Use the escape route immediately. Don't worry about the lives of others, understand? Sun Yuan and the others nodded. There was no time to lose. Su Chen immediately took action and headed for the underground parking lot. With him was only the little orange cat Meng Qi. Hey, Qinger. Su Chen pressed the headset and called Zhou Qing inside the Normadison. Yes, master, how are you doing? After not hearing from Su Chen for a long time, Zhou Qing and the other two women in the car were already worried. I'm fine here. Should you be okay too? Su Chen asked. Nothing. Normadison was still some distance from the Tiger Gang's base. Before leaving, Su Chen had deliberately activated the invisibility function. So, the three women inside the car were not in any danger. You three, immediately use the drones to help me locate the zombie leader. Report to me immediately after you find him. Su Chen ordered. Yes. After receiving the order, the three women quickly took action. They launched the drones, circling the Tiger Gang base, searching for the dwarf zombies. Elsewhere, Su Chen passed through the dark, crude underground passage and quickly arrived at the building outside the base. He reached the rooftop, carefully crouched down, and observed the base. The Tiger Gang base was teeming with ferocious zombies. Under such circumstances, Su Chen didn't dare venture out. If surrounded by zombies, even an evolved with combat power F would be exhausted to death. He also pulled out a drone from his storage space and began circling in the air. Not long after, Zhou Qing made the first discovery. Master, I found the location of the dwarf zombie. I send it to you immediately. After receiving the message and seeing the dwarf zombie on the screen, Su Chen almost cursed it out loud. Chapter 216. The dwarf zombie was hiding not far from the Tiger Gang's base. Even though it had lost an arm, it still rode on the back of a tall mutant zombie, its eyes fixed on the Tiger Gang's base. But surrounding it was a swarm of mutant zombies. A rough estimate put the number at least at 20 or 30. These mutant zombies had completely surrounded the dwarf zombie. Forget getting close, even a long-range sniper attack would be nearly impossible. And including the mutant zombies attacking the Tiger Gang's base. This dwarf zombie was surrounded by a full 50 or 60 mutant zombies. So, had it summoned all the mutant zombies in Shannon City? Su Chen frowned. It seems my last long-range sniping attack left a psychological scar on the dwarf zombie. With so many bodyguards around it, how should I proceed? That's right, Su Chen suddenly had an idea. He previously gained inspiration from the war between Big Mao and Second Mao and modified his drone. He could attach a high-explosive grenade to the underside of the drone. When the drone flew over the target, he could remotely drop the high-explosive grenade into the target area. He did it right away. To increase his chances of success, Su Chen deliberately left his hiding place and quietly moved towards the dwarf zombie's location. Thankfully, the dwarf zombie and the zombie horde were focused on the Tiger Gang's building. Adding to Su Chen's exceptional agility, no zombie noticed him, and he easily approached the dwarf zombie. Su Chen attached the high-explosive grenade to the underside of the drone and quietly released it. To avoid being spotted by the zombies, Su Chen hovered the drone at a sufficient altitude before slowly approaching the dwarf zombie. But just as Su Chen was about to throw the grenade, the dwarf zombie seemed to sense something. It jerked its head up, staring at the drone overhead. Isn't this perception too terrifying? Su Chen frowned and pressed the release button. The triggered high-explosive grenade immediately fell. Hiss. The dwarf zombie let out a piercing scream. The mutated zombies surrounding it immediately erupted in a commotion. A crawling zombie suddenly stepped on its companion's body and leaped upward. In midair, it rolled its tongue and unexpectedly swallowed the high-explosive grenade directly into its stomach. Boom! With a muffled thud, the high-explosive grenade exploded in the crawling zombie's stomach, blasting it to pieces. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Knowing someone was trying to kill it, the dwarf zombie let out another series of screams. The sturdy zombies beneath it quickly sprang into action, beginning to move away. The mutant zombies also closely followed it, shielding it tightly. Seeing this, Su Chen frowned. He hadn't expected this dwarf zombie to be so cunning. What should he do? Meanwhile, across the Tiger Gang base, the survivors were also locked in a bitter battle. Despite the support of the Skywalker Alliance, evolvers were not superhuman after all. Both physical strength and mental strength would eventually be exhausted. The mutant zombies led the zombie tide, relentlessly attacking the building. The dense swarm of zombies, trampling each other, piled up into a small mountain and stormed into the Tiger Gang's building. The building was now in chaos. The evolvers were exhausted and panting. Sun Yuan and the other guards were also running low on bullets. Unless the situation was dire, they wouldn't fire, relying solely on melee weapons. But this situation couldn't last long. Boss Su, please don't let us down. Su Wenwei, Yu Shoujing, Sun Yuan, and the others thought silently. Su Chen, unaware that he had become the hope of the entire village, was extremely helpless. He simply couldn't figure out how to defeat the dwarf zombies among so many zombies, and successfully retreat. After all, he wasn't Zhao Zilong. Just as Su Chen was debating whether to order Yu Shoujing and the others to retreat, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. It seemed that they were somewhat dissatisfied with the zombie tide for so long and their inability to capture the Tiger Gang's building. The dwarf zombies squeaked a few times. Nearly 2/3 of the mutant zombies that had originally surrounded it split off and headed for the Tiger Gang's base. In addition, the surrounding ordinary zombies also shoved and followed. For a moment, only about 10 mutant zombies and less than a few dozen ordinary zombies remained around the dwarf zombie. This was a rare opportunity for Su Chen, but even with such a small number of bodyguards, eliminating the ordinary zombies and escaping unscathed would be extremely difficult. As the saying goes, wealth and honor are sought in danger. The stronger the storm, the more valuable the fish. This dwarf zombie, able to command so many mutant zombies and such a large horde, must be at least a mid-level zombie. If we could kill it, the rewards would be incredibly generous. Su Chen pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding to take a risk, but while it was a risk, it wasn't a foolhardy move. Mingqi, you pretend to attack that dwarf zombie to draw their attention. Create an opening for me, understand? Su Chen patted Mingqi's head and whispered. Mingqi blinked and purred, as if responding to Su Chen. Go, Mingqi. Mingqi rushed out of her hiding place, sprinting towards the dwarf zombie. Su Chen didn't dare delay either, and immediately moved to the other side. Mingqi was incredibly small and incredibly agile. Though aware of its presence, ordinary zombies couldn't catch it. Instead, it disrupted their formation. The dwarf zombie, watching the battle in the base, noticed the chaos around it. It turned its head, and immediately spotted Mingqi charging towards it. Roar, roar, roar. The dwarf zombie let out a series of roars. Several mutant zombies quickly broke away from it, and attacked Mingqi. But with her sly maneuvering, Mingqi not only dodged the attacks but even managed to take down several ordinary zombies. Seeing it getting closer and closer, the dwarf zombie seemed frightened. It screamed again, and several more mutant zombies rushed to stop Mingqi. For a moment, only 3 mutant zombies remained around the dwarf zombie. But even so, it didn't let down its guard. The 3 mutant zombies still surrounded it tightly, leaving Su Chen no chance to shoot. Su Chen couldn't help but curse. But now that things had come to this, he had no choice but to bite the bullet. Su Chen took a deep breath, gripped his exotic crystal dagger, and rushed out from his hiding place. He wasn't far from the dwarf zombie, and all the zombies' attention was drawn to Mingqi. It is not difficult for Su Chen to succeed. Chapter 217. But just as Su Chen was about to reach the dwarf zombie, something unexpected happened. The zombie atop its back suddenly turned. Its shifty eyes glared at Su Chen, a hint of a sneer on its lips, as if mocking his presumption. Su Chen's heart sank. Before he could react, the mutant zombies that had been staring at Mingqi also turned their heads. At the same time, heavy footsteps could be heard from behind Suchin. He turned his head and saw several more powerful and robust mutant zombies emerging from nowhere. An idea suddenly occurred to Suchin. I've fallen for a trick. This beast, how could it possibly be this cunning? It even knew how to set a trap, deliberately revealing its flaws to lure me in. A mutated zombie, you know, is actually interested in military tactics? Suchin couldn't help but curse inwardly, but now that things have come to this, cursing is useless. After all, zombies don't have much intelligence. Looking at the zombies surrounding him, Suchin calmed down. Although he was surrounded, he was still an intermediate evolver with a reduced combat power of F. Since there was no way to retreat, he would kill this dwarf zombie and fight his way out. Thinking of this, Suchin's eyes grew firm. Roar! The dwarf zombie roared an order. The mutated zombies abandoned Ming-Chi and, along with the ordinary zombies around them, rushed towards Suchin in unison. Suchin didn't hesitate and immediately threw several high-explosive grenades. Boom! After a series of explosions, the zombies were completely stunned. Suchin, gun in one hand and dagger in the other, charged forward against the tide of zombies. Swish! Swish! Two crawling zombies spit out their long tongues at Suchin. He didn't slow down, performing a perfect side flip to avoid the two tongues while simultaneously striking with two backhanded slashes. Two half-severed tongues suddenly appeared on the ground. Another fat zombie blocked Suchin's path. It opened its bloody maw and spewed a foul-smelling juice at Suchin. Suchin waved his hand, and a barrier of ice and snow separated him from the fat zombie, blocking the juice completely. He also took this opportunity to slide past the fat zombie. Then, with two backhanded shots, he blasted the fat zombie in the head, decapitating it instantly. Before his power level increased, Suchin had easily dealt with the initial stage mutant zombies. After breaking through to F-, it was even easier. Seeing Suchin's prowess, the dwarf zombie seemed a little frightened, screaming non-stop. The mutant zombie it was riding quickly retreated. The nearby zombie horde was also closing in. Suchin knew he couldn't let the dwarf zombie escape again. With a thought, he suddenly leaped upward. After leaping into midair, he used his supernatural power to summon an ice shield. Suchin stepped on it and leaped forward. Just as he was about to land, he summoned another ice shield and stepped on it again. After gaining control of ice and snow, Suchin considered maximizing the power of his supernatural power. For humans, ice and snow power is indeed extremely powerful. But for zombies, it is not that powerful. After all, low temperatures and extreme cold would only slow their movements. Using an ice shield to leap and avoid being surrounded by the zombies. This was one of Suchin's tactics. With this tactic, Suchin successfully avoided the zombies and arrived in front of the dwarf zombie. This was the first time he had ever stared down a dwarf zombie at close range. Its appearance was extremely ugly, and despite its grayish-white pupils, it gave off a sinister and cunning aura. Suchin wasted no time. After all, with a massive zombie horde behind him, he had to hurry and take down this dwarf zombie. He raised his rifle and fired. The dwarf zombie, seeing the situation was dire, immediately retreated and crouched behind the zombie below him. This barrage of bullets struck the zombie's head. A shocking scene occurred. The bullets bounced off, completely failing to penetrate its skull. Even Dang Howren, who had been hit by the bullets earlier, hadn't been able to deflect them. Suchin then noticed. The zombie the dwarf zombie used as its mount was not only massive. Its body was a dark gray, resembling chunks of dark rock. Scan! Suchin's heart raced, and he scanned the two zombies before him. Ding! Target type, mutated zombie. Combat power rating, F. Target type, mutated zombie. Combat power rating, G+. Suchin was a little surprised. It was normal for a dark gray mutant zombie to have a G+ rating. But the dwarf zombie's combat power rating was a whopping F, one level higher than his own, but he was immediately relieved. Just kidding. For a dwarf zombie to summon so many mutant zombies, and such a massive zombie horde, an F in combat power was perfectly normal. Even an F+ rating would be acceptable to Suchin. Roar, roar, roar. The dwarf zombie poked its head out again, letting out a series of screams, as if mocking Suchin. At the same time, the zombies behind him were closing in. Suchin sneered and activated his supernatural power. A blizzard, mixed with snowflakes, roared down, obscuring everything around him. Not only did the zombies' movement slow, but they could no longer see Suchin. Suchin could clearly feel his mental strength rapidly draining. He moved swiftly, charging at the dwarf zombie. Because the blizzard obscured its view, The dwarf zombie didn't react until Suchin was close. It chirped a few times. The giant zombie beneath him immediately stretched out its 2 arms, attempting to grab Suchin. But its massive size naturally slowed its movements. Suchin didn't engage it head-on. He nimbly dodged its attack, stepped on its wrist, and leaped onto its back. Go to hell. From his commanding position, Suchin raised his rifle, aimed at the dwarf zombie, and pulled the trigger. The dwarf zombie let out a series of terrified screams. The zombies in the Tiger Gang base, upon hearing its cries, immediately stopped fighting. They turned around and, like a receding tide, left the Tiger Gang building. The survivors, who were about to be wiped out, were stunned by this scene. What's going on? Why are the zombies retreating? Su Wenwei, Wang Xinyu, and the others exchanged glances, their faces filled with bewilderment. Could it be that Brother Su succeeded? It was Zhao Yu who finally realized what was happening, her fair face flushed with excitement. Chapter 218. Possibly. Su Wenwei nodded, his face gravely stern. As expected of humanity's savior, truly formidable. Yu Shoujing, Yu Yixiang, and the others on the other side were not idle. They and their men refortified the building's defenses and gathered up the zombies and human corpses. The Tiger Gang's base. The moment Suchin pulled the trigger, the giant zombie extended a hand to protect the dwarf zombie on its back. Duh. A barrage of bullets struck the back of its hand, then deflected. At the same time, its other hand slapped Suchin. What a lackey! Suchin cursed inwardly and immediately put his rifle back into storage. He switched to his exotic crystal dagger and leaped to his feet. While dodging the giant zombie's blows, he stabbed the dagger fiercely into its arm. A body that could once withstand bullets was easily pierced by the alien crystal dagger. Suchin slashed downwards again. With as much ease as a knife cutting through tofu, he severed one of the giant zombie's arms. Suchin was slightly surprised. Although he already knew the alien crystal dagger was extremely sharp, he hadn't expected it to be so powerful. He simply took advantage of the situation and, using his ice shield, leaped onto the giant zombie's shoulder, slashing the dagger horizontally. Without a sound, the giant zombie's head flew straight up and landed heavily on the ground. As its body separated, its massive body collapsed to the ground with a thud. The dwarf zombie crawling on its back instantly tumbled backward. Suchin rolled over to absorb the force of the fall. He gripped the exotic crystal dagger tightly and quickly approached the dwarf zombie. If he could eliminate it, the mission would be accomplished. Seeing Suchin approaching step by step, the dwarf zombie seemed to sense fear. It also used all 4 limbs to flee into the distance. But before it had gone far, a yellow shadow rushed towards it like lightning. Before the dwarf zombie could react, Meng Qi slapped it on the head. Crack! The dwarf zombie's head instantly turned to mud, just as Suchin had suspected. This dwarf zombie only relied on summoning waves of zombies. Beyond that, it had no other special abilities. Meng Qi extended her claws and rummaged through the dwarf zombie's shattered head. After a moment searching, she found a black-gray energy crystal. It held the energy crystal in its mouth and came to Suchin. Well done, Meng Qi. Suchin took the energy crystal and touched Meng Qi's head. By this time, his mental energy was nearly depleted. Suchin smashed the giant zombie's head. After extracting the energy crystal inside, he stopped using his supernatural powers. The surrounding blizzard dissipated. The nearby zombies also appeared. Although the dwarf zombie had been killed, the mutant zombies and the zombie horde were left without a leader. But they still had a bloodthirsty instinct. Suchin suddenly saw him appear, and he roared and rushed towards him. Suchin was already exhausted. Naturally, he didn't want to engage in a long fight, so he summoned his ice shield again. Using the ice shield, Suchin quickly escaped the battlefield and fled into a building. After ensuring there were no zombies following him, he took out the energy crystals from the dwarf zombie and the giant zombie and silently chanted, "Absorb." Ding! Successfully absorbed the intermediate energy crystal, gaining 490 energy points. Ding! Successfully absorbed the intermediate energy crystal, gaining 420 energy points. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Suchin's eyes upon hearing the system prompt. These 2 zombies combined provided nearly 1,000 energy points. It's true that high risk brings high reward. It's a shame that the energy points required for the next upgrade has skyrocketed to 5,000. What also disappointed Suchin was that after absorbing these 2 energy crystals, he didn't gain any additional talents. It seems that acquiring talents is random. Wouldn't it be fantastic if he could possess the talent of a dwarf zombie and control a swarm of zombies? Suchin's mind raced, and he called up the system panel. He thought, after all, the energy needed to strengthen his body was still a long way off. Might as well upgrade the system. So he expended 500 energy points to upgrade it. Ding, system upgrade successful. Doomsday Fortress RV system. RV level 6, upgrade energy points required, 1000, current energy points, 729. Vehicle durability, 100%. When durability reaches 0, the RV will be scrapped. It can be repaired using energy points. Storage space. Energy store. Enhancement options. Scan detection. Talents, marksmanship, rapid healing, ice and snow control. Combat rating, F-. This upgrade doesn't add any new features. The energy shop only had a few more survival supplies available for redemption. This was of little use to Su-Chen. In addition, the system scanning function had been improved. According to the pop-up upgrade log, the scan would yield more detailed information. Finally, Su-Chen's storage space had been expanded. Looking at the 9-digit grid, he couldn't help but feel a little amused. Well, something is better than nothing. Su-Chen closed the system panel and carefully surveyed his surroundings. After ensuring there were no mutant or ordinary zombies, he quickly left with Ming Chi. He found the building they'd been in and, through the underground safe passage, returned to the Tiger Gang's base. Seeing Su-Chen's safe return, the people who had been waiting for him came forward to greet him. "Boss Su, did you kill that dwarf zombie?" Wang Xinyu asked hurriedly. "Of course." Su-Chen smiled and nodded. Upon hearing this answer, everyone hushed their voices and let out a low cheer. "You foolish creature, you're not going to live or die. Going against Boss Su is the most foolish thing you could have done." Su Wenwei snorted coldly. Su-Chen's face darkened, and he pretended not to hear him. "Brother Su, are you okay?" Zhao Yu leaned forward, concerned. "As expected. Girls are the best. Others only care about your success, but Zhao Yu is the only one who cares about your injuries. Don't worry, a mere dwarf zombie can't hurt me." Su-Chen smiled and waved his hand, looking at Yu Shoujing. "How's the zombie horde out there?" Just as Su-Chen was about to kill it, the dwarf zombie screamed frantically, trying to summon the zombie horde to save it. Unfortunately, before the mutant zombie and the zombie horde could return, Su-Chen killed it, but this action, in a disguised way, saved the survivors in the base. Chapter 219. After the zombie tide receded, Yu Shoujing and the others sealed off the building again. With the dwarf zombies slain, the zombie tide lost its command. Whether mutant or ordinary, they returned to their original forms. They simply wandered slowly, relying on instinct. Unless they saw humans, they wouldn't attack the Tiger Gang's base again. "That's good." Su-Chen nodded, his gaze fixed on the devastated building. He asked softly, "What are the casualties among the survivors?" Preliminary statistics indicate at least nearly 1,000 people perished in the zombie tide. Yu Shoujing couldn't help but smile bitterly. Despite ample preparations before the battle and the assistance of the Skywalker Alliance, the survivors still suffered widespread casualties in the face of the terrifying zombie tide. After the zombie tide entered the base, many survivors panicked and fled to the other buildings within. Those buildings were far less well defended than the main building. Not to mention the Skywalker Alliance, who were all staying in the main building. The other buildings had been overrun by the zombie horde. The survivors hiding there were practically wiped out. As for the main building, although the Evolved and the survivors fought fiercely to prevent the building from being captured, the losses were still heavy. Let's not talk about anything else. The Skywalker Alliance, the main force fighting against the mutated zombies and the zombie horde, only had a dozen or so members left. You have to remember, this time, they were out in full force. Hearing this result, Su-Chen was surprised but also felt a bit guilty. After all, the Skywalker Alliance members suffered such heavy losses because they were helping the Tiger Gang. This time, it's us who have implicated the Skywalker Alliance. Su-Chen looked at Su Wenwei and said solemnly. "Boss Su, you're too polite." Su Wenwei waved his hand, feigning composure. "This is the fate we chose." Su-Chen chuckled, patted Su Wenwei on the shoulder, and said seriously, "Don't worry, I owe you a favor." Although the two sides had been quite unhappy at the beginning, but after fighting side by side this time, the previous hatred had long since vanished. Although the dwarf zombies had been eliminated, the summoned zombie horde was not so easily dispelled. Yu Shoujing summoned 2 clever men and had them drive a car, making noise to divert the zombie horde. After everything settled, the Tiger Gang also conducted an inventory. Originally, there were over 2,000 people left at the base. But after a bloody battle, fewer than 900 men remained, a truly devastating loss. In addition, Su-Chen's stockpile of strategic supplies had been severely depleted, Molotov cocktails, and homemade bombs were completely gone. Fewer than 20 high-explosive grenades remained. Just over 10,000 rounds of ammunition remained. While it seemed like a lot, each member of the escort team only had about 10 magazines. Of course, it wasn't without reward. A rough estimate suggests that the survivors had killed 4,000 to 5,000 zombies. After the subsequent battlefield cleanup, they harvested over 2,000 energy crystals and over 20 primary energy crystals. Su Chun, not stingy, gave 2/3 of the proceeds as a reward to Su Wenwei, who would distribute them. The remaining portion, while not a small amount, could provide Su Chen with a considerable amount of energy points. But after careful consideration, Su Chen decided to reward his men who had shown bravery in this battle. Of course, this was limited to his trusted associates. For example, Sun Yuan, Zhou Xinhong, Sun Jiancheng, and others. After all, from this battle, Su Chen had deeply felt how insignificant one's own strength was in the face of a terrifying zombie tide. If he hadn't found the dwarf zombie and decapitated it directly, the Tiger Gang would have been completely destroyed. Increasing the strength of Sun Yuan and others was also necessary for Su Chen. He first used some energy crystals to help Sun Yuan advance directly to the junior evolver stage. He then helped Zhou Xinhong, Li Dong, and 7 or 8 others become evolvers. Thankfully, they all possessed talent and successfully awakened. As for Yue Xiang and Yu Shoujing, they also proved their loyalty in this battle. Su Chen, naturally, would not be stingy, and would help them evolve as well. Unfortunately, they both lacked talent and failed to evolve. The two were extremely frustrated, but there was nothing they could do. Su Chen had originally planned to keep Su Wenwei and recruit the Skywalker Alliance members. But after careful consideration, he abandoned the idea. After all, their philosophies were still incompatible. Su Wenwei simply wanted to help more people become evolvers, and thus resist the apocalypse. But Su Chen's thinking was somewhat selfish. Aside from those he trusted, he didn't bother to care about the other survivors. So, after a day's rest, Su Wenwei and the Skywalker Alliance members left the Tiger Gang base. Before leaving, Su Wenwei proposed that the two sides form a mutually supportive alliance. Su Chen had no objection to this. Apart from anything else, the members of the Skywalker Alliance were all psychics. It was clear that they could be of greater assistance to the Tiger Gang. Su Wenwei waved to Su Chen and led his men out of the base. "Brother Su." Zhao Yu looked at Su Chen, the affection in her beautiful eyes evident even to a fool. "Xiao Yaya, why don't you stay?" Su Chen chuckled. I rather not." Zhao Yu hesitated for a moment, then finally shook her head. Although she had developed a vague affection for Su Chen, she also knew that Su Chen already had several women around him. Besides, she couldn't bear to leave Su Wenwei, Wang Xinyu, and her Skywalker Alliance comrades. I miss you." Zhao Yu said this, blushing as she quickly ran away. Watching her back, Su Chen couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. A young girl's feelings are always poetic. "Brother Su, why didn't you leave her behind?" Zhou Xinhong asked curiously. "My personal rule is, no initiative, no rejection, no responsibility." Su Chen smiled lazily. If Zhao Yu wanted to stay, then she would naturally stay. If she didn't want to, forcing her wouldn't work. Su Chen wasn't about to be a bootlicker. Although the zombie tide had dissipated, Su Chen still decided to stick to his original plan. Abandon the original base and head to the Lake Island area to rebuild. After more than 10 days of hard work, enough makeshift houses had been built around the Lake Island. Su Chen immediately ordered them to leave the city. All members of the Tiger Gang arrived at the Lake Island and temporarily settled there. As time passed, the thick snow melted considerably. The thinnest layer of ice remained, less than 2 meters thick. Even during the day, the sun occasionally shone through the earth. That day, Su Chen summoned Yu Shoujing, Yue Xiang, and the others to his tent. Chapter 220. The Nomadison was much more comfortable than the makeshift hut. Su Chen naturally lived in the car, rather than crammed into a makeshift hut or sleeping in a tent like the other survivors. However, he still had Yue Xiang and the others build a tent for him, which he could use to discuss matters with the others. Inside the tent, Yue Xiang lit the firewood in the fireplace, and then attentively poured Su Chen a cup of hot water. As the firewood burned, the tent grew warmer. "I called you here today to inquire about the camp situation." Su Chen drank a cup of hot water, and spoke slowly. "The makeshift huts we built in recent days are sufficient for living. Our gang members no longer have to endure hunger and cold. I discussed this with Brother Yu, and we plan to start tomorrow and organize personnel to excavate the Lake Island," Yue Xiang reported. Although the makeshift huts were sufficient for the Tiger Gang members, Su Chen's goal remained the Lake Island. After all, it possesses a geographical advantage. If developed well, it could become a solid base for survivors. Very good. Thank you for your hard work. Su Chen turned his gaze to Sun Yuan again. Had there been any unusual zombie movements in the city these days? Boss Su, no. Sun Yuan shook his head. After Su Chen eliminated the dwarf zombie, the zombie horde, leaderless, slowly dispersed. In recent days, Sun Yuan and his men have made numerous trips to the city. Partly to gather information on the zombie situation. Partly to search for supplies and, along the way, to hunt zombies for energy crystals. That's good. Su Chen nodded and said solemnly to Shou Jing and Yu Yixiang, you guys should also hurry and clear the Lake Island quickly to facilitate the construction of our new base. According to the intelligence obtained from the underground base, after the blizzard and extreme cold, there came fog and monsters. Now the snow is gradually melting, and the weather is slowly warming up. If the weather continues like the previous apocalyptic events, the next apocalypse will likely arrive quickly. The Tiger Gang's current camp is so simple that it can't even withstand a tidal wave of zombies. How could it possibly defend against terrifying monsters? Yes. Yu Shoujing and Yu Yixiang didn't dare to be negligent and nodded in agreement. After chatting for a while, everyone got up and left. Brother Yuan Jiancheng, wait a minute. Su Chen suddenly spoke, calling to the brothers Sun Yuan and Sun Jiancheng. What's wrong, Brother Su? Sun Yuan sat back down, grinning. I'm thinking about how to get bullets, Su Chen said slowly. Bullets? Sun Yuan and Sun Jiancheng were slightly stunned. Then they understood Su Chen's intention. When fighting zombies, guns are definitely more useful than knives. After all, a gun is fast at a distance of 10 steps, and accurate and fast within 10 steps. The last time they encountered a zombie tidal wave, the Tiger Gang suffered heavy losses not only because of the sheer number of zombies, but also because there were many mutant zombies among them. It was also because the gang had too few firearms. If every member of the Tiger Gang had a rifle, even if the number of mutant zombies attacking doubled, the Tiger Gang wouldn't have fallen so easily. After all, zombies are still carbon-based creatures. Unless they were all as invulnerable as that giant zombie, then wouldn't they be dead against thousands of rifles? Su Chen had previously acquired a total of 200 rifles from the underground base. This number may not seem like much. But you have to understand that the underground base isn't a true military base, it's merely a testing ground. Soldiers like Dang Howren are merely on guard duty. If anything truly drastic were to arise, they would surely request support from their superiors. Su Chen planned to select a few more reliable personnel and distribute all the rifles he had. But the problem was, he only had a little over 10,000 rounds of ammunition left. Even if each person were evenly divided, there would only be 2 magazines. If another zombie horde truly arrived, it wouldn't even be enough for 2 rounds of ammunition. If a survivor base were truly built on the Lake Island, more ammunition would be necessary to bolster the base's combat effectiveness. This bullet thing. I really don't know where to get it, Sun Yuan said with a wry smile. Before the apocalypse, guns and ammunition were strictly controlled. Ordinary people wouldn't have had access to them, so Sun Yuan naturally didn't know how to get them. Well, actually, I do know. Sun Jiancheng suddenly raised his hand and said weakly. Su Chen was startled for a moment, then he remembered that Sun Jiancheng had just retired from the army. Jiancheng, tell me quickly. Boss Su, you know I'm more interested in cold weapons. Sun Jiancheng smiled and said, when I was in the army, I went to the arsenal and stayed there for a while. Before the apocalypse, all this was top secret, and Sun Jiancheng certainly wouldn't say anything. But now that the apocalypse had arrived, there was nothing to hide. Sun Jiancheng unloaded everything he knew. North of Shannon City lies another city called Xinlu. The arsenal he visited was located on the outskirts of Xinlu. However, it wasn't particularly advanced, only producing weapons like guns, bullets, and grenades. It didn't produce powerful weapons, like bazookas and missiles. But for Su Chen, it was more than enough. If only every member of the Tiger Gang had a gun and ammunition was freely available, even if another zombie wave came, Su Chen would be confident he could hold out. Su Chen carefully questioned Sun Jiancheng and noted the specific location. Brother Su, why don't we go with you? We have someone to look after us along the way, Sun Yuan suggested. Yes, Boss Su, take us with you. Sun Jiancheng looked at Su Chen eagerly. He knew that as long as he followed Su Chen, he would be treated well. For example, his cousin Sun Yuan was now a primary evolver. Although Sun Jiancheng had also become an evolver, if he had to stay in the base forever, how long would it take for him to advance? Su Chen was about to refuse them, But then he thought. He wasn't familiar with Shilu City, and if he actually went there, he probably wouldn't be able to find the place, having only heard Sun Jianqing's description. He thought for a moment and nodded. If I'm going, Jiancheng, you come with me. Brother Yuan. You should stay. It wasn't that Su Chen had any objections to Sun Yuan. It's just that, whether on Lake Heart Island or the underground base, Sun Yuan had the highest combat power, and he was also the leader of the guards. Su Chen wanted him to stay and take charge. Okay. I follow your orders, Brother Su. Sun Yuan was a little disappointed, but he agreed. Su Chen wasn't in a hurry to go to Shilu City. After all, his help was still needed to reclaim the land on Lake Heart Island. Su Chen had invested a lot of money to quickly melt the snow. Not only did they provide a large amount of gasoline, but they also took out all the excavators they found.